Chapter 1. Is this your excuse for breaking up? Magic City, Street 12. In a restaurant, a young man and woman, approximately 20 years old, sat opposite each other. The boy was handsome and the girl was also very pretty, but at this moment, their expressions were very different. Senny, what did you just say? You want to break up with me? The boy who was speaking was named Su-won, a junior student, and the girl sitting opposite him was his girlfriend Fongsi. The two have known each other for several years, and Su-won originally thought that they could continue to be together, but he didn't expect that today, his girlfriend would break up with him. Su-won, we are all adults now, can't we just part ways in peace? I don't mind being honest with you. You're too naive and too honest. It's really boring to be with a man like you. As the woman spoke, she stirred the coffee on the table. Compared to Su-won's shock, she seemed much calmer. I am naive? Fongsi, do you know what you are talking about? Su-won suddenly stood up, and couldn't help but get angry, and his voice became a little higher. Ask yourself, if it weren't for my hard work over the past 2 years, would you have been able to live so comfortably? In order to make your college life better, I worked part-time during the winter and summer vacations, and gave all the wages I earned to you. If you are sick, I will run to the hospital to buy you medicine regardless of wind or rain, day or night. You like to eat red date porridge, I will bring you a steaming hot breakfast every morning. Su-won became more and more excited as he spoke. He felt suffocated, really suffocated. I treated her wholeheartedly for 2 years, but in the end, this is the evaluation I got. There was a hint of impatience in Fongsi's eyes. What do you mean by saying this? Do you want to show off your achievements? Do you know why I don't feel anything for you? It's because you're too nice to me and always follow my lead. I feel like you're boring and don't have a manly personality at all. That's why I don't like you like this. What do you think? Fongsi spoke word by word. Every word was like a thorn, piercing into Su-won's heart, making him feel heartbroken. Fongsi continued, don't say I didn't tell you. A few days ago, Mr. Lee pursued me and I agreed. Now I'm his girlfriend and it has nothing to do with you. Mr. Lee? Is that the good-for-nothing Li Xiao? Su-won was stunned. No wonder rumors started circulating in the school a few days ago that Li Xiao had confessed his love to Fongsi. At first Su-won didn't believe it, but now it seems that he was too naive. Mr. Li Yufeng, the young master of Madu High-Tech Holding Group, is one of the 4 famous rich young men in Tianwei College. This man is a well-known playboy who changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. Su-won couldn't believe that his girlfriend would choose him. Is he the man with personality you are talking about? After feeling disheartened, Su-won sneered instead, not knowing whether he was laughing at the other person or at himself. Fongsi was not annoyed. She raised her hand and an exquisite bag suddenly appeared on the table. She sneered and said, do you know what brand of bag this is? I'm telling you, this is Louis Vuitton, worth 150,000 yuan, and young Master Lee bought it for me a few days ago. Su-won, you keep saying you love me and have done a lot for me, but are all your efforts worth this brand name bag? Fongsi showed a hint of sarcasm on her face. Admit it, someone like you will never be able to afford such luxury goods in your lifetime, and you will never be rich in your lifetime. You are destined to be an ordinary person, and I, Fongsi, will never spend my whole life with such a person. Fongsi continued speaking with a resolute attitude. In fact, she had the idea of getting rid of Su-won from a long time ago, but she had been struggling to find anyone she liked and she didn't want to lose her meal ticket, so she had been putting it off until now. This time, she finally caught a rich young master, so naturally she couldn't help but show off. Faced with his girlfriend's blatant sarcasm, Su-won fell silent, then sat down helplessly. Yes. The other party is right. So what if he does more? The money I earned from working part-time for more than 2 years is not even as much as a bag that Mr. Lee gave me. How can I compare with him? Drop by drop. Suddenly, a whistle sounded outside the restaurant. A cool and stylish Cadillac slowly stopped by the roadside, and then a well-dressed young man walked out of the car. Su-won looked through the window and his face changed. The person who came was Li Yufeng, the young master of Gaoka Group. The other party obviously knew they were here. After taking a look over here, he walked in from the restaurant door and arrived in front of Su-won and others a moment later. Mr. Li, you are here. After seeing Li Yufeng, Fongsi changed her previous cold attitude, smiled sweetly, and immediately stood up and took the other's arm. That smile was so brilliant that Su-won realized he had never seen it before in the 2 years he had been with her. Well, I guess this is your previous boyfriend? Li Yufeng looked down at Su Wen and asked indifferently. It's him. I broke up with him, but he still can't accept the reality. Fongsi sneered, not giving Su Wen any face at all. As a man, especially a poor loser like this, it's normal for him to not be able to accept his girlfriend leaving after finally having one. Li Xiao said nonchalantly, then he looked at Su Wen. Boy, you should also consider your own weight when choosing a girlfriend. A poor fellow like you wants to have a girlfriend as beautiful as Miss Fong. Don't you think it's a bit like a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Mr. Li sneered, with naked sarcasm in his words. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of other customers in the store, and everyone cast sympathetic glances at them. Alas, another honest man abandoned by a woman. Yeah. From what they just talked about, I guess this man really has feelings for her. Ha ha. You can't be a bootlicker these days. Blindly giving will only be taken for granted by others. You don't even understand such a simple truth. You deserve to be dumped. The customers shook their heads and talked among themselves. Su Wen couldn't help but clench his hands under the table. How could he not feel his girlfriend's betrayal, his rival's ridicule, and everyone's gossip, and how could he not be angry? But sometimes reality is just so cruel. Having no money means being disadvantaged. Although he wanted to appear open-minded and nonchalant, he could not calm down when he thought about being laughed at by others. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. Detecting that the host has been abandoned by his girlfriend, triggering the switch, the super rich reward system is activated. The system is loading. 15%. 30%. 75%. 100%. Chapter 2 Su Wen's counterattack. System. Su Wen was stunned and startled by the sudden voice. As a young man of the new era, he certainly understands what the system is. It is a must-have cheating tool for the protagonist in online novels and the beginning of the journey to the peak of life. But novels are novels after all. How can there be any system in reality? It's just the fantasy of poor losers out of helplessness. It seems that I was so sad that I was hallucinating. Su Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The host has not trusted the system. It is time for the system to prove its capabilities. Host, Su Wen. Age, 21. Constitution, 5. Assets, 1,500 yuan. System evaluation, a genuine loser. A series of voices arose in Su Wen's mind. Even a guy like him who was slow to react finally realized that something was wrong. This was not an auditory hallucination. Fuck, there really is a system? Su Wen was shocked. Just as he was surprised, the system spoke again. System issued a task, to sow discord between Fongsi and Li Xiao. Mission reward, if you succeed in provoking the enemy, you will receive a cash reward of 10 million and 51% of the shares of the Hills hotel chain. 10 million cash reward? My god, Su Wen almost dropped his jaw. He couldn't even imagine so much money. There is also the Hills Hotel, which is a famous 7-star hotel chain in the country. It also owns KTVs, cinemas, bars and other entertainment venues, truly achieving entertainment integration. It is said that the scale has expanded to more than 100 stores, distributed in major first-tier, second-tier and third-tier cities. Owning 51% of the shares of this hotel chain, wouldn't he have made the leap from a carp to a dragon and turned into a phoenix? Owning this system is equivalent to owning a new life. The rewards from the system are real rewards. You deserve them. The system boasted about itself. Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately responded happily. Although Fongsi has changed her heart, there is no point in sowing discord between them at this moment. But 10 million in cash in the Hills Hotel, how could he ignore such a huge reward? By the way, how should I provoke them? Su Wen thought of the most critical question. Huating Hotel, room 2402. Hanhao Hotel, room 1904. Suddenly, the system reported a string of numbers. What's the meaning? It means that she cheated on you. During the time she was with you, she had someone else besides Li Xiao. His name is. These 2 hotel rooms are proof that they have been there. The system patiently explained that it would not stop until its words shocked the audience. What did you say? Su Wen's expression froze, he could hardly believe his ears. This. It was like a knife cutting his butt, which really opened his eyes. He used to think that Fongsi was so distant towards him because she was rather conservative. It seems that the other person is deliberately keeping me hanging and is dating someone else? And during this period, I was still foolishly working part-time, working myself to death to earn money for the other person to spend. Maybe she is just taking this money and living a carefree life with others. Suwon was not angry, he just felt heartbroken. How could Fongsi be with another man and lie to him with a clear conscience? Doesn't her conscience hurt? Fongsi, who was standing opposite, saw that Suwon was silent and thought that he had accepted the reality. She couldn't help but said proudly, "That's all, Suwon, let's part ways in peace. I hope you won't come to see me again at school. I'm Mr. Lee's girlfriend now, and I don't want others to gossip about me." After saying that, she prepared to leave. But her haughty posture and contemptuous eyes all expressed how arrogant she was at the moment. "Did you hear that? My girlfriend said, don't come to see her again, or else don't blame me for being rude." Mr. Lee also adopted a condescending attitude and warned Suwon. "Don't worry. Since Cindy doesn't want to be with me, Suwon, won't force her. After all, she said that when she's had enough fun, she'll find someone to take over. Now she's found one. As her former boyfriend, I have witnessed her glorious history, so I should be happy for her." Suddenly, Suwon spoke. He had a look of grief just now, but now he was smiling calmly, contrary to his usual behavior. "What did you say?" Li Xiao frowned and stopped at this moment when he was about to raise his foot. "Mr. Lee, don't listen to him. He probably thinks he's playing tricks on us because he sees we're leaving." Fongsi sneered. Li Xiao also reacted and laughed. "Suwon, you are a loser, you should just accept the reality. A beautiful and noble woman like Cindy is destined not to be yours." Li Xiao also showed disdain on his face, as if mocking Suwon's arrogance. "Noble? I don't see it, do I?" Suwon laughed secretly. "Ms. Fong has been with me for 2 years. I don't know how many times she has had secret meetings with other men. Do you think such a woman is noble?" Then, he looked at Fongsi and said, "You don't forget the Nanshan Bin, do you? There is also room 2402 of the Huating Hotel and room 1904 of the Hanhao Hotel. These are all places you and he have been to before. Do you need me to tell you one by one?" "You, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation." Fongsi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Suwon with disbelief in her eyes, because she was the only one who knew that what Suwon had just said was true. During her time with Suwon, she did meet a man outside of school. The man is funny and eloquent. After a few interactions, the two gradually became familiar with each other and even developed an indescribable relationship. Because they were meeting outside of school, Fongsi wasn't worried about being discovered. She didn't understand how Suwon knew all this. The other party denied it flatly, but Suwon was not panicked. "Ha ha. You know whether I am talking nonsense or not. Now that I think about it, your behavior is really disgusting. Fortunately, we broke up today, otherwise I would be disgusted to death." Then he changed the subject and looked at Li Yufang and said, "Of course, young Master Li is different. You are the son of a wealthy family, the eldest son of the Li family. You must be broad-minded. Why would you care about being a scapegoat, right?" Suwon smiled after he finished speaking. The irony in his words was self-evident. His words naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Everyone looked at Fongsi with strange looks in their eyes. "Good job. I ate a lot of melons today. If what this young man said is true, then this Miss Fong is really extraordinary, to have become a sea king at such a young age." Chapter 3 Scandal Exposed. "You." Fongsi's face turned pale and her chest was heaving with anger, but she couldn't utter a word. She never thought that the man who was always gentle and considerate to her and listened to her everything would one day humiliate her openly. Li Xiao's face was even gloomier, even uglier than Fongsi's. Just now, when Suwon finished speaking, he clearly felt Fongsi tighten her grip on his arm. This abnormal behavior makes people doubt the authenticity of Suwon's words. Fongsi told him that although she had been with Suwon for 2 years, nothing had happened and she was still clean. What was going on now? "Cindy, is what he said true?" Li Xiao turned to look at his new girlfriend and asked. There was a barely audible gloom in his tone. "Mr. Lee, don't listen to his nonsense. How is this possible? I'm not that kind of casual woman. I've been with Suwon for more than 2 years, and I've never let him touch me once. How could I let other men touch me?" Fongsi was certain that Suwon had no evidence, so she continued to insist. Anyway, as long as she doesn't admit it, who can expose her? However, Su Wen's next words made her body tremble. Okay, since Miss Fong is so sure that she didn't do anything, Mr. Li, why don't you give your men a call and ask them to check these two hotels? Your family is so powerful, I believe it will be easy to do this, right? As long as we find out what happened, won't everything be clear? Su Wen continued. Su Wen, what do you want to do? Finally, Fongsi couldn't bear it anymore and she yelled at Su Wen. At this moment, she was panicked, really panicked. Some things can be hidden for a while, but the truth will never be buried. And what Li Xiao said next made her heart rise to her throat. I think what he said makes sense. We'll know if it's true or not once we check. Li Yufeng said something that was out of character. Although Su Wen was hateful and made him very unhappy, he could not tolerate it if Fongsi deceived him. What Li Yufeng hated most in his life was being deceived. As the eldest son of the Li family, if he was deceived by a woman like Fongsi, where would his dignity be? As he said this, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call his family and ask someone to check the hotel. This action was stopped by Fongsi. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, why do you believe Su Wen but not me? I'm your girlfriend. I really didn't do anything. Fongsi said in a panic. I didn't realize how suspicious I was at this moment. The more she acted like this, the more suspicious Li Xiao became. Just because you are my girlfriend, this matter should be investigated more thoroughly, right? You didn't do anything anyway. Even if I investigated, I wouldn't find anything. What are you afraid of? Li Xiao's voice became colder and colder. Fongsi's behavior was so strange. Although he didn't want to believe this was true, the other party's actions at this moment made him doubt that it was true. This one sentence left Fongsi speechless. But she knew that if she just let Li Xiao continue investigating, what she had done would definitely be exposed. Her end will definitely be tragic then. But if I say it now, will things be better? Fongsi didn't know. There is not enough time. After thinking it over again and again, Fongsi finally made up her mind. She looked at Li Yufeng and said tremblingly, Li. Mr. Li, there's no need to check. Yes, what Su Wen said is true. I did have another boyfriend outside of school before, and we went to a hotel. But we only went there a few times, and then never again. Bang! Before Fongsi could finish her words, a loud and crisp slap hit her in the face. The huge impact force made her tremble, followed by a sharp pain in her cheek. A bloody handprint appeared on her face, shocking Fongsi. Mr. Li, you. Bang! Bang! Before Fongsi could finish her words, she received several loud slaps in the face, which made her dizzy and she almost fell down. Fongsi, I really didn't realize you were this kind of person. You are so shameless. Why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? What do you mean you are clean and you are not a random person? Bah! Are you worthy? This was the first time that Li Yufeng got so angry in public. The fire was so huge and happened so suddenly that Fongsi didn't have time to react. Mr. Li, listen to me. You don't have to say it. What else do you have to say? I want to hear your excuses. Li Xiao shouted angrily. He never thought that he was deceived by a woman. He was so complacent before, thinking he had got a great advantage over Su Wen. Damn, it turns out he is a clown himself. Fongsi, from now on, we are done with each other. Don't come to me again. I, young Master Li, don't need a woman like you. Li Xiao said resolutely. Also, give me back this brand name bag. This bag is worth 150,000 yuan, but now it seems that you don't deserve it. After saying that, he didn't care whether the other party was willing or not. Mr. Li actually snatched the bag from Fongsi's hand, and without giving her any face, he poured out all the contents. After swearing again, he just walked away. Only items were left scattered all over the floor of the restaurant, and Fongsi, who looked confused, was still standing in the restaurant, not coming to her senses for a long time. Hey, look, that girl is so miserable. She was abandoned by her new boyfriend. Ha, she deserves it. Who told her to cheat on her during her relationship? She's so dishonest. Alas! How did such a good girl become the king of the sea? In the hall, people were talking again. But this time, the person everyone was talking about was no longer Su Wen, but Fongsi. As if she had come to her senses, or as if she could no longer bear the pointing and criticizing of the customers, Fongsi, who had been stunned for a long time, finally reacted. She reached out and touched her cheek, which was numb from the pain, and then looked at Su-wen viciously. There was unprecedented resentment in his eyes. Su-wen, it's all because of you that I'm like this. Are you satisfied now? Just wait for me. One day I will make you regret everything you did today. After saying these harsh words, Miss Fong, who was so complacent and arrogant 10 minutes ago, left in a hurry, looking so embarrassed. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. This is probably what is happening to her at this moment. As Su-wen watched Fongsi leaving, he sneered and remained unmoved. Some people are not destined to be together, so there is no need to force it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully provoking Li Xiao and Fongsi. System rewards, 10 million in cash. Reward, 51% of the shares of the Hills hotel chain. The share system has helped them acquire it. Someone will contact you later. At this moment, the system appeared in Su-wen's mind again. Is that all? Su-wen was surprised. Of course. The system said confidently. Buzz. At this moment, Su-wen's cell phone vibrated. Could it be that the money has already arrived? Su-wen thought to himself. Feeling nervous, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. A message from CCB suddenly appeared on the screen. Your CCB card with the last digit 2410 has received RMB 1000000. Chapter 4, Back to School, New Life. Fuck, 10 million, do I really have 10 million? Su-wen looked at the message sent by the mobile banking app, his expression full of excitement. Oh my god, 10 million. How long will it take to earn this? Even if you work, you will probably have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suddenly, his cell phone rang. An unfamiliar local number called and Su-wen quickly picked up the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su-wen Su? A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was very polite. I'm Su-wen, and you are? Hello, Mr. Su, this is the headquarters of the Hills hotel chain. I am Wang Ming, the deputy general manager of the hotel. You previously spent a huge amount of money to acquire 51% of the shares of this hotel, and you are now the largest shareholder of Hills. The former chairman asked me to call you. I hope you can sign the transfer contract immediately and officially take over this hotel. Do you have time? Of course, if Mr. Su doesn't have time, we can also choose to sign online. Seeing that Su-wen admitted his identity, the other party's tone not only became polite, but also became more respectful, for fear of offending the new chairman. Su-wen was surprised at first, then ecstatic. Damn, the system is too efficient? The hotel was acquired just after the task was completed? The system of the super rich never deceives me. Okay, I understand. Let's sign the contract online the day after tomorrow. Su-wen thought for a moment and spoke slowly. He happens to have a computer at school, and he can sign the contract directly when he goes to school the day after tomorrow, Monday. Thinking about it, Su-wen's depressed mood due to the breakup also became much better at this moment. Monday, Tianwei University. Tianwei University is one of the famous universities in Shanghai, with a campus area of more than 2 million square meters. It has complete facilities and strong faculty, and is one of the top-ranked universities even in an international metropolis like Shanghai. Early in the morning, Su-wen took the bus to school as usual. Ever since he broke up with Fongsi and got the system the day before yesterday, he has been so excited that he has hardly slept these past 2 nights. After all, Carrie suddenly had 10 million, who could remain calm? That night he transferred some money to each of his parents and asked them to stop working. Of course, he didn't give too much. He only gave 200,000 yuan to each person. After all, this was the first time he gave money. If he gave too much, his parents would probably become suspicious. To this end, he deliberately made up a lie, saying that he made a lot of money by opening an online store part-time, so that they would feel at ease. Su-wen walked and thought as he went, and before he knew it he had entered the school gate and then walked towards the dormitory. I don't know if it's because I'm rich that my mood has improved, but after Su-wen entered the school, he found that the campus scenery, teaching buildings, and various buildings all became more stylish. Fuck, Lao Su, you're finally here, what's going on? Did you really break up with your girlfriend? Yeah. This Fongsi actually dumped you. Isn't that too heartless? As soon as Su-won entered the dormitory, several roommates came over and started talking at once. Well, we broke up. You guys know that too? Su-won nodded, surprised. These people are his roommates and close friends. They have a very good relationship with each other, so there is nothing to hide. How could they not know? A few days ago, someone saw Fongsi riding in Li Xiao's car into the school. Someone even took a photo and posted it on the forum. Everyone knows about it. One of Su-won's roommates, Chen Ming, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. That's right. A few days ago, Master Li only expressed his love for you, but later they were openly together. He didn't take you seriously at all. Another roommate, Zhu Yuan, was equally angry. In their opinion, Su-won gave so much for Fongsi, but in the end he got naked betrayal in return, which was really not worth it. At this moment, He Wenfang, the third roommate next to Su-won, patted Su-won's shoulder and sighed, "Oh, cry." Crying? Why are you crying? Su-won was puzzled. It means exactly what it says. It's meant to make you cry. He Wenfang said seriously. Yes, Su-won, cry. Maybe you will feel better after crying. It's not a sin for a man to cry. You like Fongsi so much. You must be very sad to break up with her now. So you must cry. Don't hold it in. It will cause problems if you hold it in. Zhu Yuan also joined in the fun. Not really. Listening to everyone's explanation, Su-won couldn't help but feel ashamed. After I got the system, I have been smiling the past 2 days, and my happiness is almost written on my face. How did these roommates know that I was sad? Hey! Lao Su, you don't have to force a smile. We know that behind your smile there must be tears. Yeah. In order not to make us worry, you want to swallow all the pain and bear it alone, right? The roommates shook their heads, each of them looking as if they had seen through Su-won. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Su-won was about to say something else when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone and it turned out to be a call from the Hills Hotel, reminding Director Su that today was the day for the online signing. Su-won nodded. He would not forget this. He hung up the phone and said to his roommates, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter has passed. You don't have to worry about me. Besides, we are all brothers. If I have something on my mind, I will speak it out. There is no need to hide it from you. Afraid that everyone might be worried, Su-won continued. Are you really okay? Several people were skeptical. Yeah, it's really okay. Everyone cares about me so much, I will treat everyone to a big meal when I have time. Su-won smiled calmly and confirmed again. Ha, I'm glad you're okay. Forget the big meal. The three of us will treat you to a barbecue some other day, just to get rid of the bad luck caused by your breakup. Knowing that Su-won's family was not well off, the brothers rejected his kindness. For them, as long as their brothers were safe, it was enough. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more sentences and prepared to go to class, but Su-won found a reason to stay. Watching his roommates leave the dormitory one by one, Su-won smiled helplessly. These guys are kind-hearted, brotherly, and loyal, but they are a bit too dramatic. Time passed quickly and it was already the agreed signing time. Su-won walked to the desk and took out the second-hand computer that he had used for more than a year. Looking at the computer, Su-won sighed. In the past 2 years, he lived frugally, worked part-time, and was reluctant to buy even a new computer for Fongsi. He gave all his money to Fongsi, but all he got in return was disdain and ridicule from her. Thinking about it now, it still seems ridiculous. While sighing, Su-won turned on his computer and logged into VX. Coincidentally, a video invitation came from the Hills Hotel headquarters. Without hesitation, he took it immediately. Chapter 5 School Bell Xia Xinyao. In the dormitory, Su Wenjin and the top executives of Hills were talking and getting to know each other. At the other end of the video, a magnificent conference room appeared in front of him, with more than a dozen people sitting inside. Su-won followed the step-by-step instructions, logged into the official website of Hills Hotel, and received the electronic transfer contract delivered by the other party through the website. Now, you can sign the contract directly after reading it. At the same time, the senior executives of Hills Hotel were still in shock. Ever since someone paid a huge sum of money to acquire most of the shares of their hotel yesterday, everyone has been curious about this mysterious buyer. Everyone originally thought that the one who would make the move would be a wealthy businessman. But I didn't expect that he was such a young man, who looked to be in his early 20s. Director Su, this contract has 13 pages in total. I see you have read most of it. Do you have any questions? Finally, the former chairman Wang Lin on the other end of the video spoke. Yes, no problem, I'll sign it right away. Su Wen naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. He glanced over the contract. Although he didn't quite understand it, he still understood the 51% of the shares. He then signed the contract with a click of the mouse. From now on, he officially becomes the big boss. Ha ha! Congratulations, Mr. Su, on becoming the new chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. This is a cause for celebration. As soon as the contract was signed, former chairman Wang Lin immediately congratulated. He has officially stepped down from office at this moment. Although he lost a hotel, he also gained a huge sum of money, which naturally made him very happy. Yes. Director Su. The contract has been signed. I wonder when you will be able to visit the Hills Hotel and see how the hotel is planned. Another person in the conference room, Zhang Kaming, the hotel's vice chairman, also spoke with a smile. In his opinion, the young man in the video is already the new chairman of the hotel, with the highest position and the greatest power. As the vice president, he naturally wanted to please. Well, I'll come over when I have time. Don't hit a smiling person. The two directors were so enthusiastic that Su Wen naturally responded with courtesy. Besides, Hills Hotel is very famous. Not only does it have a high-end environment, but it also has excellent service. Why wouldn't he want to go? Then, the two sides explained some other matters and ended the call. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wen has become popular these days, or to be more precise, he has become popular on campus. As one of the 4 famous rich young men in Tianwei College, it goes without saying that Li Xiao is very famous. Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fongsi is also a well-known beauty in the school. The two of them were together, and Su Wen, the victim, was naturally dug out and became the laughingstock of everyone. Hey! Isn't this our classmate from the Department of Management, Sudi? What's up? I heard that your girlfriend dumped you. Is that true? Of course I'm telling you. I guess they're feeling heartbroken right now. At noon, Su Wen and several roommates finished their lunch in the cafeteria and were about to return to the dormitory when they were stopped by several well-dressed young people. It's you. Su Wen couldn't help but frown. He knew the people in front of him, they were all students from the Department of Management. The man standing in the front is named Tan Hao, one of Fongsi's former suitors. I guess he knew he was dumped and came here to make a fool of himself. Why, are you feeling bad? I've said it before, Fongsi is the beauty of the management department. She's so pretty. You two are from different worlds. How about it? You've been dumped now, huh? Tan Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of many students passing by, and everyone turned their eyes over. Hey, look, he's Su Wen, the one whose girlfriend was stolen by Li Xiao. He's quite handsome. I heard that this guy's family is very poor, but he is very infatuated. Now that his girlfriend has dumped him, isn't he going to commit suicide? Ha, Fongsi is the beauty of the management department. Su Wen is a poor loser with no money or power. Do you think he can take advantage of her? Everyone was whispering, most of them were mocking and looking forward to the show. I say, Lao Su has broken up with Fongsi, and you guys are still pestering me. Aren't you annoying? That's right. If you like Fongsi so much, why don't you just go find that Fong? Why are you running here? Seeing Tan Hao and others being so arrogant, Su Wen's roommates Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan and others couldn't stand it anymore and immediately fought back. When their good brothers are laughed at, they naturally have to stand up. Compared to his brothers, Su Wen was much calmer. With the system, he felt more confident and his mentality had changed a long time ago. But he couldn't just remain silent since he was being bullied by others. However, just as he was about to speak, a sweet voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Classmate, would you like some milk tea? In everyone's sight, they saw a tall, beautiful woman holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, walking towards Su Wen with light steps. The woman was wearing a white suspender gauze dress with her jet black hair draped over her shoulders. Her elegant and graceful temperament made her look like a fairy. Fuck, it's Xia Xiniao from the Foreign Languages Department, the most beautiful campus girl in Tianwei University. Why is she here? She even asked others if they want milk tea. Who did she talk to? Could it be Tan Hao? Yeah, I think so. Although Tan Hao is not as rich as the fourth young master, he is also quite famous in school. Ah, I'm so envious. Tan Hao is so lucky to be loved by the school beauty Xia. Oh my god. The students became restless. There is no way. Who is Xia Xinyo? Not only is she super beautiful, she is also the daughter of the famous Huaxing group in Shanghai. She has so many halos. Who wouldn't love such a beauty? Even a girl as beautiful as Fongsi would instantly be eclipsed when standing in front of school beauty Xia. Tan Hao was confused, but when he saw the school beauty walking towards him, he couldn't help but get excited. Why did she come towards me? Could it be that the school beauty liked me and sent me a cup of loving milk tea? The more Tan Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, and his whole body almost felt numb. But just when he saw Xia Xiaohua approaching and thought she would pass the milk tea to him, Xia Xiaohua's eyes ignored him and smiled sweetly at Su Wen and said, "Here, this is for you." After saying that, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Xia actually handed the milk tea to Su Wen. Chapter 6: Envy and Jealousy of the Crowd. For me? Su Wen was stunned. Of course he knew school beauty Xia. Not only did he know her, he also knew her. He even lent her an umbrella a few months ago. That day, the sky was gray and it was raining heavily. When he entered the school, he saw a girl standing next to the teaching building, wanting to go out. She didn't have an umbrella and looked very anxious. Su Wen lent the umbrella to the other party in the spirit of being a good person and doing good deeds. The girl was the most famous beauty in the school, Xia. However, he helped her simply because he saw that she was anxious, and he had no other thoughts. Why, you don't want to answer it? I bought it especially for you. Seeing that Su Wen was still in a daze, school beauty Xia spoke again. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared in Su Wen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task: accept the milk tea from school beauty Xia. Task reward: complete the task and you will get the world's top luxury car worth 47 million yuan, Aston Martin 177. Aston Martin 1077? Su Wen was shocked. Damn, this is the world's top luxury supercar. Because the original manufacturer only produced 7 units in total, many rich people couldn't buy them even if they wanted to. Accept the mission. Su Wen said happily. This mission was basically given for free, how could he possibly refuse? Thanks. Su Wen didn't waste any time. He reached out to take the milk tea and thanked the school beauty Xia. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling weird. When he was dating Fongsi, he was always the one who brought her breakfast or milk tea. No one had ever brought him milk tea, so he was a little uncomfortable. You're welcome. If you like, I can bring it to you every day. Seeing Su Wen accept the milk tea she bought, Xia Xinyo immediately showed a happy smile on her face. Ever since Su Wen lent her the umbrella last time, she has been grateful to Su Wen. This time the other party was dumped and his girlfriend was snatched away by Li Xiao. The news spread quickly in the school, so she naturally knew about it. Many people talked about Su Wen behind her back and laughed at her. She felt very uncomfortable hearing that. After all, the other party had helped her, so she stood up and deliberately showed her affection for Su Wen in front of everyone. Her purpose was to make those who deliberately slandered Su Wen shut up immediately. Sure enough, the effect of her performance was immediate. The onlookers looked at the scene before them with wide eyes, stunned, and expressions of disbelief on their faces. What's going on? Oh my god, am I dazzled? What am I seeing? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xia Xingyao, who is ranked first in our Tianwei College and is known as the most beautiful schoolgirl, actually gave milk tea to Su Wen, a poor loser. And what school beauty Xia said just now, as long as Su Wen is willing, she can send him gifts every day. Crazy, school beauty Xia must be crazy. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone's expressions were like a magic trick, changing from enjoying the show at first, to shock, and then to disbelief. Who is school beauty Xia? She is the beloved daughter of Xia Qingdao, chairman of Huaxing Group, the apple of the Xia family's eye, and a star-studded existence. I don't know how many people are pursuing me at school. Even the 4 famous rich young men have pursued her, but were rejected one by one, which shows how cold and aloof she is. But it was such a beautiful schoolgirl like Xia who actually brought milk tea to a poor boy like Su Wen today. How could this not be shocking? Many people have even taken out their mobile phones to take pictures of this rare scene, preparing to post them on the school forum so that all classmates can see this magical scene. At this moment, even Suwon's close friends opened their eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. They opened their mouths, but no words came out. Xiaohua, what are you doing, bringing milk tea to Suwon? He's just a poor loser, it's not worth mobilizing all your forces. Finally, Tan Hao, who was standing opposite, couldn't help but speak. Just now he thought that school beauty Xia was coming for him, but he didn't expect that she was actually coming for Suwon. One can imagine the anger and jealousy in his heart. Student Suwon helped me before, so what's wrong with me bringing him milk tea? Do you have any objection? Xia Xinyao glanced at Tan Hao and couldn't help but frown. Of course not. I just think that you are of a noble status and there is no need to condescend to me like this. Tan Hao hurriedly explained, fearing to offend Xia Xinyao. After all, she is not just a school belle, but also the daughter of Huaxin Group. What kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is the leading telecommunications company and one of the top 100 companies in China. Even in an international metropolis like Shanghai, she is a top-notch existence, which shows how powerful Xia Xinyao's identity is. However, Xia Xinyao ignored Tan Hao's explanation. She turned to look at Suwon and said with a smile, "Just now I said I would send you milk tea every day. You didn't refuse, so I took it as your consent. Can you take out your phone and add me on VX?" Xia Xinyao looked at Suwon expectantly while taking out her cell phone, and she didn't look like she was joking. Adding VX is fine, but sending milk tea every day is not necessary, right? Suwon was ashamed. It was already very kind of Xia Xiaoxia to send him milk tea once, and now she wants to send it to him every day. He really can't afford it. After all, he just borrowed an umbrella once. Of course it is necessary. Haven't you heard the saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water? So don't refuse it. Xia Xinyao shook her head, as if she would not give up until she achieved her goal. At this moment, the voice of the system in Suwon's mind appeared again. Ding, congratulations to the host for continuously triggering passive tasks. The system has issued another task: accept the request of the school beauty Xia to send you milk tea every day for half a month, and take out your phone to accept the friend addition from her. If the addition is successful, the task is completed, and you can get a 5-fold increase in physical fitness, and you will be in great shape from now on. Another mission so soon? Suwon was surprised. And it's a 5-fold increase in physical fitness. This reward seems very special. Well, physique refers not only to physical fitness, but also speed, strength, and agility, which will all be improved. The system explained patiently. Fuck, is this true? Then accept the mission. Suwon couldn't help but be surprised again. According to the system, one can become stronger by changing one's physique. This reward is irresistible. Although asking someone to send him milk tea every day is a bit too much, he can still make up for it in other ways. For example, you can treat the other person to a meal or a movie. Wouldn't it be fair for both of you to do this? Suwon thought this method was feasible, so he took out his cell phone and opened VX. Xia Xinyao was delighted to see that Suwon agreed with her opinion. She then opened VX and scanned the other party's QR code. Just like that, the two became friends. Chapter 7: Strengthening Your Physical Fitness. Okay, now we are officially friends on VX. When I send you messages next time, remember to read them. Xia Xinyao felt inexplicably happy. Then she smiled at Suwon and left with light steps. By the time everyone came to their senses, school beauty Xia had disappeared from sight. Fuck this, what's going on, Lao Su? When did you get involved with the school beauty Xia? That's right, I haven't heard you say that before. No wonder you didn't seem sad when you broke up with Fongsi. It seems you're dating the school beauty Xia. As soon as school beauty Xia left, several of Suwon's close friends came over and started asking a lot of questions. In their eyes, Suwon has always been loyal. Apart from Fongsi, they have never seen him have contact with other girls. At this moment, everyone was naturally shocked when they saw with their own eyes that school beauty Xia brought milk tea to her good brother and took the initiative to add him as a friend. You think too much. Xia and I are just ordinary friends. Listening to everyone asking questions one after another, Suwon had no choice but to explain. He himself hasn't figured out what's going on. Tisk, school beauty Xia even sent you milk tea. If they don't have a crush on each other or that kind of relationship, which girl would give milk tea to a boy? Chen Ming was the first to refute. That's right, Lao Su, please stop explaining. Explanation is a cover-up, and covering up is the truth. The other two good roommates, Zhu Yuan and He Wenfeng, also echoed excitedly, and their looks seemed to be certain that Su Wen and school beauty Xia were having an affair. Okay, let's not discuss this topic anymore. You guys are going too far. Su Wen smiled helplessly. While talking to his roommates, he left the cafeteria, leaving behind a group of injured onlookers who seemed to be still in shock. TNND, this brat. Last time he took Fongsi away from me, and this time he got involved with school beauty Xia again. He ruins my plans again and again. Looking at Su Wen's leaving back, Tan Hao's face became extremely gloomy, and he even wanted to kill him. Brother Tan, I think we should teach Su Wen a lesson. See if he dares to be so arrogant again. A good friend next to him was equally indignant. Don't worry, he can't run away. I will let him know the consequences of offending me. Tan Hao sneered, and seemed to be calculating something in his mind. The other side. Su Wen naturally didn't know what Tan Hao and others were thinking. After saying goodbye to Xia Xinyao, he went straight to the dormitory with his roommates. At this moment, the system appeared in my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task twice in a row. Task 1, accept the milk tea from school beauty Xia, and you will be rewarded with an Aston Martin 177 supercar. It is detected that the host cannot drive and does not have a driver's license. The system will directly transmit top driving technology. The system is updating network virtual data and the driver's license is being generated. System reminder, Aston Martin 177 is a world-class limited edition luxury car. The original manufacturer is not in China. The transportation will take 3 days. After 3 days, the sports car and driver's license will be delivered by relevant staff. Task 2, successfully added friends and accepted the request of school beauty Xia to send milk tea every day. The system will issue a reward to increase physical fitness by 5 times. After he finished speaking, Su Wen felt an inexplicable force flowing into his body. Then, he not only felt that he had become more energetic, but his body seemed to have changed as well. The rewards have been distributed. The system will re-evaluate the host's physique. Host, Su Wen. Age, 21. Physique, 25. Bank cash balance, 9,601,425 yuan. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Ha ha! Isn't this so cool? In less than half a day, he owned a world-class sports car and his physical fitness also improved. You know what, after my physical fitness improved, I felt like my body was really different. It seemed full of strength. Su Wen clenched his fists and rejoiced secretly. If his friends hadn't been there, he would have been unable to resist throwing a few punches. Now he felt that it would be no problem for him to knock down 10 crying monsters with one punch. Su Wen nodded secretly, very satisfied with his current situation. After the rewards were distributed, he took out the milk tea that school beauty Xia had given him, plugged in the tube, and drank the milk tea while walking towards the dormitory with his friends. However, Su Wen didn't know at that time that just 1 day later, the public opinion between him and school beauty Xia would be pushed to the forefront, shocking everyone. The next day. Today, things have changed dramatically for the entire Tianwei College. Ever since someone posted the incident of school beauty Xia sending milk tea to the school forum yesterday, it immediately caused an uproar on campus. In just 1 day, all the videos posted on the forum about school beauty Xia sending milk tea received surprisingly high number of clicks. The number of views is tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. At the same time, the topic between the two quickly spread throughout the school forum, VX group, and circle of friends, with comments flying everywhere, to the point where almost everyone was talking about it. Chapter 8 Fongsi's Resentment. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Xia Xiaohua gave Su Wen milk tea. She actually gave Su Wen milk tea. What's going on? Yeah. School beauty Xia even said she would send him gifts every day. Is she crazy to show affection to a poor loser? Oh my god. School beauty Xia, could she like Su Wen? Could it be that Su Wen is so lucky that he lost his girlfriend, the most beautiful girl in the department, and got a beautiful schoolgirl named Xia in return? Yes. Compared with the school beauty Xia, the department beauty is simply not worth mentioning. Whether it is appearance, figure, or family background, Fongsi is beaten in all aspects. Why would he give a poor loser a gift? Some of the students couldn't accept it. They were unwilling to believe that such a cool goddess like Xia Xiaohua would be with a poor man like Su Wen. At the same time, there were people with all kinds of emotions, including envy, jealousy, and anger. The ones who could not accept it the most were the 4 rich young men of Tianwei College. After all, they had all pursued the school beauty Xia. Now that the other party is actually showing kindness to a poor loser, doesn't that mean they are telling everyone that they are not even as good as losers? Among them, there was another person who could not accept such a result, and that person was naturally Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fongsi. Department of Management, during class break. Fongsi sat in the classroom, looking through the various recent posts on the school forum, her face looking uglier than ever. Originally, she should have been the one enjoying unlimited glory. But because of Su Wen, all her dreams were ruined. She hated Su Wen so much that she wanted to tear him into pieces. Now, she not only has nothing. And in the blink of an eye, he became a clown that set off the school beauty Xia. Why does God treat her like this? Why is Su Wen so envied? She didn't understand why the high and mighty school beauty Xia would fall for a man like Su Wen. This guy is good for nothing, yet school beauty Xia is willing to send him milk tea every day. What is the point? Picture him handsome? Or is it because he is young and doesn't need to take a shower? Fongsi was unwilling, very unwilling. In the past, in her eyes, Su Wen was no different from a bootlicker who came when she waved him and left when she called him. She couldn't stand the fact that such a clown could be the center of attention. Fongsi secretly swore in her heart that she would make Su Wen taste the feeling of being disgraced. Time passed day by day, and Fongsi's life has not been easy since she broke up with Li Xiao. Without her rich second-generation boyfriend, she no longer has a bootlicker like Su Wen who can provide for her daily living expenses. How could she afford a lavish lifestyle on her own? And because she and Li Xiao were in a good relationship, no one knew whether she and Li Xiao had broken up or not, so naturally no one dared to pursue this beauty in the department. This also meant that Fongsi was destined to not be able to find her next husband for a while. Compared to her, Su Wen's life is much more comfortable. Now that I have money and become a boss, the feeling is naturally different from before. The only thing that makes people feel regretful is, since the affair between him and school beauty Xia was widely spread in the school, it inevitably had some impact on him personally. No matter where he went, he felt like a big light bulb, always attracting everyone's attention and inquiry, even jealousy and hatred. For example, now, just after they get out of class, many students immediately look towards him. If looks could kill, he felt like he'd died 1,800 times. But then again, ever since he and classmate Xia exchanged VX accounts, it has to be said that this beautiful school beauty Xia really does what she says. Every morning, the other party would send me a VX message, asking me where I was, and then buy me a cup of steaming hot milk tea. Looking back now, Su Wen feels a little dreamy. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suddenly, a bell rang. Su Wen picked up the phone and was slightly stunned. It's true what I thought about. As soon as I thought of classmate Xia, she called me. Without thinking too much, he answered the call immediately. Xia classmate? Yes, it's me. I booked 2 movie tickets. Can you go to the movies with me tomorrow night? As soon as Su Wen picked up the phone, a girl's melodious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 9, Argument Between Roommates. Movie? Su Wen was surprised. School beauty Xia invited him to see a movie. Did he hear it right? Well, originally I wanted to watch it with my best friend, but she had something urgent to do and couldn't go. It's a horror movie, and I don't dare to watch it alone, so I wanted to invite you to go with me. Do you have time tonight? Xia Xinyao's voice came again from the other end of the phone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. The super reward system is online. The system issues a task, agree to the other party's request and accompany Xia Xinyao to watch a movie. If you complete the task, you will get a single-family villa in Haiyun Bay Villa District. Just then a mechanical sound was heard and the system appeared. Haiyun Bay Villa? Su Wen was shocked. Oh my god, isn't that one of the most famous villa areas in Shanghai? The housing prices there are ridiculously high, costing hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per square meter. You can't even think of buying a slightly larger villa without more than 100 million yuan. Because of this, it is said that in order to view or purchase a house there, you must first prepare proof of assets of at least 20 million. Otherwise, let alone buying a house, you are not even qualified to view a house. Accept the mission, Su-Wen said excitedly. It would be a waste not to do such a simple task. You can get a top-notch villa in Shanghai just by watching a movie. What else not so cost-effective? So he said to the person on the other end of the phone, okay, I'll go with you that night. By the way, when exactly do you want to go and which cinema? Su-Wen continued to ask. Of course it's Hills. I heard that the visual effects of that theater are very good. 4 tickets for 8:30 tomorrow night, you may have to leave half an hour in advance. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Xia Xinyao was delighted to hear that the other party was willing to accompany her to the movies. Yeah, okay, I got it. Su-Wen nodded in response. After agreeing on the time and place, the two hung up the phone. At the same time, Su-Wen was surprised. The place that school beauty Xia had arranged to meet was exactly the cinema under his own hotel. What a coincidence. Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. Su-Wen picked up the phone, and a few seconds later his face lit up with joy. It turned out that the super luxury car Aston Martin 177 customized by the system a few days ago had been delivered. On the other side, the girls' dormitory. Wow. Xia Xinyao, you lied. You actually lied about making a date with a man? That's right, when did you tell us you were going to watch a horror movie? How come we didn't know about it? As soon as Xia Xinyao finished the call, her 2 roommates and best friends, Jiyu and Wang Xiuxiu, immediately looked at Xia with incredible expressions, as if they had discovered a new world. Yesterday, when they found out that Xia Xinyao gave Su-Wen milk tea, they were shocked enough. However, their good friend at least told her the reason, which was that she wanted to take this opportunity to repay classmate Su for lending her the umbrella. But what's going on today? Inviting Su-Wen to watch a movie seems a bit redundant, right? It is hard not to think that student Xia has other ideas. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but get excited. Their best friend is recognized as the most aloof beauty in the school. Many rich young men have tried to woo her in various ways, but were rejected one by one. Could it be that she has finally come to her senses this time? Ahem, what are you talking about? I just wanted to watch a horror movie, but you guys were too scared to watch it, so I had to find someone else to accompany me. Seeing her best friends opening their eyes wide as if they could see through her, school beauty Xia actually felt a little embarrassed. Come on, you didn't even ask us, okay? That's right. We didn't dare to look, but we didn't say we wouldn't go. You obviously just wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to classmate Su. Why can't you admit it? The 2 best friends chuckled and immediately exposed her lie. Xia Xinyao thought it would be better for her to keep her mouth shut. But it is obvious that faced with such a rare and bizarre thing, how could the 2 best friends keep their mouths shut? By the way, although classmate Su's family is a little poor, he is handsome. It is understandable that our Xinyao is in love. That's right, Xinyao, let me tell you, when you go to the cinema to watch a movie later, if you feel scared, don't suppress yourself, such as hiding in the other person's chest or arms. It's best to express it, such as saying, I'm so scared, don't. The 2 of them taught by words and actions, as if they were teaching people how to fall in love step by step. They were looking forward to seeing what it would be like if the usually aloof classmate Xia suddenly became a love-minded person. At the end, there was even a hint of evil on their faces. You two should stop coming up with stupid ideas. That guy is just a good-for-nothing loser. Is it really necessary for you to make such a fuss? Just when a few people were chatting happily, an inappropriate voice rang out, breaking the joyful atmosphere. Everyone looked back and saw a fashionably dressed girl walking over and speaking with a slightly disdainful tone. The person who spoke was named Sun Mei, and she was also one of the 4 people in the dormitory. She looked at Xia Xinyao and continued, Xinyao, I don't mean to contradict you on purpose. To be honest, you are so beautiful, why would you look for a little Liao San like Su-Wen? Even Fongsi, a beauty in the department, doesn't like him. You are the most beautiful beauty in Tianwei College, and you are also the daughter of Wanin Group. If you want to find a partner, you should find a rich and noble man who is of equal status, right? After Sun Mei finished speaking, she curled her lips, and her words were full of disdain for Su-Wen. Xiaomei, why do you say that? Wang Xiuxiu frowned and did not agree with the other party's theory. That's right, Su-Wen is a pretty good guy. He's handsome and affectionate. He often works part-time for his girlfriend and doesn't mind bringing her breakfast every day. How many men like him are there now? Ji Yu also refuted. Puff. Sunmei rolled her eyes at them and sneered, "What era is it now? Are you still infatuated? What's the point of being infatuated? Can being handsome be eaten? I think when you're in love, you should look for someone who's rich and powerful. Besides, Xingyo is so noble, so you should look for someone who's a rich young master from a big family. Such a person is worthy of Xingyo. As for Su-won, do you think he's worthy?" Sunmei shook her head, her words full of disdain. Chapter 10 Genie Group, Mr. Liu. Okay, I know how to handle my own affairs, so you guys should just worry about yourselves. Seeing that several people were still arguing, Xia Xingyao quickly stopped them. She was afraid that if she didn't speak up, they would start quarreling. After this was said, no one said anything else, but the atmosphere in the dormitory became a little heavy. The two best friends looked unhappy, and their previous excitement was long gone. Xia Xingyao was also somewhat unhappy. Sunmei's words just now had gone too far and made her feel very uncomfortable. But Sunmei didn't seem to notice anything unusual. After she returned to her bed, she immediately took out her cell phone and quietly sent a message to someone. It was the next evening. As an international metropolis, Shanghai is just as prosperous at night as during the day. Countless skyscrapers, shining with silver light, are dazzling. Tianwei College, at the school gate. It is early autumn and the night wind is a little cooler than usual. At this time, Xia Xingyao was holding a pink bag and standing at the school gate like a good girl. As agreed, today is the day she and Su-won had agreed to go to the movies. As if to leave a good impression on the other person, she dressed particularly beautifully today. She was wearing a light white dress with a gauze scarf on her chest, and her temperament was elegant, like a faint orchid in a valley. Her fair skin was as delicate as a peeled egg, her beautiful cheeks were white with a rosy glow, so delicate that they seemed to be breakable with a gentle pinch, and water would drip out. A pair of crystal-colored high heels on her feet made her 170 centimeters tall figure look even taller, like a fairy walking out of a painting. This attracted many students entering and leaving the school gate to cast astonished glances at him. At this moment, a luxurious Bentley drove out from the school driveway. The luxury car did not leave directly after leaving the school gate, but drove towards where Xia Xingyao was. "Xia, what are you doing standing here so late at night? Is there somewhere you want to go? It just so happens that I have time to give you a ride." The luxury car slowly stopped in front of Xia Xingyao, the black front door opened, and a brightly dressed young man walked out and said with a smile. "And he is one of the 4 richest young men in Tianwei College, Mr. Liu Chenyan." "No, I'm waiting for someone." Faced with Mr. Liu's invitation, Xia Xingyao directly refused. To her, having people like the 4 rich young men appear in front of her has no other meaning except being annoying. "Student Xia, why do you have to be so repulsive? Young Master Liu saw you standing here and was afraid that you might be waiting anxiously, so he just wanted to give you a ride." "That's right, we are all classmates, so it's only natural for us to help each other." The door of the back seat of the Bentley opened, and 2 young men came out with grins on their faces. Xia Xingyao frowned. "I told you not to. Just go wherever you need to go. It's the greatest help you can give me if you don't bother me." Since the other party was so shameless, she didn't suggest saying anything more unpleasant. "No matter what, we are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. There is no need to be so decisive, right?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, young Master Liu's face turned ugly. He laughed in anger and said, He. I know, Miss Xia must be standing here waiting for that poor loser Su-won, and then go to the movies, right?" Mr. Liu smiled grimly. Xia Xinyao's face changed slightly. How could he know where I was going? Before she could think about it, there was a commotion at the school gate. A pure black luxury supercar suddenly drove out from the campus, instantly attracting the attention of many passing students. This luxury car has an extremely cool appearance and an ingenious design, and every detail is perfect. It is Su-won's Aston Martin supercar. Fuck, Aston Martin, it's actually the world's top luxury car, Aston Martin 177. Oh my god, it is said that this car costs as much as 47 million, and it is a limited edition. There are only a few of them in the world. Who is so rich that can afford such a luxury car? The only people in our school who can afford this car are probably the 4 richest kids, right? The students discussed in 2s and 3s. Some students even looked at her with envy. Driving a car like this can be as cool as it can be. But the next scene made everyone stunned and dumbfounded. The luxury car also drove in front of school beauty Xia, then the door opened and a boy slowly walked out. That face was so familiar to everyone that they were all stunned and couldn't believe his appearance. Fuck, am I seeing right? That's Su Wen from the management department? How is this possible? Isn't Su Wen a poor loser? How can he afford an Aston Martin? What a joke. Is this true? Is this not my hallucination? The students opened their eyes wide, unable to believe their eyes. You may have thought that this luxury car was bought by one of the 4 rich young men. Others thought that maybe some important person had come to the school. But no one could have imagined that the person driving this luxury car would be Su Wen, the poor loser dumped by Fongsi. It's you. Mr. Lu on the side looked at Su Wen, equally incredulous. He also knew that Su Wen was so popular in school recently. But the scene before him seemed seriously inconsistent with the poor loser in the rumors. In the face of Lu Xiao's shock, Su Wen ignored it. After he got out of the car, he looked directly at Xia Xinyo and said with a smile, "Xia, let's go." "Is this your car?" This time, even the school beauty Xia was surprised. Although she knew very little about luxury cars, she could still tell a good car from a bad one at a glance. You can tell from the appearance of this car that it is very valuable and it is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. "Yeah, I just bought it a few days ago." Su Wen smiled calmly without further explanation. Yesterday, after the Aston Martin ordered by the system was delivered to the school, he also got his driver's license. Now he can be considered a car owner. School beauty Xia nodded. Although this answer was a little bit unbelievable, since Su Wen said so, she couldn't say anything more and got into the car at the other party's invitation. Soon after, Su Wen also got in the car. Just like that, the two of them ignored everyone present, started the car and drove away. Chapter 11, School Beauty Xia became curious about student Su. "Fuck, Mr. Lu, you were talking to him, and that Su Wen actually dared to ignore you." "Yeah, no one in Tianwei College dares to do this to you, right?" Seeing Su Wen leave like this, Lu Xiao's 2 friends couldn't help but get angry. They have been playing with Master Lu for so many years, but this is the first time they have seen such an arrogant guy. "I think he is just putting on a green onion in his pig's nose, pretending to be good." Mr. Lu snorted coldly and finally spoke. Even though Su Wen drove a luxury car, the young master did not take him seriously. "That's right. No matter how powerful Su Wen is, there's no way he can beat you, Master Lu. From the looks of them, they're probably heading to the Hills Cinema. I'm afraid they don't know yet that the cinema's owner knows you, and you've already booked the show they're going to with just one phone call." "That's right. Later, School Beauty Xia and Su Wen will have to watch you walk into the theater with your grand gesture." Ha ha. The 2 men chuckled and started to flatter Master Lu. Listening to his companion's compliments, Mr. Lu smiled proudly. He was proud not only because he knew the president of Hills Cinema, but also because he bribed the School Beauty Xia's roommate and placed a spy next to her. Whenever there was any movement on the part of School Beauty Xia, he could find out through that spy, thus constantly creating opportunities for himself. For example, today, when he knew that the School Beauty Xia wanted to ask Su Wen to go to the movies in the evening, he immediately blocked the school gate with his friends. But no one expected that the poor loser Su Wen would drive a luxury car today, and it was a world-class luxury car, and he became a star. When he thought of this, he was shocked and angry. "Come on, let's follow." Without further ado, he immediately asked his 2 companions to get in the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Hills. The other side. On the luxurious streets, cool Aston Martins speed on the road, leaving trails of light and shadows. Su Wen and School Beauty Xia were sitting in the car, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Student Xia turned his head to look at Su Wen from time to time, with curiosity and inquiry on his face. As the daughter of Huaxin Group, although she has never driven a car, she has been in many luxury cars, so she more or less knows the level of this car. Student Xia can be sure that this car is worth at least tens of millions. However, Su has always been a relatively simple person in school, so how could he own a luxury car of this level? This made her very curious. "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" Seeing that the other party was looking at him, Su Wen was puzzled. Without. School Beauty Xia was stunned, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Thinking about how she had just stared at a man, Xia Xinyo suddenly felt like a female hooligan, so embarrassed. As they were talking, the car drove into the avenue and headed in another direction. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious plaza. Hills Plaza, the most prosperous square in Shanghai. It has a famous food culture and fashion culture, as well as a variety of entertainment venues for everyone to enjoy. Hills Cinema is one of them. Not long after, a black luxury supercar was seen approaching from afar and entered the parking lot. Then Su Wen and Xia Xinyao got out of the car. "Come on, let's go up." Su Wen looked at the school beauty Xia and said with a smile. Xia Xinyao nodded and walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Su Wen. They took the elevator up to the 6th floor and arrived at the cinema. What comes into view next is a magnificent hall. Looking at the hall in front of him, even Su Wen, a college student who had been in Shanghai for 3 years, couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. My goodness, it's not like he hasn't been to the cinema before. But I have never found a cinema that could be decorated so luxuriously. If you don't know, you would think you have entered a hotel. The movie tickets here should be very expensive, right? Su Wen sighed. It's not bad. A ticket is over 200 yuan, which is a little more expensive than the average movie theater, but not much more expensive. Xia Xinyao said calmly, not feeling that there was anything wrong at all. Su Wen. Well, the world of rich people is indeed different. The ticket costs more than 200 yuan. If it were in a normal cinema, I would probably buy several tickets. Su Wen shook his head and continued walking inside with school beauty Xia. But before I reached the ticket machine, I saw a young man in his 30s, wearing a suit, walking out from the direction of the cashier desk. The young man glanced at the bustling crowd around him and said, "Attention all customers who come to watch the movie. Due to special reasons, the horror movie at 8:30 tonight." The man in the suit was carrying a radio, and his voice was very loud, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Then the young man's pupils shrank, his eyes widened, and he looked in the direction of Su Wen in disbelief, and said in disbelief, "Su? Mr. Su?" Chapter 12 Unexpected Situation. "Do you know me?" Seeing the lobby manager looking at him, Su Wen asked back. "Oh, Mr. Su, you are joking. How dare I not recognize you? Since you signed the contract yesterday and officially became the new chairman of Hills, the company headquarters immediately held a meeting. All mid-level and above executives in the Magic City attended. The main purpose was to convey the news of the new chairman taking office. We all knew you through your photo, so we dare not forget it. I really deserve to die today. Mr. Su, you are so honored to come here, but I, the lobby manager, didn't know anything about it. I hope Mr. Su will forgive me." Seeing that the other party admitted his identity, the young man took 2 steps at a time and came to Su Wen, showing unprecedented enthusiasm, which seemed to be more affectionate than when he met his parents. His words immediately shocked the surrounding customers. No one would have thought that this young boy had such an identity, let alone classmate Xia. "I see." Su Wen understood, and then asked, "What happened to the horror movie you mentioned earlier at 8:30? Can't we watch it? Did you book that movie too?" The manager's heart skipped a beat. "Yeah." Su Wen nodded. Of course not, Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I actually wanted everyone to enter early. Because I see that the theater for tonight's show is a super large one, and it's full, so there are a lot of people, so I'm considering letting everyone enter 5 minutes early to avoid wasting time. Hu Pingyu suddenly had an idea and immediately said it with a smile, but he was sweating in his heart. A few minutes ago, Mr. Zhao suddenly called him and said that Mr. Liu from Genie Group wanted to book the entire theater, the 8:30 show, and asked him to find a way to refund everyone's tickets. Originally, he wanted to lie and use the machine failure as an excuse to trick everyone into refunding their tickets, but he never expected that the new chairman would actually come today to watch this movie. This now caused a big problem. When Director Su found out the real situation, he got furious on the spot. As a small manager, he couldn't bear it, so he quickly made up a lie. "So that's how it is. Then let everyone in and don't keep the customers waiting." Su Wen nodded, naturally unaware of the other party's fear and trepidation. "Yes, Mr. Su." Manager who dared not disobey and immediately responded respectfully. After saying that, he told the staff to start checking tickets and let everyone into the screening room. "Director Su, I wonder if you have any other requests. As long as I can do it, I will do it for you immediately." Then, manager who turned to Su Wen and said flatteringly, "I don't have any requests. Just go do whatever you need to do. I'm watching a movie with my friends today and don't want to be disturbed." Su Wen said indifferently. "Oh, okay. The boss had spoken, and Hu Pingyu, as a manager, naturally knew when to advance and retreat. He greeted Su Wen and then wisely retreated. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called Mr. Zhao at the cinema. Su Wen, on the other hand, pulled Xia, who was still in shock, to pick up the ticket, and followed everyone towards the screening room. At this moment, not only Xia was shocked, but also Su Wen. The manager was so polite to him just now, it was like a dream. Is this what it feels like to be the boss? Do all your employees have this attitude when they see you? Thinking of this, Su Wen couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after becoming a boss, you can no longer see the true faces of some people. All you can probably see is probably most people's respect and flattery for you. And it seems that I can only adapt to this kind of life of being sought after with great difficulty. Oh. Being a boss is so annoying. Student Su, who are you? In the corridor, without the manager, Xia seemed to have finally come to her senses. She turned to look at Su Wen and asked in shock. In fact, ever since manager Hu called Su Wen Mr. Su and said that Su Wen was the new chairman of Hills Hotel, school beauty Xia felt that her brain was a little frozen and she was completely confused. Su Wen, who had always been considered a poor boy in school, first came to pick her up in a luxury car tonight, and now has become the chairman of Hills Hotel. This series of changes caught Xia Shaoling off guard. This character seems a little bit wrong, right? Well, don't be surprised. My family is poor, but my second uncle is rich and his family is big. He felt sorry for me and gave me some money to start a business, so I bought this hotel. Su Wen lied without blushing or beating his heart. He knew that classmate Xia must be full of doubts at this moment. But there was no other way. A poor boy turned from a pauper into a rich, tall, and handsome man in just a few days. No reason could justify it, so he just made up a lie, even though the lie was too ridiculous. The result was just as expected. After hearing his explanation, Xia Shaoling's shocked expression did not change at all. Instead, she frowned. Well. Xia Xinyo admitted that she had lived for so many years before she knew that aid could be used in this way. It turned out that the money that could acquire a 7-star hotel chain or buy a top luxury car was called a little money. The two chatted with each other as they entered the theater. At the same time, Lu Xiao and his group finally arrived. They slowly went up to the 6th floor and came to the theater lobby. But then they were shocked, because after they glanced around the hall, they did not see any trace of Su Wen and school beauty Xia. The two followers beside Master Lu immediately asked the staff about the situation, and then they found out that the horror movie at 8:30 had already started checking tickets and all the people who had booked tickets had gone in. Damn, what's going on, Mr. Lu? Didn't you tell Mr. Zhao of this theater to book this show? How could this happen? One of the companions couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Lu did not answer his companion's question, but his face looked extremely ugly. Then he took out his mobile phone and called Mr. Zhao directly. Boss Zhao, what do you mean? I booked the 8:30 show, so why did your employees let anyone in? As soon as the call was connected, Mr. Lu asked rudely, his tone extremely gloomy. Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that my ability is limited. Did you know that the chairman of our Hills Hotel is here today? He also wants to watch a movie, and the movie he wants to watch happens to be the one you booked. Tell me, do I dare not let him in? Luckily, my manager reacted quickly and let Director Su in. Otherwise, if he was found out, I would be in trouble. After all, he is the chairman. Mr. Zhao on the other end of the phone quickly explained, his tone full of helplessness. He didn't dare to offend Mr. Lu of Genie Group, but he didn't dare to offend Mr. Su even more. If he was not careful, he would be implicated. Chapter 13 Movie Horror. Boss Su? When did your chairman's last name become Su? Mr. Zhao, I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. Mr. Lu's face was gloomy and he said unhappily. He and Mr. Zhao met at a banquet and they had a great conversation, so he had some understanding of Hills Hotel. Harmful. Mr. Lu, you don't know. A few days ago, a young man named Su Wen acquired our Hills. The contract was officially signed yesterday, so now this young man is our chairman. Knowing that the other party didn't believe it, Mr. Zhao explained again. What did you say? What did you just say? The person who bought your Hills Hotel is called Su Wen? You said his name is Su Wen? Mr. Lu frowned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Yeah, what's wrong? His name is Su Wen, and he's a college student. Oh, by the way, what a coincidence, this young Master Su Wen seems to be a student of Tianwei University just like you. Mr. Zhao was still saying something on the other end of the phone, but Mr. Liu heard nothing. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. It was like a bolt from the blue, my head was buzzing, I didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, in theater number 8. IMAX, the huge screen kept flashing black light, and there were hundreds of people sitting in rows in the auditorium. One terrifying scene after another appeared on the screen, scaring the audience so much that they kept holding their heads and screaming. What is strange is that classmate Xia, who always seems timid when watching horror movies, was unexpectedly calm today. Not even a hint of fear was mentioned. But if you look closely, you will find that school beauty Xia's eyes are not on the screen at all, but in a daze. For the school beauty Xia, tonight was really too shocking. Su Wen, the classmate who was considered honest and simple by everyone, suddenly became confusing today, which made school beauty Xia a little confused. Fortunately, she was not a very conflicted person and she calmed down after 10 minutes or so. After all, she had been looking forward to watching this horror movie for a long time. Student Xia decided to finish watching the movie first. Then she turned her eyes to the screen. At this moment, the scariest scene in the movie suddenly appeared, and student Xia was frightened before he was ready. A scream suddenly sounded beside Su Wen. Then, he felt an extremely soft body leaning against him, and then a heady fragrance entered his nostrils, making him feel extremely numb. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Su Wen found that his mouth seemed to touch something. When he reacted, he found that it was Xia's smooth forehead. Fragrant and soft. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Classmate Xia's face turned red instantly, and he abruptly left Su Wen's arms, stammering. Oh my god. What did she just do? That kiss just now. Student Xia was so shy that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But fortunately, the entire theater was dark and no one could see each other clearly. In addition, just now, everyone was scared by a scene in the movie and screamed, and no one paid attention to them, so she felt a little better. Seeing that Xia was in a panic, Su Wen smiled and said, "If you were scared, you can try to lean on me." Su Wen said seriously. Thank you. Student Xia pursed her lips, but her face was still red. There was a cool feeling on my forehead, as if the kiss was still there. Afterwards, the two continued watching the movie. I have to say, this latest horror film is really well made. Whether it is the soundtrack, the atmosphere, or the characters' acting, they are all very good, and the sense of horror is simply maximized. Because of this, many people were scared. Especially classmate Xia. In fact, she is just like her best friend. She is very timid when it comes to watching horror movies. She is the type who is both novice and playful. This also led to the fact that every time classmate Xia saw a horror plot, he couldn't help but lean towards Su Wen. One of her hands was even grabbing the other person's collar, and she couldn't help burying her little face in the other person's chest, as if she was afraid that someone was going to hurt her. Student Xia swore that she really didn't do anything ambiguous on purpose as her girlfriend said, but she was really reacting out of instinctive fear. Compared to her, Su Wen felt much more uncomfortable. When a girl like Xia, who has a stunning appearance, keeps approaching you, even Lu Xiaohui can't resist it. At this moment, he felt that he could not concentrate on the movie at all. All I could see was classmate Xia. All I felt was the tenderness of classmate Xia. All I could smell was the fragrance emanating from classmate Xia. Su Wen felt that he was surrounded by classmate Xia, and his body felt numb. Call. Su Wen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Could this be the legendary sweet torture? In this way, time passed by unknowingly. The movie finally ended with the climax and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, everyone was bustling outside, and Su Wen and classmate Xia followed the group out. When the two of them left the hall, went downstairs and walked out of the cinema, a cool breeze blew over, and student Xia finally woke up from the terrifying atmosphere. Are you okay? You looked pretty scared just now. Thinking of how classmate Xia was trembling with fear just now, Su Wen turned to look at Xia Xinya and asked with concern. No. It's okay. Classmate Xia shook her head, and her face turned red again when she thought of what she had just done to classmate Su in the theater. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Chapter 14 Luxurious Villa. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and watching a movie with School Beauty Xia. System release reward, a single family villa in Haiyun Bay worth 150 million yuan. The host's villa is located in Building 15, Area A, Haiyun Bay. It is one of the largest villas in Haiyun Bay. Someone will call you later. Please wait. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su-Wen's eyes lit up. Wow, the villa was finally in his hands. In this international metropolis, Su-Wen finally has his own home instead of staying in a rented house forever. It's 11 o'clock, let's have a midnight snack before going back to school. Su-Wen looked at the time on his phone and decided to fill his stomach first. Okay. Student Xia nodded. After watching a movie, she happened to feel a little hungry. As they were talking, the two walked to the parking lot, and a moment later, they saw the cool Aston Martin leaving the parking lot. Time passed quickly and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? In the boys' dormitory, Su-Wen was woken up by a phone call early in the morning. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the roommates had all gone to class, but Su-Wen had not yet gotten up. Last night, he and classmate Xia spent too much time together. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when the two finished watching the movie. They then went out for a midnight snack which took another hour. By the time they finished their snack and drove back to school, it was almost 1 o'clock. In a daze, Su-Wen touched the mobile phone on the bedside table, opened his eyes and checked, and found that there were 3 missed calls. 2 of the calls were from my mother, and 1 was from an unfamiliar number. At this moment, the strange number called again. Su-Wen answered the call immediately without hesitation. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Su-Wen? As soon as the call was connected, a man's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I am. What's wrong? Su-Wen asked puzzledly. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Qingdao, the sales manager of Haiyun Bay Villa District. I'm calling today to tell you that we have completed the formalities for the super luxurious villa you bought yesterday in Area A of Haiyun Bay. If you have time, we can hand it over now. Manager Chang said on the other end of the phone. So fast? Su-Wen was shocked. Mr. Su, you are joking. You paid in full, and we at Haiyun Bay have always been committed to serving our customers, so it is normal for us to be faster. The other party laughed and responded quickly. Okay, then I'll come over in the afternoon. Su-Wen nodded. Now that all the formalities have been completed, what are you waiting for? You can move in directly after getting the key. After all, Su-Wen had heard that villas of the level of Haiyun Bay were different from the houses that ordinary people bought. It does not require decoration, as the decoration has already been completed, and it was all designed by famous designers. Once you spend money to buy it, you only need to buy various furniture and daily necessities and you can move in. It is very convenient. After agreeing on a time, Su-Wen hung up the phone. Then he opened the address book, found his mother's number and dialed it. After about 10 seconds the call was connected. Hey, Xiaowen, why didn't anyone answer my 2 phone calls this morning? As soon as the connection was established, a woman's slightly old voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sleeping. I made an appointment with a classmate to go to the movies last night, so I went to bed a little late. Su-Wen explained as he got up. Watching a movie with classmates? Who is it? Isn't it that guy named Fong again? My mother's voice suddenly became serious and she immediately became alert. After all, he is her own son, so she still knows some things. That Fongsi was not only a heartless person, but also very scheming and had caused great suffering to his son. The two had finally broken up, and she didn't want her son to be deceived by that woman again. Mom, you think too much. It's another female classmate. Knowing what his mother was worried about, Su-Wen smiled helplessly. Is this true? The mother became excited again. Has her son finally come to his senses and completely let go of that woman? Then she quickly said, Son, remember what Mom said. When you look for a girlfriend, you should not only look for someone you like, but also someone who likes you. Don't date those who deliberately keep you hanging or are lukewarm towards you. Listen to me, as long as the girl you're dating has good character, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter if she's a little ugly. After all, our family isn't well off, so don't be picky, okay? Before Su-Wen could say much, his mother on the other end of the phone started talking non-stop. Mom, you're not calling just to talk about this, are you? Su-Wen quickly interrupted his mother's spell. He felt that if he didn't say something, he didn't know when this call would end. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the important matter. I am really getting old and confused. It was not until this time that Su Wen's mother realized that she had something else to say. She complained and immediately said, "Didn't you say before that you opened an online store and could make a lot of money a month? You also gave me and your father 200,000 yuan each and told us not to work anymore. So we both thought, since we have nothing to do after resigning, we might as well go back to our hometown and see how our family is doing. You are studying here. If you have nothing to eat, just buy some. We will be back in about half a month. What do you think?" The mother spoke slowly, wanting to hear her son's opinion. After all, after coming to Shanghai, they rarely contacted their families except during the Chinese New Year. This time they just had time to go home and visit their parents and relatives. "Well, go back if you want. I'm fine. I can eat at school or outside." Su Wen naturally had no objection to his parents going back. For him, as long as his parents are happy, it's fine. As for the issue of food, it shouldn't be too simple. City 3rd Ring Road, Haiyunbei Villa District. Compared with other bustling areas, this place is a little quieter, and this alone makes it a favorite place for many wealthy people. The first thing that catches your eye when you enter the villa area is the huge mature camphor trees planted at the intersections in each direction. The pavilion and landscape stones form a beautiful landscape. Sculptures, fences and street lamps have an ancient feel. There is also a huge dome-shaped 2-story pavilion in the center of the garden, several dozen meters high, which is the symbol of Haiyunbei. In all directions from this center, there are 32 luxurious villas of different sizes and shapes, each of which gives people a different feeling and characteristics. Among them, Building 12 in Area A is one of the most eye-catching villas in this area. This villa looks majestic and grand from the outside, but upon closer inspection, it is modern and cool, which makes people full of endless reverie. "Mr. Su, what do you think of this villa? Does it suit your taste?" At this moment, in this villa, Su Wen and 2 middle-aged men were standing in a huge living room of several hundred square meters and talking. One of them is the sales manager, the other is the property manager, and the one who just spoke is the sales manager Qingdao, the person who called this morning. Chapter 15, Su Wen's identity is questioned? Very beautiful. I've always heard how great Haiyunbei Villa is. Seeing it in person is worse than hearing about it. Looking at the breathtakingly luxurious living room in front of him, Su Wen couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't help but praise it. After he called the manager in the morning, he couldn't wait to come here in the afternoon, wanting to see what the famous villa in Shanghai looked like. Even though he was mentally prepared, Su Wen was still shocked when he actually arrived here. This villa looks amazing from the outside, but I didn't expect it to be even more stunning from the inside. The large living room alone is breathtaking. I'm used to living in a rental house in the old city with my parents, and this place is like heaven, there is no comparison. No, it's really an honor for our Haiyunbei to receive such high praise from Master Su. Manager Chang is indeed a man who has worked hard in society, and every word he says is full of flattery. Master Su, this is just the living room. Let us take you to other places. He continued. Yeah, that's fine. Su Wen naturally had no objection, so he followed the other party to visit various places in the villa. As he continued to look around, Su Wen was a little dumbfounded. In addition to the normal living room, kitchen, and dining room, this villa also has a fitness room, a small personal theater, a game experience room, a karaoke room, a library, a swimming pool. Every detail is a work of ingenuity. The more Su Wen looked, the more he felt that the world of the rich was indeed unique. How is it, Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Manager Chang asked in a flattering tone, extremely respectful, fearing that young Master Su would be dissatisfied in the slightest. In fact, since Mr. Su bought the house yesterday, Manager Chang, in order to provide targeted services, conducted a simple investigation of the other party's identity based on the personal information left by the other party when purchasing the house. It was this investigation that gave him a shock. When he found out that this young boy was actually the chairman of the Hills Hotel, and that just 2 days ago this young man Su had acquired 51% of the shares of the Hills Hotel in his personal name, Manager Chang was almost stunned. That's a 7-star hotel chain, one of the most famous hotels in the country, with a market value of over 50 billion. If you want to acquire 51% of the shares of such a hotel, plus the market premium, you can't do it without more than 30 billion. What does it mean to take out more than 30 billion in cash at one time? Even among the top 100 richest people in the country, I guess most of them can't afford it. Even if they can, do they have the courage to buy so many shares in their own name? If you lose money, it's not just a small amount. So at that moment, Manager Chang was certain that there was definitely someone behind this mysterious Mr. Su. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but respect Su Wen even more. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can raise it and we will rest immediately. Manager Chang said again in a flattering tone. Su Wen liked this villa very much, so he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this is fine, I will move in a few days. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll give you the key right away. Finally, another manager spoke up. He is Yang Linfei, the manager of the property department, who is responsible for estate management, services, and house transfer. As he spoke, he handed over the keys to the villa, the fingerprint switch for entering and exiting the door, the face scan recognition, and the password authentication permissions to Su Wen. But after a while, Su Wen had a sales contract and the key to the villa in his hands. As for the real estate certificate, it might take a few days. After explaining everything, everyone walked out chatting and laughing. However, just when everyone had just left the villa, a horn sounded, and a noble and luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over from a distance and stopped directly next to Su Wen and others. Then, a young man in a suit and glasses got off the car. At the same time, a young woman holding a child and a graceful old lady also got off. They looked like a family. Manager Yang, I'm glad to see you. When are you going to fix the water and electricity problem in my house? You said before that the plumber had left for some reason and that we were short of manpower, and asked us to wait for 2 days. Now 2 days have passed, and you still haven't found a new employee? As soon as the man with glasses got out of the car, he looked at the property manager Yang Linfei and spoke to him in a very unhappy tone. From his tone, it was obvious that he was a resident here. Then the man seemed to have discovered something and turned to look at Su Wen. Manager Yang, this young man looks to be in his early 20s. Could he be your new plumber? He is too young and immature. The man with glasses looked Su Wen up and down, and seeing that he was dressed ordinary and did not look rich, he couldn't help but speculate. After all, some people from poor families go out to work after graduating from high school or even junior high school, and there are some who become plumbers at the age of 20. The property management probably wanted to save money, so they hired this young guy with half-baked skills. When these words were spoken, the two managers were really shocked. What a joke! Young Master Su is now one of the distinguished residents of Haiyun Bay, and he is also the person in charge of Hills Hotel, but his identity is actually being questioned. If Su Xiao got angry and implicated them, they couldn't afford it. One of the managers quickly explained, Boss Tang, I think you misunderstood. However, before he could finish his words, the old lady standing opposite waved her hand and said, no matter what, let him go and have a look at it first and fix the water and electricity first. We pay so much property management fees every year, not for you to eat for free. After she finished speaking, the old lady's face unexpectedly turned cold, and the aura of a superior was fully revealed. However, although the old lady's words were unpleasant, neither of the two managers dared to refute her. After all, anyone who can live here is someone not easy to mess with. I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. I'm not a student majoring in water and electricity, so I can't repair it for you. If I have the opportunity to come into contact with this industry one day, I can help you. Finally, Su Wen, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His expression was indifferent, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. However, his words made the two managers mistakenly think that he was angry. They were immediately shocked. Manager Chung quickly explained, Boss Tang, Mrs. Tang, you misunderstood. This Mr. Su is not a plumber. He is Chairman Su of the Hills Hotel. He is here to hand over the contract today. Manager Chang is right. This villa number 12 in Area A was purchased in full by Su Xiao. He is here to inspect the house and take possession of it. Manager Yang also quickly agreed, fearing that the matter would get bigger and bigger. Chapter 16: The Tang Family's Apology. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the Tang family changed. They looked at Su Wen with disbelief. This young man in ordinary clothes bought this villa? The other party is also the chairman of Hills Hotel? Not to mention the man with glasses, even the old lady of the Tang family, who had seen a lot of ups and downs, found it hard to believe what she saw. They looked at Su Wen again and found that apart from his outstanding appearance, he did not look like a rich man in other aspects. Manager Chang, Manager Yang, please don't deceive us just to delay time. The man with glasses said this with a look of doubt on his face, obviously not believing what the two managers said. Being in the upper-class society, he is well versed in all kinds of famous brands. The total cost of this young man's clothes is estimated to be less than 500 yuan. If he really has such a high status, how could he dress so shabbily? Oh, Mr. Tang, you are joking. You are of noble status. How dare we to lie to you? Look, the house handover contract is still here. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Manager Cheng quickly took out the house purchase and sale contract in his hand, and then pointed to the one in Su Wen's hand. The three big words Haiyun Bei stood clearly on the cover of the two contracts, as if telling everyone that the manager did not lie. This time, the Tang family was completely dumbfounded. They looked at the contract, then looked at the young man, with expressions of extreme shock in their eyes. As residents here, they have certainly seen this kind of contract and know what it means. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary young man actually bought a villa here. This is Haiyun Bei, and the houses are ridiculously expensive, especially in Area A. Moreover, the two managers also said that the young man was the chairman of Hills Hotel, which seemed to be true. Because this villa alone is unaffordable for ordinary people, it is enough to prove his extraordinary status. It turns out to be the chairman of the Hills Hotel, Master Su. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Suddenly, Tang Jidong, the young master of the Tang family, changed his previous contemptuous attitude and immediately stepped forward to apologize to Su Wen. The quick change of his expression stunned everyone at the scene. Not only him, even the arrogant old lady of the Tang family spoke up. Young man, Master Su, I'm so sorry that I mistook you for a new employee of the property management company. In fact, we were just angry and confused just now. We didn't recognize him. Master Su, you are a magnanimous person. Please don't take my and my son's words to heart. The old lady of the Tang family, who had been so domineering just now looked as kind as the grandmother next door. There is no way, this is the reality, those who are rich and powerful are the boss. Although the Tang family can be considered a large family, in a metropolis like the Magic City, there are many families like theirs, or even families stronger than theirs. If there is no dispute over actual interests, they are unwilling to make enemies with the strong. Besides, in the Haiyun Bei Villa area, their Tang family is closest to Su Xiao's family, which means that they will be neighbors in the future. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know which choice to make, to be a close enemy of such a prominent figure, or to be a harmonious and friendly neighbor. So whether it was young Master Tang or the old lady of the Tang family, they immediately put aside their pride and hurriedly apologized to Su Wen. Even the young woman who had been holding the child without saying a word nodded slightly to Su Wen to express her apology. Be careful next time and don't recognize the wrong person again. Faced with the Tang family's flattery, Su Wen did not show too much enthusiasm. After all, the other party's attitude just now was not very good. Ha ha. Mr. Su is right. I was also confused today because of anger. This is my business card, please accept it. My name is Tang Jidong, I am the president of Brilliant Technology Company, this is my wife Tan Xian, and this is my mother. As he spoke, the man actually introduced his family and took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen with a very polite attitude. Come to think of it, our Brilliant Technology Company once went to your hotel to organize a company banquet. This time it's really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Mr. Su, please don't give us any suggestions. The man with glasses continued. As expected of a president, he is extremely good at talking. It's almost like we are a family. Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Since the other party said so, Su Wen didn't want to be too disrespectful, so he reached out and took the business card. Finally, the two sides exchanged phone numbers, Tang Jidong apologized again and again, and then drove away with his family. Young Master Su, you are really capable. Even the Tang family is polite to you. After they left, the two managers came to their senses and couldn't help but give Su Wen a thumbs up and flatter him. Then, Manager Chang from the sales department leaned toward Su Wen and said, Mr. Su, now that you have the house, the next step should be buying furniture, right? Well, we must buy furniture, otherwise how can we live in it? Su Wen nodded. Manager Chang was delighted and quickly said, it's like this, my wife is a salesperson at Maisai Furniture City. She knows a lot about the quality of furniture. If Mr. Su is interested, he can go and have a look. Besides, she sells high-end furniture. Maybe you like it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't. Just look at it for fun. How about it? As he spoke, Manager Chang looked at Su Wen expectantly. Everyone in sales knows that in addition to the minimum guarantee, there is commission. The more the customer buys, the higher the commission. With a customer as big as Su Xiao, Manager Chang naturally doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Su Wen nodded, as if he understood what he meant. He was trying to attract business for his wife. He was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind and the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task: accept the invitation and go to Maisai Furniture City. You will be considered to have successfully clocked in when you arrive at the location. Mission reward: a Xianhe tea house. Side mission: invite Xia to go to the furniture store together. If the invitation is successful, you will receive 300 million yuan in cash. Xianhe Tea House, isn't this one of the famous tea houses in Demon City? Su Wen was shocked. Xianhe Tea House is not just a tea house, but a tea house composed of several tea houses built together. Although the tea house has an ancient appearance and is seriously inconsistent with the modern image of Shanghai, there are still many people coming to drink tea every day. Even many young people like this place very much. They come here to drink tea, relax, or even talk business. It is said that the owner of the tea house made his fortune by buying this tea house, and now he is worth hundreds of millions. But this side quest is so weird. Why do we have to ask Xia to come with us just to look at furniture? Isn't it a bit bad to bother him like this? Su Wen was slightly embarrassed. Is this system at odds with Xia? I guess 8 or 9 out of 10 tasks are related to Xia. Chapter 17: Young Master Li is ready to cause trouble. You can do the side mission or not. If you don't do it, you will lose the 30 million cash reward. Please make your own choice, host. In addition, as a top noble in Magic City, the villa that Xia lives in is similar to the one ordered by the system. She has lived here for so many years, so she must be very familiar with what kind of furniture this kind of villa needs and what kind of furniture to buy, so bringing Xia along won't be a disadvantage for you. The system explained. So that's how it is. Su Wen touched his chin. He felt that what he said made some sense. Besides, it would be a waste if he didn't do it with 30 million in cash. Accept the mission. Su Wen responded immediately. Then he looked at Manager Chang and asked, "Where does your wife work?" Fonglin Avenue, over there on the commercial street. As he spoke, Manager Chang took out a postcard from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen. It seemed that he had brought many clients to his wife in the past. Well, I'll go take a look when I have time, Su Wen said, reaching out to take the card. After completing the formalities, he drove back to school. As soon as he stepped into the school gate, he received a call from his roommate, asking him to go back to the dormitory quickly. Su Wen didn't understand, so he went straight to the dormitory. As soon as he came back, several roommates came over and looked at him left and right as if they didn't know him. Awesome, really awesome, Lao Su, I admire you more and more now. It's more than just admiration. It's envy. Extreme envy. Tell me the truth, how far have you and Xia progressed? Several roommates spoke incomprehensible words as soon as they opened their mouths. What step? Su Wen was a little confused. Still pretending. Did you drive your Aston Martin out of school last night and pick up classmate Xia? Chen Ming asked mysteriously. How did you know? Su Wen was surprised. How do you know? I've seen the video. Wow, Lao Su, you're so impressive now. Zhu Yuan said excitedly. Yes. Aston Martin is the world's top supercar, worth tens of millions. Everyone is speculating whether classmate Xia has supported you and gave you a luxury car. Old Su, tell me the truth. Was that supercar lent to you by classmate Xia, or was it given to you as a gift? Even Yi Wenfeng, who was usually not very gossipy, asked with a curious look on his face. It turned out that last night when Su Wen drove out of the school gate to pick up classmate Xia to watch a movie, he was photographed by students at the scene and posted on the school forum. In less than a day, an uproar broke out in the forum, and all kinds of speculations emerged. Su Wen finally understood what was going on. It turned out that everyone mistakenly thought that his sports car was a gift from classmate Xia. What about being kept by classmate Xia? Su Wen was a little amused. However, he also felt that it was not a good idea to keep his identity a secret from his brothers, so he said, "Okay, stop guessing. That Aston Martin was not given by classmate Xia. It's mine," Su Wen said truthfully. Chen Ming. Zhu Yuan. He Wenfeng. Lao Su, do you have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ming was a little surprised. That's right. That's a luxury car worth more than 40 million yuan. Even rich people may not be able to afford it. Where did you get the money to buy it? Zhu Yuan was also speechless and thought he was joking. I'm not lying to you. That car is indeed mine, and I bought it not long ago. Su Wen said again. In fact, he didn't tell his brothers about this at first because he was afraid that everyone would be too shocked, so he wanted to find an appropriate time to tell it. However, now that things have come to this, he feels that there is no need to hide it anymore. So he continued, well, actually I have a second uncle. At the same time, on the school playground, Li Xiao was sitting with a few friends, discussing something. Mr. Li, are you going to teach Su Wen a lesson? Someone suddenly asked. It turned out that everyone was talking about Su Wen, and the person who spoke just now was one of Li Xiao's friends. At this moment, Li Yufeng said with a gloomy face, last time, he tricked me with Fongsi's matter, and now he is dating Xia Xiaohua again. Can I let him have his way? As he said this, Li Xiao sneered. Ever since he dumped Fongsi, he has been holding a grudge in his heart, and the source of this grudge is Su Wen. This guy saw all the jokes he and Fongsi made in the restaurant that day. How could he pretend nothing happened? And just yesterday, when he heard that school beauty Xia gave Su Wen a luxury car, he felt infinite anger and jealousy in his heart. You know, he has been pursuing school belle Xia for a long time but still failed to win her over, and school belle Xia didn't even look at him. But how could Su Wen, a poor loser, be liked by the school beauty Xia? Even going so far as to give him a luxury car? It's time to teach that brat a lesson. He has recently hooked up with the school beauty Xia and is feeling very proud of himself. Yes. And last time, Su Wen actually dared to humiliate you in the restaurant. It's time to teach him a lesson so that he knows who to mess with and who not to mess with. When they heard that Master Li wanted to teach Su Wen a lesson, everyone started to make a fuss. After all, they couldn't stand Su Wen and school beauty Xia being together. They were also jealous that Su Wen got a luxury car. At this moment, someone helped them teach Su Wen a lesson, so they were naturally happy. Moreover, young Master Li is the eldest son of Gaoka Holding Group. He can get whatever he wants. Wouldn't it be easy for him to send a few subordinates to teach Su Wen a lesson? Li Yufeng nodded and said slowly, just wait and see, he won't be so proud for long. Where are you going to teach him a lesson? Someone asked puzzledly. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to do it here. With Fongsi here, are you afraid that I can't deal with him outside? Didn't you dump her? Everyone was surprised. I dumped her, but that doesn't mean I can't use her for my own benefit. It's just a matter of paying her. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Li Xiao smiled and said confidently, as if he already had a plan. Fonglin Avenue, Commercial Street. Fonglin Commercial Street is located on the 3rd ring road of Magic City and is one of the most prosperous areas in Qingdao district. Although one of the buildings is not tall, its appearance is quite extraordinary. The big words Maisai Furniture City in the middle are particularly eye-catching. This is the place that manager Chang introduced. Suddenly, an extremely domineering Aston Martin slowly drove towards this side and stopped in the parking lot next to it. Then Su Wen and Xia Xinyao got out of the car. Xia, I'm really sorry to bother you today. I want you to accompany me to choose furniture. As soon as Su Wen got off the car, he looked at the school beauty Xia and said apologetically. When inspecting the villa a few days ago, the system assigned him an additional task, asking him to invite classmates Xia to buy furniture together. So yesterday Su Wen shamelessly told classmates Xia about this, but he didn't expect that the other party agreed very readily. Nothing, just come here for fun. Xia Xinyao smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Su Wen called her to ask for help in looking at furniture. She was very happy and even dressed up because of the invitation. Today, classmate Xia is wearing a light red top and a pair of thin ice silk pants. She is still carrying the same pink bag across her shoulder, looking fresh and beautiful. Her appearance undoubtedly became the most eye-catching scenery in this commercial street. People coming and going cast astonished glances at her, and the rate of people turning back to look at her was off the charts. Su Wen should be thankful that he is exactly 180 centimeters tall and handsome, otherwise if most people stood next to classmate Xia, they would probably be mistaken for Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 18. This sales is a little improper. Let's go. As they talked, the two of them walked towards the furniture store together. Maisai Furniture Store is a very famous furniture store in Qingdao district, selling high-end brands. As soon as Su Wen and Xia entered, they were greeted by a huge commercial hall. You are Mr. Su, right? Just then, a woman in her 40s hurried over. She was first stunned by Xia's appearance and then quickly asked, "Well, you are Manager Chang's." Su Wen hesitated to speak. "I'm his wife." The woman smiled and answered, then continued, "Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Lu, and my name is Lu Feng. I'm a salesperson at Maisai Furniture City. My husband, Mr. Chang, said that you, Mr. Su, would come to the furniture store today, so I waited here early in the morning, fearing that I would miss you." The woman responded respectfully, more enthusiastically than she would treat ordinary customers. Her husband has Su Wen's information and photos, so she naturally knows what Su Wen looks like. Moreover, as Manager Chang's wife, she naturally knew that Mr. Su's identity was extraordinary. He was the chairman of the Hills Hotel, so she did not dare to neglect him at this moment. Then, she looked at Xia. This girl must be Mr. Su's girlfriend. She is so beautiful. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you in my life. Today is really an eye-opener. As she spoke, the woman began to praise Xia Xingyao again. Although it is a compliment, it is also the truth. "Sister, you misunderstood. I am not classmate Su's girlfriend." When Xia Xingyao heard the other party say that she was Su Wen's girlfriend, her face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. Are you her wife?" Ms. Lu was surprised. Young people nowadays get married really early. Student Xia. Sister Lu, you misunderstood. Xia is not my wife, nor is she my girlfriend. We are classmates. I am not very good at buying furniture, so I asked her to help. Su Wen shook his head and helped to explain. Oh, that's it. Ms. Lu looked at Su Wen, then at Xia, nodded, and a smile appeared on her face with an expression that said, "I understand." In her opinion, the girl was probably too shy to admit it. Ha. Mr. Su, Miss Xia, please come this way. She didn't think any more about it, made an inviting gesture and led the two of them inside. Classmate Xia followed behind, patting her red cheeks, and couldn't help but complain about the elder sister's strange train of thought. The furniture store is very large, and the 3 floors from bottom to top are all Maisai Furniture Store. At a glance, there are all kinds of home appliances, which are dizzying. Mr. Su, this floor specializes in selling household appliances. They are all high-end products of the brand. The reputation and quality can be guaranteed. Please look here, Loft, full screen design, screen-to-body ratio up to 98.1%, priced at 186,000 yuan. There is also this newly imported PHN 120 LCD TV, which has a huge display screen of 2715.8 by 1553.5 by 94.7 mm, a refresh rate of 120 Hz, and is priced at 550,000 yuan. Speed Queen imported stacking washing machine, BLDC variable frequency motor, washing power 150W, price 125,000 yuan. Ms. Lu, who was walking in front, introduced various products, from LCD TVs, washing machines, to refrigerators, air conditioners. The prices range from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. Classmate Xia suggested that Su Wen buy a built-in refrigerator and central air conditioner, which are beautiful and easy to use, but they need to be customized. Ms. Lu actively stated that their furniture store could send professionals to Su Shou's villa to measure and carry out additional customization, but the price would be a bit higher. Su Wen naturally had no objection to this. The last thing he lacked now was money. Time passed quickly and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In this half hour, Su Wen ordered a lot of home appliances, probably more than a dozen items of various sizes. After all, the villa is so big. Then, Ms. Lu took Su Wen and Xia to the second floor. The second floor sells sofas, beds, and all kinds of bedding, including all kinds of well-known domestic and foreign brands. As she spoke, Ms. Lu began to introduce again. Mr. Su, what do you think of this bed? After introducing several styles, Ms. Lu suddenly took the two of them to a gray bed and asked with a smile. Su Wen and Xia looked at it and saw that it was a bed with a smooth and stylish shape. Although it looked good, the structure of the bed seemed a bit flimsy. Su Wen seriously suspected that it would fall apart as soon as he lay on it. As if she knew what young Master Su was thinking, Ms. Lu smiled and said, "This is the latest suspended bed. It is 2.5 meters long and 2.3 meters wide. It looks very elegant. Although it looks very thin, it is designed with a pneumatic structure and an elastic system, which is very shock-absorbing. When you lie on this bed, no matter how you jump or do difficult movements, the whole bed will remain very stable without any sound or shaking. It's just a bit expensive, at more than 150,000 yuan. Ms. Lu introduced with a smile. Miss Xia, what do you think? As she spoke, she also set her sights on classmate Xia. I. Looking at the strange look from Sister Lu, student Xia was slightly stunned. I don't know, you should ask classmate Su. Ah. Student Xia felt that his face suddenly turned red like boiling water. Oh my god. Why did Sister Lu look at her? It wasn't her who bought the bed, so why was she asking her? It's easy to be misunderstood. Ahem. Su Wen, who was standing by, also felt something was wrong. To ease the embarrassment, he pretended to be calm and coughed twice, saying, Sister, the sofas and beds you just introduced are all good. I want them. I also want this floating bed. Take us upstairs to have a look. He thought it would be better to leave this floor as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Su. Ms. Lu had no idea what the other party was thinking. When she heard Mr. Su say that, she thought he liked this bed very much, so she nodded happily. Cousin? However, just as everyone was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out and stopped them in their tracks. Su Wen and others looked back and saw a few fashionable young men walking from not far away, and they soon arrived in front of them. Xiaoming, why are you here? Xia Shenyao was slightly stunned and asked the boy in the front. My friend wanted to buy some furniture, so he came here. What are you doing? The boy looked at his cousin, then at the young man next to her, his expression shocked. He knew his cousin. Apart from family members, she never talked to other men. To use modern terms, she was aloof. But what did he see today, his cousin with a strange man? The boy felt as if he had discovered some incredible secret. I'm here to look at furniture with my classmates as well. Xia Xinyao didn't expect to meet her cousin here, and was suddenly embarrassed. Accompany a male classmate to look at furniture? Buy a bed? The boy looked suspicious. Are you going to live together? He continued to speculate. Chapter 19, Advice from Xuexiao and Wu Xiao. You, what are you talking about, you little brat? Classmate Xia shouted and almost swore. I was misunderstood by Sister Lu just now, and now I'm misunderstood by my cousin. Is there any way I can live? She looked at Su Wen a little embarrassed and said, This is my cousin Xia Keming. He is usually like this. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. Su Wen didn't care about these things. He felt a little guilty for causing Xia to suffer a lot of misunderstandings for no reason. Su Wen looked at Xia Keming and said, Hello, I'm Xinyao's classmate, Su Wen. My name is Xia Keming, just call me Xiaoming. Xia Xinyao's cousin looked at Su Wen and nodded in response. Old Xia, so this is the cousin you mentioned before? She is so beautiful. At this moment, Xia Keming's two good friends spoke. They looked at Xia Xinyao with amazement in their eyes. As young masters of wealthy families, they had seen many beauties, but this was the first time they had seen someone as beautiful as Miss Xia, who was simply like a fairy. For a moment, both of them were moved. Naturally, they looked at Su Wen, who was standing next to Xia, and seeing that he was ordinary and dressed in plain clothes, they all felt a little disdainful. Although their respective family businesses are not that big and cannot be compared with the Xia family, they are still wealthy people, and the clothes they wear are all famous brands worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Looking at the other person's poor appearance, they couldn't understand why Miss Xia would hang out with such a person. Xia Keming naturally didn't know what his two friends were thinking. Seeing them praising his cousin, he couldn't help but smile smugly and said, I was right, wasn't I? My cousin is very beautiful. I told you before and you didn't believe me. Then, he looked at his cousin and said, Sister, these two are my friends and classmates. This is Shui Chang, the young master of Haisher Group, and this is Wu Tianchang, the young master of Hongyang Group. He pointed to two good friends beside him and introduced them. Xia Xinyao gave a formal smile, looked at the two of them and nodded as a greeting. You and your friends can play here. We need to go upstairs to buy other things. Then classmate Xia said. She felt that it would be better for her to separate from her cousin, otherwise it would be really awkward for everyone to be together. However, before Xia Keming could say anything, his two friends spoke first. Miss Xia, are you guys going upstairs? We're also planning to go upstairs, so why don't we go together? That's right, you and Mingzi are family. When family members meet, of course they should have a good chat. Why are you in such a hurry to separate? Master Xue and Master Wu immediately said with a smile. The two of them finally met such a beautiful girl, and before they had even said a few words, how could they bear to let it end like this? At the same time, they also winked at Xia Keming. Xia Keming was a little speechless. He didn't know the personalities of his two friends. They were usually very cunning. His cousin was so beautiful, who knew what they were up to. Originally he wanted to ignore the two of them, but when he saw the man next to his cousin, he changed his mind. He really wanted to know what kind of magic this man surnamed Su had that made even his cousin, who was very aloof from strangers, willing to stay with him, so he said with a smile, "Cousin, what my two friends said is right. It would be fine if we didn't meet, but since we have met, why don't we stay together?" At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to come to Maisai Furniture City and successfully inviting classmates Xia to come along. The system has issued a reward, a Xianhe tea house, 30 million in cash. The bonus has been paid to your bank card, please check it. Before Su Wen had time to be happy, the system spoke again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, accept Shui Cheng and Wu Tiancheng's invitation to go upstairs to buy furniture. Buying one or more pieces of furniture will be considered completing the task. Reward, complete the task and you will get the world's top chef skills, top knife skills, and top tasting skills. I just finished one task and another one popped up. I say, system, you connected the tasks very well. Su Wen couldn't help but complain. What other top-notch cooking skills are there? Are you planning to let me change my career to become a chef? Su Wen complained again. He is rich now. If he wants to eat good food, he can go to a big hotel or hire a chef. Isn't it a waste of time to do it himself? That's wrong. The world's top cooking skills are extraordinary techniques that only a very small number of people possess. Currently, there are only 12 people in the country who can claim to have such skills. They are not comparable to ordinary top-class chefs. Besides, it's always good to have more skills. Sometimes having one more skill can make you feel more fulfilled. You never know when you'll need it. Whether you become a chef or not is up to you. The system never interferes with the host's freedom. The system explained patiently. Okay, accept the mission. Su Wen nodded, feeling that what the system said made sense. Then, he smiled calmly and said, Xia, your brother is right. We are all here to buy furniture, so it would be good for so many people to have a reference. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look together? Ah. Xia Xinyao turned to look at Su Wen and was surprised. She didn't expect that classmate Su would have the same idea. Well, the minority obeys the majority, she gave in. Not only her, but even the two rich young masters standing opposite him did not expect him to say that. They looked at each other and saw a sneer in each other's eyes. They were already unhappy with the young man just now, and were worried about not being able to find an opportunity to attack him, but they didn't expect that the other party would come to them on his own initiative. When they go upstairs to buy furniture, they will buy expensive ones to see what Su Wen will do. This will also let him know the difference between a poor loser like him and a rich kid. Don't think that a toad can eat swan meat. Young masters, this building is the last floor of our Maisai Furniture City. You can take a look first. 2 minutes later, Ms. Lu brought everyone to the third floor. There are many dazzling and exquisite furniture here, including wooden chairs, coffee tables, round wooden tables, wooden sofas, and so on. Modern styles, antique styles, all kinds of styles, with a wide variety of styles. Which furniture here is the most expensive? Take us to see it. Suddenly, the young man named Shui Cheng spoke, and it seemed that he was the one who wanted to buy furniture. The purpose of his saying this was naturally to make things difficult for Su Wen later. Master Shui, Master Su, this way please. Faced with the customer's request, Lu Feng, a salesperson, naturally had no reason to refuse and immediately led everyone to the most expensive furniture. Chapter 20, Comparing yourself to others can make you angry. Look here, the wedge dining minimalist oak dining table, a very stylish modern design. There is also this mahogany table, made of extremely precious red rosewood, with 6 mahogany chairs, and the price is 210,000 yuan. The Fletcher revolving dining table has more than 5,000 parts, and the mechanical process is extremely complex. The price is also very expensive, costing more than 500,000 yuan. Ms. Lu introduced it to everyone. These wooden furniture from all over the world are all exquisite and the prices are not cheap at all. At this time, Shueshao spoke. This Fletcher revolving dining table looks great. I want it. Although this round table is expensive, it is exactly what he wants. Having the opportunity to show his strength in front of Miss Xia, he must of course act generously. Okay, Mr. Xue, I'll write it down for you, Ms. Lu said quickly. She was extremely lucky today as she met two big customers at once, and she was extremely surprised. After Xue Cheng bought the furniture, a smug expression appeared on his face. He has 3 million in his hand, and this round table is only more than 500,000. What is it to him? At the same time, he turned to look at Su Wen and teased, Mr. Su, aren't you going to buy furniture too? The staff introduced so many, don't you like anything? Yes, Mr. Su, the furniture the salesperson just introduced is not that expensive, why don't you pick one? Wu Xiao also looked at Su Wen and said with a forced smile. But to their disappointment, Su Wen did not show any embarrassment, but smiled calmly and said, these furniture pieces do look good and are worth buying. Sister Lu, give me one of the ones you just introduced. These words shocked Master Xue and Master Wu. They looked at Su Wen in disbelief, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Even Xia Keming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Wen was quite rich. These pieces of furniture are not cheap in total. They probably cost more than 1 million. Are you sure you want to buy them? Xue Cheng frowned, very suspicious. Wu Xiao was the same. He even felt that the other party was deliberately bragging. It's really expensive, but when buying furniture, as long as it fits and you like it, it's fine. Su Wen smiled. His villa is so big, he must buy some things there. He can't leave the house empty, right? With just one sentence, Master Xue and Master Wu were speechless. Xue Qing's face turned pale and blue. I spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy a round table. I thought I could show off in front of everyone, but I didn't expect the other party to be so generous. Instead, I looked shabby. Do you have any other furniture here? Xue Cheng looked at Ms. Lu and asked. Of course we have a large reception desk here. Why don't you come and take a look? Ms. Lu said immediately and led everyone to the other side. There are several new products on display here, some are 5 meters long and some are over 7 meters long. They have extremely exquisite appearance and eye-catching design, and it is no exaggeration to describe them as luxurious. Let me introduce it to you all. This first long wooden table is made of high-quality red pine wood, 5.5 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, and is priced at more than 1.2 million. There is also this long wooden table, 6.2 meters long and 1.4 meters wide, with authentic Wanwali water ripples, priced at more than 1.35 million. Ms. Lu introduced as she walked. Master Su, Master Xue, just tell me which one you like. We at Maisai Furniture City have a professional moving team. All products will be sent home, so you don't need to do it yourself. Ms. Lu continued to add. Mr. Xue, your father just bought you a villa in Shangshihouting. It has such a big living room, so it just needs a living room table. Why don't you buy one? Young Master Wu on the side spoke. In just a few words, he deliberately revealed the financial strength of the Xue family, and at the same time, he also won another opportunity for Master Xue to show himself. Yeah, that makes sense. Xue Xiao smiled complacently, looked at Ms. Lu and said, I want this long wooden table made of Wanwali wood. It will be perfect for my large living room. Xue Xiao smiled, and confidence returned to his face. He was outshined by Su Wen just now, and this time he wanted to save his face. At the same time, Su Wen turned his head and looked to the side and asked, what is this made of? What he saw before him was a long wooden table with an extremely clear surface, as if it was inlaid with countless diamonds. One end of the platform is curved, and the other end is raised more than half a meter high. There are dragons and phoenixes carved on it, which is very beautiful. Master Su, you have a unique vision. This long wooden table is made of golden Nanmu wood. It can be regarded as the symbol of our furniture store. It is 7.5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Golden Nanmu is the king of trees, not to mention a hall table carved from a whole piece of golden Nanmu, which is almost rare. Due to its extremely high cost, the selling price is also high, costing 3.1 million. Ms. Lu said slowly that she didn't think Su Xiao would buy it, after all, it was too expensive. Spending more than 3 million to buy a living room table seems a bit hard to accept, no matter how beautiful the table is. I want it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Wen spoke. The tone was neither salty nor bland, as if he was talking about something as simple as what to eat tonight. This time, not only Master Xue and his group were stunned, but even Ms. Lu herself was stunned. Then she was overjoyed and said hurriedly, okay, Master Su. At this moment, Ms. Lu was extremely excited. You know, this table has been put on the exhibition hall since the beginning of this year, and no one has shown any interest in it for nearly half a year. Today, a big shot finally took action. And it was sold from her. If the other shop assistants knew about this, they would be so envious. She made a rough estimate and found that including this golden Nanmu table, she had sold more than 20 pieces of furniture today, with a sales volume of nearly 6 million, and the commission was estimated to be more than 100,000. She has never received such a high commission since she started working. The more Ms. Lu thought about it, the more excited she became. Mr. Cheng had really brought her a big business. It seems that she has to reward her husband well tonight. Mr. Su, I didn't realize you were so generous. Did you spend a lot of money on buying furniture this time? Compared to Ms. Lu, Mr. Shui was not in such a good mood. He looked at Su Wen and asked gloomily. This Su Wen was always more generous than him every time he spent. He doubted whether the other party was really rich or was just pretending. However, before he could figure it out, Su Wen's next words made him very angry. Su Wen smiled calmly and said indifferently, it didn't cost much, just over 4 million. Chapter 21 Shocking. Big news that shocked the family. Depend on. What do you mean it's only over 4 million? Is that something a human would say? Even for him, the eldest son of Haitian group, it is not easy to take out more than 4 million at one time, let alone this young man in ordinary clothes? Xia Keming, Xia's cousin, felt that Su Wen was being too arrogant. I wonder where young Master Su lives. You bought so much furniture. Can you put it all in your house? Wu Xiao on the side couldn't help but sneer. I also just bought a house in Haiyun Bay. I came here to buy some furniture today and will move in a few days. Su Wen said truthfully. Hi, Haiyun Bay, one of the famous villa areas for the rich in Magic City? Mr. Wu and Mr. Shui were shocked. Sister, is what this Mr. Su said true or false? Xia Keming also had a question mark on his face. In fact, when he first saw Su Wen, he didn't think he was very rich. After all, as a young man from a wealthy family, you can still tell something from the other person's attire. However, from the beginning, Su Wen first bought more than 1 million worth of furniture in one go, and then spent more than 3 million to buy a living room table made of golden Nanmu. He was a little confused about the other party's intentions. Now hearing that the other party had bought a villa in Haiyun Bay, Xia Keming was completely confused. Who is this guy? Ha, young masters, don't doubt it. What young Master Su said is true. He did buy a villa in Haiyun Bay, and it's in District A. My husband is the manager of the Haiyun Bay Villa District. It was because of his recommendation that Su Xiao came here to buy furniture. Ms. Lu, who was standing nearby, spoke first and confirmed Su Wen's identity. After all, Su Xiao is a big customer of their Maisai Furniture City, so of course she has to perform well. Xia Keming, Shui Xiao and others were a little dumbfounded. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. They knew about Haiyun Bay Villa. The house prices there were ridiculously expensive and not everyone could buy one if they wanted to. Originally they thought that young Master Su was bragging, but now someone tells them that this is true? Student Su didn't lie. He did buy a villa in Haiyun Bay. Finally, even Xia spoke up. Although she had never seen Su's villa, she knew that there was no reason for Su to lie to her about this matter. Everyone was silent. With the salesperson's testimony and Xia's words, they had no choice but to believe it this time. Especially Xia Keming. Although my cousin is rather aloof, she seldom lies. Even she is willing to testify for Su Wen, so the matter can basically be concluded. Just now he thought Su Wen was being too arrogant, but now it seems a bit ridiculous. If they can even afford a villa in Haiyun Bay, what is 4 million? The most shocked were of course Master Shui and Master Wu. They had thought that Su Wen was just an ordinary person, but they never imagined that he was actually a hidden big boss. Shui Xiao regretted it deeply. If he had known that the other party bought the villa in Haiyun Bay, why would he compete with him? The villa that his Shui family bought in Shengshihaoding was only worth more than 20 million yuan, and this was the result of a long discussion among the family. How could he compare with others? Ahem. Mingzi, now that we've bought the things, let's go and have lunch later. Shui Xiao felt that he had no face to stay here anymore. After he told Ms. Lu the specific address of his newly purchased villa, he prepared to pay and leave. Yes, something happened at home, and I have to go back after eating. Wu Xiao also said. Just now they wanted to spend more time with Miss Xia, but now they can't wait to leave. Okay then. Xia Keming nodded. Originally, he wanted to ask his cousin Suwon about her identity, but since his two friends said so, he had no choice but to ask next time. Then everyone went to the cashier, calculated the price and paid, and then Xia Keming and his group left. How much? After a few people left, Suwon looked at Ms. Liu and prepared to pay and leave. Replying to Mr. Su, there are more than 20 pieces of furniture, totaling more than 8.4 million. But since you bought so much furniture, you are our biggest customer at Maisai Furniture City. We can give you a big discount. Ms. Liu said respectfully. Well, swipe the card. Suwon took out his wallet and bank card, smiling calmly. The system just gave him a cash reward of 30 million. Adding to the original 9.6 million, he now has nearly 40 million in cash. Spend more than 8 million at a time, just give it a try. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind again, and Suwon knew it was time to give a reward. Outside the furniture store. As Xue Xiao and his group arrived at the parking lot, Xia Keming suddenly had an idea and seemed to have thought of something important. The relationship between this cousin and Suwon seemed unusual, so he thought he should tell his uncle and aunt about it and give them a surprise. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone, opened VX, and tagged his uncle in their Xia family group. Xia Keming, uncle, I discovered a big secret. Your daughter seems to be in love. She came with that boy to buy furniture and a bed today. I guess they are planning to sleep together. Xia Keming expressed in an obscure way what he had seen and heard. Less than a minute after the news was released, the VX family group seemed to explode, and messages popped up one after another. Aunt-in-law, oh my god, what's going on? Xiaoyao is in a relationship, is this true? Mom, they're planning to sleep together. What kind of plot twist is this? With Xiaoyao's personality, is she interested in a man? Uncle 3, Xiaomingzi, don't lie. You can eat shit, but you can't say anything. Aunt-in-law, impossible, I know Xiaoyao's character too well. I would rather believe that there is a woman who likes Xia Mingzi than believe that Xiaoyao is in a relationship, let alone living together. Xia Keming, fuck, what do you mean I'd rather believe that there are women who like me than believe that my cousin is in love? Am I that bad? I'm so handsome, there must be a lot of women who like me, right? Sister, bah. You are so shameless. You and your cousin look like two extremes. If being handsome is a sin, you can be sinless forever. Xia Keming. Xia Keming, anyway, what I said is true. His name is Su Win. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. Aunt. Mom. Dad, if this is true, I wonder what my brother and sister-in-law would think if they knew. Sister, it's absolutely a bolt from the blue. 3 days later, Zhonglin Avenue. Zhonglin Avenue is a very famous avenue in Demon City. Several buildings are particularly eye-catching, and that is the headquarters of the famous Huaxin Group. Old Xia, why did you call me over so quickly? Xiaoyan and I are shopping. That's right, uncle, why can't we talk about it after we get home? At this moment, two women were sitting in the chairman's office at the group headquarters. One of the women was in her 40s. What is surprising is that although she is middle-aged, she is still beautiful, sophisticated, and looks as young as 30 years old. And she is Xia Xinyao's mother Su Yun. The other is a teenage girl named Xia Qiuyan, who is Xia Keming's younger sister. Chapter 22, Xia's Parents' Doubts. Xiao Yang called just now and said that Su Wen's identity has been checked and he will be here soon. It just so happens that you said you wanted to come here for shopping this morning, so I called you because I wanted us to take a look together. At the desk, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents and said with a smile. Although the man was sitting, one could tell he had an extraordinary demeanor. He is Xia Xinyao's father, Xia Qingdao, and also the chairman of Huaxin Group. A few days ago, Xia Keming announced the news that Xia Xinyao was in love in the VX Group, which shocked the whole family. Xia Qingdao and his wife had something else to do, so they didn't find out about this until they returned home in the evening. The couple was shocked. This sudden and silent decision to live with someone else was inconsistent with their daughter's personality. They were afraid that their daughter had been deceived. So that night, Suyun called his daughter and found out it was a misunderstanding. But Xia Changdong was worried, so he sent people to investigate, which led to the scene before us. Even if my daughter is really in love, it's okay. The main thing is to check the other person's identity and whether he or she has any bad habits. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door, and then a young man in a suit walked in. The young man first greeted Mrs. Xia respectfully, then came to Xia Chengdong and handed him a document. Director Xia, we have already found the Su-Wen you are looking for. All the information is here. How is it, is that boy Xiaoyao's classmate? Xia Chengdong took the document and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Mr. Xia, that Su-Wen and your daughter are indeed classmates, both are students of Tianwei College, but... The young man hesitated to speak. But what? Does that Su-Wen like my daughter? Does he confess his love to her every day and pursue her relentlessly? Xia Chengdong laughed and guessed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's because his daughter inherited his and his wife's good looks perfectly. It's normal for her to be often pursued by male classmates. Forehead. Mr. Xia, the situation is exactly the opposite of what you said. I heard from the students that Miss Xia likes Su-Wen, so she sends him a cup of milk tea every day to express her admiration. The young man explained. What did you say? You said my daughter was showing affection to the other party and even sent him milk tea every day? Xia Chengdong was so stunned that he almost couldn't hold it in. Are you kidding? His daughter, Xia Xinyao, not to mention her family background, is also extremely beautiful. With such a beautiful girl, which man wouldn't fall for her with just one word? Do you need to actively pursue others and give them milk tea every day? Fuck, is this true? Xia Qiuyan followed Su Yun and came closer, also opening her eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Is this reliable? Compared to the two of them, Xia Xinyao's mother Su Yun seemed much calmer. She is a woman and an experienced person, so naturally she understands women in love better. Don't be fooled by my daughter's usual aloofness. It just means she hasn't met the right person yet. Once you meet her, she is actually not much different from other girls. She may even be more proactive and bold, just like now. Of course, there is no problem. In order to investigate the authenticity of the matter, we have specially asked many students. The young man answered affirmatively. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chengdong had already opened the information bag. Half a minute later, when he roughly understood some information about Su-Wen, his expression was even more exciting than before. Chairman of Hills Hotel, this. Looking at the information written in black and white in his hand, Xia Chengdong was confused again. This Su-Wen is so young, but he is actually the chairman of Hills Hotel? It was acquired not long ago. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Su-Wen's parents are actually ordinary people, which is a bit against common sense. Old Xia, what's going on? What's the Hills Hotel? Su Yun was confused and couldn't help but become curious. Look. Xia Chengdong handed the information directly to his wife. After reading the information, Su Yun couldn't help but feel surprised and stunned. This Su-Wen actually bought the Hills Hotel, but his family seems to be very ordinary. Su Yun was also surprised. This Su family is not simple. Maybe Su-Wen's parents don't want to be too publicized, so they hide their identities. Xia Chengdong guessed. Although Hills Hotel is far inferior to giant companies like Huaxin Group, it is also a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. It is not easy to acquire such a company. How can it be done without a strong family? Ask my cousin, maybe she knows what's going on. Xia Qiuyan, who was standing by, suggested after seeing Su-Wen's information. That's one way. They are close, maybe Xiaoyao knows something. Xia Chengdong nodded, looked at his wife and said, It's noon now, the school should be over, why don't you call your daughter and ask what's going on? It's not that he's gossipy or nosy. After all, Su-Wen's identity was too strange, and he was so close to his daughter, so Xia Chengdong couldn't help but be cautious. Yeah, that's fine. Su Yun nodded and immediately took out his cell phone to call his daughter. On the other end of the phone, classmate Xia received a call from his mother just after class. Without hesitation, she took it immediately. Xiaoyao, Mom wants to ask you something. Do you have someone you like? As soon as the call was connected, Su Yun's voice came over. Mom, what did you say? Student Xia was confused. Before they even started talking about this, her mother threw a question that caught her off guard. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but said angrily, It must be Xiao Ming, did that guy say something again? Last time, it was because of her cousin's big mouth that everyone in the family thought she was going to live with someone else. Who knows, it might be that guy causing trouble again this time. It's not him. It's your father who sent someone to investigate. Do you still want to hide it from us? As for Su-Wen who invited you to the furniture store last time, do you like him? Do you send him milk tea every day at school? Su-yun was both angry and amused. Ah! Student Xia was stunned. Even his family knew about this? Xia Xinyo had a headache. The last time she bought the bed, it took her a long time to explain it to her family. This time it would probably be even more difficult to explain it clearly. Mom, don't worry about it. The milk tea delivery is true, but... However, before she could finish her words, her mother interrupted her and said, all right, just admit it. No need to explain so much. If you like it, just say it. Why should you be embarrassed to tell your parents? Besides, I didn't call to talk about this, but to ask you, do you know that Su-won is the chairman of the Hills Hotel? Suddenly, she changed the subject. Chapter 23 Fongsi asks for reconciliation. Yes, but I only found out about it not long ago. I heard from classmate Su that he seems to have a very rich second uncle. It was his second uncle who gave him a huge sum of money, so he had the money to buy the Hills Hotel. Although she didn't know whether what Su-won said was true. But there doesn't seem to be a better explanation than this. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Su-yun said, okay, got it. Okay, I won't say any more. Remember to protect yourself at school. After saying that, Su-yun hung up the phone. Only Xia, who looked confused, was left sitting in the classroom. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria. After class at noon, Su-wen and a few friends walked towards the cafeteria chatting and laughing. They all had happy expressions on their faces, as if they were talking about something happy. Fuck, Lao Su, is what you just said true or not? You're going to take us out for a big dinner? Chen Ming looked at Su-wen excitedly and asked with surprise. Ever since Su-wen told them last time that he had a rich uncle, several of his close friends still find it hard to believe it is true. However, they knew that Su-wen was their good brother and would never lie to them, so in the end they chose to accept the fact. Well, there was no money before, so there was nothing I could do. Now that I have money, it's only right that I treat you to a nice meal. Otherwise, I would be an unworthy brother. Not only will we have a big meal, but I'll also take you for a drive on the weekend and let you travel around the Magic City. How about that? Su-won said with a smile as he walked. He has been in a good mood these days. After a previous trip to the furniture store, he acquired the Xianhe tea house. Yesterday he went there and took over the tea house. And he also acquired world-class cooking skills, which was quite a reward. Now that I'm rich, it's only right that I take my brothers to enjoy life. Ah, that's nice. Since you said so, we won't be polite. He Wenfang also showed an expectant expression. Lao Su, you are so kind. Come on, give me your bowl and I will get you some food. As Zhu Yuan spoke, he came up and snatched Su-wen's bowl, ready to help him get his meal, being extremely active. Okay then, I'll go find a spot first. This guy, Su-wen smiled helplessly. But he didn't refuse. There's no need to be so pretentious between brothers. After several people went to line up, Su-wen went to find a seat by himself. The master is calling, why don't you answer the phone, come and answer it. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Su-wen took out his cell phone and was stunned. The call was actually from Fongsi. After thinking for a moment, he pressed the answer button. Su-won? There was still that familiar voice on the other end of the phone. Every time he heard this voice, Su-won always felt happy and excited. Listening to it again now, he was no longer surprised. What's the matter? Su-won asked calmly. I want to see you. Fongsi said bluntly. Su-wen, I wanted to call you a few days ago, but I didn't have the courage. It wasn't until today that I made up my mind to call you. I want to arrange a place to meet you. I have something to tell you. Can you promise me? On the other end of the phone, Fongsi spoke in an almost pleading tone, which was a far cry from her previous attitude. Su-wen frowned and couldn't help but laugh. Both of them have broken up, so what's the point of meeting each other? But just as he was about to refuse, the system suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. The system has issued a task. Accept Fongsi's invitation and meet her. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Worcester, the largest e-commerce company in China. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su-wen became stunned. It's not because I want to see Fongsi, but because of the reward. What did the system say just now? Worcester? Worcester, the country's first e-commerce company? Su-wen was extremely shocked and wondered if he had heard it wrongly. It is a well-known domestic e-commerce leader. It is rumored that it has more than 300 million users and a market value of over 1 trillion yuan. This company not only focuses on product sales on the internet platform, but also touches all walks of life and has invested in countless companies such as finance, live broadcasting, film and television, online games. No one knows how big this company has grown to. We only know that it is one of the most powerful e-commerce companies in the world today and has cooperated with countless companies. It is extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say that its size is no less than that of Huaxin Group. Even if we look at the whole world, it is a super entity that can be ranked among the top 100. Accept the mission. Su Wen was ecstatic. What are you still hesitating about? As the boss of such a huge company, any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to Worcester. As for meeting Fongsi, Su Wen could also take this opportunity to see what the other party's purpose was. Okay, I promise. Where shall we meet? Su Wen asked. The next day, 12th Street. Same restaurant, same people. At a dining table, Su Wen and Fongsi sat face to face again, but the atmosphere was very different from last time. What do you want from me? Why did you choose this place on purpose? Su Wen asked. Fongsi called him yesterday and said that she had something to tell him. He originally refused, but the system offered too much, so he couldn't help but agree to the appointment. But even so, he still didn't have a good impression of Fongsi. Su Wen, let's make peace, okay? Suddenly, Fongsi, who was sitting opposite, spoke, and her purpose was so direct. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he looked at the other person and frowned. Did you take the wrong medicine? You broke up with me so cleanly before, and now you want to get back together with me? Is it because Master Li dumped you? Su Wen sneered, his eyes full of ambiguous meaning. Of course not. On, I know you hate me, and I know what I did before was wrong, but you still love me in your heart, right? I've been thinking a lot since I broke up with you. Although our lives were a bit hard when we were together, we were relaxed and carefree. But I lost a lot of happiness after breaking up with you, so I thought about it for a long time. On, let's get back together, just like before, okay? Fongsi looked at Su Wen with a pleading expression and full of expectation. Her eyes were so sincere. Judging from her appearance, I would have thought she really regretted it. But only Fongsi herself knew how much she hated and loathed the man in front of her at that moment. She hated Su Wen for exposing her, which led to her being dumped by Li Xiao. I also hate that Su Wen has such good luck to be favored by the school beauty Xia. Especially when she learned that the school beauty Xia actually gave Su Wen a luxury supercar, her jealousy reached its peak. So today she came to take revenge. Of course, it was not only her who came to take revenge today, there was another person as well, that was Li Xiao. This is just the first step for her. Thinking of this, Fongsi couldn't help but smile in her heart. However, her smile did not last for 3 seconds before she heard a faint voice. I refuse. Su Wen, who was sitting opposite, said slowly. Chapter 24, The Final Showdown. What did you say? Fongsi was stunned. A good horse knows not to turn back and eat the grass it has already passed. Do you want to regret it? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? Su Wen was speechless. The other party's behavior was a bit funny. Fongsi was filled with anger. She didn't expect that even after she begged for reconciliation so humbly, the other party still rejected her. Su Wen, I know you are still angry with me, but who doesn't make mistakes? This breakup made me realize how important you are to me, and made me realize that I actually love you, so stop making trouble, let's get back together, okay? Fongsi still said without giving up. She just couldn't believe that the man who had licked her for 2 years would have no feelings for her at all and be so heartless. Love will disappear. Su Wen said suddenly. You? Fongsi's breath got stuck in her throat and she almost choked. I'm afraid the reason you rejected me so much wasn't because of this, but because of the school beauty Xia, right? Finally, Fongsi couldn't bear it anymore. The other party rejected her again and again, which made her very angry. She continued, Su Wen, I don't mean to hit you on purpose, do you really think you and Xia Xinyao can last long? She's the campus beauty. How many rich second generations are courting her? Can you compare to them? Besides, Xia Xinyao is the daughter of Huaxin Group and has a noble status. Even if she is willing to be with you, her family will agree to let their daughter be with a poor loser? Fongsi said sarcastically. Since the other party doesn't want to get back together with her, there's no need for her to pretend anymore. Suwon looked at Fongsi calmly and shook his head. What does it have to do with you? You are so pitiful for worrying so much. It was just a simple sentence, but it was like an invisible knife stabbing into Fongsi's chest, almost breaking her defense. Isn't it just that you're being kept by classmates, Xia? Why are you so proud? Fongsi suddenly stood up and looked at Suwon fiercely. Last time you exposed me and caused me to be dumped by Master Li. This time I will give you a taste of your own medicine. You may not know this, but our meeting was filmed. Just imagine what would happen if I posted this video on the school forum? Fongsi smiled sinisterly, finally revealing her true colors. This was her real purpose in asking Suwon out. School beauty Xia and Suwon were so close that many people even thought they were dating. If at this time, Suwon met his ex-girlfriend again, and it was recorded in a video and seen by his classmates, what would everyone think? In fact, this plan would only be more perfect if the other party agreed. But it doesn't matter. Since the two of them are sitting here today, Suwon is bound to be related to Fongsi. Suwon frowned and turned to look around. Sure enough, at the table next to us, I saw another girl taking pictures of something with her cell phone. Moreover, Suwon knew this girl. She was Fongsi's best friend Zhao Qian. When he was with Fongsi before, he was often ridiculed by this woman. He didn't expect that she would come this time too. What do you want to do? Suwon asked calmly. What? Last time we broke up in this restaurant, you actually tried to frame me. This time, of course, I will let you taste the feeling of being reported. If I post this video on the school forum, not only will my classmates see it, but school beauty Xia will also see it. What do you think she will think? As she spoke, Fongsi's eyes were full of pride. She believed that as long as the video was posted on the forum, it would cause an uproar in the school. She just didn't believe that school beauty Xia wouldn't be angry after seeing this video and would still be willing to stay with Suwon. Seeing that Suwon didn't say anything, Fongsi thought he was afraid, and said even more arrogantly, Suwon, I was so blind before that I actually chose you as my boyfriend. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Sister Cindy is right. Suwon, you are too ruthless. You keep saying you love Sister Cindy, but when Sister Cindy changed her mind you refused to accept her. To put it bluntly, isn't it because school beauty Xia gave you a sports car that you fell in love with someone else? Seeing that the goal was achieved, the girl who took the photo also came over. She looked at Suwon with contempt and disgust in her eyes. Just wait, Suwon. Once we release this video, you'll be finished. Zhao Qian said indignantly. If you don't know, you would really think that Suwon had done something against the law. At the same time, there was a sudden commotion from the direction of the door. I saw a group of people walking in from the entrance of the restaurant and then coming towards Suwon. And who else could the person walking in front be if not Li Yufeng? What are you doing here? After Li Xiao came over, he pretended to know nothing and questioned harshly. Mr. Li, don't get me wrong. It was Suwon who called me out of the blue and asked me to meet him. He wanted to reconcile with me, and I rejected him, but he didn't listen and insisted on pestering me. As soon as Li Xiao arrived, Fongsi unexpectedly changed her previous attitude and cooperated with him in acting, talking as if they had not broken up yet. Yeah? Li Xiao frowned, then looked at Suwon and said coldly, Suwon, I think you are really bold. You dare to mess with my girlfriend? As he spoke, a smile of success appeared in his eyes. Suwon looked at Fongsi, then at Li Xiao, and instantly understood what was going on. This must be the real reason why Fongsi asked me out today. First he made a video to frame himself, and then let Li Xiao come out to deal with him, so as to kill two birds with one stone? What do you want? Suwon looked at Li Xiao and sneered. Of course, I want to let you know what will happen if you mess with me, Master Li. Li Yufeng laughed, and his laugh was so wicked. Then he said to the people behind him, you guys, teach him a lesson. If anything is broken here today, it's my fault. Don't worry, Master Li, he's just a delicate and tender brat. It's easy to deal with him. The burly men behind glanced at Suwon with disdain on their faces. In their eyes, Suwon was tall and thin, and looked like a weakling. So a few people pinched Suwon's wrists and walked towards him with fierce looks on their faces. It seems like they are preparing for a big fight. Fongsi and Zhao Qian quietly retreated behind the crowd without anyone noticing. The two looked at each other, both secretly pleased with themselves. There was going to be something interesting to watch next. Especially Fongsi. This time, the reason why she helped Li Xiao to make an appointment with Su Wen was not only because Li Xiao gave her a reward, but also because she could take revenge on Su Wen at the same time, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, there was a lot of noise. Customers around the restaurant also noticed something was wrong and evacuated their seats. As for the restaurant staff, they didn't dare to step forward to stop it, for fear of being implicated. Compared to everyone else, Su Wen was much calmer. Looking at this large group of people, Su Wen knew that Fongsi had planned to ask him to come today and she was well prepared. However, even though he knew the other party's purpose, he still sat in the chair calmly. "You stinky boy, you even dare to provoke young Master Li, you are really courting death. Call out." As they were talking, several sturdy men sneered and surrounded Su Wen without any martial ethics. Front kick, whip kick, left jab, well trained. However, how can Su Wen's modified body be compared to that of ordinary people? Just as everyone rushed over, he stood up and punched one of them. Chapter 25. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Bang! A powerful and devastating blow. With just one punch, he broke the opponent's nose. A normal person's punch weighs only 60 to 100 kilograms. After the modification, Su Wen's punch exerts a force of at least 300 kilograms, which shows how powerful he is. In addition, his speed and reaction agility are several times greater than that of ordinary people, so this battle does not pose much threat to Su Wen. After knocking down one person, he didn't stop at all. He dodged the attack from the sturdy man next to him and kicked at another man. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the whole restaurant was in chaos. The sounds of collision, shattering, and painful wails came one after another. 1 minute later. With a cry of awe, the last strong man was knocked down by Su Wen. When I looked again, the bodyguards who were so arrogant just now had already collapsed on the ground and were wailing. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant was shocked. They looked at Su Wen with horror in their eyes. No one could believe that, despite the huge disparity in numbers, this young man could actually fight 1 against 4 and knock down so many people. How is this possible? Li Yufeng was standing not far away, his expression stiff. He saw the entire fight between Su Wen and his bodyguards just now. He couldn't understand how Su Wen managed to beat several people at once, and they were 4 well-trained men. However, he didn't have time to figure it out. By the time he reacted, Su Wen had already rushed in front of him and kicked him. Ah! Another scream was heard. Mr. Li, who was standing just now, was kicked out. The powerful force carried him to smash against the table and chairs behind him. With a bang, the table instantly broke into pieces. After Li Xiao paddled for a distance, he also lay limply on the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Yufeng had never felt such severe pain before, as if a sledgehammer had hit his stomach. It hurt so much that even screaming became a luxury. On the other hand, although Su Wen's clothes were also a little disheveled, he was much better than the others. Looking at the scene in front of them, Fongsi and Zhao Qian were dumbfounded. They looked at Su Wen as if he were a monster. They could never have imagined that he was so powerful. For a moment, I felt that the scene happening before my eyes was so funny and absurd. After dealing with Mr. Li, Su Wen turned to look at Fongsi and Zhao Qian. What do you want to do? Seeing the devil like Su Wen walking towards them, Fongsi and her best friend, who had been showing off just now, were so scared that their legs went weak. You, don't come over here, I'll delete the video and I won't post it on the forum anymore. Zhao Qian spoke, her voice trembling. Only now did she realize what kind of person she had provoked. If she had known that Su Wen was so awesome, she would never have dared to provoke him even if she was beaten to death. However, Su Wen seemed not to hear the other party's pleas for mercy and walked straight up to the two of them. He first glanced at Fongsi, then looked at Zhao Qian. Hand over your phone, Su Wen said slowly. Although the tone was neither salty nor bland, it seemed to give people a chilling feeling. Okay, here's your phone. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Zhao Qian had no doubt that if she said no, her fate would not be any better than that of Li Xiao and others. So she stretched out her hand tremblingly and quickly handed over the camera. Do you really think you can threaten me with just this video? Su Wen took the phone and said calmly. To be honest, whether this video is deleted or not, it doesn't have much impact on me at all. But you tried to take a video to blackmail me, which has seriously violated my personal interests. If I don't call the police, I'm really sorry for what you did. The video in this phone will be the most powerful evidence for the police. Just wait to be prosecuted. As he spoke, Su Wen took out his cell phone and called the police. Fongsi and Zhao Qian were stunned. The two looked at Su Wen with disbelief in their eyes. Originally, they thought Su Wen took the phone just to delete the videos in it, but they didn't expect that he would actually call the police. If this happens, things will get out of hand. Su Wen, we are all classmates after all. Do you really have to be so ruthless? No matter what, Sister Cindy was your ex-girlfriend, you can't deny it, right? Zhao Qian started to panic. She would never have thought that things would develop in this direction. She was the one who shot the video, so even if Fongsi was the mastermind, she couldn't escape responsibility. Now that we're all classmates, don't you think it's too late? That's because I have some ability to protect myself. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid you would have beaten me to the hospital right away. Su Wen sneered. As we were talking, the call was connected. Su Wen then recounted in detail what had happened in the restaurant and waited for the police to arrive. Although many people here were injured by him, Su Wen was not panicked at all. With so many people surrounding him, he was only fighting back in self-protection, which was self-defense. As for Mr. Li, he is the mastermind of this group of thugs and has no position to speak. If Mr. Li wanted to sue him, he would also sue the other party for hiring people to beat him up. After calling the police, he immediately took out his address book, found the number of Zhang Kaming, the vice president of Hills Hotel, and called him. In less than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Mr. Zhang, you are the vice president of Hills Hotel. You must have a lot of connections. Can you do me a favor and help me find some lawyers? The best kind, money is not a problem. Su Wen said slowly. Mr. Su, do you want to find a lawyer? Ha, then you found the right person. I happen to have 2 lawyer friends I know. They are both well-known figures in the legal profession. They are top-notch lawyers with a very high success rate. With them on the scene, we will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Vice President Zhang was more than happy to help the new chairman, so he quickly spoke up. Well, thank you for your help. Call your lawyer friend and ask them to come over right away. The location is. Su Wen gave the specific address of the restaurant. Seeing that Su Wen actually called the police and contacted a lawyer, it didn't seem like he was just pretending. Fongsi and Zhao Qian, who were standing opposite, suddenly turned even paler. Things had obviously reached this point, which was beyond their expectations. Although this incident will not result in them facing imprisonment, they may have to face financial compensation and even have their personal records tarnished. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel depressed. Chapter 26, Taking Over Worcester Enterprises. 10 minutes later, the police arrived. At the same time, the 2 lawyers contacted by Vice President Zhang also came over. They collected a lot of clues at the scene. Zhao Qian's cell phone, the restaurant's surveillance video. Afterwards, everyone followed the police to the police station to record their statements. As for Mr. Li and his men, the restaurant staff had already called the emergency number and took them away. More than an hour later, the matter was handled and Su Wen left the police station with the 2 lawyers. Lawyer Zhou, Lawyer Zhang, the rest of the matter is left to you. I hope you can help me win this lawsuit and maximize my interests. I will pay you every cent of the attorney's fee. Outside the police station, Su Wen suddenly looked at the 2 lawyers beside him and said with a smile. In fact, normally 1 lawyer is enough for a lawsuit. But for Su Wen, 1 more person means more help, so it doesn't matter even if the lawyer fees are a little higher. His main purpose was not for profit, but to make life difficult for Fongsi and Zhao Qian. The better this lawsuit is fought, the greater the price the other party will pay. Especially Fongsi, I don't know how many times she has cheated me. If I don't teach them a lesson, I will be sorry for the harm they have caused me in the past. Don't worry, the evidence is solid. We have all the necessary witnesses and evidence. This lawsuit won't be too easy for us. Director Su, you can rest assured. It is our duty to do our best to win every case. Facing the request of the chairman of Hills Hotel, the 2 lawyers spoke confidently. But they were not bragging. For top lawyers, cases like Su Wen's were not complicated at all and were indeed the easiest to handle. Well, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the other party say this, Su Wen felt relieved. After that, he chatted for a few more words and then separated from the 2 of them. Fongsi and Zhao Qian are still being detained in the police station, and it seems they will have to undergo some ideological education. Su Wen got into the car and was about to drive back to school. That's when the system came along. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of meeting Fongsi. Release reward, 51% of the shares of Forster, one of the world's top 100 companies. As soon as the system finished speaking, Suwon received a call from Worcester headquarters. Now that the call has come, what are you waiting for? Worcester's headquarters is in Shanghai, so Suwon decided to go to the headquarters and sign the contract right now. South District, Fuan Avenue. Fuan Avenue is located on the city's second ring road and is dotted with dozens of stories high-rise buildings. Among them, the Worcester e-commerce headquarters is the best. I saw a building that was 100 stories high standing beside the street, majestic and magnificent. There are several buildings standing next to it, which are equally imposing. This area is almost entirely the territory of Worcester Enterprise, which shows its scale. Looking at the buildings in front of him, Suwon was excited. After signing the contract today, he will be the top leader of the company, and his status has undergone a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he parked his Aston Martin aside and walked towards the headquarters. At the same time, inside the headquarters, a large group of people were waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Most of them are senior executives and people from the board of directors. On both sides of the hall entrance, there were more than a dozen etiquette ladies standing, waiting for the arrival of the new chairman. The scene was quite grand. Tell me, who is this new CEO, Su? He acquired 51% of our company's shares. I still can't believe it. Who said it wasn't? Our company's market value is over 1.5 trillion. If we add the premium to 51 shares, wouldn't we get nearly 1 trillion? But the fact is that it was 1. This is unprecedented in the circle of leading enterprises. Who knows what's going on? Anyway, the vice president just said that the man is in the Magic City and will be here soon. Let's get ready to welcome him. In the hall, the senior executives were talking to each other. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were in disbelief. Everyone still feels that what happened today is a bit far-fetched. As one of the top 100 companies in the world, more than half of its shares were acquired by someone. How weird is this? Hey, look outside, is it Director Su who is here? Suddenly, someone pointed outside the lobby on the first floor and shouted. Everyone was reminded and looked outside. Sure enough, I found that just outside the hall, a young man was slowly walking towards this side. Everyone immediately perked up and went out to greet him. As Suwon outside walked to the door of the hall, he saw dozens of people walking out one after another. They are all dressed in suits and look energetic. You can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary people. While Suwon was surprised, the other party spoke. Hey, Mr. Su, welcome, a warm welcome. I am the chairman of the board of directors of Worcester Company. Oh no, I am the former chairman now. On behalf of all the employees of the company, I welcome you. Wang Tong, the former chairman of Worcester, looked at Suwon with a smile on his face and spoke. After saying this, he extended his hand to show his friendliness. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Suwon smiled and naturally responded with courtesy, so he stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, "You're welcome. My name is Suwon, you can just call me Xiaowon." As soon as they started chatting, several vice directors and shareholders nearby could not help but start talking. Boss Su, you are finally here. We couldn't wait any longer and have been wanting to see you for a long time. Yes. We were just talking about you, wondering which big shot has such power to acquire our Worcester. It's a real surprise to see you. I can't believe that the person who bought our company's shares is someone as young and handsome as you, a promising young man. Before they even got to know each other, the shareholders started flattering him. If other businessmen saw what was happening, they would be shocked. Among the dozen or so shareholders in front of us, any one of them is a well-known figure in the Demon City. But at this moment, they all nodded and bowed to Suwon, which was simply unbelievable. Thank you for the award. I am still young and don't understand the operation of the company. I will rely on the help of my seniors in the future. Listening to so many people complimenting him one after another, Suwon couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. This boss hasn't even been in office for a day, but he's already received a lot of flattery. Come on, let's go into the company first. The former chairman spoke quickly and led Suwon to the hall. The directors and senior executives followed behind. As soon as Suwon entered the hall, suddenly, everyone in the hall, up and down, front and back, turned their attention to Suwon, looking at him as if he had discovered a new continent. The etiquette ladies standing on both sides widened their eyes when they saw Suwon. Originally, they thought that the person who would acquire the company's shares would be a middle-aged man with a big belly and bald hair. But I never thought that he was such a young and handsome guy. In an instant, the young ladies all lost their composure. They all stood at attention, wanting to show their broad minds, wishing Su-Wen would notice them immediately. Chapter 27 Scandal Exposed. So handsome. Mr. Su's looks are almost as good as Yen Zu's. Yes. He's handsome and rich, just like my ideal Prince Charming. I love him. Wow, I really want to marry him. I've even thought of a name for my child. In the hall, whether it was the etiquette lady or the front desk clerk, everyone was amazed at Su-Wen's appearance and showed an infatuated expression. Amid the discussions, Su-Wen and other shareholders on the board of directors had already taken the elevator to the top floor of the company. The top floor of the company is where shareholders meet and where the offices of the chairman and 2 vice chairmen are located. The next step naturally entered into the contract signing ceremony. 10 minutes later. After reading the contract, both parties signed it. From this moment on, Su-Wen officially became the real leader of the company, and Wang Tong completely resigned from his position. His shares in the company now only remain at 1%, making him an ordinary small shareholder. However, his personal net worth has increased several times, which is enough to make him into the top 10 of the Forbes rich list. After all, he sold so many shares. At this moment, a vice president came over, handed a document to Su-Wen, and said with a smile, "This is our company's information. It not only includes the general information of our company, but also includes other industries we have invested in. Please take a look." Su-Wen nodded, took the information and read it with interest. This sight shocked him secretly. He had heard from others before that Wurster had invested in many other industries, but he had never expected so many. Finance, live broadcast, film and television, games, real estate, catering, software, DD. God, almost everything that can be invested has been invested. Su-Wen looked further down and found that the market value of the company Wurster was as high as more than 1.5 trillion. That's not even including other companies we've invested in. The top 100 in the world are truly terrifying. Mr. Su, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Each shareholder has a capital account in the company, and after the company's dividends are distributed, they are transferred to the individual capital account. As the chairman, you naturally have your own account. This account is currently empty. Once dividends are distributed, you can use it or withdraw it at will. Another vice president of the company also spoke. Okay, I understand. Su-Wen suddenly realized. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while, and he exchanged mobile phone numbers with the 2 vice directors before saying goodbye to the directors of the company and leaving. After that, Su-Wen returned to school. Time flies and several days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, the school has once again been caught in an uproar. The news that Fongsi teamed up with Li Xiao to frame Su-Wen spread throughout the school and attracted everyone's attention. In the school forum, the number of posts about Su-Wen, Li Xiao, and Fongsi increased rapidly, with the number of clicks ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Damn, have you heard that Su-Wen actually beat up Li Xiao and sent him to the hospital? You just found out now? I knew it 2 days ago. This guy is crazy. He hits people without even looking at who his opponent is. How can he survive after hitting Li Xiao? That's what Master Li deserves. He actually teamed up with Fongsi to deal with Su-Wen. This is pushing him into a desperate situation. That's right. Fongsi is so shameless. She dumped Su-Wen and still didn't forget to make trouble for her. No wonder we haven't seen young Master Li in the past few days. It seems he is staying in the hospital. For a while, all kinds of posts and comments emerged in the forum. Li Xiao and Fongsi's reputation plummeted. On the other hand, Su-Wen, who had previously caused a lot of jealousy because he was favored by the school beauty Xia, this time he actually attracted a lot of goodwill. After all, what Li Xiao and Fongsi did this time was too bad and aroused public outrage among many people. In the dormitory, Su-Wen looked at the various comments in the forum through the computer and smiled helplessly. Then, he looked at his roommates and said, I say the same to you guys. I told you not to spread the news about Fongsi and Li Xiao, but you went around telling everyone about it. Now everyone in the school knows about it. After this was said, the roommates were upset. What can't be said? Fongsi and Li Xiao dared to do this, and they are afraid of what others will say. That's right. Fongsi is an ungrateful person. She deserves the current situation. Let's speak out so that everyone can see her true face. When Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan, who were playing games, heard Su Wen say this, they immediately put down the game and retorted. It turned out that the reason why the incident between Su Wen and Li Xiao and Fongsi spread throughout the school was mainly because Su Wen told his brothers about the incident after returning to school. Brothers, can you still bear it after hearing this? Several people secretly discussed how to make this matter public in school so that everyone could see the true colors of Fongsi and Li Xiao. So, they posted several messages on the school forum in succession, revealing everything Su Wen had said. Su Wen, Li Xiao, and a few others have been the subject of discussion among most people during this period. The emergence of such a hot topic naturally attracted the attention of many people. In addition, Mr. Li had indeed not come to school for the past 2 days, and when people said that he seemed to be in the hospital, everyone believed it all of a sudden. The direct consequence of this incident is that Su Wen's ex-girlfriend Fongsi is now like a rat crossing the street in school, and everyone is shouting and beating her. At this moment, listening to his roommate's explanations, Su Wen didn't say anything else. After all, he also knew that his brothers couldn't stand it anymore and were just helping him vent his anger. After a pause, he suddenly said, "How about I take you out for a drive tonight and then have a big dinner?" His brothers are so loyal, so he should give something in return. Fuck, is this true? The last time you said this was several days ago, and there has been no news since then. That's right, don't make us happy again. When they heard about the big dinner, several roommates were excited at first, but then immediately started complaining. Ever since the last time in the cafeteria, when Su Wen said he would take them to a big meal, he didn't take any action. Everyone thought he regretted it and was reluctant to do so, so they didn't force him. Don't worry, I'll definitely go there tonight if I say so. It's just a big meal. If you want to go, I'll take you there every day from now on. Su Wen smiled indifferently and said indifferently. Because of the matter between Fongsi and Li Xiao these days, he indeed forgot about this matter, but he naturally couldn't forget it today. That's very loyal. When the brothers heard what Su Wen said, they were naturally very happy. At this time, Su Wen took out his mobile phone and sent a voice request to Xia directly on VX. But after a while, the voice was connected. Student Su? Xia Xinyao's pleasant voice was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. Yeah, it's me. I'd made an appointment with my brothers to go out for dinner tonight. How about you come too? Su Wen smiled and said. We've known each other for such a long time, but I've never treated him to a meal. It's time to show some appreciation. However, just when Su Wen thought that classmate Xia was about to speak, the voices of 2 other girls suddenly came from the phone. Is that Su? You invited Xiaoyayo to dinner, and you brought your roommate along? Then can you bring us along? We want to go too. Yes, classmate Su, we all heard from Xiaoyao. She said that you are rich now. Can you take us with you? We also want to eat. The people who spoke were Xia Xinyao's 2 best friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu. Judging from their tone, they both seemed to be looking forward to it. Chapter 28 Being Despised. Of course, it's just 2 more people. Su Wen was stunned at first, then he smiled and said. He realized that this must be Xia's roommate or best friend. Really? Thank you, Su. When they heard that the other party actually agreed, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu were immediately excited. Who doesn't want to go for a big dinner? You too. On the other end of the phone, Xia looked at her 2 best friends and smiled helplessly. My 2 best friends are good in everything except food. As for Su Wen, after he hung up the phone, Chen Ming and others immediately came over. Fuck, what's going on? Are there other girls coming? Are they friends of school beauty Xia? The voice was very loud, so naturally everyone heard the conversation between Su Wen and Xia. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan were immediately excited when they heard that there were other girls coming besides school beauty Xia. Well, it should be. Do you 2 have any ideas? Su Wen looked at the 2 single brothers and couldn't help but teasing them. Hee, don't laugh at us. You are so successful now. You are rich and have a school beauty to accompany you. We are miserable. We are not as good looking as you, so we have to look for opportunities. That's right. I envy other people who are in love so much. This time, I must find a way to get out of being single. As Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan talked, they couldn't help but raise their hands, clenched their fists, and made a cheering gesture to show their lofty ambitions. He Wenfeng just smiled and didn't say anything because he already had a girlfriend. As a sports student, although he is not as handsome as Su Wen, he is also tall and sunny, so it is normal for girls to like him. Su Wen knew that he had a girlfriend, so he asked him to call his girlfriend as well. Since it's a dinner party, it should be lively. So a bunch of people got together. Night fell and soon it was evening. Because there were too many people, the Aston Martin had no room for everyone, so Su Wen hailed 2 cars on Didi. He went to the parking lot and drove out the Aston Martin. When he drove the car to the school gate, classmates Xia and her best friends, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, He Wenfeng and his girlfriend had already been waiting at the school gate. Lao Su, where are we going to eat? Seeing Su Wen coming, Chen Ming approached the car and asked. Let's go to Xianpingshuan Restaurant City. Su Wen rolled down the car window and answered immediately. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Xianpingshuan Restaurant is the most expensive and luxurious restaurant in Shanghai. It is said that it costs at least several thousand per person to go there for a meal. Isn't it too expensive? He Wenfeng was shocked. Although Lao Su is very rich now, this is too exaggerated. There are at least 7 or 8 people here today. Wouldn't it cost tens of thousands just for a meal? Yeah, how about changing to something medium-sized? Zhu Yuan also considered it. Treating good brothers to a meal is giving them face, but they can't be so shameless as to eat at the most expensive restaurant. Knowing what his brothers were thinking, Su Wen smiled calmly. It's okay. We finally have a big meal, so of course we have to eat the most luxurious one. If you don't go, you're not giving me face. In order to reduce everyone's psychological burden, Su Wen said this deliberately. Besides, considering his current wealth and net worth, what does this little money mean to him? As he said that, he invited Xia to get in the car. At the same time, the 2 Didi cars that Su Wen called also arrived at the school gate. Everyone got on the car and left the school. 2nd Ring Road, Demon City, Xianpingshuan Restaurant City. As the most famous and luxurious restaurant in Shanghai, it goes without saying that it is bustling and bustling. Soon, a luxurious and cool Aston Martin slowly stopped in front of the restaurant. Su Wen, Xia Tongxue, Wang Xiuxiu, and Zhu Yuan got out of the car. At the same time, 2 Didi cars followed closely, and He Wenfeng, Chen Ming, and 2 other girls also got off the car. Then, everyone walked into the restaurant city together. The restaurant city is very large, with 10 floors. As soon as everyone entered, they discovered that the central hall of the building was actually a hollow cylindrical shape, and the environment was spacious and elegant. The white magnolia marble, the classical chandeliers, and the combination of classic Shanghai style and modern Italian style make everyone feel the ultimate luxury of this restaurant city. Hello, welcome. Excuse me, would you like to have Western or Chinese food? What price range would you like to choose? Not long after Su Wen and others entered, a young woman in work clothes came over, looked at Su Wen and others and said with a smile. Chinese food, what's the term for stalls? Su Wen was puzzled. It's like this, our store is divided into 3 levels. The low-end price is 1,000 per person, and you can choose to eat on the 1st to 3rd floors. The mid-range price is 3,000 per person, and you can choose the 4th to 6th floors. The base price for high-end is 6,000 per person, and you can choose from the 7th to 9th floors. Different price range, different floor, different environment. The woman explained with a smile. Everyone clicked their tongues in their hearts when they heard this. After all, they knew that Xianpingshuan Restaurant was different from other restaurants. The table fee was the basic fee, and ordering dishes was charged separately. In this case, we have to say that the price is indeed outrageous. Lao Su, I think we should choose the 1,000 grade. It will be the same no matter where we eat it. Yeah, look at this environment, 1,000 grade is already very luxurious, it's good enough. Everyone suggested. After all, they came to eat, not to see the environment, and they didn't want Su Wen to spend too much money. But you have the nerve to choose a 1,000 level seat? If you can't afford it, don't come. It's better to go to a restaurant to eat instead of choosing a 1,000 level seat at Xianpingshuan Restaurant. That's right. If you don't have money, why come to Xianpingshuan? You're just pretending to be rich. Suddenly, a young couple in beautiful clothes passed by Su Wen and others. After hearing everyone's conversation, they couldn't help but show sneer on their faces. It's Mr. Zhou and Ms. Yu. You're here too. Please come in. At this moment, another waiter came over and spoke to the couple with a smile on his face and respect. It seems that this guy named Zhou Xiao is a frequent visitor here. Well, take us to the restaurant on the 7th floor. I don't want to see these poor guys pretending to be powerful again. It's bad luck. Zhou Xiao glanced at Su Wen and the others and said jokingly. Okay, Mr. Zhou and Mizu, please go in. I'll take you to the 7th floor right away. The waiter responded attentively and seemed to care about Mr. Zhou very much. As he spoke, he led the two of them towards the elevator. Sir, what gear would you like to choose? If it's the 1000 gear, I can take it over right away. The woman standing next to Su Wen asked, still smiling. Let's go to the 7th floor too. Su Wen said calmly. Sir, the 7th floor is the highest grade, the minimum charge is 6,000 yuan per person. The woman was slightly stunned. She obviously did not expect that this group of customers who were just discussing choosing low-end consumption would suddenly choose the highest-end product and were too lazy to even choose the mid-range product. Yes, I know. It's the highest grade, so take us up there. Su Wen said indifferently. He now has several companies, and his money will only increase. Why keep it and not spend it? He just wants to be a spendthrift, not a miser. Okay, everyone, this way please. Since the customer said so, the service staff naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately took everyone to the elevator and went up to the 7th floor. Chapter 29. Today's meal is delicious. A few minutes later, everyone went up to the 7th floor. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and felt different. Compared with the noisy scene on the 1st floor, although there are quite a few people here, it is relatively quiet and elegant. At first glance, it feels spacious and refreshing, very comfortable. The sofas from Aishalia and the dining table and chairs from Manati also reflect the style and ultimate luxury of this place. At the front of the restaurant, there are several professional music teachers playing the violin and soothing music, which makes people relax instantly. Damn, isn't this too extravagant? Yeah, it's just a meal, do you have to be so elaborate? No wonder the 7th floor and above are so expensive. The friends stared at the restaurant environment in amazement, not daring to blink. That's normal. If a restaurant with such high prices can't even do this, it can't be called the most high-end restaurant. On the contrary, classmate Xia didn't show much expression and spoke calmly. But it's not surprising. As the daughter of Huaxin Group, she must have seen many high-end places like this. While chatting and laughing, Su Wen chose a dining table at the side. This location is very good and you can also see the view of the central hall. The dining table is large enough to seat 7 or 8 people. Everyone found a seat and sat down, and Su Wen sat together with classmates Xia tacitly. Then the waiter brought 3 menus and distributed them. Fuck, Buddha jumps over the wall costs 900 yuan a pot? 1,500 yuan for a serving of boiled cabbage? 1250 for a bowl of bird's nest soup? Everyone looked at the scary prices on the menu and showed expressions of disbelief. It's just a dish, but it's so expensive. They're not here to eat, they're here to eat money. For a moment, everyone was too embarrassed to order. Order it. You're welcome. We're here to eat. Are you planning on saving me money? Su Wen said with a smile. Then he picked up the menu and started ordering. I'll give you 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish can be regarded as one of the famous dishes in the country. It is not only delicious but also expensive. If it were in the past, Su Wen would not even dare to think about ordering such dishes, but now he doesn't even blink an eye. 1 serving of bird's nest in clear soup. 8 abalones. For king crabs, please. 8 Boston lobsters. Then Su Wen looked at the menu and started ordering without caring how expensive it was. He loves seafood the most, so he wanted to eat a lot this time. After all the operations, even the service staff next to him couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After all, just now, this group of people suggested that this gentleman eat on the 1st floor, so he is obviously not a particularly wealthy person. But now it seems that the other party doesn't seem to be short of money. Or is it really like what Mr. Zhou said just now, that he is just trying to show off his wealth? The companions present saw Su Wen ordering, so they stopped being polite and followed suit and ordered as well. After a minute, the dishes were almost ordered, and Su Wen and others put down the menus. The waiter immediately took the menus and left. Not long after, the dishes began to be served. Buddha jumps over the wall, bird's nest, hot pot, lobster, king crab, etc., all kinds of dishes began to be served on the table. In a short while, the entire dining table was filled with various delicious foods. Then the waiter brought various drinks and everyone started drinking while eating. Time passed quickly and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The table was originally full of delicious food, but as everyone rushed to eat it all, only a tenth of it was left. Belch. Chen Ming burped. He was too full. The others also had satisfied looks on their faces, and I believe they had almost finished eating. It's better to be rich. I've never had such a delicious meal in my life. Zhu Yuan touched his belly and couldn't help sighing. Then you have to work hard to make money in the future, otherwise you will never be able to eat here again. Chen Ming teased. However, this is the truth. With this price plus the meal fee, who would dare to come if they don't have children at home? Today is really a blessing for classmate Tua Su, otherwise we wouldn't be able to enjoy this delicious meal. Yes, classmate Su, thank you so much for today. I will always remember your kindness. Wan Xiuxiu and Ji Yu looked at Su Wen, their eyes full of gratitude. The two swore that if classmate Su needed any help in the future, they would go through fire and water to help him without hesitation. Nothing. If you want to have a good meal in the future, just send me a message. We can all come together and you can choose the location. Su Wen smiled and said indifferently. Even he himself had to admit that today's meal was indeed delicious. Wouldn't he come here often in the future? Really? Classmate Su, no, brother Su. From now on you are my big brother, my dear big brother. Whoa, I am so touched. Ji Yu was crying and wanted to recognize his relatives. Su Wen smiled helplessly and shook his head. After finishing the meal, Su Wen looked at the time and thought it was time to rest, so he told everyone to get ready to leave. I say, you guys are really awesome. You actually chose to eat on the 7th floor. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to pay? Ha, I said before that you were just pretending to be rich. Now it seems that I was absolutely right. Just as everyone got up from their seats and followed the staff to the cashier counter, the couple who had entered the store before also happened to walk over and met Su Wen and his group. Hey waitress, don't you check the people you bring up? If they eat and don't have money to pay, won't you be at a big loss? The man said with a disdainful sneer. Who are you? I've been putting up with you for so long. We have no grudges against each other. Is there any need for you to keep mocking us? Zhu Yuan finally couldn't help it and said angrily. I was finally in a good mood today, but how come I ran into this kind of guy? As if they didn't expect the other party to talk back, the couple was stunned for a moment, and then the man sneered, it's poor people like you who affect my mood. Of course I have to say a few words. The woman also laughed and said, young Master Yang is a platinum member here, how can you guys, a bunch of country bumpkins, say irresponsible things about him? But it's not your fault. How would a poor fellow like you know what a platinum member is? As he spoke, the man took out a membership card from his wallet and handed it to the cashier. Hello, Mr. Yang, your table charge is 12,000 yuan, and the food and water consumption is 7,400 yuan, so the total consumption is 19,400 yuan. You are a platinum member customer, you can enjoy the 8.5 discount, you only need to pay 16490, and the balance on the card is 345,000 yuan. The cashier swiped the card as he spoke. At the same time, the couple showed contempt for Su Wen and others. After they paid the bill, the cashier started calculating the consumption of Su Wen's table. Hello, there are 8 people at your table. The table fee is 48,000 yuan, and the food and water consumption is 39,500 yuan, for a total consumption of 84,500 yuan. Sir, do you have a membership card? Asked the cashier. No, please get one for me. Su Wen said lightly. Then what level of membership card would you like to apply for? We have 3 levels of membership cards. The higher the level, the more benefits you get. One is a regular membership card, with a minimum top-up of 100,000 yuan, which offers a 9.5% discount. For a premium membership card, with a minimum top-up of 300,000 yuan, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Supreme membership card, with a minimum top-up of 1 million yuan, can enjoy a 15% discount. The camper said slowly. Then please get me a Supreme membership card. Su Wen answered without thinking. Chapter 30 Meeting the Tang family again. What did you say, recharge 1 million? As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, the couple was stunned. They obviously didn't expect that this young man would be so generous. Can you come up with so much money? The woman opposite asked with a look of disbelief. Not to mention them, even the female staff member who had been serving Su Wen and others showed a very surprised expression. She originally thought that when the young man first entered the restaurant, he was embarrassed by what the couple said, so he deliberately chose a high-end seat to save face. I didn't expect that the other party would ask for a top-up of 1 million now. For truly wealthy people, 1 million is nothing at all, but for ordinary people it is not a small sum. Can this young man come up with it? It's just a small amount of money, Su-won said with a calm expression and a nonchalant look. Then he took out a CCB card from his wallet and handed it to the cashier, saying, "Swipe the card." "Yes, sir." The cashier did not dare to delay and immediately took out an exquisite white membership card, then swiped the CCB card to recharge. Sure enough, the recharge was successful in just a few moments, and 1 million had been deposited into the account. "Hello, sir, the recharge has been successful. From now on, you are the most distinguished top member of our restaurant city. You just spent a total of 84,500 yuan. Based on the 15% discount, I will only charge you 71,825 yuan, leaving a balance of 928,175 yuan. Please keep it safe." After the cashier recharged the card, he used the platinum card to pay for this transaction. Then he respectfully handed the bank card and platinum membership card to Su-won. Su-won said him and accepted the two cards. Looking at the platinum card, he couldn't help but sigh. Don't be fooled by the fact that this platinum card still has a balance of over 900,000 yuan, which seems like a lot of money. In fact, it is not worth it at all. If you eat like this, you will spend tens of thousands of dollars each time, but you can only spend it a few times in total. Even if he comes once a month, there will probably be little money left in the card after a year. By the way, sir, please wait a moment. You have topped up your membership card with 1 million yuan. Our manager will come over with a gift, the cashier said again. At the same time, she quickly picked up her phone and sent a message to her manager, asking him to come over quickly. Any gifts? Su-won was surprised and then nodded. If someone gives you something as a gift, you should definitely give it up. Naturally, he won't refuse it. At this moment, the couple who were so proud just now and the staff standing next to Su-won were stunned. They didn't expect that this young man actually had 1 million. 1 million is not too much, but not too little either. Although it cannot be proved that Su-won is a truly rich man, at least he is not the poor guy that the couple said he was. Well, you see, you're not the only one with money. Who do you look down on? Zhu Yuan looked at the couple and was finally able to refute. Tisk, it's only 1 million. My boyfriend can take whatever he wants. What's that? The woman opposite still remained stubborn. While everyone was arguing, the restaurant manager was walking towards them not far away, apparently having received the message from the cashier. However, he was not the only one walking over, there was a group of people following him. This group of people were well dressed and had extraordinary temperaments. Even the manager accompanied them respectfully. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Shouting, "Who did you say recharged 1 million just now?" The manager came over and looked at the cashier and asked immediately. However, before he could finish his words, the group of people standing next to him looked at Su-won in surprise. "Boss Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to Zion Pingchuan for dinner as well." Yes, it seems that our Tang family and Mr. Su are really destined to be together. Several people immediately showed a flattering look on their faces. "It's you guys. What a coincidence." Su-won looked at the people opposite him and was also slightly surprised, but he still spoke without showing any expression on his face. The people in front of him were none other than Su-won's neighbors in the Haiyun Bay Villa area, the Tang family he met when he first went to Haiyun Bay. Not only Tang Jidong, but also the old lady of the Tang family and the young lady of the Tang family who was holding the child were here. The people who spoke just now were Tang Jidong and the old lady of the Tang family. Why, you know each other? The manager couldn't help but wonder when he saw that the distinguished customer he was serving was chatting with this young man. Of course I know him. Don't look at Mr. Su's young age. He is the chairman of the Hills Hotel and also my neighbor in the Haiyun Bay Villa district. In a word, we are right next door. Tang Jidong laughed and explained generously. If you don't know, you would think they are very familiar with each other. After these words were spoken, everyone except Su-won and his companions looked at Su-won in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. Fuck, is this true? Mr. Tang, please don't joke with me. The restaurant manager asked in disbelief. Hills is a nationally famous hotel chain with a market value of tens of billions. Although their restaurant city is also very famous in Shanghai, it is nothing compared to Hills. Manager Shin, we have known each other for a long time. Do I, Tang, look like someone who often lies to others? Tang Jidong said dissatisfiedly. The manager was stunned. Yes. Who is Tang Jidong? He is the CEO of Brilliant Technology Company. Why would you lie to him? For a moment, the manager looked at Su Wen with respect in his eyes. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, Mr. Su, I guess you just recharged 1 million and became a platinum member, right? The manager asked respectfully. Well, the cashier said there seemed to be some gifts for recharging 1 million, so I'm waiting here. Su Wen nodded and spoke slowly. Yes, there is a gift. I will get it for you now. The manager reacted immediately and ran to get the gift, fearing that he would waste the other party's time. The conversation between them was naturally heard clearly by the couple and the staff nearby. Looking at it again now, the expressions on their faces are even more exciting than when Su Wen just spent 1 million. Especially the couple, they were all confused. It seemed that they could never imagine that this young man had such a background. The chairman of the Hills Hotel, what kind of person is he and how rich is he? They just laughed at others for not being able to afford a good meal. Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly felt very embarrassed and left in shame. They were originally the ones who were enjoying the show, but now they are the most embarrassed people. The female staff member was equally shocked. It was a pity that she had thought that the other party was an ordinary person and chose a high-end seat just to save face. But he is the chairman of Hills Hotel and his net worth is estimated to be tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Would he care about this little money? This time, she was really blind. Boss Su, I didn't expect to see you here today. I have a request. Would you be so kind as to agree to it? Just as everyone was shocked, suddenly, Tang Jidong looked at Su Wen and spoke again. The tone was cautious, with an air of trying to get close to him. What's the matter? Seeing the other party hesitant to speak, Su Wen was puzzled. It's like this, our company is planning to hold a party at the Hills Hotel. I wonder if Director Su is interested and has time to attend? Tang Jidong didn't dare to keep the question in suspense and asked directly. Chapter 31 Fongsi's Verdict. Banquet? Su Wen frowned, and his first reaction was that he was too lazy to go. Yes, our Brilliant Technology Company has recently developed a new product, so the company is planning to hold a celebration party. Tang Jidong explained. In fact, even if you didn't meet us today, I was going to call you and invite you to attend. Tang Jidong continued, his tone full of flattery. But he wasn't lying. Inviting Su Wen to attend his company's banquet was a plan he had thought of from the beginning, but he just hadn't had time to make the call. Yes, Mr. Su, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. You are our neighbor, and we sincerely hope that you can attend this banquet. The usually serious old lady of the Tang family actually agreed with a smile, no longer showing her previous airs. Su Wen nodded, understanding what they meant. This was because of the unpleasantness that occurred in Haiyun Bay last time, and the other party intended to use this banquet to ease their relationship. That's when the system came along. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, accept the Tang family's invitation and attend the celebration banquet held by Brilliant Technology Company. Mission reward, Lamborghini Veneno, worth 45 million yuan. Koenigsegg Genera, valued at 23.88 million yuan. Lotus Aviga, valued at 19.88 million yuan. Is there a mission? Su Wen's eyes lit up. To be honest, Su Wen didn't want to attend this banquet at first. But if there is a mission, that's another matter. These 3 cars are all top-notch supercars worth tens of millions. One of them is even as good as Aston Martin 177. Don't miss it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Su Wen was about to agree when the system spoke again. Side mission, invite Xia to be your female companion and attend the celebration banquet together. Mission reward, gain a heavenly voice and world-class singing skills. Su Wen. Damn, what the hell? What kind of reward is this? Last time it was cooking skills, this time it was singing skills. Cooking skills are at least useful in daily life, but what use are singing skills? Singing is also a way to enrich myself. The system comforted Su Wen. Su Wen was speechless. Okay, accept the task. No matter what, the system has given us a reward, so we can't refuse it, right? As for inviting classmate Xia, given his current relationship with the other party, there should be no problem. Thinking about it, Su Wen suddenly looked up at Tang Jidong and said, "Since President Tang has invited me, I will respectfully obey your order. When will the celebration banquet be held?" "This Saturday, at 7 o'clock in the evening." Tang Jidong was stunned at first, then he said happily. Originally, he didn't hold out much hope when he invited Mr. Su to the celebration banquet. After all, the last incident was so unpleasant. Who wouldn't he be annoyed when encountering this? But he never expected that Mr. Su actually accepted his invitation this time, which shows how surprised he was. Of course, the old lady of the Tang family was also surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect that the invitation to Mr. Su would go so smoothly. "Mr. Su, thank you so much, you are so kind to me. Our company is holding a celebration banquet this time. Your participation will surely make our humble home more glorious," Tang Jidong said with a smile, his tone very excited. However, he did not tell a lie. Think about it, Brilliant Technology Company held a celebration party at the Hills Hotel, and even the chairman of the Hills Hotel came to attend in person. Is there anything more prestigious than this? Just as the Tang family was rejoicing, the restaurant manager not far away was already hurriedly walking towards them with his hands full of gifts. These gifts are beautifully packaged, some contain milk, some contain chocolate, and some contain fine wine. "Mr. Su, this is a small token of our hospitality city's appreciation. Please accept these gifts." The manager handed the gift to Su Wen respectfully and said with a smile on his face. In fact, under normal circumstances, even if you are a platinum member who has recharged 1 million, it is impossible to get so many gifts. However, the identity of the person today is not simple. Even Mr. Tang is on good terms with him. Naturally, the manager also wants to be on good terms with him, so he took a little more gifts. And if you look closely, you will find that these milk chocolates and other things are high-end products. Especially those 2 bottles of Wulianye, which probably cost several thousand yuan each. Well, thank you, there are quite a lot of things. Looking at the gift in the other person's hand, Su Wen was slightly surprised. He thanked the other person and prepared to take the gift. Shen Ming and Zhu Yuan on the side were very smart. They took the thing for Su Wen first and shared the weight so that he wouldn't be unable to carry it. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words before Su Wen led his friends away from Xianpingchuan Restaurant City. After leaving the restaurant city, Su Wen looked at the time. It was a little after 8 o'clock, so it was still early. Then he hailed 2 Didi cars and took his friends to other bustling areas for some fun. "We bought a lot of snacks and played until 11 o'clock, then we set off to go back to school." Time passed quickly and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, he received a call from lawyer Wang, saying that the trial for the lawsuit against Fongsi would begin today. In response to this, Su Wen naturally responded positively and had no objections. So he skipped class today and drove his Aston Martin to court. Since the case was simple, no review was required and the result was announced directly after the trial began. In the end, the court ruled that Fongsi should compensate Su Wen for mental damages of 20,000 yuan, and Zhao Qian should compensate Su Wen for mental damages of 10,000 yuan. Both of them were sentenced to 30 days detention. Su Wen was quite satisfied with this result. It seems that the 2 lawyers invited by Vice President Zhang are really capable. "Lawyer Wang, Lawyer Zhang, today is all thanks to you too." After leaving the court, Su Wen looked at the 2 lawyers and thanked them sincerely. This time, the 2 women were given a little punishment, letting them taste the consequences of their own actions. No, it's our honor to serve Mr. Su." The 2 did not dare to neglect and immediately responded with a smile. "Well, now that we are done, I would like to invite you 2 to have a cup of tea. Are you interested?" Su Wen suddenly said. "Boss Su invited us, how dare we refuse?" When the 2 heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy. Mr. Su is of such a high status that he can invite them for tea. How could they be unwilling? However, Su Wen thought that this place was not far from the Xianhe Tea House, only a few miles away, so it was a good opportunity to have a cup of tea and pay them the reward. As they spoke, they headed towards the parking lot. Guanyuan Street, Crane Tea House. Xianhe Tea House is a famous place with a long history and is well known in Shanghai. Although it is very different from the modern style of Shanghai, it is deeply loved by people because of its antique flavor and atmosphere. Every day there is an endless stream of people coming to the tea house to drink tea. At this time, a luxurious and cool Aston Martin slowly drove over here and stopped in front of the tea house. At the same time, 2 other cars came over. Then Su Wen got out of the car, followed by Lawyer Wang and Lawyer Zhang, and then they walked into the tea house together. However, Suwen didn't know that Xia Qingdao, Xiao's father, was also in the tea house at this moment. Chapter 32, Emergency. Welcome. As soon as they walked in, the waiter came over with a smile. Which floor would you like, private room or lobby? The waiter continued, seemingly not knowing Suwen. But it's not surprising. Although the tea house has a new owner, all the staff know about it. But no one knows what the new boss looks like, so it is normal that no one recognizes him at this moment. The third floor. It's quieter upstairs. As for the private room, forget it. It doesn't have that atmosphere. Suwen responded. By the way, call your manager over later. I have something to discuss with him. He suddenly said again. Manager? The waiter was slightly stunned, with a hint of confusion on his pretty face, not understanding why the other party would make such a request. Sorry, our manager is accompanying an important guest today, so. The waiter hesitated to speak. It's okay, just tell him that a young man named Suwen is looking for him, and he'll understand. Suwen said with a calm smile. The waiter was confused for a moment. Why did this name sound so familiar? Then she glared at Suwen and said in disbelief, You are the boss? Suwen nodded in response. Hello, boss. The manager is upstairs. I'll take you to the third floor and then go find the manager. The waiter immediately perked up and bowed respectfully to Suwen. Then he led Suwen and others upstairs. When everyone arrived at the third floor and Suwen and his friends had chosen their seats, the waiter happily went to the fifth floor. The two lawyers who had been following Suwen were already shocked. I can't believe that you, Mr. Su, are the owner of this tea house. Yes. I thought you were just the chairman of the Hills Hotel, but I never thought that this tea house was also yours. It's incredible. The two spoke slowly, even wondering if they were dreaming. You know, whether it is Hills Hotel or Xianhe Tea House, they are both relatively famous places in Shanghai. Who would have thought that the boss of these two companies is the same person? Ha, it's nothing, just a small company, not worth mentioning. Facing the shock of the two, Suwen looked indifferent. The two lawyers were speechless. Not to mention the Hills Hotel, even this Crane Tea House is estimated to be worth tens of billions, right? Is this a small company? Mr. Su seems to have some misunderstanding about small companies. As they were talking, the waiter came over with the manager. After all, he is the manager, and he had met Suwen before he took over the tea house. Seeing that it was indeed the boss, he immediately put on a smiling face and said, Boss, look at you, you came without even saying hello, so that I could pick you up in advance. No, I just came here to have some tea. The reason I asked you to come here is to have you pack 2 boxes of the best tea in our store. I can use it. Suwen said directly. Ha, it's just a small matter. As he said that, the manager immediately turned to look at the waiter and said, Go to the tea cabinet in the backstage and pack 2 boxes of the best tea guanyin. Yes, manager. The waiter did not dare to delay and went backstage immediately. After a while, he came over with 2 large boxes of beautifully packaged tea and handed them to Suwen. Suwen took the tea leaves and placed them directly in front of the 2 lawyers. Thank you for your hard work today. I will give you these 2 boxes of tea leaves as a small token of my appreciation. This. How can this be so embarrassing? The 2 lawyers looked at each other, flattered. Nothing, just some tea leaves. Suwen said calmly. Then he looked at the manager and said, I just heard from the waiter that you were accompanying a big client. Please go over. I'm fine now. Boss, you're joking. No matter how important a customer is, they are not as important as you. Besides, when I left just now, those rich young men had almost finished drinking. They will probably leave soon, so there is no need for me to accompany them. The manager said with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, another waiter ran down from upstairs in a hurry, came to the manager, and said breathlessly, Oh no, manager, those guys upstairs had a conflict with other customers. What? The manager was stunned and then shocked. What's going on? Suwen couldn't help but ask with a frown. It was Master Zhang and his gang. They had just finished their tea and were about to go downstairs, but were accidentally bumped into by someone. They then demanded that the other party kneel down and apologize, otherwise they would not be allowed to leave. The waiter said again. This is really bad. These young masters have bad tempers to begin with. Isn't it courting death to provoke them? The manager looked anxious. Who are they? Are they that powerful? Seeing the manager's horrified expression, Su-wen was ashamed. Was this guy exaggerating a little? Boss, you don't know that these young masters are from very important families. They are all sons of wealthy noble families. Especially the one called Master Zhang, he is the eldest son of Feiqi Group. The chairman of Feiqi Group, Mr. Zhang's father, knows a lot of big brothers in the underworld and is very powerful. Therefore, even our previous boss was very respectful when he met Mr. Zhang. The manager quickly explained. After hearing this, Su-wen was not frightened, but the two lawyers sitting opposite him were slightly startled. Who doesn't know Feiqi Group? That is a well-known large enterprise in Shanghai, ranked more than 100th in the country and among the top 500 in the world. In addition, Zhang's father has connections in society. Even in the Magic City, he is considered a local overlord. Who dares to provoke him? Boss, please stay here and continue drinking tea. I'll go upstairs to see what's going on. Maybe we can sort things out by talking to you. The manager said quickly. No, I'll go up and take a look too. Now that I'm here as the boss, I can't just ignore what happened in the store, right? Having said that, Su-wen stood up. He talked to his two lawyer friends for a few words, paid them the fee through VX, and then followed the manager upstairs. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor. This place should be quieter than the floors below, but the atmosphere at this moment seems unusually heavy. Say it again, kneel down and admit your mistake, or you can't leave today. In the teahouse hall, several young people in gorgeous clothes were blocking two middle-aged men with arrogant attitudes. The person who spoke was the Mr. Zhang that the manager had mentioned earlier. At this moment, he looked so arrogant, and it seemed that he was, just as the manager said, very difficult to mess with. Ha, you've provoked young Master Zhang. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive even if you have several lives. Now kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Maybe you can still have a chance to survive. That's right. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Uncle, why do you have to think so hard? Suddenly, several of Mr. Zhang's friends also started talking and laughing. It seemed like what they said was for the other person's own good, but no matter how you listened to it, it seemed to be full of sarcasm and anticipation. And the two uncles in front of them, who could one of them be if not Xia Qingdao, the father of classmate Xia? Chapter 33 Confrontation. You guys are being unreasonable. It was clearly Master Zhang who bumped into us, but how come we bumped into him? Besides, even if we hit him, we apologized just now. Why do we have to hold on to him so persistently and aggressively? Faced with the arrogant attitude of several young people, one of the middle-aged men finally couldn't help it. His face turned angry and he couldn't help but scold. Oh, you don't have to do that. Xia Qingdao waved his hand to stop him. Then, he looked at Master Zhang across from him and said with a smile, "Young man, forgive others when you can. I did bump into you accidentally just now, but I have already apologized to you. If you feel that my apology is not sincere enough, then I would like to apologize to you again at this moment. Please forgive me." Xia Qingdao spoke slowly and sincerely. It's not that he is afraid of the other party. As the chairman of Huaxing Group, what kind of storms has he not seen? But he was no longer at the age of being competitive, so if taking a step back could solve the problem, he would do so. But people are just like that sometimes. The weaker you appear, the more others will think you are easy to bully, let alone someone like Master Zhang. I've told you before, just apologizing is useless. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to me today, don't even think about leaving this tea house. Master Zhang sneered, his tone leaving no room for bargaining. Ha, you better kowtow quickly, otherwise Master Zhang will get angry and it will be too late to regret it. That's right. Do you know who this young Master Zhang is? He is the eldest son of Feiqi Group and the son of Zhang Yaohui. If you offend him, do you still want to be safe? Several young men sneered, looking smug. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to see the other person kneel down. Xia Qingdao and his friend paused slightly, and looked at each other, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Feiqi Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies, is a well-known large enterprise. And Zhang Yaohui of Feiqi Group is indeed considered a big shot in Shanghai. It turns out that this young Master Zhang is his son. No wonder he is so arrogant and fearless. Xia Qingdong's friends couldn't help but frown. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a rich father. Do you know who this Mr. Xia is? No matter who you are, you have offended young Master Zhang, and you still want to be safe and sound? The middle-aged man was interrupted by the other party just when he was halfway through his words. They were used to being arrogant and domineering, and had long lost their fear. In the Magic City, they are the gods. Just when the atmosphere became extremely depressing and it seemed that a conflict was about to break out at any moment, finally, the teahouse manager took Su-Wen to the 5th floor and came in front of Master Zhang and others. Mr. Zhang, why are you guys still arguing after I left? What happened? The manager asked tremblingly as soon as he came up, fearing that he would offend the owner who was already angry. Su-Wen's reaction was very quick. He immediately sent a waiter to the monitoring room and asked her to record the video from the 5th floor to see what happened. It's Manager Fu. You have nothing to do here. Don't worry about it. Seeing that it was the manager who came, before Mr. Zhang could say anything, several of his friends spoke first and sent the manager away. After all, he was just a small manager, and they didn't take him seriously at all. The manager was speechless for a moment, too frightened to speak. There's no way, these young people are not easy to deal with. They told him not to interfere, so how could a small manager like him dare to say anything? However, he didn't care. Su-Wen would not indulge the other party. He frowned, looked at Master Zhang and the others and asked, "What's going on? Can you explain it clearly? Can't something be solved properly?" These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who are you to dare to act so presumptuously in front of us? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a young man stood up, looked at Su-Wen with a cold and arrogant face, and said with a disdainful tone, Don't be angry, let me introduce you. This is Boss Su. He acquired our Xianhe tea house a while ago, so he is now the new owner of our tea house. The manager quickly explained, fearing that a conflict might arise between the boss and Mr. Zhang. By then, their tea house will be in big trouble. When they heard that the tea house had changed its owner, the young people were surprised. After they realized what was happening, they looked at Su-Wen and couldn't help but smile playfully. So you're the new owner of the tea house. No wonder you're so tough. But it's a pity that you're nothing in our eyes. Another young man said disdainfully. He continued, You, the new boss, are incompetent. You dare to go against us. As a punishment, we have to set some rules for you. From now on, whenever we come, no matter if you, the new boss, are in the tea house or not, you have to rush over to serve us immediately, otherwise don't blame us for smashing your tea house, ha ha ha. As he said this, the young man actually burst into laughter. At the same time, his companions also started laughing, and their attitude was nothing short of arrogant. Not to mention Su-Wen, even the customers around felt that these words were too much. The most shocked person at the scene was of course Xia Changdong, Xia's father. It was not because of the excessive words said by that group of young people, but because of the appearance of Su-Wen. He didn't expect that he would meet his daughter's classmate here, the man who asked his daughter to send him milk tea every day. For a moment, I was unable to react. The most important thing is that the young chairman of Hills Hotel was standing in the lobby of the tea house and was called the owner of the tea house. What was going on? Just as he was surprised, the waiter who went to the monitoring room finally came over and handed the phone to Su-Wen. Boss, I have already taken the video you requested. Su-Wen nodded, took the phone, opened the video, and watched what had just happened on the 5th floor. He discovered that what Mr. Zhang called being hit was just a slight bruise between the two people passing by each other. At this level, if they had been more distracted or made a phone call, they probably wouldn't have noticed that they were rubbing against someone, let alone the question of responsibility or not. One party would have knelt down and apologized to the other. Seeing this, Su-Wen was 100% sure that this Mr. Zhang was just trying to take advantage of the situation and deliberately make trouble for others. Then, he didn't care what those people thought and immediately showed the video to everyone. Mr. Zhang, right? Look at what happened just now. If you think that asking someone to kneel down and apologize at this level is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? He continued, I don't care how you treat others outside, and I don't care, but in this tea house you should behave yourself and don't do anything crooked. Su-Wen looked coldly at the young men in front of him, with no intention of giving them any face. This statement not only shocked Mr. Zhang and others, but even the manager was stunned. The manager looked at Su-Wen in disbelief, his head was buzzing at this moment. Oh my god! What was his boss doing just now? He actually challenged Master Zhang publicly. I had introduced Mr. Zhang's background before, and the boss knew about it. How dare he do that? Who the hell are you? How dare you act wild in front of us? We have lived in the Magic City for so many years, but this is the first time we have seen someone as arrogant as you. You are just a small tea house owner. Why are you so arrogant in front of us? I'll destroy your store today, do you believe it? As expected, several young people exploded instantly. They looked at Suwon fiercely, their eyes filled with anger, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Chapter 34 Conflict Escalates. Don't look at me like that. I wasn't brought up to be scared. I'm already giving you face by not kicking you out. But if you don't listen to my advice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suwon continued, not stopping until his words shocked the world. Based on what I learned from the manager just now, as well as the performance of the other party at this moment, it is wishful thinking to want to reason with the other party calmly. It would be better to be straightforward. Boss, you. The manager was shocked. I have absolutely no idea what's wrong with this new boss. Isn't he just a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? Doesn't he know what Feichi Group is and who Zhang Yaohui is? How dare you speak to Master Zhang like that? Even Xia Qingdao and others were shocked by Su Wen. They didn't expect that he had such courage. Su Wen's words were like a spark, completely igniting the fuse that was about to explode. Master Zhang's face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in his heart also reached its peak. He looked at his friends and said, "Beat this ignorant brat to death until he surrenders. Then smash the store for me. If anything goes wrong, I, Zhang Tianhao, will be responsible." Master Zhang said viciously. His friends were already filled with anger, and after hearing what Master Zhang said, how could they hold back? Immediately, they picked up chairs and rushed towards Su Wen, apparently intending to kill him. If this happened to an ordinary person, wouldn't his head explode? Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this situation, Xia Qingdao and others naturally could not stand idly by. Besides, it was because of them that this young man named Su Wen had a conflict with the other party, so how could they just leave it alone? So he and his friends stepped forward to stop the conflict. However, Su Wen was very fast, and before they could react, he had already started fighting with the group of young people. He took the lead and kicked one of them. Ah! A scream. After just one encounter, the man flew out like a parabola and was knocked out instantly. However, several other people also swung their chairs and smashed them at Su Wen. How could Su Wen be easily bound? He dodged with his agile body and struck when he found the right opportunity, plus he was very strong. In just a few rounds, several of them were quickly knocked down. After all, it was his own tea house. Although he had the money to repair it, he would not destroy it if possible and would solve the problem quickly if possible. The last person had no chance to make a move before Xia Qingdao and others suddenly appeared behind him, snatched his chair and subdued him. But they were not as ruthless as Su Wen. All they did was just hold the person down. At this moment, when you look at the whole scene again, among the few young people who were extremely active just now, only Master Zhang was still standing in the lobby on the 5th floor. Others were either knocked to the ground with wounds or subdued. The boss beat them up. He actually beat up Mr. Zhang's friend? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Fuck, has the two sides declared war? With Master Zhang's family background, won't he eat the boss alive? The manager and the waiters were completely stunned and dumbfounded. If before this, the two sides were just having a verbal dispute, then at this moment they can be considered real enemies. How stupid must one be to choose to be Mr. Zhang's enemy? However, before they could recover from their shock, Su Wen spoke again. I told you to talk it over nicely. Since you won't listen, you can't blame me. Now that you've seen the situation, what do you think? Do you want to get out of here on your own, or do you want someone to ask you to get out? Su Wen looked at Master Zhang, who was standing not far away, with a calm expression and a calm warning. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Master Zhang burst into laughter. He looked at Su Wen with a sullen face. Not only was he not afraid, but he said coldly, "Okay, very good, you beat my friend and still dare to be so arrogant. Today I will let you know the consequences of angering me." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and shook it. When you beat my brother, I called Uncle 9. I believe he has brought people here now. I want to see how you can still be tough later. Zhang Haotian said this proudly, his tone filled with arrogance. When these words were spoken, the manager beside him was so frightened that his legs went weak. Master Zhang invited Uncle Jiao. He actually invited Uncle Jiao? Who is Uncle Jiao? He is the most famous gangster in Shanghai. He is extremely ruthless and it is said that he has hundreds of thugs. To offend him is tantamount to seeking death. Boss. No, it's not good. The Uncle Nine he mentioned is a gangster big brother. He is definitely a top figure in the Magic City and is vicious and cruel. If he comes, our tea house will be in trouble. Maybe you will be in trouble too. What should we do? The manager looked at Su Wen and asked anxiously. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. Compared to him, Su Wen was not panicked at all. Don't worry about the Zhang family's affairs. This matter was caused by us. Just leave it to us to handle it from now on. At this moment, a voice was heard, and it was Xia Qingdao and his friend who came over. Seeing that the situation had temporarily stopped, they released the young man. As he spoke, he patted Su Wen on the shoulder and said, "Thank you so much, young man. It would have been difficult to handle the situation without you." Xia Qingdao looked at the man his daughter liked and said sincerely. Because the incident happened suddenly, he did not look at Su Wen carefully. When I look at it again at this moment, my eyes can't help but light up. This guy is not only handsome, but also tall. The most important thing is that people have a strong sense of responsibility. It's rare that someone dares to seek justice for other customers in front of Mr. Zhang. Su Wen had no idea what the other person was thinking, let alone that the person in front of him was Xia's father. Seeing that the other party wanted to take responsibility, he smiled calmly and said, "It's okay, I can handle Mr. Zhang's affairs, you don't have to worry." However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Xia Qingdao waved his hand and said, "I can't let a young man like you take on everything." Xia Qingdao laughed and seemed full of confidence. Listening to the two of them talking back and forth, as if they didn't take Uncle Joe seriously at all, the teahouse manager suddenly felt overwhelmed and anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. "Boss, and this gentleman, you must not be careless. This Uncle Nine is not someone you can easily mess with. Don't underestimate this man. As long as you are in the underworld, everyone knows him. Even big shots like Zhang Yao, we have to give him some face. If he came today, the consequences would be disastrous." The manager said anxiously, his tone starting to become a little incoherent. Chapter 35 Uncle Joe's Shock. "Ha, one or two of them don't know how to live or die. Very good, I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn." Zhang Haotian looked at Su Wen and the others with a sneer, as if he had already seen them kneeling down and begging for mercy. However, at this moment, Su Wen's words made him completely unable to hold back. "Mr. Zhang, right? I don't care who you are, you have to follow the rules when you come to my store. If you are a guest, then I will give you a warm welcome. But if you are an enemy, then don't blame me for being rude. Aren't you waiting for that Uncle Nine? Please wait outside and don't block my business here." Su Wen's tone was calm, but unquestionable. "You?" Zhang Haotian was speechless for a moment and almost got his mouth twisted with anger. He, who had always been strong, actually felt for the first time what it meant to be aggressive. "Didn't you understand? I told you to get out right now, or don't blame me for sending you out." Seeing that the other party was still standing there in a daze, Su Wen's face turned cold. He raised his feet and walked towards Zhang Haotian step by step. It seemed that he was not just trying to bluff. What are you going to do?" Mr. Zhang's friends began to get nervous. "Why, you dare to touch me? I am the eldest son of Feiqi Group. Are you really not afraid of retaliation?" Zhang Haotian's heart also skipped a beat and he became a little panicked. "Okay, let's go. Just wait, you will cry soon." Finally, Zhang Haotian compromised. There was no way, the situation was really not favorable for him at the moment. After giving Su Wen a vicious look, Master Zhang and his friend left the 5th floor in full view of everyone. As for those lying on the ground, after hearing Su Wen's words, they were all frightened and trembling with fear. They all seemed to be energized by chicken blood, endured the pain, and ran away crawling. Seeing Master Zhang and his friends leaving in a hurry, the manager and the waiters were all stunned. They couldn't believe that Master Zhang, who had always been so arrogant and complacent, would have such an embarrassing day. Then, panic appeared on their faces again. "There was even a moment when I thought about quitting my job. Who is Mr. Zhang? He is the eldest son of the group. Now Mr. Zhang's friend was beaten up and they were kicked out of the tea house. Can he swallow this? Can this tea house be saved?" 10 minutes later. Guan Yuan Street is bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, a row of black luxury cars drove over from a distance, immediately attracting the attention of many passers-by. Then, I saw these black cars stopped in front of the tea house one after another, and immediately 20 or 30 men in suits got out of the cars. The person who came out of the lead car was a man wearing sunglasses. This person gives people a chilling temperament, and it is obvious at first glance that he is not someone who was easy to mess with. Just as this brother got off the car, he saw Master Zhang and others standing at the door. "Uncle Jiu, you are finally here." Master Zhang and the others naturally also saw each other, and his originally extremely gloomy face finally showed joy. "Master Zhang, what's going on?" The man looked at Master Zhang, then at the group of half-dead friends beside him, and asked in surprise. "It was the owner of this tea house. They beat up my friend and kicked me out." Speaking of this, Zhang Haotian's face became gloomy again, and his distorted face also expressed how much he hated Su Wen at this moment. Jin Zhou's face couldn't help but darken, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "Don't worry, Master Zhang. From today on, this tea house will no longer exist. I will let him know the consequences of offending you." Jin Zhou smiled sinisterly, a smile that even his subordinates were afraid of. As he said that, he led a large group of people and Master Zhang into the tea house in a mighty procession. Such a big scene. Whether it was the people passing by outside or the customers in the tea house, they all noticed it at the first moment. Suddenly, everyone became curious and felt that it was impressive. "Master Zhang, have you finally brought the person here?" Su Wen and Xia Chengdong knew that Master Zhang would bring people with him, and they had been waiting for a long time. Su Wen looked at so many people, but his expression was not panicked at all. "I told you that today I will make you pay the price." As soon as Zhang Haotian saw Su Wen, he couldn't stop the anger in his eyes. He turned to look at Jin Zhou and said, "Uncle Jiu, it's this kid. He was very arrogant today. It's up to you from now on." As he spoke, arrogance and complacency appeared on his face again. He would make the other party pay back 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered today. However, Zhang Haotian didn't seem to notice that Jin Zhou, who was so stylish just now looked at the other party with a look of surprise. "Xia! Director Xia, why are you here?" As Jin Zhou spoke, he took off his sunglasses, as if he saw an old acquaintance. "Ha, it's Lao Jiu. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you've become more and more impressive." Xia Chengdong smiled and spoke as if he were an old acquaintance, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. No, I'm just trying to make a living. How can I compare with you, Mr. Xia?" Jin Zhou waved his hand and said modestly. After the comparison, not to mention the people around him, even Su Wen couldn't help but feel surprised. "Uncle Jiu, you." Zhang Haotian was also confused. He looked at Uncle Nine in disbelief. I don't understand why Uncle Jiu, who is always vicious and cruel, shrinks back when he sees the middle-aged man opposite him, as if he sees his grandfather. "Ha, Master Zhang, you may not know. The man in front of me is Xia Chengdong, the chairman of the Magic City Huaxin Group. He is one of the most powerful men in the business world." Jin Zhou smiled awkwardly and quickly explained. "What?" This sentence, like a huge wave, hit Zhang Haotian's heart. He looked at Xia Chengdong opposite him, his eyes full of shock. "Is this middle-aged man the chairman of Huaxin Group? How is this possible?" Not only him, Su Wen was also shocked. He looked at Mr. Xia with the same look of disbelief. "Xia Chengdong, Huaxin Group, that is to say. Is he Xia's father? Oh shit, what is going on?" The manager and waiters were also shocked. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man actually had such a noble identity? Xia Chengdong just laughed it off and didn't care about everyone's shock. He looked at Jin Zhou and said, "Old Nine, Mr. Zhang just had a conflict with me on the 5th floor. Brother Su, the owner of this tea house, also had a conflict with Mr. Zhang because of me. Now that he has invited you to come and deal with us, what are you going to do?" Xia Chengdong looked at Lao Jiu and asked slowly. The aura of the superior gradually emerged. Mr. Xia, you are joking. How dare I deal with you? Misunderstanding, this must be all a misunderstanding." Jin Zhou said quickly, feeling helpless. Indeed, Jin Zhou was doing quite well in the Magic City and had made a name for himself there. In addition, he was very ruthless and was considered a big shot in the underworld. However, it depends on who you compare with. Who is Xia Chengdong and what kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is one of the top 100 companies in China, and it is still one of the top 100 super companies in the world. For a large company like this, not to mention its own strength, its network of relationships is so huge that it is hard to imagine how huge it is. Any word from Xia Chengdong would shake the demon city 3 times. Wouldn't it be courting death to make an enemy of him? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Zhang Haotian and said, Mr. Zhang, I am really sorry today. I dare not deal with this Mr. Xia. Not only can I not do it, I advise you to apologize to Director Xia as soon as possible, otherwise your Zhang family will get into big trouble. As he spoke, Qingdao actually took out his cell phone and immediately called Zhang Haotian's father. Because he understood that Xia Qingdao was not an ordinary person. If the Zhang family and the Xia family become enemies, it will be a big deal. Sure enough, when the call was connected and Qingdao told the story, Zhang Yaohui on the other end of the phone immediately changed his face and said with veins popping out, Lao Zhou, let that brat answer the phone, I'll talk to him. Then, Qingdao handed the phone to Zhang Haotian. The moment Zhang Haotian picked up the phone, a barrage of angry curses immediately came out of the phone, making his ears numb. Chapter 36, Is it that easy to leave? Dad, our Zhang family is not easy to bully. Why should we boost others' ambitions and destroy our own prestige? Zhang Haotian said with a determined look on his face. You are so bold, aren't you? You don't know who the Xia family is? Do you really think our Zhang family is invincible? Also, how many times have I told you to stop causing trouble outside? I don't want to clean up your mess every day. Zhang Yaohui was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You can be cruel, but it also depends on what the matter is, right? You can be ruthless when you need to be, but what's the point of being aggressive and fierce over these meaningless, trivial matters? He felt that sooner or later their Zhang family would be ruined by this rebellious son. I'm telling you, now, right now, apologize to Director Xia, and then leave the tea house immediately, otherwise you won't be able to go home today. Zhang Yaohui continued speaking, then hung up the phone angrily. Zhang Haotian was stunned by the scolding. It took him a few seconds to react. What does Dad mean by this? Is he asking me to just let it go? His friend was beaten and he was kicked out of the tea house, making a fool of himself. Now his father wants him to apologize to the other party? Master Zhang, weren't you going to bring people to destroy my tea house and seek revenge on me? Why are you silent now? Finally, Su Wen spoke again, with sarcasm in his words. He naturally realized that the Zhang family and the man called Uncle Jiu were afraid of Xia Qingdao, so they all behaved themselves. He wanted to see what kind of trouble this Mr. Zhang could stir up without the support of his family and Uncle Jiu. Faced with such blatant provocation, Zhang Haotian's face was extremely gloomy, but he was unable to refute. He knew that he could not take revenge for what happened today. After all, even his own old man had spoken, forbidding him to act rashly. He could only endure it for the time being and look for another opportunity. Humph. Don't get complacent. I'll come looking for you again soon. Having said that, Zhang Haotian looked at Su Wen resentfully, then turned and left, preparing to leave the tea house with Qingdao. But, at this moment, Su Wen, however, stopped him with a cold shout. Want to leave? You fought in my tea house and broke so many of my chairs. Isn't it too easy for you to just let you go? Su Wen said coldly. The voice was so cold that it seemed as if the air had dropped a few degrees. You fucking. It was the first time that Zhang Haotian met such an unreasonable guy, and he immediately became angry. However, just as he turned his head, Su Wen had stood behind him without him knowing when, transformed into One Punch Man, and punched him in the face. Ah. Suddenly, Zhang Haotian felt a sharp pain on his face. Following a scream, he was thrown out by a huge impact force. This punch is to pay off my debt. Su Wen slowly retracted his fist. You. Qingdao, who was standing by, couldn't help but change his expression after he realized what was happening. He didn't expect that this young man would do this. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Director Xia was right in front of him at the moment, and he didn't dare to make any other moves, otherwise he would be disrespecting Director Xia. After looking at Su Wen meaningfully, he rushed to Master Zhang and pulled him up, then quickly left with a large group of people. Ah, good boy, good job. Seeing that Master Zhang and others had left, Xia Qingdao's friend laughed and suddenly said. Just now he was really irritated by Master Zhang's rude and unreasonable character. If he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, he would have wanted to punch the other party with his old bones. Yes. Mr. Zhang always bullies others by taking advantage of his power. It's time for him to learn his lesson through some hardship. Xia Qingdao also nodded. Then he looked at Su Wen and said, Young man, I'm really sorry for today. It's all because of us that you have been in so much trouble. It's my duty. You come to my store and are my customers. If you encounter any injustice, I, as the boss, should stand up. Suwon smiled, walked over and continued, if I'm not mistaken, you are Xia Xinyao's father, right? You really scared me just now. Hearing this, Xia Chengdan laughed and said, it seems that you know. Yes, I am her father. I also heard about what happened between you and Xiaoyao at school. How are you doing? Did my children cause you any trouble? When asked, Xia Chengdan did not deny it. It seems that he likes Suwon quite a lot. But who would have thought that just a while ago, this old father was still dissatisfied because his daughter sent milk tea to Suwon every day? Boss Xia, you're joking. Classmate Xia has helped me a lot. I can't thank her enough. How could I find it troublesome? Suwon shook his head and spoke quickly. Old Xia, what's going on? How does this guy know your daughter? Xia Chengdong's friends couldn't help but look surprised. They are classmates, from the same university. Oh, so that's it, what a coincidence. In this way, Suwon got to know Xia's father. And after experiencing this incident, Xia Chengdong was very satisfied with Suwon, both in terms of character and appearance. At this moment, Suwon may not know that Mr. Xia has already regarded him as his future son-in-law. Several people also left their phone numbers and added each other on VX. When he returned home that night, Xia Chengdong told his wife about this and praised Suwon a lot. The final result of this encounter with Suwon was that the next day, while in class, Xia received a call from her mother. Mom, what did you say? Invite classmate Su to our house for dinner? Student Xia said in disbelief. Well, your dad has met him and he was praising him all last night. Besides, your father is very curious about him and wants to spend more time with him and get to know him better. Suyun's soft and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah. When did they meet? Xia Xinyo was confused. Why had she never heard Su mention this? Then, Suyun on the other end of the phone explained the whole story, and student Xia finally understood what was going on. But how should I tell him? Student Xia was so helpless. Bringing Su back home to meet my parents, doesn't this seem a bit wrong no matter how I look at it? What's the big deal? You are classmates. Can't you bring your classmates to your home for dinner? Besides, your father didn't ask you to bring him here right away. Just find the right time. After saying that, before Xia Xinyo could say anything else, her mother hung up the phone. When Xia heard the beeping sound from his cell phone, he was confused. Her mother asked her to bring Su home. Is this a dream? Just as Xia was feeling helpless, what he expected came true. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a VX message from Suwon, asking her to meet in the Grove. Chapter 37 Rich Young Master Shinli. To put it simply, the Grove at Tianwei College is a place for students to rest and relax. In the morning, Suwon made an appointment to meet classmate Xia, saying that he had bought something for her. So after class, he hurried back to the dormitory and took out a gift he bought yesterday. Then he left the dormitory and walked towards the Grove. He suddenly thought of this gift when he passed by a store on his way back to school from the tea house yesterday. Moreover, this gift is something that classmate Xia doesn't have, so it's just the right gift for her. I just don't know if the other person will like it. But no matter what, at least the thought is there. At this moment, walking on the road to the college, classmates would often look over at him and couldn't help but look at Suwon. There's no way, he is a celebrity in the school now. First, school beauty Xia brought him milk tea every day. Then he dealt with Li Xiao and sent Fongsi to the police station. These brilliant achievements instantly transformed him from a small-time scoundrel favored by school beauty Xia into a celebrity admired by everyone in the school. For a time, his popularity even surpassed that of the 4 rich young men. And since he came to the Grove today to meet the school beauty Xia, he was naturally bound to be observed by everyone. Hey, this is for you. I wonder if you like it. When Suwon walked to a big tree in the Grove, he saw classmate Xia sitting on the lawn, so he hurried forward and handed a big box to the other party. What's this? Student Xia was stunned, looked at the box that Suwon handed over, and said in surprise as he stood up. The box is very pretty, with an exquisite watch pattern on it. A watch? Student Xia was surprised. Well, open it and take a look. Suwon smiled but didn't say it directly. Student Xia pursed her lips. Okay. She took the box and looked inside. I found a small red, square box inside the box. Without hesitation, she reached out, took it out and opened it. Suddenly, an exquisite and small white watch appeared in front of her, instantly attracting Xia's attention. This watch is very beautiful. The exquisitely designed dial and the slim and beautiful strap all reveal perfection. It looks so beautiful. Student Xia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To be honest, she had not had much interest in watches before. I can't say I like it, nor can I say I hate it. However, this watch gave her a new understanding and she fell in love with it at first sight. However, when she accidentally saw the 4 big words Patek Philippe written on the other side of the big box, her expression froze and she immediately lost her composure. This from Patek Philippe? Student Xia was a little confused. Because he had never bought a watch before, Xia didn't know much about watch brands and patterns. But she still knew a little about the name Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, a world-renowned brand. Nothing of this brand is cheap. Isn't this watch very expensive? Student Xia asked immediately. It's not bad, more than 300,000. Su Wen scratched his head and told the truth. More than 300,000. Student Xia couldn't help but open his eyes wide, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. She looked at Su in disbelief and asked in shock, "Why did you buy such an expensive thing for me?" "Nothing, you helped me a lot, this watch is just to thank you," Su Wen said indifferently, not thinking that the watch was that valuable. No, Su, I appreciate your kindness, but this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it." Xia Xinyao quickly waved her hands, pretending to put the things away and return them to the other party. If the watch only cost a few dozen or a few $100s, it would be fine. At worst, she could find an opportunity to buy some gifts and return the favor. But when it comes to things worth hundreds of thousands, my interest changes. Keep it. You've helped me so much, so I should give it to you. Su Wen immediately reached out to stop the other party. After all, thanks to Xia's help, he gained a lot of benefits from the system. Moreover, 2 days ago, Xia promised him that she would be his female companion to attend the banquet of Huihuang Technology Company. Buying a watch worth more than 300,000 yuan as a gift is really not expensive. Seeing that Xia was still refusing, Su Wen continued, "Aren't you going to attend a dinner in a few days? After all, I invited you here. Just think of this watch as a decoration I bought for my female companion. If you really don't want it, just give it back to me after the party is over." Student Xia. Student Xia, okay then, I'll return the watch to you after the party. Seeing Su Wen said so, Xia had no choice but to nod and decided to accept it for the time being. At this time, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao probably don't know yet. The interaction between them had already been seen by other students. Hey, look, what are Su Wen and school beauty Xia doing? Student Su seems to have given something to student Xia. It looks like a watch. Damn, classmate Su has started giving gifts to classmate Xia. Is he openly announcing their relationship? Can you please not be like this? I'll be jealous. Many students also rest here next to the grove in the park. They looked at Su Wen and school beauty Xia and talked secretly. And while everyone was discussing this, suddenly, a group of young people walked towards the grove, heading towards the direction where Su Wen was. TSK. It seems that Miss Lu didn't lie. She said that you were in the grove, and you are really here. The one who spoke was a young man standing in the front. He was dressed gorgeously and had an outstanding temperament. A pair of almond-shaped eyes gives people a bohemian feeling. "Mr. Shen, what are you doing here?" When student Xia saw the person coming, he couldn't help but frown. The man's name was Shin Li, one of the 4 richest young men in Tianwei College and one of her former suitors. In terms of reputation, he is not necessarily much better than Li Xiao and others. "Xia, isn't this a bit unreasonable? The campus is public. You can come to this grove, but I can't?" Shenli chuckled and said nonchalantly. As he said that, he turned to look at Su Wen again, and said with a smile, "Hello, I guess you are Su Wen? I've heard of your name every day at school these days. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, he unexpectedly extended his hand to show friendliness. "Thank you for the compliment. I have often heard of your name." Facing the other party's deliberate goodwill, Su Wen also smiled and said. The only difference between him and the other party was that he did not extend his hand to shake hands with him, and it seemed that he had no intention of giving the other party face. His intuition told him that this person had ill intentions and there was no need to be so nice to him. "You are so shameless. Brother Shen shook hands with you, and you actually." At this moment, a younger brother behind Qingdao saw that Su Wen ignored Qingdao's kindness and immediately became angry. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xinli. Oh. Never mind. We are all classmates after all, why do we have to be so competitive? Then he looked at Su Wen, smiled and continued, but then again, there is a saying that goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes being too aggressive is not necessarily a good thing. Being honest and down to earth is the right way to go. Also, don't aim for things you shouldn't aim for, and don't think about things you shouldn't think about, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble, and then it will be too late to regret it. Xia, don't you think so? Xinli spoke slowly, as if there was something else behind his words. Chapter 38 Banquet. That's true. Especially those who have been rejected should understand the meaning of this sentence more deeply. Am I right, Mr. Shen? Su Wen smiled calmly and said calmly. You. I didn't expect the other party to say that. Qingdao, who was smiling just now, suddenly changed his expression. After hearing this, the younger brothers behind him became even more furious and prepared to rush up and teach Su Wen a lesson. But in the end, they were stopped by Xinli. He smiled and said, "They say young Master Su is not easy to deal with. Today I see that his reputation is well deserved. We'll see you later." Having said that, he left with his companions. But when he was about to leave, the gazes from the other party seemed to be filled with murderous intent, piercing through Su Wen's body. Su Wen didn't care about this at all. What the hell happened just now? Why is Mr. Shen here? Why is he chatting with Su Wen? Yes. Young Master Shen has always liked school beauty Xia, and school beauty Xia has fallen in love with Su Wen. What does it mean that young Master Shen shows up now? Isn't he going to declare war on Su Wen? I think it's very likely. Alas, classmate Su is too unlucky. He just dealt with Master Li, and now he's fighting Master Shen again. Near the grove, the students naturally also saw this unexpected scene, and everyone was talking about it excitedly. At the same time, looking at the backs of Qingdao and others leaving, Xia Xinyao fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Seeing that classmate Xia remained silent, Su Wen asked. Fine. I'm just wondering, Master Shen said that Master Lu told him to come here, but how did Master Lu know I was here? Just like the last time we went to the cinema to watch a movie, Mr. Lu actually knew which cinema we were going to. How is that possible? Student Xia couldn't help but wonder. Su Wen thought for a moment and said slowly, either young Master Lu sent someone to keep an eye on you, or someone told him your whereabouts. After hearing what classmate Su said, classmate Xia was slightly stunned and couldn't help but keep this matter in mind. It seems that she really needs to find out what is going on. Saturday evening. Hill 7-star luxury hotel. As the top hotel in Shanghai, its geographical location is naturally unparalleled. This big hotel is dozens of stories high. I wouldn't dare say it's the tallest building in the area, but it's definitely among the best. Not long after, an extremely luxurious sports car was seen driving towards this side at high speed and then stopped in front of the hotel. It was Su Wen's Aston Martin. Today is the day that Su Wen is invited to attend a banquet at Huihuang Technology Company, and he will naturally not go back on his word. Then, Su Wen, wearing a black coat, walked out of the car with Xia. Student Xia has dressed up carefully today. Her delicate face was spotless, and her long, smooth hair was draped over her shoulders. The corseted floral dress accentuated her tall figure. Coupled with her outstanding temperament that she has cultivated since childhood, this is probably the most perfect woman in the world. Even Su Wen couldn't help but be amazed by Xia's beauty. On her wrist, she was wearing the exquisite white watch that Su Wen gave her. I have to say, it really complements her outfit today and looks very beautiful. Let's go. As soon as she got off the car, Xia Xinya walked to Su Wen with a smile and took his arm. As the daughter of Huaxing Group, what kind of banquets has she not attended? She still knew what to do. On the contrary, Su Wen had never attended such a banquet. In addition, classmate Xia suddenly came closer, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into my nose. For a moment, he was distracted and felt a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, Su Wen still has strong self-control. After handing the car keys to the parking attendant, he and classmate Xia entered the hotel lobby. Welcome! Welcome! As soon as he entered, Su Wen was shocked. There were 20 hostesses standing at the entrance of the huge hall. They stood on both sides, seemingly there to welcome guests. Look further inside. Wow! The hotel lobby is simply luxurious to the extreme. The hall has a 10-meter-high ceiling and a black and gold marble floor. The huge Swarovski crystal chandeliers are even more sparkling. Suwon originally thought that his villa was luxurious enough, but he didn't expect that the lobby of Hill's Hotel was even more luxurious. When it was first built, was the decoration free? Not long after Suwon Gang and Xia came in, a young woman in a suit walked over with a smile. "Excuse me, is this Chairman Su?" The young woman first glanced at Xia, and after a slight surprise, she looked at Suwon and asked. "Well, you are." Suwon asked back. "I'm Sun Yumei, the vice president of Brilliant Technology Company. President Tang asked me to wait for you in the lobby. He said he would take you up as soon as he saw you." Sun Yumei replied respectfully. But then, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xia and said, "Excuse me, are you Miss Xia Xinyao, the daughter of Xia Chengdong, the chairman of Huaxin Group?" "Well, you know me?" Student Xia was slightly surprised. "Of course. I once had the honor of meeting you at a banquet." Seeing that the other party really admitted her identity, Sun Yumei was so excited. "I can't believe that Miss Xia, someone of such a noble status, would actually come to attend our Huihuang Technology Company's banquet. I am so lucky, so lucky." Sun Yumei said with great excitement. "Are you kidding? What kind of company is Huaxin Group?" "That is the top giant enterprise in Shanghai, a colossus-like existence. As the only daughter of Chairman Xia Xinyao's noble status can be imagined. Her coming today is a great honor to the entire glory. Mr. Su, Ms. Xia, this way please." Having said that, Sun Yumei immediately led Su Wen and Xia Xinyao towards the elevator. After a while, they arrived at the 28th floor of the hotel, where the company held the banquet. Then they got out of the elevator and came to the central lobby. At first glance, the whole hall was bustling and full of people. Moreover, they were all dressed in suits and silk clothes, and looked quite prestigious. "There are really a lot of people." Suwon couldn't help but exclaim. "Ha, of course, but what you see now are only the top executives of our company and other business friends who were invited here. In addition to this central hall, there are several side halls and dozens of private rooms. There are thousands of employees of our company here," Sun Yumei said truthfully. After all, today is a special day for Brilliant Technology Company. After 3 years, the company finally made a breakthrough in the field of new energy and developed new products. Once this product is launched on the market, it will definitely be another milestone for the company. It is natural to invite employees to the dinner. As they talked, several people walked inside. At this moment, Suwon was actually slightly startled. Because he discovered that Tan Hao, who had always been at odds with him in Tianwei College and regarded him as a love rival, and Lu Xiao, one of the 4 richest young men in the college, were all here. Chapter 39 Tang Jidong's Fury. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful? Yes. She's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a pretty girl. She's even prettier than a celebrity. The boy next to her is also good looking. I've never seen him before. Who are these 2 people? Hiss, why does this woman feel familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Tonight, classmate Xia is undoubtedly bright, beautiful, and extraordinary. Her appearance immediately attracted most people's attention. Among them, of course, there are Tan Hao, Lu Xiao, and others. Why are they here? Tan Hao couldn't help but ask in shock. Who knows, maybe the top management of Brilliant Technology invited school beauty Xia, so she came. As for Su Wen, he must have come here to take advantage of the situation. After a moment of surprise, Mr. Lu suddenly had an idea and said it deliberately. In fact, after the last incident in the cinema, he already knew that Suwon's identity was the chairman of Hill's Hotel. So he was not surprised that Suwon appeared here, perhaps because he was invited. But at this moment, he would not tell Tan Hao about this. Because he knew that Tan Hao and Suwon had a grudge, why not use him to provoke Suwon? Sure enough, upon hearing what Mr. Lu said, a gloomy look immediately appeared on Tan Hao's face. Then, he took Lu Xiao and others and walked towards the direction where Suwon was. At the same time, on Su Wen's side. After Sun Yumei led Su Wen and Xia into the hall, she looked left and right but didn't see any members of the Tang family. She immediately turned to look at Su Wen and the others and said apologetically, "I don't know what happened. Mr. Tang was here just now. How come he's gone?" "Director Su, Miss Xia, I'm going to go look for President Tang. You guys just take a break here. I'll be back soon." Having said that, Sun Yumei bowed slightly to Su Wen and Xia, then left quickly. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao naturally didn't care about these things and just walked around casually. At this moment, Tan Hao and Lu Xiao finally walked in front of Su Wen and blocked their way. Su Wen, why are you here? Who let you in? As soon as Tan Hao stepped forward, he looked at Su Wen with an unhappy expression and questioned him harshly. His tone was very impolite, as if he was the master of the place. Why, can't we come? Su Wen asked with some amusement. Of course, you don't even look at your own identity. Tan Hao's face turned cold. Student Xia was shocked. She didn't expect to run into classmates here, and they were the two people she hated the most. She couldn't help but frown and said, "You're nosy. What does it have to do with you whether we come or not?" Xia classmate, you misunderstood. I am not targeting you. You are the daughter of Director Xia, and you are of noble status. It is our honor to have you come to the banquet held by our brilliant technology company. Upon hearing the other party say this, Tan Hao immediately smiled and said yes. But then he turned to look at Su Wen, and couldn't help showing a look of disdain. But what about Su Wen? What kind of person is he? He's just a poor loser. Is he worthy of coming to a place like this? You know, this is the Hills Hotel, where brilliant technology holds banquets. Who can enter here is not a well-known figure. Tan Hao's voice became louder and louder, immediately attracting many people to look over. This is exactly what he did on purpose. Su Wen used to always be at odds with him at school, but now he is favored by the school beauty Xia, and is full of vigor and vitality. He has long been fed up with him. Today he has the chance to embarrass and humiliate the other party. How can he miss it? However, Mr. Lu didn't say a word when he came in front of Su Wen. Because he knew that the chairman of this hotel was Su Wen. If his identity was revealed, he would be the one being slapped in the face. Why would he ask for trouble? Isn't it wonderful to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers? At this moment, seeing more and more people looking at him, Tan Hao couldn't help but feel more proud and satisfied. He looked at Su Wen and sneered, "Su Wen, this is not the place for you to come. I advise you to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment." Faced with humiliation, Su Wen didn't take it too seriously. He was just curious and asked, "I really want to know, in what capacity did you let me leave? If you were invited by Hui Huang as a guest, it seems that you don't have the right to ask me to leave. But if you say you are from the Tang family, your last name isn't Tang, right?" Tan Hao said proudly, "My last name is indeed not Tang, but Tang Jidong of the Tang family is my brother-in-law, so I am half a member of the Tang family. Tell me, do I have the right to let you leave?" After hearing this, Su Wen was actually a little shocked. Tang Jidong is his brother-in-law? Su Wen remembered that Tang Jidong's wife's surname was Tan, and her name seemed to be Tan Xian, and she often held a child in her arms. It turns out that she and Tan Hao are siblings. It's a small world. Hey, Mr. Su, you're here. I'm so sorry for what happened just now. My father's blood pressure is high and he's a little dizzy. My mother and I took him to his room, so I couldn't receive you. Please forgive me. Just when Su Wen was surprised at the relationship between Tan Hao and the Tang family. Finally, Sun Yumei, who had just left, came over with the Tang family. Tang Jidong politely explained the reason for leaving, fearing that he would upset Su Wen. It doesn't matter. We can only do what we want in an emergency. It's just a good thing you came early, otherwise I, a new guest, would probably be kicked out. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Forehead. Where did Mr. Su get this from? Tang Jidong was stunned. However, before Su Wen could explain, Tan Hao at the side exploded and said, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you so polite to Su Wen? He's just a poor loser, how can he be worthy of coming to the party held by our company? I was just about to chase him away." Tan Hao said with disdain, completely unaware of how much trouble he had gotten himself into. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, not only Tang Jidong, but also the old lady of the Tang family and Tan Xian, his elder sister, could not help but look at Tan Hao in surprise, revealing expressions of disbelief. What did you just say? You chased Director Su away? Tang Jidong's face darkened and he asked in a very low voice. What's the matter, brother-in-law? He's just an insignificant person. What's wrong with kicking him out? He is a poor loser, he is not worthy of coming to the party held by our company. Until this moment, Tan Hao seemed unaware of the seriousness of the matter and was still talking to himself. However, in the next moment, bang! A crisp slap was heard. This ear was so loud that everyone around could hear it. Suddenly, everyone's face was shocked. What the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Are you crazy to chase Mr. Su away? Tang Jidong looked at Tan Hao and couldn't help but yelled angrily. If you don't want to stay here, then get out of here and don't embarrass me here. Tang Jidong continued to curse, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Previously, the Tang family and Mr. Su had offended each other the first time they met. This time, they finally seized the opportunity, hoping to ease the relationship and make friends. He never thought that his own brother-in-law would make the relationship even more strained. How could he not be angry? Xiaohao, you're not a kid anymore, what's going on? Can you please stop causing trouble for our Tang family? Even Tang Jidong's mother gave Tan Hao a lecture with an ugly look on her face and a very tough attitude. Tan Hao was confused. He touched his aching cheek and couldn't believe that he was beaten, and was beaten by his brother-in-law in public. Chapter 40 Chairman Worcester. Brother-in-law, aunt. Tan Hao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but no words came out. He didn't understand why Su Wen, a poor loser, could cause such a big reaction from his brother-in-law and even alarm his aunt. What he didn't understand even more was why the president's brother-in-law would be so respectful to Su Wen, a poor loser. However, before he could figure everything out, the voice of his sister Tan Xian came over. Xiaohao, no matter what you did before, I always laughed it off, but this time you really went too far. Do you know who Mr. Su is? He is the chairman of the Hills Hotel. Are you kicking him out? Her face also looked bad. It was obvious that he was irritated by his younger brother's trouble-making behavior. What she didn't expect was that what she just said also scared Tan Hao. Sister, what did you say? Su Wen is the chairman of this hotel? How is this possible? Tan Hao's eyes opened wide, his face full of shock. Su Wen from Tianwei College. Isn't he just a poor loser? Because he was too poor, even his girlfriend of more than 2 years ran away from him. If he was the chairman of Hills Hotel, why did Fongsi dump Su Wen and follow Li Xiao? Isn't this just like taking off your pants to fart, a waste of time? Not only Tan Hao, but the people around him were also shocked. How could they have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually the chairman of this hotel? Why, are you doubting Mr. Su's identity? Tang Jidong looked at Tan Hao, sneered, and asked harshly. Tan Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He looked at his sister, then at his brother-in-law. Even though I really wanted to refute at this moment, I didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and be scolded by the other party. Young Master Lu on the side laughed secretly. It's quite interesting to watch the struggle between the two sides without having to take part in it yourself. Seeing that the time was almost right, he said, Okay, Mr. Tang. After all, Brother Tan is your brother-in-law. Isn't it too disrespectful to him to say that? Lu Chenyan spoke slowly and began to pretend to be a goody-goody. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Tang Jidong sighed. Mr. Lu Chenyan, the young master of Genie Group, also has an extraordinary status, so he naturally dare not neglect him. Then he looked at Su Wen again and said apologetically, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for today. I'm sorry. My brother-in-law is just ignorant and speaks without thinking. Please don't take what he said just now to heart. Tang Jidong said hurriedly, fearing that he would offend Su Wen. As he spoke, he ordered a few glasses of red wine, one for each person, and drank them first as a show of respect and apology to Su Wen. It's okay. I won't take this little thing to heart. Su Wen said indifferently. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Although before this, he had a bad impression of the Tang family. However, what happened to Tan Hao this time cannot be blamed on the other party. He and Tan Hao had conflicts a long time ago, and it actually had little to do with the Tang family. Then he also took a sip of red wine. It tastes good. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you for your understanding. By the way, Mr. Su, since you are here today, I have someone to introduce to you. I believe you will not be disappointed. Mr. Tang, who was furious just now smiled and said. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. It turned out that someone else had arrived. There were only 3 or 4 people coming, 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing an expensive suit. This man is tall and strong, with an imposing manner and full of majesty. They were all from the business world, so many people recognized him immediately. It's Mr. Qian. It's Mr. Qian from Worcester Electric Company. Fuck, it's true. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would even invite him here. He must be quite capable. Suddenly, the guests started talking about it. Mr. Qian Futao, is the third largest shareholder of Worcester Electric Company. He owns 8% of Worcester shares and is definitely a big shot in Shanghai. Director Qian, you are finally here. Welcome, welcome. As he was speaking, Mr. Tang immediately came forward and greeted him warmly. If the eldest young master of the Tang family invites me, why wouldn't I come? Qian Futao also laughed and introduced a few friends he brought with him, who were also well-known figures in Modu. After the conversation, Tang Jidong immediately brought Mr. Qian to Su Wen. Director Qian, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Wen. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is the chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. Tang Jidong said with a smile. However, when Qian Futao saw Su Wen standing in front of him, he was stunned and asked in astonishment, Boss Su, why are you here too? Yeah. I didn't expect you to come. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. What, you know each other? Tang Jidong was dumbfounded. Apparently, it was unexpected that Director Su and the directors of Worcester also had some overlap. Ha ha. Mr. Tang, when did you learn to joke? Director Su is the new chairman of our Worcester and the person with the most power in Worcester. If a shareholder like me doesn't even know the chairman of the company, wouldn't I be a fool? Qian Futao was speechless. He had no idea how much impact this statement would have on everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Fuck, what did Director Qian say just now? What did he say? Director Su is the chairman of the Worcester Group. Yeah, did I hear it right, or am I hallucinating? Who is this Mr. Su? Why does he have so many companies? Who is this young man? For a moment, the entire hall was in shock. What kind of company is Worcester? It's one of the top 100 companies in the world. What a prestigious status it is to be the chairman of this company. It was shocking enough that this young man was the chairman of the board of directors of the Hills Hotel. Now someone told them that the other party was the person in charge of the giant company Worcester. Who dares to imagine? Who dares to believe it? They even wondered if they were dreaming, otherwise how could they hear such ridiculous remarks? Especially Tan Hao, he was almost confused by this series of changes. Qian. Mr. Qian, you are not kidding, right? Tang Jidong asked in disbelief and shock. Don't you think it's a bit too much to joke about something like this? Qian Futao asked back, the meaning was self-evident. Mr. Su, are you really the chairman of Worcester Enterprises? The old lady of the Tang family looked at Su Wen, also unable to believe it. Well, I am indeed the chairman of Worcester. I just acquired it not long ago. I'm just a newcomer in the business world, so please take good care of me in the future. Su Wen smiled and took a sip of the glass of red wine in his hand. Chapter 41, Xia's Identity. Suddenly, Tang Jidong turned to look at Tan Hao and said coldly, Did you see it? Did you hear it? This is the person you wanted to kick out just now. Can you afford to offend him? Just one word from Director Su can make your life worse than death. Tang Jidong's voice was deafening, and every word he said was like a loud bell, striking Tan Hao's heart. He didn't dare to say a word at this moment. In fact, weren't Tang Jidong and the old lady of the Tang family sighing in their hearts? Thinking back to when they first met Director Su, their attitude was also very bad. Looking back now, they were really testing the limits of their own depth. Lu Xiao was also shocked. When he found out that Su Wen was the chairman of Hills Hotel, he no longer wanted to confront Su Wen head-on to avoid trouble. But now, he was really afraid. Although Genie Group is also a large enterprise, it is dwarfed by Worcester. Fortunately, he did not get involved when Tan Hao targeted Su Wen just now. Otherwise, if you anger the other party, you might end up in big trouble. And just when everyone had just accepted Su Wen's new identity. Suddenly, Sun Yumei slapped her head and said quickly, By the way, Mr. Tang, what happened just now was so sudden that I forgot that there is an important person I haven't introduced to you. Sun Yumei said immediately. There's another character? Tang Jidong was stunned and didn't understand what this meant. Yes, it's Miss Xia. Sun Yumei pointed at Xia and continued, Ms. Xia, the female companion of Mr. Su, is the daughter of Huaxin Group's chairman, Xia Qingdao. Sun Yumei said word by word. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene again. Fuck, the daughter of Huaxin Group, Xia Qingdong's daughter, is this true? What kind of status does Director Xia's daughter have? She actually appears here? And she is Director Su's female companion. My goodness, is this a powerful alliance? No wonder I felt this woman looked familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. It turns out she is Xia Qingdong's daughter. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Xinyao. At first everyone was attracted by her beauty. She is so beautiful, so angelic. But I never expected that even her identity was so noble. What kind of company is Huaxin Group? It is also one of the top 100 companies in the world. As the chairman of Huaxin Group, Xia Qingdong holds 55% of the group's shares and has absolute power over life and death. And Xia Qingdong has only this one daughter. No one doubts that she will be the only heir to the group in the future. This shows how noble her status is. Therefore, regardless of her identity or appearance, her presence can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on other women at the scene. Miss Xia, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I didn't greet you just now, please don't mind. While no one was paying attention, Tang Jidong quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then smiled and toasted Xia Xinyao with a glass of red wine. His heart was frightened several times that day. But then he became excited again. The people coming to the banquet today are all more impressive than each other. But isn't this exactly what he wants? One is Worcester's third largest shareholder. One is the chairman of the board of directors of the Worcester and Hills Hotels. Another one is the daughter of Xia Qingdong, chairman of Huaxin Group. I ask, is there anything more impressive than this? If this matter were to get out, it would definitely be a matter of great honor for both the Tang family and Brilliant Technology Company. At this moment, let alone the Tang family. Even other business friends couldn't help but get excited and came up to Su Wen to establish relations with him. It was very lively for a while. During this period, Su Wen also made many friends in the business world. Although their status is not as high as mine, they are also well-known figures. One of the companies actually cooperated with Li Shao's high-tech holding group. In this regard, Su Wen naturally would not miss the opportunity to teach Li Shao a lesson. Mr. Su, do you mean to say that if I give up the cooperation with Gaoka Holding Group, you will cooperate with us? Wang Chanan, chairman of Jiahong Trading, looked at Mr. Su in disbelief and asked. It's not a collaboration between you and me, it's a collaboration between Jiahong and the Worcester Group. And the investment our company gives you is definitely more than that of high-tech holdings. You can consider it. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Although Worcester is a company that mainly sells online products, it has also invested in many other potential companies. Just now, after some discussion and understanding with Qian Fudao, Jiahong Trading Company is a company worthy of investment. In this case, why not try to cooperate with the other party? I can also cheat Gaoka Group, isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Don't think about it, Mr. Su. You, the chairman of the Worcester Group, have spoken in person. How can I not be reassured? Wang Chanan was very excited. When he heard that Worcester was going to cooperate with Jiahong, he was so happy that how could he refuse? Just like that, with just one sentence, the Li family didn't know how much interest they would lose. At this time, everyone became familiar with each other while chatting and laughing. As for Tan Hao and Lu Xiao, they had long been left aside by everyone. Finally, almost everyone was there. The shareholders of the brilliant board of directors began to take the stage to give speeches and plan for the future. Tang Jidong invited the guests to take their seats and instructed all the waiters to serve the dishes. Unlike ordinary round tables, the dining tables here are long and everyone sits in a row. Classmate Xian naturally sat next to Su Wen. Then, everyone ate and drank, and chatted while eating. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Just when everyone was enjoying the meal. Suddenly, Su Wen's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. Su Wen immediately answered the phone. What's wrong, Mom? Su Wen asked. Xiaowen, we may go back to the Magic City in 2 days. On the other end of the phone, my mother's laughing voice came over. Maybe because she has been with her family during this time, her mood has improved a lot. Oh, that's great. When you come over, remember to call me and I'll pick you up. I happen to have a car. Suwon also said with a smile. Counting the time, my parents have been in their hometown for more than half a month, so it's time for them to come back. You have a car? My mother was surprised, but then she was relieved. The child is rich now, and he probably bought a car. Yeah, I bought it a while ago. Sure enough, Suwon responded. What car did you buy? How much did you buy it for? Is it one of those small cars that cost hundreds of thousands? I see that many people now like to buy this type of car. Another series of questions came up. Well, the shape is similar to that of a sedan anyway. Suwon paused for a moment and said. He felt that with his mother's thoughts, it would be difficult for her to imagine what a car worth more than 40 million yuan was like, so it would be better not to say anything. So as not to scare my mother. Yeah, Mom knows. But don't take it even if you have a car. It's not just your father and I who are going back to the Magic City this time. Uncle Chen and Aunt Yan who live next door to you are also coming. I guess your car can't accommodate everyone. We can just take a taxi back. Mom explained immediately. Aunt Yan? Suwon frowned. Why are they coming to the Magic City? In Suwon's impression, they did not have a very good relationship with Aunt Yang's family. Aunt Yang, in particular, was a very powerful person and had often mocked their family for being poor. Chapter 42 3 Luxury Cars. Her son and daughter are both in Shanghai, so she wants to come here. Mom explained. I heard that her daughter married a wealthy businessman. She is very rich. My son graduated 2 years ago and is now a senior executive at a large company in Shanghai, making tens of thousands of dollars a month. For these two things, your Aunt Yang would come to our house 800 times a day, telling us once in the morning and once in the evening, for fear that we didn't know. Not long ago, her son-in-law bought a house in Shanghai for his mother-in-law, so that the couple could move to Shanghai to live. So when they saw us coming to Shanghai, they decided to come with us and even said they would take us to see the big house they live in. On the other end of the phone, my mother continued. His tone was a little unhappy, and he seemed very reluctant to come with the other party. But they are all neighbors next door, so it's not easy to just refuse them. After hearing this, Suwon finally understood. Aunt Yang is still the same Aunt Yang, and she hasn't gotten rid of her bad habit of vanity. She said that we should come to Magic City together and take my parents to see her house. To put it bluntly, I just want to take the opportunity to show off. Okay, got it. By the way, Mom, I also bought a new house in Shanghai. As he spoke, Suwon told his mother about his big villa. They were also asked to give up their house in the old city and move directly into the new villa after they came back this time, which naturally shocked my mother again. After that, the two chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Time passed quickly and an hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone ate and drank. Suwon felt that it was time to pack up and leave. So, I said goodbye to a few business friends with whom I had a good chat. He left with classmate Xia amid the farewell of Tang Jidong, the old lady of the Tang family, and many guests. When the two of them took the elevator down from upstairs and arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Xia suddenly sighed and said, "Oh. You've gained weight again. You're fat? What do you mean by fat?" Suwon wondered. As for me, I must have gained several pounds. Student Xia was in tears. Because she ate too much tonight. I touched my stomach and it seemed a little bulging. Unhappy. You're still fat? Suwon looked at Xia's slender figure and was shocked. I see you are quite tall, almost catching up with me. But whether you weigh 100 pounds or not is a problem. Where are you fat? Looking at classmate Xia's sad face, Suwon smiled helplessly. You can't tell now, but you'll be fat after a while, okay? If you eat too much and can't burn off the calories, you'll gain weight. Classmate Xia looked speechless, as if he was mocking Suwon for being a rookie. For her, figure is far more important than food. But sometimes I just can't control my mouth. It's really fun while eating, but it's a funeral procession after eating. All right. Suwon was puzzled by this. I could only touch her head to comfort her. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of attending the banquet. The system issues rewards, 1 Lamborghini Veneno, 1 Koenigsegg Gemera, and 1 Rusta Vega, all top luxury cars. It will take 2 days for the luxury car to arrive. Please be patient, host. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, taking classmates Xia to the dinner party. System rewards, heavenly voice, world-class singing skills. After saying that, the system disappeared. Suddenly, Suwon couldn't help but feel excited again. In just 2 hours of the banquet, we are in 3 top-of-the-line luxury cars. Is there anything more satisfying than this? As for the heavenly voice or something, he is not interested for the time being. 2 days later, Hyunbae Villa District. Because it was the weekend, Suwon returned to the villa. Although he has not moved into the house he rented in the old town, he has already lived here for many days. I have to say, compared to the previous rental house of less than 60 or 70 square meters, this place is like heaven. The area of one room alone is about 50 to 60 square meters, or even 70 to 80 square meters. It is large and spacious and very comfortable to live in. Why does he want to live in the old town? Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Suwon knew it must be the transport driver calling again. Because since yesterday afternoon, 2 transport drivers have called and delivered Lamborghinis and Koenigsegg's. After answering the phone, as he expected, the last car was delivered. Suwon called the doorman and asked him to let the transport driver in, then left the villa. A minute later, Suwon saw a luxury car driving towards him at the door of his villa. After he signed the formalities and got the car keys. Finally, the 3 luxury cars were gathered together. Lamborghini Veneno, cool and technological. Koenigsegg Gemera has strong lines and cool shape. Rusta Vega, full of temperament. Plus the original, extremely domineering Aston Martin 177. Suwon now owns 4 of the world's top supercars. The villas in Hyunbae do not have yards, so parking spaces are planned directly next to the villas. Looking at it the same way at this moment. For luxury cars lined up in a row, it's so impressive. Moreover, the cheapest of these sports cars is worth more than 19 million yuan, and the most expensive one is worth more than 40 million yuan, which can be said to be very luxurious. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Suwon was happily admiring his sports car when his cell phone rang again. This time it was my mom who called. We have arrived in the Magic City and are now heading home. As soon as Suwon answered the phone, his mother on the other end immediately spoke. Arrived in the Demon City? Suwon was surprised. Why didn't you call me in advance? I thought you weren't coming today. It's the weekend today, I can pick you up. Suwon was helpless. It's okay. Your Aunt Yang's son Chenwei is here to pick us up. He's on his way to our house now. Are you home? I'm at the villa, not in the old town. But it's okay, I'll just go back now. Having said that, Suwon hung up the phone. Next, he chose a Koenigsegg Gemera to drive. This new model has 4 seats, just enough for carrying people. Then he drove away. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the streets, cars are constantly coming and going. A distinctive black Land Rover Range Rover was driving on the road, heading towards the old town. There were 5 or 6 people sitting in this Land Rover Range Rover at this time. Among them were Suwon's father Su Guanxing and mother Wu Wan. Obviously, this car should belong to Aunt Yang's son Chenwei. Son, you changed the car again? Suddenly, a woman in the car spoke in surprise. The woman was dressed up beautifully and was probably in her 50s. Her name is Yang Ying, which is the Aunt Yang that Suwon talked about when he chatted with his mother. Yes, I changed the car. It has been several months since then. I drove the previous Audi for 2 years and I got tired of it, so I just changed it to this Range Rover this year. Aunt Yang's son Chenwei said with a chuckle. Then this car should be very expensive, right? Aunt Yang continued to ask. Not bad, more than 1.4 million. Chenwei said this easily, his tone seemed full of pride. Chapter 43 The Complacent Chen Family. Oh my god, over 1.4 million? Even though she knew the car was very expensive, Yang Ying was still shocked when she heard the price her son offered. Mom, why are you so surprised? Things are different now. My brother is now a senior executive of the company. I heard that he will be promoted in 2 months. By then, he will be the director of the company and may earn hundreds of thousands a month. It's just a Land Rover, what's that? At this time, another woman spoke. The woman looked quite charming and was about 30 years old. She is Yang Ying's daughter Chen Xiaoye. Today, her parents came to Shanghai, so she and her brother Chenwei naturally came together to pick them up. Oh, really? That's great. Hearing her daughter say this, Yang Ying's face immediately lit up and she laughed heartily. My daughter married a rich man and my son is going to get a promotion. Double happiness comes, and life is perfect. For her, could there be anything happier than this? Then, she turned to look at Su Guangxing and Wu Wan, and couldn't help but laugh and said, Hey, Zhuanzi, don't you think this world is very strange? Some people are destined to be rich, no matter what. But if you are not destined to be rich, you will never become rich even if you work hard all your life, right? Yang Ying spoke slowly, as if she was hinting at something, and there was uncontrollable pride in her tone. Yes, Chen Wei has made great progress. It seems that your Chen family will prosper in the future. Even though the other party had something else in his words, Wu Wan just smiled and said, Anyway, we don't live together. After today, everyone will go their separate ways and no one will bump into anyone else, no matter what they say. Time flies. As everyone was chatting, the car had already arrived at the old city. In fact, there are not many old town areas like this one in places like Shanghai. Most of the people who come here to live are migrant workers. With Wu Wan's guidance, we turned an intersection and arrived at an old residential area. Then Chen Wei drove the car in. The community is very dilapidated. You can tell its age just by looking at the cement walls of the buildings. Zhuanzi, you've lived in Shanghai for more than 2 years. Is this the kind of neighborhood you live in? Not long after entering the community, a look of shock appeared on Yang Ying's face. Yeah, this is too shabby. Chen Xiaoye also looked incredulous. She would never want to live in this kind of community even if you beat her to death. But when she thought about the living conditions of the Su family, for some reason, she felt proud and happy. The saying can't stand seeing others do better than they do may refer to her mentality. Ha, we are rough people, we are not so particular. Su Guangxing, who had been silent all this time, smiled and spoke as if he didn't care. While talking, the car stopped at the building where the Su family lived, and then everyone got out. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan took the Chen family upstairs. A few minutes later, everyone finally arrived at Su Wen's house. This is a small house of less than 70 square meters. There are 2 rooms, a small living room, a toilet, and a kitchen. Each area is very small, but it is kept clean. Zhuanzi, is this the house you rented in Magic City? As soon as Yang Ying came in, he looked around and couldn't help but joked. Yes. I am sorry for neglecting you all, please don't despise me. Wu Wan waved her hand and asked everyone to take a seat. I don't dislike you, but your life is too hard. Although she said she didn't mind, Yang Ying still curled her lips, looking as if she hated this place. Then she added, Fortunately, my son-in-law knows how to love his father-in-law and mother-in-law and bought a house for us. Otherwise, if we came to Shanghai, I'm afraid we would have to live in a house like this. After saying this, he looked very relieved. But who couldn't hear the pride and complacency in her words? How can we compare with you? Our Su family has lived here for several years and we are used to it. When Xiaowen graduates from university, we will feel relieved. Su Wen's father spoke from the heart. However, the Chen family still did not forget to attack Uncle Guang and Wu, it's not me, Chen Wei, who deliberately said ugly words. Even if Xiaowen graduates from college in 2 years, he may not be able to find a good job. The current employment model is like this. There are too many college students, and the internal competition is fierce. If you don't agree with them, you may not be able to continue working. What can we do? Su Guangxing was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult for college students to find jobs. Chen Wei frowned and continued, unless you go to graduate school, but that would take a lot more time and money. After saying that, he shook his head. I think, if Xiaowen graduates from university, it would be better to let Wei arrange a job for him and let him work with Wei. As long as he is honest and diligent, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive in the Magic City. Chen Wei's sister Chen Xiaoye suddenly chuckled, with a condescending look on her face. It's like a big boss meets a beggar, feels sorry for him, and gives him a bowl of rice. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, Wei is now a senior executive of the company, and he may be promoted in a few months. Let your son come out and work with him. He may have a chance to make a name for himself in the future. Yang Ying's eyes lit up and she actually agreed with a smile. In her opinion, if Wu Wan's son graduated and followed Wei, the Chen family would always be superior to the Su family. For Su Wen's job, the couple might even have to come to please her every day. If this news spreads back home, wouldn't the Chen family be very proud? Ha ha. Aunt Yang, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that I, Su Wen, have no intention of joining another company and working for others, so your suggestion is doomed to fail. However, before Yang Ying could finish her fantasy, suddenly a voice sounded, breaking the weird atmosphere. Everyone looked back and saw that Su Wen had opened the door and walked in from outside. Xiao Wen, you're back. When they saw that it was their son returning, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan immediately greeted him with a smile. It's Xiao Wen. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You've grown so tall and handsome. Yang Ying immediately said with a smile. But Su Wen's words just now were a bit too arrogant, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she said again, Xiao Wen, you have been studying in the university in Shanghai for 2 or 3 years, right? Have you been in a relationship? Not yet. Su Wen answered truthfully with a neutral expression. Yang Ying sighed, you've been in college for more than 2 years, why haven't you had a relationship yet? Aren't you afraid of leaving regrets? But then again, it's not your fault. Dating costs a lot of money these days. Your family is so poor, how can you afford to date? Chapter 44 Yang Ying's Request. Auntie Yang, that's serious. Who says you have to fall in love when you're in college? Can't you just study hard and find a job after graduation before considering these things? Su Wen was speechless and spoke out his thoughts. Looking for a job? You are too young. After all, you haven't entered the society yet. You don't know how difficult it is to find a job now. Chen Wei shook his head and did not forget to strike again. Yes. Just now we were talking about how you were willing to work with Wei after you graduate, but you still didn't want to. Do you know how many people are trying to curry favor with me right now? Chen Xiaoye also said unhappily. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own company. Do you think it's possible for me to follow Wei Gu? Su Wen was a little amused and spoke slowly. After these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent. Not to mention the Chen family, even my parents were shocked. They only knew that their son had made a lot of money by opening an online store recently, but they didn't expect that their son had already started a company without realizing it. You're a college student starting a company? Chen Wei's face was full of doubt. That's right, Xiao Wen. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your family's living conditions don't look like you're running a company. If you really have the money to start a company, why would you rent such a shabby little house? Chen Xiaoyi also didn't believe it. She can't stand people who try to show off. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. And what you said is right, this house is indeed shabby, so I bought a villa in Haiyun Bay and plan to take my parents there. Faced with doubts, Su Wen remained calm and spoke calmly. Suddenly, Chen Wei and Chen Xiaoye were confused. Haiyun Bay? Su Wen, what did you just say? You bought a villa in Haiyun Bay? Chen Wei almost laughed. Haiyun Bay is the top villa area in Shanghai, and the house prices are all in the hundreds of millions. Can you afford it? Chen Wei continued. Even his sister Chen Xiaoye, the wealthy wife, did not dare to imagine that she could live in Haiyun Bay. Is this possible for their Su family? Yang Ying had seldom been to Shanghai, so she didn't know where Haiyun Bay was. But from her son's introduction, she knew it must be something special, so she smiled and said, Away, what is this for? Since Su Wen has the money to start a company, it must not be difficult for him to buy a villa. There is no need for you to rush to deny him. Unexpectedly, this time Yang Ying actually spoke well of Su Wen. Then, she looked at Su Wen's parents and said with a smile, Guangxing, Zhuanzi, your Su Wen is really amazing. He started a company and bought a villa. It's really amazing. Look, we are all neighbors. Can you take us to see your villa? So that our Chen family can also see what Haiyun Bay Villa looks like. As she spoke, she made a pleading expression. Chen Xiaoye was surprised just now why her mother suddenly spoke up for Su Wen. When I heard it at this moment, I immediately understood. Mom is planning to expose the other party's lies. This. Sure enough, after hearing what Yang Ying said, Wu Wan was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether what her son said was true. After all, that is the Haiyun Bay Villa area, where the real rich people live. Who would dare to imagine? Compared to his mother, Su Wen remained calm from beginning to end. Faced with Yang Ying's request, how could he not know what the other party was planning? It's nothing more than wanting to expose oneself. But then again, his villa is for enjoyment and living, what does it have to do with these people? There is no need for him to take the other party to his house to prove anything, believe it or not. However, just when Suwon was about to refuse the other party, suddenly, the system in his mind started ringing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task: accept Yang Ying's request and take the Chen family to the villa. Mission reward: Qingdao Road Commercial Street real estate shares. Qingdao Road Commercial Street? Suwon was stunned at first, then surprised. Qingdao Road is a famous commercial street in Shanghai with a huge flow of people. There are at least hundreds of shops in this commercial street. The annual rent for just one store can reach hundreds of thousands. How much would it cost for all the stores in a year? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Accept the mission, Suwon said immediately. Then, Suwon looked up at Yang Ying and the others and said, since you want to see the villa, I'll take you there. Suwon smiled calmly and finally spoke. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Especially Yang Ying. Originally, she said this just to scare Suwon. Who would have thought that the other party actually agreed? Isn't he afraid that his lies will be exposed? Xiaowen, don't joke with me. Chen Xiaoye was surprised. Ha ha. Sister Xiaoye is joking. We are all family members, why would I joke with you? Let's go. Suwon said this and actually went out first. Everyone in the Chen family was completely confused and didn't understand what Suwon was doing. But even so, they still believed that Suwon was just bluffing, so they all left the house together. However, what no one expected was, when everyone just got downstairs, the Chen siblings were immediately shocked and their faces were stunned. Because they found that at this moment Suwon was driving a Koenigsegg and turning the car around in the alley. Fuck, Koenigsegg, it's Koenigsegg? How is this possible? Is my eyes blurry? Is that a Koenigsegg that Suwon is driving? Chen Wei and Chen Xiaoye were filled with disbelief when they looked at the cool and luxurious supercar in front of them. That expression seemed even more exciting than the end of the world. Koenigsegg, what does that mean? Wu Wan suddenly asked. Koenigsegg, the world's top limited edition luxury supercar, costs as much as 23.88 million. Chen Wei immediately explained, his tone seemed to tremble. What, 23.88 million? Su Guangxing, Wu Wan's heart skipped a beat and she almost had a heart attack. Oh my god. What is the concept of 23.88 million? Even if these workers work hard all day long, they may not be able to earn that much even if they work for hundreds of years. Wu Wan was also frightened. As for the Chen family, they were even more shocked. Just now upstairs, Suwon talked about the company and the villa, and the Chen siblings and Yang Ying thought he was bragging. I didn't expect that as soon as I went downstairs, the other party gave me such a big fright. However, Yang Ying changed the subject and said, this car is worth so much money. It is indeed luxurious. I just wonder if this car is his own or borrowed. Hearing their mother say this, the Chen siblings suddenly came to their senses. Yes. Even if Suwon was driving this supercar, it didn't mean anything. Maybe he borrowed it from a friend? Besides, Suwon Ben is a college student, and there are many rich second generations in the school. Who knows, he might have borrowed a classmate's car to show off. Chapter 45 Going to Haiyun Bay. Let's go. Dad, Mom, get in the car and I'll take you to see the new house. Just as they were questioning, Suwon had already turned the car around and drove over. As he spoke, he pressed a switch on the center console. The two rear doors opened at an angle, like two wings about to fly. Although the parents were shocked, they still got into the car carefully. Suwon looked at the Chen family and said, "You have a car, right? Then follow behind. I won't drive very fast." After saying that, Suwon closed the car door, started the car and drove out of the alley. Let's go and follow them to see what they are up to. I don't believe there really is a villa there. Yang Ying sneered. So, everyone in the Chen family quickly got in the car and followed behind. On the luxurious street, an extremely cool white supercar was driving, followed closely by a black Land Rover Range Rover. At this moment, Su Wen is in the supercar. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan seem to be still in shock, with dazed expressions. Xiao Wen, tell me the truth. Just now Chen Wei said that your car is called Koenigsegg and is worth 23.88 million. Is that true? Finally, Father Su couldn't help but ask. Is the villa real too? Wu Wan was also shocked. Yeah, it's all true. And speaking of luxury cars, I have more than just this one. Su Wen nodded, determined to shock people with his words. After all, even if I didn't say it, they would see it when we got to the villa. After hearing that their son had admitted it, Wu Wan and Su Guangxing didn't know what to say. The couple has worked outside all their lives. Due to the high living expenses and Su Wen's many spending needs, they only have a few tens of thousands of dollars in savings until now. However, his son can make a lot of money by tinkering with some online store. For a moment, the couple felt that their worldview was about to collapse. In fact, how would they know how many people can actually make so much money by opening an online store? It's just that Su Wen has a bug, so everything is not difficult for him. Time flies, we are talking. Su Wen drove a luxury car and brought everyone from the Chen family to the Haiyun Bay Villa area. Are you really coming to Haiyun Bay? Chen Wei looked at the entrance to the villa area in front of him and was a little dumbfounded. Can he get in? Yang Ying still insisted. But then she was slapped in the face. When Su Wen drove the luxury car to the entrance, a guard immediately nodded and bowed to Su Wen respectfully. Then Su Wen said something to the man. Then the railing was raised and Koenigsegg drove in openly. When Chen Wei drove the car to the entrance, no one stopped him and he went in. In an instant, the Chen siblings became uneasy again. As Haiyun Bay is the top villa area in Shanghai, it is impossible for anyone to enter casually. If it wasn't for the owner Su Wen's order, how could these outsiders get in? And judging from the security guard's appearance just now, he obviously knew Su Wen. Could it be that Su Wen was not bragging and he really had a villa here? However, before everyone could think clearly, they were stunned by the beautiful environment of Haiyun Bay community. This is not just a residential area, it is a paradise on earth. After a while, Su Wen finally brought them to his villa. However, after everyone got off the bus, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Su Wen, are all these cars yours? Chen Wei's eyes widened, stunned. Oh my god, how is this possible? Chen Xiaoye even covered her mouth. In the parking space in front of me, in addition to the Koenigsegg that Su Wen had just driven, there were actually 3 top supercars parked. Aston Martin 177. Lamborghini Venom. Luster Eviga. Looking at these world-class supercars, Chen Xiaoye and Chen Wei began to wonder if they were dazzled. The Rust Eviga is worth 19.88 million. Aston Martin and Lamborghini Veneno are the top luxury cars, with prices both exceeding 45 million. How could Su Wen own 4 such expensive luxury cars? What kind of luxury is this? But then they came back to their senses from the shock. Because there is an even more shocking fact before them, that is the magnificent and luxurious villa in front of them. If Su Wen really opened the door of this villa, then even if they no longer believed that Su Wen owned this villa, they would probably have to believe it. It's understandable that he borrowed a luxury car from a friend just to save face and show off. But being able to borrow a villa is a bit unrealistic. Who the hell has nothing to do so as to lend his own villa to others? And it is a large villa of the same level as Haiyun Bay. Are you bored because you have eaten too much? Su Wen naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. He looked at everyone and smiled calmly. Let's go and sit in the villa. Having said that, he led his parents towards the gate of the villa. Everyone in the Chen family swallowed their saliva and followed. After arriving at the gate of the villa, Su Wen took out his hand and placed a finger on the fingerprint switch. With a ding sound, the door really opened. Then, Su Wen led his parents in. Everyone in the Chen family entered the villa together in shock and anxiety. Hiss. After entering the villa, except Su Wen. Whether it was Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, or the Chen family, they all gasped and were shocked by the scene before them. Because the environment inside the villa is so luxurious and beautiful, it feels like a dream kingdom. Everyone, stop standing and sit down. Seeing that everyone looked shocked, Su Wen smiled helplessly. After being reminded, everyone followed Su Wen to the sofa area and sat down one by one. You guys sit down first, I'll go make a pot of tea. He continued and went to the kitchen. After all, if the Chen family comes, he will get a commercial street, so he should entertain them, right? After Su Wen left, everyone came to their senses. Chen Wei looked at Su Wen's parents and spoke first. Oh my god, Uncle Guang, Aunt Wu. You guys, please don't lie to me. Is your Su family very rich and you are pretending to be poor? He asked with a shocked look on his face. Wow, this is a luxury car and a big villa. Su Wen's parents also said that they lived in poverty in Shanghai. Who would believe that? Yes, Aunt Wu. Your son is so rich and prosperous, how could you as a parent not know anything? Chen Xiaoye also asked with a look of doubt. On the contrary, Yang Ying didn't say much at this moment. Although she and the Su family were neighbors, she looked down on the Su family and thought they were poor. Later, her daughter married a wealthy man in Shanghai. Her son also became an executive in a company in Shanghai, and his life was getting better and better, so she didn't take the Su family seriously at all. Originally, this time her son-in-law bought a big house in Shanghai and asked her to live there. She also wanted to take this opportunity to show off in front of the Su family. But I didn't expect that the Su family would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, since the family is so rich. Chapter 46, Aunt Yang's Breakdown. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, you two are really something. Your family is so rich, why don't you tell us? What's there to hide? Finally, Yang Ying spoke. But there seemed to be a sarcastic tone in the words. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. What can I say? They themselves are now confused. At this moment, Chen Xiaoye's cell phone suddenly rang. When she turned on her cell phone, she found it was her husband calling, so she answered the call. Xiaoye, did your parents pick you up? If you get the call, take a taxi here. I've already booked a hotel at Yufenglu. Come over for dinner. A man's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I received it. It's just that we are at a fellow villager's house in the Haiyun Bay Villa district. We will come over later. Chen Xiaoye said truthfully. Do you have any fellow villagers living in Haiyun Bay? Is this true or false? Chen Xiaoye's husband was obviously stunned. After all, who doesn't know Haiyun Bay when we are in Shanghai? Why would I lie to you? This fellow lives next door to our hometown. It's not like you haven't been there before. The old house next to my house is their Su family. However, after she said this, 10 full seconds passed and there was no sound from the other end of the line. Chen Xiaoye thought she had hit the phone screen and accidentally hung up the call, but when she picked it up, she found that the call was not hung up. Honey, why don't you speak? Chen Xiaoye asked puzzled. You just said that the family next door to your hometown is named Su, and they live in Haiyun Bay, right? On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaoye's husband's voice was trembling a little. Well, yes. Chen Xiaoye replied. Is there a young man named Su Wen in the Su family? The person on the other end of the phone continued to ask. How do you know? Chen Xiaoye was startled and said in confusion. What the hell? The person on the other end of the phone was also shocked. Then, he said quickly, you said your fellow villager lives in Haiyun Bay and his last name is Su, so I made a guess. I didn't expect it to be him? What do you mean, what happened to him? What's wrong? Your neighbors and you don't even know? That young man named Su Wen is the chairman of the Hills Hotel and the big boss of Worcester E-Commerce Company. He has a very impressive status. I met him at a dinner for Brilliant Technology Company a few days ago. This sentence was like a thunderclap that struck Chen Xiaoye, leaving her stunned. You didn't lie to me? Chen Xiaoye couldn't believe it, and even her voice became extra high-pitched, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why would I lie to you? Xiaoyu, I'm telling you, you have to please the Su family, okay? He is a real big boss. As long as we can get along well with the Su family, it will be of great benefit to both the Chen family and our Zhao family. He may even be able to attract investment to our company. Do you know that? On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaoye's husband gave instructions. There was an inexplicable excitement in his tone. Oh my God! I saw Mr. Su at a banquet before, but with his status, he was not even qualified to ask for a phone number. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be his mother-in-law's neighbor. How can this not be exciting? How can one not be excited? Then, he thought of something else and said, by the way, don't we have to eat lunch later? Can you invite Mr. Su to come over so we can have a meal together? That will help improve our relationship. Listening to her husband's words, Chen Xiaoye felt completely confused and didn't know why. Su Wen, he is actually the chairman of Hills Hotel? Chairman of Worcester Enterprises? How is this possible? However, thinking of Su Wen's 4 luxury cars and this super luxurious villa, everything connected together is so reasonable. Chen Xiaoye didn't know when the phone was hung up. When Su Wen came over with the tea, she immediately reacted, so she looked at Su Wen and said, Xiao Wen. Oh, no, Mr. Su. My husband just booked a hotel and is planning to invite my parents to have dinner there. You and Uncle Guang, if Aunt Wu doesn't suggest otherwise, why don't you go together? Chen Xiaoye spoke tremblingly, her tone full of respect, leaving everyone confused. Yang Ying looked at her daughter in astonishment. Not only did the daughter's tone of voice suddenly become strange, but she also called Su Wen Mr. Su. What did this mean? However, before anyone could figure it out, Su Wen spoke. Forget about eating. Our refrigerator is full of vegetables. My parents will be home today, so I'll cook for myself. Su Wen refused bluntly. Of course, if you want to eat, then go quickly and don't delay. Su Wen continued speaking, as if he was about to chase the person away. Everyone in the Chen family is smart. After hearing this, how could we not know what Su Wen meant? Yang Ying's expression suddenly changed. Originally, she was unhappy because the Su family suddenly became rich. Hearing the other party say this, he felt even more depressed, so he immediately stood up and said, since my son-in-law called, let's go eat. Guangxing, Zhuanzi, we won't bother you anymore. After saying that, she left without hesitation. But I can't do anything to my daughter Chen Xiao yet. Mom, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly run out? After Yang Ying came out, everyone in the Chen family naturally followed her out. Chen Xiaoye grabbed her mother and asked anxiously. Why don't you come out? Didn't you see that they were all chasing people away? Yang Ying said with an unhappy look on her face. Just hurry up, we'll just pretend we didn't hear anything. There's no need to rush out like that, right? I just wanted to invite Su Wen to dinner. Chen Xiaoye said helplessly. They've already kicked us out, why don't you come out and embarrass yourself? You're still inviting people to dinner. I think you're crazy, right? Yang Ying was shocked. Even after treating them like this, the daughter still wants to treat them to a meal. What's wrong with that? Oh, Mom, you don't know. Chen Xiaoye told her mother what her husband had just said. Then, Yang Ying, Chen Wei and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing extremely shocked expressions. On the other side, inside the villa. After the Yang family left, my mother couldn't help but say, Xiaowan, isn't it too rude to just drive them away? What's wrong with that? The Chen family doesn't have a good relationship with our Su family. Didn't you see that they always acted arrogantly before? There's no need to be so enthusiastic about treating them. Su Wen sneered. If you want to be respected, you must first respect others. The Chen family can't even do this, so why should we be so enthusiastic towards them? Chapter 47, Feast. In this way, after Su Wen brought his parents to the new villa, his parents settled down there. As for the house in the old town, Su Wen checked out the next day. He also found a moving company and moved all the useful things from the old house, such as clothes, dishes, and so on. After settling everything, he took out his cell phone and sent VX messages to his best friends at school and classmates Xia, asking them if they wanted to go to the dinner. My parents have worked hard all their lives and have never had a big meal. Su Wen thought he should take them out for a good meal. It would be boring to eat with just 2 or 3 people, so I decided to call my friends to join us. When everyone heard there was going to be a big dinner, they were so excited. How could they not go? Even classmate Xia, who didn't want to gain weight anymore, finally chose to stand on the side of food. So we agreed on a time and place. Monday evening. As soon as school was over, Su Wen immediately drove the Koenigsegg back to Haiyun Bay, ready to go back to wash up and then pick up his parents to go to Hills Hotel. As for my best friends and classmates Xia and others, they can just take a Didi taxi. Time soon came to 7 o'clock in the evening. At the entrance of Hills Hotel, a Koenigsegg slowly drove up, and then Su Wen, Su Guangxing, and Wu Wan got out of the car. Xiaowan, is it too expensive for us to eat here? This is a 7-star hotel. A meal here must cost a lot, right? Looking at the big hotel in front of him, Su Guangxing couldn't help but frown. Although he knew his son was rich, he still felt that eating here was too luxurious. Yeah. We can just find a random restaurant to eat at. There's no need to come here. Wu Wan also agreed. It's okay. A meal here doesn't cost much. Besides, I have many classmates coming, so I have to choose a better place. Su Wen said indifferently. Not to mention that I am the owner of this hotel and I don't have to pay for my meals. Even if he had to pay, a meal of tens of thousands of dollars was just a small matter for him. As they were talking, 2 taxis came closer and soon arrived in front of Su Wen. Then Su Wen's best friends, Xia and her girlfriends, came out of the car one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. The companions looked at Su Wen, then at the two old men beside him, and said with a smile, "Uncle, hello auntie." "Uncle, hello aunt." Previously on VX, Su Wen said that he would bring his parents to dinner. Seeing these two elderly people at this moment, everyone realized that they must be Su's parents, so they all greeted them. "Hey, hello to you guys too." Seeing that the little ones were so polite, Su's father and mother naturally responded happily. "Hey, Xiaowen, what's your classmate's name? She's so pretty." Suddenly, Su Wen's mother looked at Xia in shock and spoke. Because Xia's appearance was so outstanding, Wu Wan saw him almost at first sight. Suddenly, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. She couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful girl in the world. "Ha, Mom, her name is Xia Xinyao, and she's also my college classmate." Su Wen smiled and immediately explained. "Oh, that's it." Su's mother nodded. Although she knew it was impolite to stare at someone, Wu Wan still couldn't help but look at the other person twice. "There's nothing I can do, this girl is just too beautiful." "Thank you for the compliment, auntie." Seeing that Su's mother actually praised her, Xia Xinyao was delighted and felt embarrassed. "Okay, stop looking. She's not your daughter-in-law anymore." Seeing that his wife kept staring at the girl and made her feel embarrassed, Su Guangxing couldn't help but shake his head and smiled helplessly. "You? Why can't I hear anything good coming from you?" Wu Wan's face turned serious. This old guy always went against her. "Ah, uncle, that's not necessarily true. You don't know, Xiaoyao and classmate Su have a very good relationship. They often visit each other, just like a couple." "That's right. Although they are not a couple yet, they are better than a couple. Xiaoyao talked to us the most about classmate Su. She used to send him milk tea every day. I don't know how much she likes classmate Su." At this moment, Xia's two best friends, Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu, were talking happily, completely unaware that they had already sold out Xia. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Xia Xinyao's expression froze at first, and then her face quickly turned red. Hateful. What are her two best friends talking about? She actually exposed their usual chat topics, and did it in front of Su's parents. Are they crazy? Ah. Student Xia felt so miserable that she wanted to cry but had no tears. She even wanted to strangle her two best friends to death immediately. And what Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu said did shock Su Wen's parents. Especially Su Wen's mother, her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that this little girl surnamed Xia has a chance with his son? So she looked at Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu and said, "You two are so cute and you really know how to talk." Then she looked at Xia and said, "My son is sometimes very stubborn and has many shortcomings. I'm sorry to bother you with his patience." Wu Wan said this with a smile, without delving into the relationship between the two. She is old, but not stupid. Children should deal with their own affairs. Moreover, if some things have not been confirmed yet, you can't just match people up randomly, otherwise it will only make everyone embarrassed. It doesn't matter that her son is thick-skinned, but it's a different story for the girl. Forehead. Auntie, don't worry, classmate Su is very good, and it's easy for me to get along with him. Xia Xinyao smiled and said quickly. Okay, let's go in and eat first. Listening to everyone talking, Su Wen smiled helplessly. Having said that, he led everyone into the hotel lobby. At this time, a man who looked like a manager hurried over, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He is the manager of this hotel, and Su Wen just booked a table of food and wine in advance through him. Director Su, please go upstairs. The manager greeted Su Wen respectfully, and then led everyone to a luxurious private room upstairs. Wow, the environment here is really nice. Yes. Big and wide. As soon as everyone entered the box, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The box is very large, about 60 square meters. The area of this private room is almost as big as the shabby little house where Su Wen used to live. Plus the decoration is ancient style. Everyone immediately felt relaxed and comfortable. Everyone please find a seat, don't be polite. Su Wen greeted. The friends didn't hesitate and found a seat to sit down. Then, Su Wen said a few words to the manager, and the manager quickly took out the intercom and began to instruct the employees to serve the dishes. Soon, the waitresses came up with dishes, one plate after another. The table Su Wen ordered was not cheap, just this table of dishes cost more than 50,000 yuan. So, when the waiters brought all the dishes for tonight, everyone was stunned by the sight of this sumptuous banquet. Chapter 48. Let us go to KTV to sing. Roasted goose, kung pao chicken, wensi tofu. Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, snowbird's nest with rock sugar, braised prawns, steamed swimming crabs, and so on. There were more than 20 famous domestic dishes on the big table. Each dish is unique, looks delicious, and has great flavor and taste. Dad, Mom, students Xia and Lao Chen, everyone, stop standing there and start eating. As he spoke, Su Wen picked up a dish and started tasting it. Suddenly, a fragrance filled my mouth. It tasted really good. Seeing that classmate Su had already started eating, how could anyone hold back? They immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Fuck, this goose smells so good. This wensi tofu is so tender. And these braised prawns taste really good. After tasting it, everyone praised it. It's delicious, just eat more. Su Wen's parents said this with a smile. After taking a few bites, everyone picked up their drinks and beer. Some drank drinks, some drank beer. Su Wen didn't drink because he had to drive at night, so he asked Chen Ming and the others to drink with his father. For a moment, it was lively and everyone was enjoying the meal. Time passed quickly and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the dishes on the table had been almost finished. The beer and drinks are finished. After everyone rested for a while, they stood up and ended the dinner. It was also the first time for Su Wen's parents to dine in such a high-end hotel. I have to say, it does feel unusual. It's just past 8 o'clock, it's still early, brother Xiao Wen, how about we all go to KTV to sing? Yeah, we finally got out here, how can we not have some fun? Just when everyone came out of the hotel, suddenly, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu looked at Su Wen and started to make a noise. They like singing the most. Today, with the big boss here, they naturally want to take advantage of him a little more. You too. Student Xia looked at her two best friends, smiled and shook her head. I think this is a good idea, Lao Su, how about we go sing? Yes, I agree. With so many people and such a good atmosphere, it would be a shame not to sing. Su Wen's close friends immediately echoed. With several female classmates singing with them, how could they not go? This is a great opportunity to promote development. Su Wen nodded and thought it was a good idea, so he smiled and said, okay, then I'll go sing. There are supporting KTV facilities right next to Hill's Hotel, so why not? When everyone heard Su Wen agreed, they were immediately excited. Singing is something for you young people. We two old men and women won't participate. Yes. You young people, have fun. We will go back first. However, Su Wen's parents were not interested in singing at all. After eating and drinking, all they wanted to do was go home. For them, even just taking a walk in Haiyanwan community is more interesting than singing in KTV. Then I'll take you back. I'll send you home and then I'll come out. Su Wen understood his parents' thoughts and nodded. No need, let's take a taxi back. Just go and have fun. There are so many cars in Shanghai. Are you afraid you won't be able to get a taxi? Su Guangxing, Wu Wan immediately waved her hand to refuse. It's not like they are new here in Shanghai, so they don't know how to get home? Seeing his parents say this, Su Wen stopped forcing it. But to be at ease, he still hailed a taxi for his parents. After seeing them off, I left the hotel with my friends with peace of mind. Hill's KTV is only a few hundred meters away from the hotel. It took them 5 minutes to walk there. What I saw before me was a building that was 10 stories high, sparkling and eye-catching. Without stopping, Su Wen and his companions went up immediately. As soon as you enter, you will see a magnificent hall. Sofa area, beverage area, entertainment area, everything you need. Are there any more boxes? Su Wen brought everyone to the cashier counter and asked a beautiful lady at the front desk. Yes, there are several types of private rooms. An ordinary small box is 450 yuan, an ordinary large box is 600 yuan, and an ordinary super large box is 800 yuan. A small deluxe box is 600 yuan, a large deluxe box is 900 yuan, and an extra large deluxe box is 1,200 yuan. The supreme box, 2,500 yuan. Drinks and food are extra. The front desk clerk said slowly. Then let's have the supreme box. Su Wen didn't even bother to think and just spoke directly. Yes, sir. As she spoke, the beautiful lady at the front desk called over a waiter and asked him to take the person upstairs. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the top 10th floor. I have to say that the floor where the Supreme Luxury Box is located is different. The lobby is magnificent and the environment is unparalleled. There is a waiter standing at the door of each box, seemingly ready to respond to guests' calls at any time. Then, Su Wen and others were also taken to a private box. This box is very large, luxurious, and technologically advanced, which is very nice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Supreme Luxury Box. Not only is the environment here high-end, the singing equipment is also top-notch. The whole room is in stereo surround sound, which can bring you a better experience. The waiter introduced with a smile. After the introduction, he continued to ask, "Do you need any drinks?" "Of course." Su Wen nodded, picked up the menu on the tea table, looked at it, and ordered 2 dishes. One is mainly barbecue, and the other is mainly fruit. "Okay, wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter retreated. But after a while, all the food was delivered very efficiently. At this time, the bright lights in the box had dimmed at some point and turned into a dark color. It was too late for the friends to start requesting songs. Wang Xiuxiu ordered a song called As Wish by Wang Tianhou, while Ji Yu ordered a song called By the Butterfly Spring. Chen Ming and He Wenfang also came up and ordered a song each. Student Xia did not rush to order a song, but sat down on the sofa. She ate too much tonight and she needs to digest it. At the same time, Ji Yu looked at Su Wen and said, "Brother Xiaowen, your ears are blessed now. Wang Xiuxiu sings so beautifully, you will be shocked later." "Is it that great?" Looking at Ji Yu's proud expression, Su Wen said with a smile. "Of course. Didn't you know that she took 3rd place in last year's school singing competition?" Ji Yu said this in a heroic and proud tone. Su Wen was slightly surprised. He really didn't know about this. He knew that the school held a singing competition every year and selected the top 3 for awards. But he really forgot who were the top 3. As they were talking, the prelude sounded and Wang Xiuxiu began to sing. "You are Yao Yao's path. The lights in the foggy mountains. Explosion, a real explosion." When the song started, everyone fell silent. This song is perfect in both melody and rhythm. Coupled with Wang Xiuxiu's good singing skills, people were fascinated by the song for a moment. Even Su Wen, who already possesses world-class singing skills, was quite impressed. Moreover, Wang Xiuxiu's voice is also unique, ethereal, and passionate. Although she is still far behind Queen Wang, it is very rare among ordinary people. No wonder she won the 3rd place in the school singing competition. How is it? It sounds good, right? Ji Yu looked at Su Wen proudly. "Lao Su, how about you sing a song too? Although we can't compare to Wang Xiuxiu, we can at least be a supporting role." At this moment, Chen Ming on the side spoke with a smile. Chapter 49 World-Class Singing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System Release Reward, sing a song in KTV. Mission Reward, one of the top 500 domestic companies, 51% of the shares of Wanhua Electric Company, Limited. After the system introduction, Su Wen was shocked. Although this company is far inferior to Worcester, it is also one of the top 500 companies in China, and its scale should not be underestimated. If you can get this kind of reward for just singing a song, why not agree to it? Besides, the system has given him a world-class voice and singing skills. Now that he has the chance to show it off, why not give it a try? Accept the mission. Su Wen said immediately. Then he looked at his friends and said, "Okay, I'll sing a song too." As he spoke, Su Wen thought for a moment and clicked on a song Anxian on the screen. "Brother Xiaowen, are you sure you want to order this song?" Looking at the song Su Wen ordered, Ji Yu was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "Fuck, Lao Su, you are awesome. You dare to order this song." "Yeah. This song is difficult to sing. I would never choose it even if I were beaten to death." Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan and others could not help but be shocked. They looked at Su Wen and even suspected that he had a fever. Otherwise, why would he choose such a difficult song? "Is it difficult?" "It's okay," Su Wen said indifferently. At this time, Wang Xiuxiu had finished singing her song. Then it was Ji Yu, Chen Ming, He Wenfang, and others' turn. Compared to Wang Xiuxiu, their singing skills are much worse. Ji Yu and He Wenfang are better, at least they sing with the rhythm and tune. As for Chen Ming, he was completely in a state of doing whatever he wanted. It would be fine if the song wasn't in tune, but every time I sang it the tempo was either too fast or too full, and it was never in tune correctly. If listening to others singing costs money, then listening to him singing costs your life. Aren't you going to sing? Suwon peeled an orange for Xia and asked curiously. I'll order after you guys finish singing, so my singing won't sound so lame. Student Xia took the orange and said with a smile. Suwon was stunned. Well, you are quite thoughtful. However, it will be his turn soon. What if classmate Xia requests a song while he is singing? After all, his singing skills are world class. Just when he was struggling over whether or not to tell classmate Xia about this, classmate Xia actually stood up and ordered a song. It was also Su Wen's turn to sing. He did not stop classmate Xia from requesting a song, and went on stage with the microphone handed to him by Zhu Yuan. After a moment, a soothing voice sounded. A familiar and beautiful melody resounded in the box. Then, Suwon spoke. When the petals bloom, the fragrance lingers. The fragrance disappears after the wind and rain, and no one comes to smell it. The beautiful melody was flowing and the clear voice continued to linger in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This is no longer something that can be described as explosive or shocking. The melody of the song in Xiang was originally intended to express a sad love story of a couple who love each other deeply but cannot be together. Suwon used his heavenly voice and world-class singing skills to fully express this emotion that was about to explode and was struggling and wavering. Everyone listening to this song felt as if they were there, feeling the strong emotions, sadness, and struggle in the lyrics. This song seemed to go on for a very long time. No one knows when the song ends. By the time they all reacted, Suwon had already stepped down from the stage. Then, everyone looked at Suwon with shock, disbelief in their eyes. Oh my god, brother Xiaowen, how come you sing so beautifully? Yeah, Lao Su, are you possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, how could you sing such a moving song? Good fellow, you didn't sing like this before. We've heard you sing like this before, but what happened today? Everyone was talking about it and was shocked. They simply couldn't believe that Suwon could sing a song to such a level. It is no exaggeration to say that this has reached the level of the world's top singers, and even surpassed them. Compared with Suwon, Wang Xiuxiu, who performed well just now, is nothing. Classmate Xia looked at Suwon in a daze, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. She also never expected that classmate Su's singing could be so beautiful, just like the singing of an immortal. At this moment, she felt that Suwon was so mysterious, so dazzling, and so radiant. Bang bang bang. As he thought about it, Xia felt his heart beating faster and his face turned red. Xia, it's your turn. At some point, Suwon stood in front of Xia and handed her the microphone. Student Xia was confused at first, but then he reacted. Yes. She just requested a song, and now it's her turn. But classmate Su sang so beautifully just now, it was simply the sound of nature. And when she sings, it's good enough if she can find the tune. Singing at this time, doesn't it form a sharp contrast with classmate Su? Does she still want to save face? Especially classmate Su, he even handed over the microphone. Isn't this just forcing someone to do something? Suddenly, the image of Su Wen in her heart fell down again. However, student Xia kept muttering in his heart. But now that things have come to this, we can't help but sing, right? Just die. Thinking of this, classmate Xia took the microphone and went on stage. The song that Xia requested was Invisible Wings, an inspirational song that she particularly liked. When the music started, Xia started speaking. Every time I am strong in the process of returning to the lonely elixir. Even though I was hurt, I didn't shed tears. This is a very nice song, both the melody and the lyrics are profound. But I have to say that when Xia sang it, it actually sounded mediocre. Compared with Su Wen's heavenly voice just now, they were completely two extremes. Even Suwon had to admit that Xia was truly a song terminator. If Sister Han knew that her song was sung like this by classmate Xia, she would probably take a bus to Shanghai overnight and beat classmate Xia up. That being said, Suwon could still tell that student Xia was really trying hard to sing. Well, she tried her best. A few minutes later, student Xia finally finished singing the song. Just then, Suwon applauded her. It's not that she sang well, but at least she was courageous. Seeing Suwon clapping, Chen Ming and others also applauded. You sang well, really well. Chen Ming praised. Ahem. I need to go to the bathroom. Student Xia already knew that he didn't sing well, and when he heard everyone applauding and praising him, he suddenly felt ashamed of himself. So after throwing the microphone to Su Wen, she took a close friend and left the box to ease the embarrassment. Su Wen smiled indifferently, shook his head, and handed the microphone to Chen Ming. This guy hasn't sung enough and is ready to sing another song. It's just strange that when Chen Ming finished singing a song, Xia and her best friend Ji Yu had not returned yet. What's going on with the two of them? It's been almost 5 minutes and you haven't come back yet. Didn't you find the toilet? Chen Ming said in surprise. Let me go and take a look. Having said that, Wang Xiuxiu stood up. However, just as she was about to leave, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and Ji Yu rushed in and said, "Oh no, classmate Xia was blocked by a few hooligans and can't come back." Chapter 50, Rescue Classmate Xia. Where are they now? Su Wen frowned and asked immediately. It's over there in the bathroom. I'll take you there. Ji Yu replied in panic. Having said that, he let everyone out of the box. Meanwhile, on the other side, student Xia was standing in the corridor outside the toilet. There were 7 or 8 people surrounding her at this moment. These people are both men and women. The men were wearing gold and silver and the women were dressed gorgeously and looked very stylish. Well, have you thought it through? Everyone is very unhappy about what happened just now, so you have to apologize to my little brother and go drink with us. Suddenly, the man in the lead spoke. The man was probably in his 30s and had a strong build. He looked at Xia, with dominance and arrogance in his eyes. However, facing the threat, Xia was not frightened at first. Instead, he looked at the man opposite and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Your friend harassed me and asked me to apologize to him?" Student Xia frowned and said angrily. It turned out that when she and Ji Yu went to the bathroom just now, a man came towards them. As the man passed by, he suddenly reached out and touched Xia's face. Fortunately, Xia reacted quickly and dodged the other person. Unexpectedly, when the other party saw that his plan failed, he acted helpless and stopped her. He asked for her phone number and took out his mobile phone to take a video. He also said something about taking a video as a souvenir, regardless of whether the other party was willing or not. Ji Yu, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and called the other person a hooligan. I never thought that the other party would get so angry and embarrassed that he secretly sent a message to his friends asking for help, which led to the current situation. Fortunately, Ji Yu reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly slipped back to find someone. Otherwise, they would both be entangled. Thinking of this, student Xia became even angrier. This group of people were clearly in the wrong, yet they are crying thief. The other party seemed to have taken advantage of Xia, a little girl who was easy to bully, so he deliberately bit back. The man then said, "Little girl, you said my little brother harassed you, you need evidence when you speak. If you falsely accuse my little brother, then you are falsely accusing me, so you have to drink with us. How about it, do you want to take the initiative to go to our box to accompany the drinking and apologize, or do you want us to invite you?" The man sneered. Coercion, inducement, oppression, it's very social at first glance. Such a beautiful woman. Not to mention his younger brothers, even he, the big brother, can hardly control himself. Of course he had to find a way to keep this woman. If the other party drinks and apologizes and gets drunk, won't that mean you are at his mercy? Fuck, you didn't want to add my number just now you know how powerful my brother is, right? Suddenly, the man who had just asked Xia for her number also spoke. His tone was arrogant and full of complacency. Even the women who were dressed up in fancy clothes started laughing. TSK. Why are you pretending? You dress so nicely, isn't it just to attract men? That's right. I advise you to be sensible and go to the box with us. Otherwise, if you anger Brother Han, you will suffer the consequences. Ha, I don't know how many girls like you I've seen. They were all very tough at first, but after meeting Brother Han, didn't they become obedient? They looked at Xia with disdain and jealousy. There's nothing I can do, classmate Xia is just too beautiful. As women themselves, they couldn't believe that there were such beautiful women in the world. So, if someone could destroy this beautiful woman, they would certainly be happy to see it. Xia, are you okay? However, just when Xia's life was in great danger, suddenly a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked back and saw Ji Yu, Su Wen, and others finally arrived at the toilet. When Xia saw Su Wen coming, he was immediately delighted. His originally heavy expression instantly relaxed at this moment. I don't know why. As soon as classmate Su came, she felt safe. However, Su Wen, who was standing opposite, had a very ugly expression on his face. He looked at so many people surrounding classmate Xia, and anger instantly rose in his heart. Let the man out to me. Su Wen said in a deep voice, his voice was icy cold. As long as the other party said they were unwilling, he seemed to be ready to take action. And some people are destined to be ignorant and fearless. When Han Chao's brothers saw Su Wen was about to step forward, they turned around one by one and blocked Su Wen outside in an instant. Are you blind? How dare you come here to mess things up? Get lost, this is none of your business, get as far away as you can. The other party threatened one by one. As he said that, he started pushing Su Wen. At this moment, there was a click sound. Suddenly a scream was heard. Before everyone could react, they saw that the man who had just pushed Su Wen had his wrist broken. Then he collapsed to the ground, excruciatingly painful. I don't want to say it again. Release him immediately, or you will end up like him. Su Wen was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party and just killed the chicken to scare the monkey. But this move didn't seem to work. Han Chao, who was usually arrogant, was not afraid when he saw his brother being beaten. Instead, he became angry. Fuck, I, Han Chao, have been hanging around in Huining district for more than 10 years, and I have hundreds of friends, if not thousands. You dare to hit my brother, I think you are tired of living, right? MD, destroy him for me. Han Chao shouted angrily. Several of his brothers were furious when they saw their men being beaten. Now that the big brother has given the order, how can they bear it? Immediately, they clenched their fists and rushed toward Su Wen. Su Wen had long been fed up with this group of people, so naturally he showed no mercy and started fighting them without hesitation. However, before he could knock down the two men, Su Wen unexpectedly discovered that he had no opponent. It turned out that just now when the other party rushed over, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfang also rushed up immediately to help Su Wen. He Wenfang was originally a sports student, so it was no problem for him to deal with one. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan beat one up. So, after Su Wen dealt with two opponents, the only ones left on the opposite side were Han Chao and a few women. Su Wen turned around and walked towards the other party. What do you want to do? Seeing the other party walking towards him, Han Chao panicked. That's right. At this moment, the experienced big brother was actually a little panicked. At first, he thought the other person was just an ordinary young man, so he didn't take him seriously. But who knew that the opponent was so good at fighting? Faced with Han Chao's plea for mercy, Su Wen did not intend to give up. You threatened my friend and tried to get her to drink with you, and now you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Don't you think it's too late? Su Wen sneered and walked straight towards the other party. When he thought about how so many people had bullied classmate Xia, his anger grew even greater. Hey, brother, don't do it. This is a KTV, not a place for fighting. Can't we just talk it out nicely? Just when Su Wen stepped forward and was about to teach Han Chao a lesson, suddenly, a young man in a suit hurried over and tried to stop him. Chapter 51: The End of Going Against. You're here too late. What's the point of saying this now? Su Wen glanced at the young man and said lightly. Just by looking at the other person's attire, you can tell that he must be the manager. It's not too late, brother. It was just a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I did this for my brother. This lady said that my brother harassed him, and my brother said that he was framed. As the eldest brother, it is only natural for me to seek justice for him, right? Originally, Han Chao was almost in despair. Seeing the manager coming over, he seemed to see hope and begged for mercy again. It's just what was said. Not to mention others, I'm afraid even he himself wouldn't believe it. Fart. You scum, are you really that shameless? It's obviously your brother who is harassing my bestie, why are you pretending to be innocent? And what you call seeking justice is forcing people to drink and apologize to you? Before Su Wen could say anything, Ji Yu beside him immediately exploded. She and Xiaoyao knew best what had just happened. It was clearly the man who harassed Xiaoyao first, but now the other party is crying stop thief and making the first complaint. How could she not be angry? Then I don't care. I just know that since Mr. Han is in our store, he is my customer. I can't just sit there and do nothing. Besides, each of you has your own reasons. How do I know which of you is telling the truth? The manager said the same thing, and his tone became stronger. There was a strong intention in his words to save Han Chao. It's easy to know who's right and who's wrong. Isn't there a surveillance camera in this corridor? If we take out the surveillance camera and take a look, won't the truth be revealed? Su-wen said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, the surveillance is broken and I can't provide evidence. The manager refused outright. After these words were spoken, let alone Su-wen and others. Even the waiters who were watching the fun were shocked. The surveillance cameras in their KTV are checked regularly, so how could it suddenly break down? Moreover, there are usually 2 surveillance cameras installed in the same corridor. Even if one is broken, it is impossible that both of them are broken, right? Even a fool could tell that the manager was completely disregarding the facts and siding with Mr. Han. However, what is surprising is that, facing the manager's words, Su-wen was not angry. Instead, he looked at him and said, "You are the manager of this KTV, right?" "Of course, what's the matter?" the manager said proudly. He didn't take this young man seriously at all. But Mr. Han is different. He is a regular customer of the store and has a high status. When a conflict occurred, he naturally stood on Mr. Han's side. Su-wen didn't say much, he just sneered. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. In just a few seconds, the call was connected. "Hello, Mr. Su?" A voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is Zhang Kaming, the vice president of Hills Hotel. "Well, it's Vice President Zhang, right?" Su-wen said slowly. Yes, that's me. I wonder if Director Su called me suddenly. Is there something going on? Zhang Kaming immediately said with a smile. The chairman of the Hills Hotel called, so as the vice chairman he naturally had to listen attentively. There is something. Please contact the boss of Hills KTV. Just tell him that the manager of the KTV here doesn't know the rules, and ask him to remove the person and recruit new people, or transfer someone from the headquarters to manage it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As for the rest, not a single word was said. Because he knew that Vice President Zhang would definitely understand. Vice President Zhang on the other end of the phone was indeed a seasoned veteran. After being stunned for a few seconds at first, he really figured out what was going on. This must be some blind person who offended Director Su, and that's why he is about to be dismissed by him. Then he did not dare to delay, and immediately opened the address book and found Mr. Lin, who was in charge of KTV. At the same time, on Su-wen's side. The moment Su-wen finished the call, the manager standing opposite was stunned. Because he also heard what Su-wen just said. For a moment, he seemed not to understand the meaning of the other party's words. Vice President Zhang? Which Vice President Zhang? Vice President Zhang Kaming of Hills Hotel. And they said they would fire him. Just as he was wondering, his cell phone suddenly rang. When the manager took out his cell phone and saw that it was Mr. Lin calling. For some reason, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bad premonition came over me. Hello, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? The manager quickly picked up the phone and spoke carefully. Let me ask you, did something happen in the KTV just now? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Lin asked directly without any nonsense. Yes, the manager replied immediately. Then he gave a brief account of what had just happened. But before he could finish his words, Mr. Lin's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Joe Leeson, are you crazy? Do you know who that young man is? How dare you go against him? He is the new chairman of the Hills Hotel. When a conflict occurred, you did not speak up for the chairman, but helped outsiders to oppose him. How can there be such a stupid person as you in the world? A series of curses rang out, confusing and dumbfounding the manager. Even my brain froze a little. What did Mr. Lin say just now? This young man, he is actually the new chairman of Hills Hotel? How is this possible? The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. And the most important thing is that he was actually yelling at the new chairman just now and acting arrogantly. God, what on earth had he done? Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I don't know. The manager wanted to say something else, but Mr. Lin didn't buy it and interrupted him directly. Okay, you don't have to explain. Starting tomorrow, don't come to work. Get your salary and leave. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without caring what the manager said. It was like a bolt from the blue. Mr. Lin's last words made the manager feel as if the sky was about to fall. Jolison has been coming to Hills KTV for 6 years. During these 6 years, he managed to get the position of manager with his communication and ability. But who could have thought that his working career here would end in this way? Hills KTV is one of the top KTVs in Shanghai, with very high salaries and benefits. Now that he has been removed from his position as manager, isn't that the end of him? At this moment, the manager regretted it so much that he was about to cry. If I had known that this young man was the new chairman of the Hills Hotel, I would never have dared to go against him. Then, he looked at Su Wen, as if he had seen the last straw, and begged, Su. Mr. Su, please be magnanimous and let me go. I really didn't know you were the chairman of the Hills Hotel. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. The manager looked at Su Wen and no longer had the momentum he had just had. He begged and pleaded a lot, just hoping that the other party would let bygones be bygones and forgive him. However, some things have happened and they are done for. How can there be a chance to do them again? Thinking about how the manager had just deliberately confused the public, failed to distinguish right from wrong, and protected the man named Han, Su Wen had no sympathy for him at all. At this time, except for manager Zhou, who looked distraught. There was another person who felt even more desperate, and that was naturally Han Xiao. Han Xiao originally thought that if the manager came, he would have a chance to get out safely. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, there would be changes? And what did the manager say just now, that this young man is the chairman of Hills Hotel? Did he hear it wrong? How is this possible? Just as Han Xiao was shocked, Su Wen didn't want to delay any longer and flashed in front of him. Before Han Xiao could react, he kicked him. Suddenly, Han Xiao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then the whole person flew up and slammed hard into the wall. There was a loud bang. The women around Han Xiao were frightened and screamed in panic. Chapter 52 Jinhua Commercial Street. Ah! A series of shouts rang out. The women who had been so complacent and arrogant before, now collapsed on the ground with their hands covering their ears. Then look at Han Xiao. Even though he was a strong man, he couldn't withstand Su Wen's kick. I'm afraid if I don't go to the hospital and lie in bed for 7 or 8 days, I won't get better. Xia, who was the first person to touch your face and ask for your phone number? Suddenly, Su Wen turned to look at Xia and asked. It was the one that Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan beat up. Student Xia pointed at the man who had been beaten down by 2 people. So you are the culprit. Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan were slightly surprised, and then became angry again. One of them kicked the man who was already lying on the ground again, causing him to scream in pain. Just after the 2 men finished teaching the boy a lesson, Su Wen also came to his side and said condescendingly, It is not advisable to use force to bully the weak, but it is perfect for dealing with scum like you. As he said that, he stepped on the other person's hand. There were a few more cracking sounds, and the sound of broken finger bones was instantly audible. It gave everyone a chilling feeling when they heard it. Ah! The scream that had just stopped burst out from the man's mouth again. Su Wen believes that after this transformation, the man's habit of touching other people's faces will definitely change. After teaching these people a lesson, Su Wen took Xia and his friends away from the scene, leaving behind only a mess. As for the aftermath, it was left to the KTV staff to clean up and he didn't have to worry about it. How about it, do you still want to sing? Su Wen looked around and saw that only about 10 minutes had passed since they left the box, so it was still early. If everyone still wants to sing, he naturally has no objection. Forget it, I think I should go back. My good mood has been ruined by those people. Yeah. The fight scene just now was too exciting. My heart is still pounding. I'm not interested in singing anymore. Chen Ming, Jiyu, Wang Xiuxiu, and others said. Su Wen understood, and then looked at Xia. Seeing that she also agreed, he nodded, paid the bill and left. Afterwards, Su Wen took everyone back to school. After returning to school, Su Wen did not go directly back to the dormitory, but sent Xia and her best friend to the dormitory. After Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu went upstairs, he looked at Xia and asked, Are you okay today? Were you scared? Su Wen asked with concern. After all, this incident was caused by him. If he hadn't taken the lead to go out tonight, classmate Xia wouldn't have been bullied by that group of people. It's okay. It was scary at first, but it will be fine after a while. And I have to thank you very much today. If not, I might have been taken away by them. Classmate Xia looked at Su Wen and said with great gratitude. She was surrounded in the KTV before, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. She just remained calm the whole time. But when classmate Su came, it was like a god descending from heaven, and she felt safe instantly. From that moment on, Xia realized that Su was such a secure person, and she almost admired him to death. At this time, Su-wen naturally didn't know that classmate Xia was almost becoming his little fan. Seeing that classmate Xia was indeed fine, he chatted with him for a few more words and then returned to the dormitory. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the singing mission. At this moment, the system appeared in Su-wen's mind. Su-wen was delighted to know that he had acquired shares of a Fortune 500 company. The next day, when Su-wen woke up and cleaned himself up, the first thing he did was not to go to class, but to go to Wanha Electric Appliance Company and sign the handover contract. Officially became the chairman of the board of directors of this company. After all, it's a Fortune 500 company, and he would be itching not to sign the contract. Afterwards, he drove the Koenigsegg back home and picked up his parents. He decided to buy some clothes for his parents. After all, every time he went home and saw his parents wearing old clothes that cost only 20 or 30 yuan, he felt uncomfortable. It seems that even if you have money, a big villa and a luxury car, even though I gave my parents so much money, they still didn't want to spend it. In that case, he had no choice but to buy it for them himself. Today is different from the past. Now that we have money, we should spend it where it should be spent. The place he went to this time was Genoa Commercial Street, the street where he inherited the real estate shares. Genoa Commercial Street is located in Binjiang District, Magic City, on the Second Ring Road. The commercial street is hundreds of meters long and is a busy street. Just then, a cool Koenigsegg drove over. Then Su-wen and his parents got out of the car and walked into the commercial street. Isn't this place too expensive? It looks like a brand store. Yeah, we're old, why do we need to wear such nice clothes? As soon as they arrived at a clothing store, Su Guangxing and Wu Wan began to frown. Apparently, they all suffer from a fear of spending money. It's okay. This isn't that high-end. Since I'm here to buy clothes, of course I'll buy something better. Besides, you've been wearing cheap clothes all your life, so what's the harm in buying some nice clothes? Su-wen objected. At this moment, I wonder what Su Guangxing and Wu Wan would think if they knew that all the properties in this entire commercial street belong to Su-wen. In a sense, these shop owners are all Su-wen's tenants. As they were talking, several people entered the store. It is indeed a high-end specialty store. As soon as Su-wen entered, he felt the grandeur of this store. This store is huge. Very huge. The area divisions are neatly organized, making it look high-end and classy. Welcome. Suddenly, a woman came over with a smile. She looked like a shopping guide here. However, when the shopping guide saw that except for Su-wen, the other two elderly customers who came in were dressed so poorly, she immediately curled her lips, and the smile she had just put on instantly disappeared by more than half. It seemed to her that the family must not have much money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so worn out. Customers like this may walk around for a long time and still not buy a single piece of clothing, which is a complete waste of time. However, as a shopping guide, she still patiently asked, "Hello, who among you wants to buy clothes? What kind of clothes do you want to buy?" "My parents bought it." Su-wen responded. "Well, come over here, please." The shopping guide said lightly, and then took them to the elderly area. I have to say, clothes from high-end brands are just different. There is so much to see and every piece of clothing is beautiful. Even the clothes worn by the elderly are diverse and colorful. The quality and feel are first class. This coat feels really nice, and the pattern is nice, too. How much is it? Wu Wan touched one of the bright red coats on the hanger and asked curiously. It was obvious that she had taken a liking to the coat. This women's clothing is a Gucci-style retro floral jacket, priced at 17,500 yuan. The female shopping guide immediately started introducing the products. What, more than 10,000? As soon as these words were spoken, the two elders were immediately shocked. Are you kidding? One coat costs more than 10,000 yuan, which is enough for them to earn from working for several months. Is this buying clothes or buying gold? What about this? Wu Wan pointed to another one and asked. This is an authentic wool coat with a bow, and the price is 21,700 yuan. The woman reported another shocking number. The two elders were frightened and shocked again. Seeing the other party's reaction, the shopping guide immediately showed a disdainful expression. She knew this would happen. They are just a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Chapter 53 Arrogant Female Shopping Guide. Shao 1, let's go to another store. The clothes here are too expensive. That's right, tens of thousands of dollars for a piece of clothing, it's too much. Su Guangxing and Wu Wan were shocked by the price of the clothes, then shook their heads and spoke quickly. However, before Su Wen could say anything, the shopping guide's face darkened and he asked, "Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy it, I won't introduce it." She asked impatiently, her tone full of disdain. As she spoke, she looked at Su Wen's parents again and muttered, "If you knew you had no money, you shouldn't have come in. Don't you see what era it is now? You're still dressed so poorly." The shopping guide sneered, his voice neither loud nor soft. But by chance, Su Wen's family of 3 all heard it. Suddenly, Su Wen's parents felt embarrassed. "We've only been in the store for a minute or two, why are you so impatient? It's so weird that someone as impatient as you can be a shopping guide." Su Wen looked surprised, and then was speechless. "The question is, if I introduce it to you, can you afford it? Look at how poor you are, yet you still want to buy these clothes that cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The shopping guide seemed to have not expected to be confronted. His face darkened and he even mocked. At this moment, the door of the store was opened again. Soon after, a couple dressed elegantly and with extraordinary temperament walked in. It was obvious that they were also here to buy clothes. The shopping guide immediately looked at Su Wen and the others and said disdainfully, "It's up to you whether you want to buy or not. I don't care about you. I'm going to serve other customers." As he spoke, he revealed a bright smile and walked towards the door. And not long after she left, Su Wen's parents also wanted to leave. Suddenly, another shopping guide came over, looked at Su Wen and others with a smile and said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing someone coming, Su Wen repeated his parents need to buy clothes. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the shopping guide not only did not look down on Su Wen's parents, but instead enthusiastically introduced each piece of clothing to them. His attitude is completely different from that of the shopping guide just now. Although every piece of clothing she introduced was still very expensive. But she carefully explained the material and quality of each piece of clothing, which really made people want to buy it. "Miss, let me ask you something. Are your shopping guide salaries calculated based on commission?" While the shopping guide was still introducing, Su Wen suddenly asked curiously. "Of course, basic salary plus commission." Although she didn't know why the customer asked this, she still answered truthfully. "Individual commission or collective commission?" Su Wen continued to ask. "In our store, we pay commissions to individuals. Whoever sells more gets a higher commission. But it is not ruled out that some stores receive collective commissions." The shopping guide responded with a smile. "That's right." Su Wen nodded and understood. Then he looked at the shopping guide and said, "My parents said some of the clothes you just introduced are pretty good. I want all of them." Su Wen made the final decision directly. As soon as these words came out, Su Guangxing, Wu Wan, and the shopping guide were all shocked. Just when Su Wen's parents were about to speak, Su Wen waved his hand to stop them, saying, "Mom and Dad, stop talking. Just buy it if you like it. If you don't spend the money you earn, what's the point of earning it?" In a word, the blocked parents were speechless. When the shopping guide heard what Su Wen said, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Oh my god! The 2 elders really like several of the brands of clothes she introduced just now. If she bought them all, wouldn't she have sales of over 100,000 in one day? Before she could finish her excitement, Su Wen said again, "Dad, Mom, if you like anything, then continue to pick. After you're done choosing, pick out 2 nice pieces of clothing for Grandpa and Grandma and send them back so they can also wear clothes from this famous brand," Su Wen suggested. "Well, that's fine, then pick a few for my parents as well." Su Guangxing and Wu Wan nodded and did not refuse this time. After all, they have bought several branded items for themselves, so it would be unreasonable not to buy some for their parents and elders. What else more, our elders are too old. If we don't wear it now, we will never have the chance to do so again. Just like Grandma and Grandpa, they passed away first because they were too old. Alas! Then, they started picking out clothes for their elderly. Another 10 minutes passed before I finished choosing all the clothes. I counted and found that I bought 5 or 6 pieces of clothing for the elders in my family, 2 or 3 pieces for each person. Including the ones Su Wen's parents bought, they bought about a dozen pieces in total. Right now. Even the shopping guide didn't seem to expect that this customer would be so generous, and he couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, she quickly packed up all the selected clothes and then took the person to the checkout counter. There are more than a dozen pieces of clothing and so many large and small bags that I can't even carry them all with my hands. This situation naturally immediately attracted the attention of other customers and shopping guides in the store. Suddenly, everyone's eyes showed surprise. Especially the female shopping guide, who had been dismissive of Su Wenjia before, was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that such a seemingly poor family could afford so many brand name clothes. How was it possible? The clothes here are very expensive. To buy so many, it would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000, right? Even the lady boss at the cashier counter couldn't help but show a look of surprise when she saw it. Holy shit! This is a big customer. Sir, you just bought 13 pieces of clothing in our store, with a total price of 247,500 yuan. We can give you a 9.5% discount in our store, which means you only need to pay 235,125 yuan. In addition, you can also apply for a membership card with us. If you recharge 100,000 yuan, you can get a 9.8% discount. If you recharge 200,000 yuan, you can get a 9.5% discount, and if you recharge 500,000 yuan, you can get a 10% discount. The proprietress said politely with a smile on her face. However, just as the proprietress was about to scan the QR code of these clothes and register them into the computer, suddenly, a voice sounded, stopping the boss and saying, "Wait, boss, I was the one who received this customer when he first came in. Now that this customer has bought so many clothes, this business should be considered mine, right?" The person who spoke was the female shopping guide from before. At this moment, seeing Su Wen and others bought so many clothes, she couldn't help but feel jealous, so she quickly ran over and said, "Is there such a thing?" The proprietress was instantly surprised. Then she looked at the other salesperson and asked, "Xiao Miao, is what she said true?" I don't know." At this moment, the woman named Xiaomiao was already confused. She didn't expect that these customers had been received by Sister Tao before. At that time, she saw that other shopping guides were taking care of customers and thought that no one was paying attention to these people, so she came over directly. "I never thought this would happen." "Ha, Madam Boss, don't ask her. If you ask her, she will of course say she doesn't know. We have a clear rule in our store that no shopping guide can make a decision on their own and snatch another shopping guide's customers, otherwise the order will be counted as the original shopping guide's. She has taken away my customers now, so the sales revenue should be counted as mine." The female shopping guide from before spoke again. She was arrogant and spoke in a very firm tone. Chapter 54, Great Satisfaction. If you don't believe me, you can ask these customers if I was the one who served them at the beginning. The female shopping guide pointed at Su Wen and others and said. Then she turned to look at the Su Wen family and said flatteringly, "Young master, uncle and aunt, I'm really sorry for neglecting you just now. I hope you don't mind." The female shopping guide spoke in a hypocritical manner. "I completely forgot who was bossing around and being sarcastic just now." The shopping guide named Xiaomiao looked disappointed. After all, she put a lot of effort into this business, but she didn't enjoy any benefits at all. No matter who it is, they would feel bad, right? "Young master, I wonder if what my clerk said is true. She was the first one to receive you?" At this time, the proprietress also looked over and asked in confusion. "It's true." Su Wen nodded and responded truthfully. As soon as these words were spoken, the female shopping guide was immediately delighted, as if she had already seen this month's performance and high commission. "You know, those clothes just now would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000. Based on a 2% commission on sales, she could get at least 4,000 or 5,000 in commission from this single deal. How could she not be excited?" However, before she could be happy for 2 seconds, Su Wen spoke again. "However, I am very dissatisfied with this shopping guide. If the commission is hers after this deal is done, then I won't buy it." Su Wen continued speaking with a calm expression. Why is this?" The proprietress was stunned. Su Wen glanced at the female shopping guide and sneered. It was indeed she who received us when we first came in. But she kept making fun of us because we were dressed in ordinary clothes, saying we were too poor. Then when she saw new customers coming in and dressed well, she ignored us. I have to say, you guys really hired a great employee. If I could give her a review, I would definitely give her a 1-star negative review." Su Wen spoke word by word, his tone full of dissatisfaction and sarcasm. "Is that true?" After hearing what Suwon said, the boss lady's face instantly showed shock. She looked at the female shopping guide in disbelief and asked, "Is what he said true?" I had no choice at the time. This young master said he wanted to buy clothes for his parents, but his parents didn't want to buy any. I saw they were hesitant, so I just complained a few words. The female shopping guide argued cunningly. Bang! However, she hadn't finished her words yet. A series of crisp table slapping sounds suddenly rang out, startling everyone around. The boss lady's face was extremely gloomy. She looked at the female shopping guide and shouted angrily, "Tao Wenman, do you know what you are doing? As a shopping guide, your job is to serve customers and let them know about our products. Why do you laugh at customers and treat them coldly? What are you doing?" At this moment, the boss lady couldn't believe that she had hired such a shopping guide. Treating customers differently based on their identities is a big taboo in the industry for store owners. The woman named Tao Wenman was really shocked by her boss's sudden change of attitude. She didn't expect the other party to be so angry. The previous toughness disappeared immediately, and then he said, "I know, boss, I will pay attention to these things next time, and I promise that this situation will not happen again. But no matter what, you can't count this business as Xiao Miao's." The female shopping guide whispered. Even at this time, she still hasn't forgotten this sales order. As soon as she finished speaking, the proprietress was so angry that she laughed. "I think you are really crazy, still thinking about sales. This deal was negotiated by Xiao Miao. Is it your turn to make a move here?" Suwon also nodded and agreed, this order should indeed be counted as Mao's. Then he changed the subject. "To be honest, Madam Boss, I have to say that the quality of your clothes is really good. If it were the same as before, I would definitely buy a membership card worth 500,000 yuan, because this is my habit. But because of this shopping guide, I have a very bad impression of your store, so it's better not to apply for a membership card. I'll pay you directly," Suwon said in a harmless manner, then took out a bank card and handed it to the other party. He said this on purpose, and his purpose is self-evident. Sure enough, the proprietress's face turned green when she heard this. She looked at shopping guide Tao and wished she could eat him up. If it wasn't for her suicide, how could I have lost such a big client? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had already decided in her heart to fire Tao Wenman. Otherwise, we don't know how many customers we will lose. As for Xiao Miao, who had a look of loss just now, she was naturally excited when she heard the boss say that this business deal was hers. In just a few minutes, her mood went up and down like a roller coaster. Fortunately, there was a good result in the end. She looked at Suwon with gratitude. Then he quickly took all the clothes that the proprietress had already registered to Suwon and others. Suwon naturally didn't care about this. After he received all the clothes, he took the bank card handed over by the boss lady, and then he and his parents left the store in a swagger under Tao Wenman's angry eyes. After leaving the store, Suwon couldn't help but sigh that it's good to have money, and having money makes you powerful. Buy whatever you want and spend however you want. Come to think of it, he has spent a lot of money recently. First, he spent more than 8 million to buy furniture for the big villa, then he bought a watch as a gift for classmate Xia, and after adding the dinner and today's consumption, there was only more than 29 million left in his card. Well, we are getting poorer and poorer. While sighing, Suwon and others bought clothes for their parents, sent them home, and then returned to school. As a college student, you can't always skip classes, right? Be a good child with both good character and good academic performance. At least, that's what Suwon thought. Time flies and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Suwon didn't do anything these days. Apart from frequently chatting with classmate Xia on VX, life remains the same as usual. But that's how he lived. But many students in the college have a different view of him. The forum has been very lively these days. The reason, naturally, is because of Suwon's luxury car. A while ago, everyone saw Suwon driving an Aston Martin in and out of the school, and everyone has been wondering if this car was given by classmate Xia. Wow, it's not even been a month and Suwon has changed his car. And it was replaced with a Koenigsegg worth more than 20 million. This time, everyone went completely crazy. What's up with this poor classmate Su? How many top-of-the-line luxury cars does he have? Could it be that this car was also given by classmate Xia? But, how long has it been since classmate Xia gave classmate Su 2 luxury cars? It's just a love affair, is it that serious? While everyone was discussing this, Xia sent another VX message to Suwon. Let him go to the woods and say there is a surprise. Chapter 55 Gift. Suwon naturally had to go to classmate Xia's invitation. The time the other party agreed to meet is 12:30 noon today. It was break time after lunch. So after lunch, Suwon went to the grove. I have to say that the school's grove is a magical place. There is nothing else except flowers, plants, and trees. But everyone seems to like to come here to relax and rest. By the time Suwon arrived here, quite a few people had already come to this area, most of them were couples. Suwon only glanced forward and immediately saw classmate Xia sitting on the lawn playing with his mobile phone, and then walked over. Here I come. When classmate Xia saw Suwon coming, he stood up and said with a smile, "Nah, this is for you." As he said that, he handed a gift box to Suwon. There is also a watch pattern and the familiar brand logo printed on the box. Ha! Suwon was stunned. Patek Philippe? Isn't this the watch I bought you last time? Suwon was surprised. Not to mention the brand, even the box is exactly the same as the one he gave to classmate Xia last time. Is this to return the watch to him? It's the same brand, but it's not the watch you gave me. I accepted the one you gave me, and this is the one I bought for you. Xia Xinyao explained. Suwon paused and understood what Xia meant. He smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept this gift. As he said that, he reached out and took the other person's gift box. Suwon knew that it must be because he gave classmate Xia a watch last time, and she felt embarrassed, so she bought one for herself. In that case, Suwon had no choice but to accept it. Then, the two sat together on the lawn. Suwon opened the box, then took out the smaller box inside and opened it. Suddenly, a watch with an exquisite appearance and extremely domineering appearance appeared in front of Suwon. This watch is really beautiful. Clear and bright, exquisitely crafted. Only. How come except for the size, the color, dial, and shape are exactly the same as the one I gave you? Suwon was shocked. Although they are all Patek Philippe brand, each watch is different, right? Not to mention that these two watches are one for men and one for women. Ahem. This is a couple's watch, of course they are exactly the same. Student Xia said shyly. If you look closely, you will find that her flawless white face is actually slightly red at this moment. Ah? Suwon looked at Xia with a surprised expression. 5212-001 is not a couple's model? So, where do the couple watches come from? No. So this watch was specially customized by the owner of the watch shop a while ago. Classmate Xia smiled brightly and said proudly to herself. As soon as these words were spoken, Suwon immediately understood. Wow, it's custom made. That's right. He almost forgot that classmate Xia was also a wealthy man. And in terms of cash, I'm afraid I have more money than him. This watch cost a lot of money, didn't it? He still couldn't help asking, after all, custom-made ones would be expensive. Well, it's a little more expensive than yours. I bought it for 550,000. Xia Tong nodded and answered truthfully. Suwon was ashamed. This is 200,000 more expensive than the watch he originally gave to the other party. So, he took advantage of classmate Xia? Come, I'll help you carry it. At this time, classmate Xia took the watch with a smile, then pulled Suwon's hand over and put it on him. She looked like a girlfriend. Then, she looked at Suwon and said, Student Su, I gave you this couple watch. If your future girlfriend knew about it, she wouldn't be angry, right? Suwon. Why at this moment, he felt that classmate Xia was tea-smelling. By the way, classmate Su. Tomorrow is the weekend, my friends and I are going shopping, do you want to go? Suddenly, classmate Xia said again. Shop? Well, actually it's my cousin Xia Qiuyan. She wants to go shopping and wants to see you. You are now famous in our Su family, so she wants to meet you, the mysterious classmate Su. Student Xia shrugged and explained. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, accept Xia's invitation to go shopping. Mission reward, world-class painting and calligraphy skills. Forehead. Suwon was slightly stunned. Is this another reward to enrich himself? However, he was originally prepared to agree to Xia's request. Isn't this task a free gift? Accept the mission. Suwon said immediately. Then he looked at Xia, smiled calmly and said, "Anyway, I'm free tomorrow, I can go anytime." Here, Su Wen and classmate Xia were chatting happily. However, the people around couldn't bear it anymore. Especially the boys. No matter whether you are single or not. They were watching the interaction between Su Wen and school beauty Xia and were almost going crazy with envy. What was campus beauty Xia doing just now? Not only did she give a watch to classmate Xia, she also personally put it on classmate Su. Did classmate Su save the Milky Way in his previous life? Why does he? The next day. Because I made an appointment to go shopping with classmate Xia. Today, Su Wen dressed up specially. After eating breakfast made by his mother at home, he drove out in his luxury car. Originally he wanted to drive a Lamborghini Veneno. After all, he is tired of driving Aston Martin and Koenigsegg. But there was no way, there was one more person today and only Koenigsegg could fit. So he had no choice but to drive the car reluctantly. On the luxurious streets of Shanghai, Koenigsegg's worth more than 20 million yuan are seen driving on the road, attracting the attention and envy of passers-by from time to time. The car then drove to a side road and stopped. This branch road is called Xinqian Road and is on the 3rd Ring Road. It is very close to the villa area where Xia's family lives, and it is the place where he and Xia agreed to meet yesterday. After arriving at the place, he sent a message directly to classmate Xia. A few seconds later, Xia told him that they would be there soon. So Su Wen sat in the car and waited. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 2 figures were seen walking towards this side. One of them was Xia. Then Su Wen got out of the car, waved to them and indicated the direction. But after a while, they arrived. You must be classmate Su Wensu, my future brother-in-law." As soon as they met, Xia Qiuyan looked at Su Wen with excitement and said excitedly. But the name is so direct that it makes people unable to hold back. Boom! A chestnut sounded on Xia Qiuyan's head, and she screamed in pain. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Xia Qiuyan held her head and looked at Xia Xinyu in shock. "Why are you asking me if I can speak?" Student Xia said with a blushing face. "How can you call someone brother-in-law right away?" Chapter 56, Rich Woman. Is there something wrong with my speech? Xia Qiuyan was not convinced. "How do you call me? Aren't you deliberately embarrassing me and classmate Su?" Seeing that his cousin was still acting like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, classmate Xia became even angrier. "What's the big deal? Although classmate Su was not my brother-in-law now, he will definitely be in the future." "Brother-in-law, am I right?" Xia Qiuyan chuckled and looked at Su Wen flatteringly. When she saw that Su Wen was tall and handsome, she couldn't help but secretly admire her cousin's good taste. No wonder they can't help but send each other milk tea every day. Haha, this kid. Su Wen smiled helplessly. Although these two are cousins, their personalities seem to be very different. Okay, let's get in the car. In order to prevent his cousin from being tortured by classmate Xia again, Su Wen had to change the subject. Having said that, he invited the two to get in the car. Wow! Koenigsegg. Brother Su, you are really rich. As soon as she got on the car, Xia Qiuyan touched this and that, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Not as rich as your cousin. Su Wen smiled and then asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Well, let's go to Dalong Street." Xia Qiuyan answered immediately. Dalong Street is one of the 3 iconic commercial streets in Shanghai. Because it is very narrow and long, like a dragon stretching for thousands of miles, it is called Dalong Street. This street is more famous and much larger than the Jinhua commercial street that Su Wen obtained. There are not only various food stores here, but also many well-known specialty stores. It is a paradise for brand lovers. When Su Wen drove the Koenigsegg to this street, he immediately felt the extraordinary atmosphere here. Then he parked the car aside and walked into the commercial street with Xia and his sister. We said we were shopping, but actually we were just buying clothes. So the first store everyone walked into was a clothing store. Time passed quickly and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 hours, Xia and her sister were full of energy. They took Su Wen to look around, and went into various specialty stores in brand cities, as if they were never tired of it. I have to say, Miss Xia is so beautiful. Whenever she walked into a specialty store, she would amaze the store owners and shopping guides. Every piece of clothing she wears seems to be tailor-made for her. How is it? Does it look good? This time, they came to a skirt store. When Xia came out of the fitting room wearing a pure white gauze dress, not to mention Su Wen, even the salesgirl at the store almost drooled. Isn't this too beautiful? Miss Xia has a good temperament and flawless fair skin. Paired with this white gauze dress, she really looks like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that nothing can compare to her. It looks good. It looks really good. Su Wen also nodded and told the truth. Xia Xinyao seemed very happy to hear Su Wen's praise. She immediately decided to buy the dress, which was worth more than 10,000 yuan. How about it, isn't my cousin pretty? Student Su, you must work hard to marry my cousin, so that we can be a family in the future. Xia Qiuyan smiled proudly. It seemed as if the most beautiful person was not her cousin, but herself, and at the same time she did not forget to encourage Su Wen. In response, Su Wen smiled helplessly. He also didn't know why the other party was so obsessed with having him as his brother-in-law. As we were talking, Xia had already bought the clothes and paid the bill. Su Wen helped her share the packaging bags, and then they walked out of the store together. Student Su, I have to thank you today. Driving us here to play, and helping us get our clothes. As soon as he walked out of the store, Xia expressed his gratitude to Su Wen. Before Su Wen could say anything, she smiled and said, "How about this, follow me into the store and I'll buy you some clothes to express my gratitude." Having said that, regardless of whether Su Wenong agreed or not, he pulled him into a men's clothing store. Under the urging of classmate Xia, Su Wen was also forced to try on various clothes. Punk style, casual style, sporty style. I have to say, Su Wen is also a clothes hanger. Although he is slightly inferior to classmate Xia in terms of appearance, he is definitely a top handsome guy. Wearing all kinds of clothes is not ambiguous at all. Every time Su Wen came out after changing into a new piece of clothing, Xia's eyes lit up, and she was obviously amazed by his temperament. Finally, after some selection, classmate Xia bought Su Wen some clothes that fit her perfectly. And these pieces are actually Su Wen's favorites. One of the windbreakers is worth more than 30,000 yuan. I'll do it myself. At this moment, Su Wen saw Xia was about to pay the bill, so he quickly stopped him. Classmate Xia gave him a watch, which cost more than 500,000 yuan. He felt really embarrassed that I had to spend money to buy him clothes again today, and they were from such a high-end brand. However, Xia Qiuyan said nonchalantly, "It's okay, just paying the bill. Let me tell you, my cousin is very rich. She has a huge treasury, with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in her hands. Her father, my great-uncle, is a huge treasury with inexhaustible resources. I, his cousin, am so envious." Xia Qiuyan laughed, then looked at Su Wen and said, "I know that classmate Su must also have a big treasury. From now on, I, Xia Qiuyan, will follow my brother-in-law. If my brother-in-law encounters any difficulties on the road to marrying my cousin, I, Xia Qiuyan, will definitely help him. I only have one request, which is that I hope that classmate Su will not forget me every time he eats delicious food and drinks spicy food. You know." After saying this, he did not forget to smile slyly. Su Wen was embarrassed. He finally understood why the girl was so enthusiastic and why she was looking forward to him becoming her brother-in-law. Love is also for this bite of the mouth. However, he had to admit what the other party had just said. This classmate Xia is really a rich man, even richer than him. No, it's a wealthy woman. Suddenly, I don't want to work hard anymore. As they were talking, Xia had already paid the bill. Several people then walked out of the store carrying a lot of clothes in large and small bags and walked back. By the time they got to the car and put everything in, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Wen suggested that they go have a meal first, and Xia and her sister naturally had no objection. So a few people got into the car, drove away from Dalong Street, and went to look for a restaurant. A few minutes later, Koenigsegg drove to a Chinese restaurant called Feng Man Lu. Just looking at the appearance of this restaurant, it is quite high-end and classy. After getting off the car, they walked towards Fengmanla. With a few words of welcome, Su Wen and others came to the hall. At first glance, it seemed spacious and bright. Although there were many people, it didn't feel crowded at all. Su Wen looked around, then he and Xia and the others chose a window seat and sat down. "Fuck, Su Wen, is that you? You are here too?" Not long after Su Wen and the others sat down, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, several figures walked towards Su Wen. Su Wen looked up and was surprised. Because the people walking in front of him were none other than his high school classmates. Chapter 57 Old Classmates. Ding Yu, Sun Zixian, Huang Ying? I didn't expect to meet you here. Su-wen was stunned and immediately recognized the three people. Although a long time has passed, after all, we were high school classmates who had been together for several years. How could I not remember it? However, his relationship with these three people was not very good. There doesn't seem to be anything worth making close friends with. Yeah. We didn't expect to meet you here either. A woman spoke. She is the Huang Ying mentioned by Su-wen. She is quite pretty, and was considered one of the most beautiful students in her class in high school. Then, she looked at Xia and her sister and chuckled, "Hey, you brought two beauties with you." TSK, I never knew that classmate Su had this skill. I thought you were quite honest before, but I didn't expect. But before she could finish her words, she was shocked by Xia's appearance. Beautiful, so beautiful. Huang Ying had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and for a moment she couldn't believe it. At the same time, several men nearby also noticed Xia, and immediately their eyes showed surprise. Su, it's okay. Who is this lady to you? Is she your girlfriend? The male classmate named Ding Yu asked in shock. At the same time, I felt a little sour. Student Ding is joking. They are my college classmates. Su-wen said with a calm expression. Oh, that's it. Upon hearing what Su-wen said, Ding Yu and Sun Zixin felt relieved. I knew it, Su-wen is an honest man and he is poor. How is it possible to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Then he chuckled and said, Student Su is still in college? Of course, Su was a top student in our class. I heard that he was admitted to Tianwei College. How could he not study? Before Su-wen opened his mouth, Sun Zixin spoke first. That's right. His family was so poor before, and studying was the only way out. Huang Ying also laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Su-wen didn't care. He asked curiously, what are you guys doing in the Magic City? Of course I'm working. My grandson Zixin and I are now working in a financial company. That's right, the monthly salary is not high, just over 20,000 yuan. When talking about work, Ding Yu and Sun Zixin both showed a proud expression. After all, in a place like Shanghai, more than 20,000 yuan a month may not be considered very high, but it is definitely not low. After hearing what the other party said, Su-wen was really surprised. They are not in college, they are working. Does that mean they graduated from high school? How did they manage to find a job paying over 20,000 yuan a month in Shanghai? Just as he was confused, Ding Yu spoke again. But compared to Mr. Huang, it's far behind. She is now married to a good husband. The two of us are just taking advantage of her and working under the name of her husband's company. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ying on the side instantly revealed a smug look, and it was obvious that her vanity was greatly satisfied. Especially in front of a poor loser like Su-wen. Su-wen nodded and understood instantly. No wonder they can find such good jobs, it has something to do with their relationship. Listening to the conversation among the crowd, Xia Qiuyan could tell that Su-wen didn't have a good relationship with these classmates, so she suddenly had an idea and said, Brother-in-law, how about we order some food? I'm hungry. Besides, I can wait, but my sister can't. She gets hungry earlier than me. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Huang Ying and others changed. How could they not hear that the other party wanted to chase them away? But then they were shocked again. What did this woman say just now? Sister, brother-in-law? Is the beautiful girl sitting next to her sister? And who is the brother-in-law she is referring to? Could it be Su-wen? For a moment, Ding Yu and others were a little confused. Wow, they just said they were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but now they are directly changed to husband and wife? Ding Yu and Sun Zixin directly received 10,000 points of critical hit. If such a beautiful girl was Su-wen's wife, they would be so jealous. But this time, classmate Xia did not refute his cousin. She could tell that her cousin had said this on purpose for those people to hear. Since classmate Su wants to eat, we won't disturb him. After being shocked, several people immediately came back to their senses. Then Ding Yu looked at Su-wen and said somewhat embarrassedly. With that, several people prepared to leave. By the way, we finally met, why not add your phone number? In a couple of days, my husband is planning to invite a few friends and my classmates to a dinner party. I wonder if classmate Su is interested in joining us. Suddenly, Huang Ying turned to look at Su-wen and said. He looks harmless. Attending a dinner party? Su-wen frowned. We don't even have any friendship, so why attend the dinner? At this moment, the system in Su Wen's mind suddenly rang. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task: accept Huang's invitation and attend the dinner. Mission reward: 67% of the shares of the Magic City department store and trade building. Department store and trade building? When Su Wen heard about the reward, his eyes suddenly lit up. The commercial building is one of the tallest buildings in Shanghai, with 120 floors, and is located in the center of the city's first ring road. With this building, you can overlook the entire Magic City. Why not? Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately responded happily. Then he looked at a few old classmates and said, "Okay, let's add a phone call." Huang Ying didn't seem to expect that the other party would actually agree. She was immediately delighted and quickly took out her cell phone to exchange numbers with Su Wen. Of course, she did this not out of passion or because she liked Su Wen or anything like that. He just wanted to take advantage of the dinner to humiliate Su Wen. Su Wen doesn't care about that. As long as there is benefit involved, he will go through fire and water. After exchanging numbers, Huang Ying and others left in high spirits. Why exchange numbers with them? It's obvious they don't get along with you. After everyone left, Xiao Qiuyan asked in confusion. I just wanted to see what would happen if they invited me to a dinner party. Su Wen made up an excuse and said. As they talked, they ordered their food and prepared to eat. After dinner. In the afternoon, Su Wen drove Xia and her classmates around Shanghai again. After a long ride, he finally sent them home. What he didn't expect was that shortly after he returned home, he received a message from Huang Ying, asking him to attend a dinner party. The dinner time is actually tomorrow. The place is Haisha Hotel, a 7-star luxury hotel. The next day, Haisha Hotel. Haisha Hotel is located in Puxin District. Compared with Hills Hotel, it is less famous, but its facilities and environment are still top-notch. Not long after, a luxurious and elegant supercar drove over from a distance. It was Su Wen's Lamborghini Veneno. The car drove to the front of the hotel. Su Wen got out of the car, handed the keys to the parking attendant, and then walked into the lobby. Afterwards, he went to the hotel floor and box that Huang Ying told him. At the same time, in the luxurious box number 7 on the 13th floor of the hotel, Huang Ying and her classmates were thinking about how to deal with Su Wen later. Chapter 58, Evil Plan. Hey, what do you think we should do to Su Wen later? Yeah. Do you have any good ideas? Don't just make sarcastic remarks. That's boring. Inside the box, Ding Yu and his grandson Zixian were looking at everyone, looking worried. But at this moment, Huang Ying had a very proud look on her face. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't my husband here? As he spoke, he pointed to a middle-aged man sitting next to her. The man was probably in his 40s, very fat and bald. He was wearing a pair of glasses and looked greasy. You mean Boss Zhao? Boss Zhao has a way to deal with Su Wen? Ding Yu looked at Huang Ying's husband, the boss of their company, and was a little surprised. Then his eyes lit up and he said, Sister Ring, you're not talking about getting Su Wen drunk when he comes later, are you? When he said this, Sun Zixian understood it instantly and said happily, yeah, that's a good idea. Boss Zhao is the chairman of the company and often hangs out at various drinking tables. He has a huge alcohol tolerance, so drinking is a piece of cake for him, right? At this time, Huang Ying's husband Zhao Ling also said with a smile, when Su Wen comes later, you can each toast him a glass. With so many people, are you afraid that we can't get him drunk? Although he didn't know Su Wen, it was understandable that he taught him a lesson since the man had offended his wife. You know, if you force a person to drink too much alcohol, it will be very painful for him to be drunk. And I am prone to headache the next day. Listening to everyone talking, Huang Ying said with disdain, TSK. What's this? You did guess my idea just now, but you only guessed half of the plan. Huang Ying said slowly. What's the meaning? Everyone immediately showed a puzzled expression. My idea is that no matter what method you use later, you have to find a way to get Su Wen drunk. Isn't this a hotel? I can just arrange a room for him and call a special service for him. During this period, take a few photos or videos of him, and then have my husband send a few people to distribute this content to Tianwei College. Do you think this would be more fun? As she spoke, Huang Ying smiled proudly. It seems that we can already see the series of consequences caused by this incident. As soon as these words came out, the whole box was shocked. Fuck. Sister-ing, you. Dingyu was so scared that he stood up. Wouldn't that be a bit too extreme? Sun Zixian also widened his eyes. Take in decent photos and videos and distribute them to Tianwei College. This simply leaves no way for people to survive. If this were to happen, Su Wen would instantly become the focus of the entire Tianwei College and be pointed at by everyone. It may even cause direct damage to his reputation. Yeah. Isn't it a bit too much to do this? Even Huang Ying's husband couldn't help but frown. He is a businessman. Although the business world is full of intrigue and deception, and although he has played tricks on others before. But I always leave a way out every time I do something. After all, leaving a way out for others is leaving a way out for yourself. Giving that guy named Su Wen some cans of wine to give him a hard time is not a big deal. But if you find services for him, take photos and videos, and then post them to his school, this is no longer a small matter. This is treating the other party as a lifelong enemy. Faced with everyone's doubts, Huang Ying didn't care. That's nothing. This Su Wen was always a model student in high school. I just can't stand him. A poor loser now has a beautiful wife. I can't stand him even more. Think about it, what would happen if his wife saw this video? After saying that, Huang Ying couldn't help but sneer. It seemed as if he had already seen Su Wen's miserable appearance. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Especially Dingyu and Sun Zixian, the two looked at each other and couldn't help feeling frightened. It seems that from now on, they really can't mess with this old classmate at all, otherwise they will probably end up in a miserable state. And just when everyone was shocked. Finally, there was a knock on the door, and it was obviously Su Wen who had arrived. Dingyu quickly got up and opened the door. He found Su Wen standing outside, so he quickly invited him in. You are finally here, classmate Su. We have been waiting for you for a long time. That's right. Look, we're all here, but you're the last one. When the food and drinks come, you'll have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. As soon as Su Wen entered the box, Sun Zixian and Huang Ying began to pretend to be affectionate and urged him to drink. At the same time, he did not forget to ask the waiter to serve the food. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Wen just smiled and said, I'm not very good at drinking. I can't handle the alcohol. He told it truthfully. After saying that, he glanced into the box. The box is large and luxurious. It can be seen that the person who treated us today is indeed quite rich. Su Wen also discovered that in addition to a few classmates he knew, there were also a few strangers he didn't know, all dressed in suits. Among them, the bald man sitting next to Huang Ying had the aura of a superior. Su Wen guessed that he should be Huang Ying's husband. But isn't the age gap a bit too big? As they spoke, everyone briefly introduced their identities to each other, and the bald man turned out to be her husband. Then, everyone started chatting together. If you have acquaintances around, it will be easier to get to know each other. By the time everyone got familiar with each other, the table was already full of dishes. The waiters also brought several cases of beer and bottles of fine liquor. At Huang Ying's reminder, Dingyu and others put more than a dozen bottles of beer on the table. He placed 3 transparent wine glasses in front of Su Wen and filled them all. Then, Dingyu said with a smile, Student Su, you must drink these 3 glasses of wine, otherwise it will be a shame for us to wait for so long just now. Yes, classmate Su, drink these 3 glasses of beer first, and then we can eat and talk. Sun Zixian also joined in the fun. The boss lady Huang has said that she wants to kill Su Wen today. They are both working for others, so just do what they are told. As for Su Wen, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. Who made him offend Huang Ying? Su Wen naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Looking at the 3 glasses of beer on the table at this moment, I couldn't help but think of the past. In the past, when he drank white wine, his heart rate would speed up after he took a sip. When it comes to beer, my face starts to turn red and my heart starts to beat fast after drinking half a bottle. But now, He smiled indifferently, without thinking much, picked up a glass of beer and started drinking, then the second glass, and the third glass. Seeing that he really drank it, Huang Ying, Dingyu and others looked at each other and laughed secretly. Just now they heard Su Wen say that he couldn't hold his liquor. After 3 glasses of beer, although he wasn't drunk, at least he had a good start. Then everyone will toast him with a glass. Wouldn't it be easy to get him drunk? Chapter 59 Amazing Alcohol Ability. How about this, is this okay? After 3 glasses of beer, Su Wen smiled. He looked at everyone and said without blushing or beating his heart. You can drink a lot, you can drink a lot. Everyone watched Su Wen drink 3 glasses of beer in one gulp. I was secretly happy but also surprised. Su Wen drank quickly and decisively, without any hesitation. He doesn't look like someone who can't drink. Come on, let's eat some food. At this time, Zhao Ling, as the host, saw that all the dishes on the table were served, so he greeted everyone. After he said this, everyone naturally stopped being polite and started eating with their chopsticks. Su Wen had just taken 2 bites when Dingyu, who was sitting next to him, raised his glass and toasted him. Come on, classmate Su, we finally meet in the Magic City, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. His attitude was unusually enthusiastic. Before Su Wen could speak, he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that the other party had finished the whole glass of beer, Su Wen didn't want to be impolite, so he also drank the whole glass of beer in one breath. Ha, first time meeting you. Come on, brother Su, drink this glass of wine, and you and I will be friends. At this time, Huang Ying's husband also poured himself a toast. Su Wen smiled and drank another glass without hesitation. Soon after, Sun Zishan, Boss Xiao's friends, and even Huang Ying started toasting Su Wen. In this regard, Su Wen accepted all offers. I haven't had beer for a long time. I didn't expect it to taste so good. After everyone had taken turns toasting, Su Wen finally spoke with a smile. Just one word, awesome. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. When they saw that Su Wen had drunk 7 or 8 glasses of beer but remained calm and composed, they all wondered if they had seen it wrong. The cups everyone used for drinking this time were not big, but they were not small either. A full cup is at least 250 milliliters. After 7 or 8 cups, there were at least 3 bottles of beer. But looking at Su Wen's appearance, is there any change at all? Everyone believed me when I said I didn't drink. Brother Su said he couldn't drink much, it seems he was being too modest. Huang Ying's husband shook his head and laughed. Even an old hand at drinking like him had to admire the other party's huge drinking capacity. Thank you for the compliment. I really couldn't drink before. Maybe it's because I haven't drunk for a long time, so my alcohol tolerance has improved. Su Wen said nonchalantly. With just one sentence, everyone was speechless. I've only heard that drinking regularly can improve your drinking capacity. I've never heard of a person being able to increase his alcohol tolerance after not drinking for a long time. However, Huang Ying did not forget the purpose of today. She just didn't believe that she couldn't get Su Wen drunk. So at her reminder, everyone even changed beer to white wine, preparing to toast again. They just didn't believe that Su Wen wouldn't get drunk like this. However, having said that, Ding Yu and the others felt a little scared when they looked at the white wine in front of them. Mixing beer with liquor is the easiest way to get people drunk. They are afraid that they will get drunk before they can get the other drunk. Time passed quickly and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had almost finished the meal. Looking at the table again, everyone's faces were red and dizzy, and they were no longer as energetic as before. Ding Yu and Sun Zishan were already drunk. Several of Boss Xiao's friends were also feeling dizzy and a little drunk. Only Huang Ying and her husband were left. They looked at Su Wen, who was still calm and collected, with shocked faces and expressions of disbelief. Su Wen, won't you get drunk when you drink? Huang Ying said in shock. I don't understand why the other party drank so much and still looked calm. The reason why she herself was not drunk was because she did not drink any liquor at all. Her husband didn't drink much, so he was just a little drunk. But Su Wen is different. If Huang Ying remembered correctly, Su Wen had already drunk 12 glasses of beer and more than 2 kilograms of white wine. What is the concept? Even if he is the king of wine, he has to lie down, right? Huang Ying's husband was even more surprised. As a company boss, it is common to have dinner and drinks with friends. But I've never seen anyone who can drink so much. This is no longer the amount a normal person can drink. Su Wen was not surprised by the other party's shock. His body has been evolved by the system, and all functions have been improved, so his alcohol tolerance is naturally incomparable. This is why he dared to drink 3 glasses of beer without hesitation at the beginning. Suddenly, Su Wen looked at Huang Ying and smiled calmly. Student Huang, thank you so much for drinking today. I am very happy. In order to let him drink happily, he specially asked so many friends to accompany him. It was so thoughtful. Looking at his drinking buddies at the table, Su Wen nodded with satisfaction. It would have been better if Su Wen hadn't said this. When she said this, Huang Ying almost vomited blood in anger. She invited Su Wen today to get him drunk so that she could teach him a lesson. What happened is that I ended up drinking with him and even made him drunk. She was really angry inside, but she couldn't show it, so she could only say, we are all classmates, it's only right, it's only right. The food was full and the wine was finished. Su Wen looked at his watch and saw the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. After chatting with the other party for a while, he stood up and said goodbye to Huang Ying and others. Looking at Su Wen's outrageous back, Huang Ying felt angry and hateful. Today we lost both the wife and the army. The strategy didn't work, but that brat Su Wen got a meal for nothing. On the other side, after Su Wen left the hotel, the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for accepting Huang Ying's invitation and completing the mission. The system issues a reward, 67% of the shares of the Magic City department store and trade building. Host, please sign the contract as soon as possible and complete the handover. After saying that, the system disappeared. Since there was a contract to sign, Su Wen naturally didn't want to delay. He simply called a designated driver and drove his Lamborghini to the commercial building. An hour later. After signing the contract, when we came out of the commercial building, not only did he become the chairman of the company, but he also received a $1 million Supreme membership card that only shareholders have. Only shareholders whose personal shares exceed 3% are eligible for this membership card. With this card, you can buy anything in the commercial building with a free credit limit of 1 million and a 15% discount. Although 1 million is not a lot for Su Wen, he should not miss it. After signing the contract, I received the card. Then, Su Wen returned to Tianwei College. Life in college is still so ordinary. Life goes on as usual. This day, on the playground. Because it was a physical education class, Su Wenjin and his roommates formed a basketball team to play the game. After a while, everyone felt a little tired. Everyone went to the lawn nearby to rest. I say, Lao Su, is your body made of iron? How come you played basketball for half an hour without even taking a breath? He Wenfeng was shocked. Yeah, I see you don't seem to be sweating much. Is it because he's in love with the school beauty Xia and he's excited? Chen Ming and Zhu Yuan also looked at Su Wen and saw that he looked calm and composed. Shocked and teasing at the same time. I don't know either. Maybe my physical fitness has improved. Su Wen smiled and said happily. Ever since the system transformed his physique, he clearly felt that his strength had increased and he could last longer. Even when drinking, you don't have to worry about getting drunk, like the past 2 days. Su Wen was thinking with joy to himself, when suddenly there was a commotion on the playground. He looked up. Not far away, I saw a beautiful girl in a white halter dress walking towards me. Her graceful and moving figure and ethereal temperament are like an elf in the wind. If it's not classmate Xia, then who could it be? As soon as she appeared, the boys on the playground seemed to have lost their souls and were instantly deeply attracted to her. Chapter 60 Classmates were hit. Damn, Lao Su, your girlfriend is here to see you. Zhu Yuan joked. You're too talkative. Su Wen smiled helplessly and shook his head. As he was speaking, Xia had already walked in front of him. Only then did Su Wen realize that she was holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Nah. Student Xia didn't waste any time and directly handed him the milk tea. Thanks. Su Wen smiled and said he was welcome. He reached out to take the milk tea, plugged in the tube and started drinking. Ever since Su Wen told classmate Xia a while ago not to send milk tea, as it was too much trouble, he felt bad about it. Later, classmate Xia didn't send me much. Unexpectedly, classmate Xia brought another cup today. To be honest, he missed it quite a bit. While Su Wen was thinking, classmate Xia pursed her lips, as if she was worried about something. What's wrong? Su Wen noticed something was wrong with her and asked immediately. Well, there's something I want to tell you. Xia looked around, then looked at Su, and after a long pause, he said, my mom called today and asked you to come to my house for dinner this weekend. Are you free? After Xia finished speaking, there was a hint of shyness on her face. Puff. Cough cough. Zhu Yuan choked as soon as he took a sip of water. Xia Xiaohua, what did you say just now? Inviting Lao Su to your house for dinner? Zhu Yuan seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Fuck, is this true? Chen Ming and He Wenfeng also widened their eyes and became alert. Classmate Xia's mother actually invited Su Wen to be her guest. Is she going to meet her future son-in-law? However, what Chen Ming and others did not know was because they were talking too loudly just now. At this moment, many people around heard the conversation they had just had. Fuck, what's going on? School beauty Xia invited Su Wen to her house? Has this developed to this point? I am not dreaming. Are you planning to take Su Wen to meet his parents? School beauty Xia is the goddess of my dreams. Is she really going to fall into someone else's hands? School beauty Xia is the daughter of Huaxing Group. Will the Xia family be interested in a poor loser like Su Wen? Suddenly, the crowd went wild. As for what happened just now, one person told 10 people, and 10 people told 100 people. Before long, everyone in the playground knew that school beauty Xia had invited Su Wen to her home. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it was true. For a moment, there was envy, jealousy, and ridicule. Xia, are you serious? Su Wen was also surprised. Why would Xia's mother invite him to dinner? They don't seem to know each other? It's true. It's all thanks to that girl Xiaoyan. Student Xia said helplessly. It turned out that since her cousin Xia Qiuyan met Su Wen a few days ago, they had spent a pleasant day together. After returning, Xia Qiuyan praised Su Wen in the family group. They said he was handsome, had a good personality, and was patient. As he spoke, the curiosity of everyone in the family was aroused, especially my mother. So this is the scene before our eyes. In fact, when her mother first called and asked her to invite Su Wen to their home, Xia was a little confused and didn't know how to talk to Su. But now that she had said it, she no longer felt embarrassed and was even looking forward to it. After hearing what classmate Xia said, Su Wen naturally had no reason to refuse. He was about to speak when the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, agree to Xia's request and visit her home. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Su Wen was stunned. Oh shit, it's an entertainment company? It is also the hottest and most famous entertainment company in Shanghai today. This entertainment company has produced countless singers and stars who once enjoyed great success. With this company, if he wants to watch a movie or TV series one day, he can just find someone to shoot it. How cool is that? Accept the mission. Su Wen said immediately. Then, he looked at Xia and said, okay, I'll go there on the weekend. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them was heartbroken. Depend on. Su Wen agreed. He actually agreed? As a poor loser, doesn't he know his own worth? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed when you go to Xia's house? If looks could kill, Su Wen would have been riddled with wounds by now. Just when everyone was wailing, the physical education teacher suddenly came over. He looked at Su Wen and the other students from the management department and said with a smile, the PE teacher from the Chinese department told me that we will have a long-distance running competition later. We need 8 people, but we are short of 1. Is there anyone willing to join us? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked towards the playground track. Sure enough, I found that there were already a lot of people gathered around the runway. At the starting point of the track, there stood a teacher and several students who were doing warm-up exercises. Suddenly, many people became timid. I can still participate in the short-distance race, but forget about the long-distance race. I'm afraid of being embarrassed. Yeah, it's a 5,000-meter long-distance run. According to the standards of our school's playground, you have to run 12 laps. Who can handle that? Look at the starting line. They are all runners who participated in the long-distance running competition last year. Wang Hao is also there. He is a famous long-distance running champion in our school. Are we going to be supporting actors? The students were whispering, and none of them wanted to go. It's okay. The important thing is to participate. It doesn't matter if you can't win and quit halfway, it's just a friendly match. Seeing that no one dared to go up, the physical education teacher encouraged again. Damn it, Lao Su, you can go ahead. You have such a good physique. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan turned and looked at Su Wen in surprise. Yeah. You played basketball for half an hour without even breathing hard. Long-distance running shouldn't be a piece of cake for you, right? Chen Ming also reacted and said excitedly. In their opinion, Su Wen's current physical fitness is simply amazing, as if he is made of iron. It would be interesting to see him compete. So before Su Wen could say anything, Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfeng all raised their hands at the same time and shouted to the teacher. Here, here. There are people participating here. Their shouting not only attracted the teacher's attention, but also the students' attention. Everyone looked at Su Wen and others with an expression of disbelief on their faces. When the PE teacher saw that someone was willing to participate in the competition, he naturally ran over happily and asked, "Who wants to go?" He. Several close friends pointed at Su Wen and betrayed him in an instant. In response to this, Su Wen could only smile helplessly. These close friends were really ruthless when it came to betraying him. Look at the physical education teacher, then look at a few friends. Su Wen seriously suspected that even if he didn't agree, they would carry him to the runway. Well, I'll try. Having said that, Su Wen stood up. So, with the expectation of a few close friends and the shocked gazes of other students, I followed the teacher to the starting line. Even classmate Xia couldn't help but follow behind out of curiosity, wanting to watch the game. Chapter 61 Shocking Results. After a while, Su Wen followed the physical education teacher to the starting line. His appearance naturally attracted the attention and shock of the students. Isn't this Su Wen? He's here to participate in the long-distance run as well? Yeah. Is he crazy? He doesn't even look at who is participating in the competition today. Why is an outsider joining in the fun? I think it's because School Beauty Xia is here, and he wants to take this opportunity to show off. Yes, yes, yes. Just now, School Beauty Xia invited Su Wen to her home. She must have gotten carried away and wanted to show off here. As soon as Su Wen appeared at the starting line, he immediately aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. As far as they could remember, Su Wen had never participated in such a competition. If I suddenly join a long-distance race now, isn't that just showing off my ability? In addition, everyone knew that School Beauty Xia had invited Su Wen to her home, and they were already feeling unhappy. Now he is even more disdainful of Su Wen. Some people even took out their cell phones and prepared to record a video of him being abused by other contestants. Su Wen naturally didn't care about this. On the other hand, the physical education teacher saw that everyone had gathered, and they were worried that Su Wen would not understand the rules since it was his first time running. So I briefly explained the rules of the game to him. Su Wen nodded. 1 minute later, the game started. With a whistle, the 8 runners squatting at the starting line immediately rushed out. However, the slowest runner was Su Wen. As everyone said, he was indeed running for the first time. And because he was worried about getting a false start, he deliberately slowed down for a second. That's why he came last at the start. However, this second means nothing to Su Wen. There is nothing to worry about next, just finish the 5,000 meters. Then he began to speed up. Before anyone had a chance to mock him for being last place, he ran from last place to first place in just half a minute. And the speed does not decrease, it still moves forward at a constant speed. An amateur is an amateur. He used all his strength from the beginning. Did he think this was a sprint race? Ha ha. Just watch the show. It won't be long before he runs out of strength. Sure enough, no matter whether Su Wen was in last or first place, he still could not escape the ridicule and discussions from his classmates. But as time passed, the contestants ran round and round. Everyone's mentality began to change. Their eyes gradually widened, and expressions of shock gradually appeared. Because at this moment, Su Wen, whom they had always despised, had left the other contestants far behind. This kind of swing is not just a few meters, but more than 10 meters. Instead, it's 100 meters, 200 meters. Fuck, Lao Su played basketball for half an hour and still has this much energy, is this true? I never realized he was so awesome before. This guy is really a coward, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all the time. With this stamina, School Beauty Xia, you will be happy in the future. Ahem. What are you talking about? The best friends stood together with School Beauty Xia, watching the competition on the track and talking about it. Student Xia blushed. Amid the discussion, the game soon entered the countdown. When I looked again, Su Wen was already 1 or 2 laps ahead of the other players. As he took his last step towards the finish line, the champion of this friendly match was announced. 10 minutes 24 seconds 37? 10 minutes 24 seconds 37. The physical education teacher looked at the stopwatch in his hand and was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. It was as if I had seen the most absurd and shocking thing in the world. What does 10 minutes 24 seconds 37 mean? The world record is only 12 minutes 35 seconds 36. In other words, Suwon broke the world record. And it was an absolute advantage of more than 2 minutes. At this moment, the physical education teachers were dumbfounded. At the same time, the classmates who had just laughed at Suwon also fell silent. They looked at Suwon, who had actually finished the entire race with the lead, and they didn't know what to say. He finished running? Oh my god, how is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? 10 minutes 24 seconds 37, is this a record that a human can run? Did you notice that Suwon hardly slowed down during the competition just now? Isn't that too strong? This kind of physical strength and speed are simply incredible. At this moment, the entire playground was in shock. Suwon, the guy who had never participated in a long-distance running competition, actually had such hidden talent. How could everyone not be shocked? Those who had questioned and ridiculed before now all shut up and dared not say anything more. Even his best friend and classmate Xia, who were mentally prepared, were frightened by Suwon's performance this time. Classmate Xia looked at Suwon, his eyes full of admiring little stars. Student Su is so strong. He is so strong, yet still very low-key. But what everyone doesn't know is. In fact, Suwon didn't run at full strength just now, he only used 70% of his strength. Moreover, after running for 10 minutes, Suwon only felt a little tired. This was the result of him playing basketball for half an hour before. If he just ran 5,000 meters in 10 minutes, he probably wouldn't even feel the effort. 5 times the physique, it is indeed so terrifying. And this physique also brought about astonishing results. Soon, students took out their mobile phones and started discussing it on forums, class groups, and other social platforms. Some students posted the video of the game directly on the internet. This caused an uproar in the school. In less than half a day, the news spread throughout Tianwei College. In the following days, almost the entire college was talking about this matter, and no one dared to look down on Suwon anymore. Because everyone knows that this talent alone. If Suwon is willing to continue on this path, his future will definitely surpass 90% of the people in the academy. But for Suwon, these are nothing. He still lives his life in his own style as always. In such a life. Saturday came quickly. Since Suwon had agreed to Xia's invitation to visit her home, he naturally would not go back on his word. Today, Suwon dressed himself up specially. Then he drove the Lamborghini Veneno to Xia's house. Minyang District, Mantingshan Garden Villa area. Like Haiyunbei, Mantingshan Villa District is also one of the most famous luxury villa districts in Shanghai. The villa area is so large that you can't see the end of it. All you can see are single-family luxury villas. At this moment, a Lamborghini slowly drove to the entrance of the villa area, and then Suwon got out of the car. He did not drive directly into the villa area. After all, even ordinary residential areas have security guards on duty to prevent outsiders from entering, let alone such a luxurious villa area. Suwon was going to call Xia and ask her to come out and pick him up. Just as he was about to take out his phone, a security guard standing guard at the door suddenly trotted over and said, "Hello, young master. May I ask if your surname is Su? Are you going to the Xia family?" Chapter 62 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. Well, how did you know? Suwon was slightly surprised. Then he understood. It must have been Xia or her family who greeted the people at the gate. Sure enough, just as he was thinking about it, he heard the security guard say, "It was Director Xia's order. Early this morning, they called our security office and sent us your photo, saying that they would not stop you from entering Mantingshan Garden in the future." The security guard said respectfully. Suwon nodded. Since the other party said so, he stopped being pretentious. After saying thank you, he drove into the villa area. Only after entering the villa area could Suwon clearly see the appearance of Mantingshan Garden. The lawns, towering trees, and lush greenery are picturesque. Suwon found it hard to imagine that this was a scene that could be seen in the Magic City. It is in sharp contrast to the bustling and noisy outside world. Area A, number 7, should be in this direction. While admiring the beautiful scenery along the way, Suwon was looking for the house number of Xia Tong's home. Classmate Xia told him. Her house is on the south side of the villa area, turn left after entering the gate. As the house number got closer, Suwon immediately sent a message to Xia to tell her that he had arrived. Just a moment after he sent the message, he saw a girl in a floral dress jogging out of a large villa not far away and waved in the direction of Su Wen. Su Wen smiled. I drove all the way there and arrived at the destination in a blink of an eye. Student Su, thank you so much for coming here today, otherwise my mom would nag me to death. As soon as Su Wen got off the car, classmate Xia immediately came over happily and complained. But then she was slightly stunned. Because she found that classmate Su seemed a little different. Different from the casual dressing in the past. Today, Su Wen was dressed very brightly because it was her first time visiting her classmate's house. He got up early in the morning, took a shower and washed his hair. Tidy yourself up. The young man was originally handsome. 180 centimeters tall, wearing a black jacket. This outfit, this appearance. I'm afraid only the legendary Baigu, Yanzu, and Mr. Reader can be compared to him. At this moment, even classmate Xia couldn't help but stare blankly. It took her a moment to react and she couldn't help blushing slightly. Ah. She felt like she was infatuated with classmate Su again. What's wrong? Seeing that the other party's face looked a little strange, Su Wen was puzzled. No. Come in, come in. Student Xia quickly recovered his composure and prepared to take him into his yard. Su Wen quickly walked to the trunk and took out various high-end gifts he had bought yesterday. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why don't you bring your classmates in? At this moment, Xia's parents saw that their daughter had been out for a long time and had not returned yet, so they followed her out of the villa and came to the gate of the yard. Then, I saw Su Wen standing at the door. Xia Qingdao had already met Su Wen, so it was okay. However, when Xia's mother Su Yan saw Su Wen, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Although she had known Su Wen through photos before. But photos are just photos after all, lacking in spirit. When a living person stood in front of her, she realized that the boy her daughter liked was so handsome. You must be the classmate Su Wen that our Xiaoyao mentioned. Oh, you are so handsome. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Wen and praised him generously. It actually feels like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Now she finally understood why her daughter fell in love with Su Wen. This kid has a good physique and is tall, he is a good candidate. Yeah, it's very good. Xia Qingdao also laughed and nodded in agreement. He patted Su Wen on the shoulder and continued, good boy, we meet again. Yes. Uncle, aunt, hello. Su Wen greeted politely. Oh, okay. The couple responded immediately. Then, Su Yan saw that the other party had brought many gifts, and couldn't help but complained, you said you were coming, so why did you bring so many things? But although she said this, her face looked very happy. Although a big family like theirs would not covet such small things, the other party's attitude could be felt. It's just a little token of my appreciation, please don't mind, uncle or aunt. Su Wen smiled. Where, come in quickly. Su Yan said this with a smile, and then she and her husband quickly led Su Wen into the yard and walked towards the villa hall. When he entered the yard, Su Wen was startled. Isn't this too big? If the Mantingshan Villa district is a big garden. The yard of Xia's house can be called a small garden. Walking along the garden path, there are corridors and garden ponds next to it. There is a huge rock standing on the pool, giving people a sense of tranquility and fairyland. Crossing the courtyard, the main entrance hall is in front. After entering the villa, what comes into view is an extremely spacious hall. The decoration is extremely luxurious and at the same time delicate. There are also various valuable items on display. As soon as you enter, you will feel as if you have entered another world. Suddenly, two middle-aged women in their 50s came over. They nodded to Su Wen, took the gift from his hand, and then retreated. It looks like he is a servant of the Xia family. Come on, come and sit down. When you come to our Xia family, just treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite. Arriving at the sofa area, Xia Qingdao warmly invited Su Wen to take a seat. Su Yun told the servants to prepare tea. Classmate Xia pushed a large plate of fruit prepared on the coffee table in front of Su Wen. She seems to be particularly happy today. Xiaowen, you don't know that Xiaoyao's mother and I have been looking forward to your coming these days. We asked Xiaoyao to invite you to our house before, but we were afraid that you didn't have time to come. Xia Qingdao chuckled and started the conversation. Uncle is in a serious condition. Classmate Xia has helped me a lot. I can't thank her enough. She invited me to be her guest. How could I not come? Su Wen also responded politely. Just like that, a few people started chatting and laughing for a while. Not to mention, through the conversation between the two sides, Su Wen found that he and Xia's parents got along well, and they chatted for half an hour. From school, to personal hobbies, and then to how I met classmate Xia. Finally, Xia Qingdao turned the topic to Su Wen's identity. I heard from Xiao Yao that you were the chairman of the Hills Hotel. Later, we met at the Xianhe Tea House, and you became the owner of this tea house. Are both of these your companies? Xia Qingdao was curious. Su Wen nodded and said without hesitation, I also just acquired these two companies recently. Speaking of which, I have to thank my second uncle for giving me some funds. Su Wen spoke slowly and it looked as if it were real. Xia Qingdao and Su Yun looked at each other. Although they had heard their daughter talk about Su Wen and his second uncle, they still found it hard to believe when they heard him say it himself. Your second uncle is not a simple person. I wonder if I can know his real name. Xia Qingdao continued to ask. Su Wen sighed and said, my second uncle is indeed not a simple person, but his identity. Su Wen seemed to be hesitant to speak, and his meaning was self-evident. Chapter 63 Strange Request. It's okay, we were just asking casually. Since you have something to hide, it's better not to tell it. Seeing that Su Wen deliberately avoided this question and was unwilling to reveal the identity of his second uncle, Xia Qingdao also decided not to continue this topic. This is what being a big boss means, you know how to keep your distance. After that, we chatted for more than half an hour. Xia Qingdao looked at his watch, then turned to his wife and said, it's past 10 o'clock. It's time to ask Sister May and the others to prepare lunch. Look at my memory. It's time to prepare lunch. Yao Yao's classmates are coming today. Don't let them not have anything to eat. That would be a joke. Su Yun stood up while speaking with a smile. She plans to cook some delicious dishes herself today. At this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, cook lunch at Xia's house and show off your top cooking skills. Mission reward, ranked 872nd in the country, 51% of the shares of Tinghui Technology Company. Su Wen was stunned. Oh shit, their SA reward. 872 people, this company is not small. According to Su Wen's estimate, the market value is at least tens of billions, not worse than Hills Hotel. But then, Su Wen frowned. The task is to make lunch at Xia's house? Isn't it a bit strange? The first time I went to Xia's house, I told her I was going to make lunch. This is weird no matter how you look at it. But the reward for this mission is really good. Uncle and aunt, why don't you let me make lunch today? Suddenly, Su Wen looked at the Xia couple and said. He really tried his best for the mission. And obviously, his words really shocked the Xia family. How can that be possible? You are a guest. How can you ask a guest to cook for you when you come for the first time? Su Yun reacted and spoke immediately. That's right, just sit here and wait for dinner. Xia Qingdao also persuaded. Why should we let the guests cook for no reason? Besides, has he ever cooked as a young man? The Xia couple expressed doubts. It's okay, uncle and aunt. It's so hard to get a chance to show off my skills, why not let me do it? My craftsmanship is very good, I guarantee you will like it. Su Wen didn't look like he was giving up. After saying that, he stood up and wanted to follow Su Yun to the kitchen. No matter what, Su Wen is still very confident in his skills. After all, he had already tried his hand at his craft. Not to mention himself, even his parents were shocked. However, the Xia couple didn't know that he had good skills. In their opinion, Su Wen's behavior was too strange. Student Su, are you serious? At this time, even classmate Xia was surprised. I don't understand why Su Wen is so obsessed with making lunch. Okay. Xiao Wen, since you want to cook so much, we won't stop you. Wife, why don't you let your little brother join you? Suddenly, Xia Qingdao laughed and spoke. Before the attitude changed. As he said this, he winked at his wife. In his opinion, this boy must have fallen in love with their daughter, so he was eager to show off in front of them. In this case, why should we discourage the other party's enthusiasm? I can only say that they are worthy of being a couple who have slept in the same bed for more than 20 years. With just one glance, Su Yun understood what he meant. Since even her husband agreed to let him cook, Su-yun couldn't say anything else, so she smiled helplessly and said, "Then let's see your cooking skills today." Having said that, he led Su-wen to the kitchen. Xia Qingdao and his daughter followed curiously. "Uncle and aunt, my cooking skills are not bad. Even the chefs at 7-star hotels may not be as good as my cooking, so don't worry." Su-wen could see that Xia's parents were worried that their dishes were not cooked well and could not be served on the table. In order to comfort the other person, he had to tell the truth. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but now he has. The Xia couple felt that he was even more unreliable. "Good job. It's fine if you say you can cook. But you said that no chef can beat you, is this a joke?" Sure enough, young people are still too young and like to brag. As they were talking, everyone had already arrived in the kitchen. This is a huge U-shaped kitchen, which is as big as a small living room. The kitchen is fully equipped with everything you need. I don't know if it's because of his top-notch cooking skills. Su-wen walked into the kitchen as if he were entering his own home. It seems like everything is under control. "Mrs. Xia, what is this?" At this time, 2 servants also followed. Seeing my mother bringing the young man into the kitchen, I couldn't help but look surprised. "You guys just help out at noon today. Xiao-wen will cook." Su-yun looked at the 2 servants and explained. "Ah, this?" The 2 servants looked at Su-yun and then at Su-wen. Their expressions were not much better than those of the Xia couple just now. However, although they were shocked, they did not slow down and immediately took out all the ingredients from the refrigerator. Knowing that Su-wen was coming today, Xia Qingdao asked the servants to buy these ingredients in the morning. "They are very fresh." Su-wen nodded secretly. Then he rolled up his sleeves, set up the chopping board, and prepared to start working. The first dish he was going to make was wensi tofu. This dish is delicious and complex. Generally speaking, no one will do it, and few people will do it. Moreover, this dish requires extremely high knife skills. But for Su-wen now, this is nothing. He smiled indifferently, took a clean chicken, and chopped it into 8 pieces. Based on the size and bone shape of the chicken, Su-wen judged that the chicken should have been raised for 2.5 years. The soup must be delicious. It is perfect to use it as the soup base for wensi tofu. Su-wen was busy with his work, concentrating fully on his work. His technique was skillful and delicate, without any unnecessary movements. But what he didn't know was, his actions stunned everyone on the spot. How is this possible? How come his movements are so skillful? Yes. His technique and skills don't seem like a novice at all. Instead, he looks like a master chef who has been cooking for many years and has superb skills. The 2 servants who were wondering whether Su-wen would cook were now stunned and in disbelief. Classmate Xia and her parents also showed shocked expressions. Su-wen naturally didn't care much about this. After he finished processing the chicken, he began to blanch it. Then he picked up the kitchen knife, put the clean tofu next to him on the chopping board, and quickly cut the tofu into thin slices. He spread his hands and flattened it, then cut it into silk threads. He moves very quickly. Every cut is delicate and even, and every cut is as fast as lightning. Strangely, no sound could be heard from the chopping board. Just like the gentle rain that moistens everything silently and naturally. Chapter 64, Superb Cooking Skills. How is it possible that he can cut the tofu so finely? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. How can this young man have such skilled knife skills? Su-wen's move stunned everyone. Both the servants and Xia Qingdao and his wife were stunned. Even classmate Xia opened his mouth in shock. His technique is so professional. So professional that he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Such knife skills, such techniques. Even the chefs in those hotels may not have it. While everyone was shocked, Su-wen was not idle. In addition to making soup, he also started working on other dishes. The 2 servants did not help from beginning to end. However, Xia's mother Su-yun was very clever and helped a little. An hour later. There is only one main course left, and the other dishes are almost ready. At this moment, no one dared to question Su-wen's cooking skills. From the technique to the knife skills, from flipping the wok to the heat. Su-wen did every step almost to perfection. Everyone who saw it was amazed. After most of the dishes were served, a sumptuous lunch appeared in front of everyone. Wensi tofu, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and kung pao chicken. Shredded pork with fish flavor, emerald shrimp rings, and fried shrimp with tomatoes. braised lion's head, squirrel fish, tangerine peel, and mung bean pigeon soup. Just now, Xiao's mother said that there might be more guests coming, so we need to cook more dishes. So Su Wen cooked more than a dozen dishes. Now let us take a look at these dozen dishes. Each one is different and looks delicious. Only the last main course has not been served. And just as everyone was waiting with great anticipation, suddenly, ding-ling-ling, the doorbell of the Su family rang. Xia Qingdao knew that it must be his brother's visit, so he ordered the servant to open the door. Sure enough, after a while, the servant came in with a group of people. These people include both men and women, adults and teenagers. They all dress quite unusually. Su Wen had seen two of them before. They were Xia's cousins. Heizi, third sister, they are all here. Come on, come in and sit down. Xia Qingdao and Su Yun came out of the kitchen and saw their second brother's family and third sister coming in. He immediately greeted him with a smile. Second uncle, second aunt, youngest aunt. Xia Xinyao came out of the kitchen and greeted them. As soon as Xia Qiuyan came in, she immediately took Xia Xinyao's arm, looked left and right and said, "Hey? Where's classmate Su? It seems that it is because there are too many people and he is afraid of being scolded by his family. Today, she doesn't even dare to call him brother-in-law." "Yeah. Xiaoyan said Xiaoyao's boyfriend came today. How come I didn't see him?" At this moment, Xia Qingdong's sister Xia Xueqing also spoke curiously. This is a woman in her 30s. Looks very beautiful and elegant. He is here, but he is Yao Yao's classmate. As for whether he is a boyfriend or not, it depends on what they both think. Su Yun replied with a smile. He spoke his thoughts without any hesitation. It seems that the mother of the family has taken a fancy to the young man Su Wen. "Mom, aunt, what are you talking about?" Xia Xinyao is shy. Is it really okay for everyone to talk about these things openly even though she and classmate Su haven't even started dating yet? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Su Wen finally finished cooking the last pot of soup and immediately told the servants to bring it out. He patted the stained corners of his clothes and followed him out of the kitchen. Then, he saw that there were suddenly a lot more people in the huge living room, and he was slightly stunned. Just as he noticed everyone seemed to notice him too. So they turned around and looked at Su Wen with curiosity. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. I saw that the young man in front of me was tall, handsome, and had a good temperament. Just looking at her appearance, she has already defeated 99% of the boys. Sister-in-law, this should be classmate Xiaoyao, he is so handsome. Xia Xueqing was the first to react and couldn't help but praise. Yeah. No wonder Xiaoyao brings him milk tea every day. Xia Hai's wife also praised. How about it, isn't the young man pretty good? Listening to everyone's praise, Xia Qingdong laughed. I actually felt a little proud in my heart. It was as if he was telling everyone how good his daughter's taste was. Then he looked at Su Wen and said enthusiastically, "Xiao Wen, don't be reserved, these are all our family. This is my second brother Xia Hai, my third sister Xia Xueqing, and my niece Xia Qiuyan." Xia Qingdong gave another introduction. Su Wen nodded and greeted them one by one. Everyone in the Xia family responded politely. While everyone was getting to know each other, Xia Qiuyan noticed that there were many dishes on the table in the restaurant, and she exclaimed, "Wow! Uncle, aunt, you cooked so many dishes for lunch today, isn't it too sumptuous?" When she said this, everyone looked over. Sure enough, I found that the restaurant next door was filled with a table of dishes, which was extremely sumptuous. Knowing you guys are coming, of course I have to cook more dishes for lunch today. But we didn't burn it. Xiao Wen did it. Su Yun immediately explained. Everyone was stunned at first, then their eyes widened. Is this true? Xia Xueqing was shocked. Good job. The guy is so young, how can he cook so well? Why would I lie to you? These dishes were indeed made by Xiao Wen. Don't be fooled by his young age, his cooking skills are amazing. Come on, what are you all standing there for? Now that everyone is here, let's eat. Seeing everyone's doubtful expressions, Xia Qingdong also explained. Then he invited everyone to take their seats in the restaurant and told the servants to get some good wine from the wine cabinet. They are all family. Since Xia Qingdong had spoken, everyone became less polite. They all came to the restaurant and sat around the table. Come on, Xiao Wen, come and sit down too. You've been a great hero today, and we're bothering you, our guest, to help us cook. Naturally, the Xia couple did not forget Su Wen. He was quickly pulled over and arranged to sit next to Xia Xinya. Suddenly, the several-meter-long dining table was filled with people. But when they sat down, there were no one else except Su Wen and Xia Qingdao. The others were immediately shocked when they saw the food on the table. They found these dishes on the table. Not only does it look good, but it also has a unique fragrance. Having tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, they suddenly felt eager to try something new for the first time. Xia Qiuyan has a carefree personality and doesn't care about etiquette. She simply picked up a piece of dry pot tofu and put it into her mouth. Just took a bite. Suddenly, an expression of extreme shock appeared on her face, as if she had eaten some magic elixir. This smell. Handsome Su, did you really cook this dish? Xia Qiuyan said in shock. She wanted to speak before she even finished the food in her mouth. Because this dry pot tofu is so delicious, it melts in your mouth and has a delicate taste. A slight charred texture and a unique flavor. Xia Qiuyan was immediately drawn into the paradise of deliciousness and couldn't extricate herself. Fuck, this is a squirrel fish? Why is it different from what I ate before? It's so delicious. On the other side, Xia Keming picked up a piece of fish and ate it. There was also an incredible look in his eyes. The fish meat was so delicious and tender that he felt intoxicated instantly. It was as if he was in the vast ocean, and the mandarin fish in his mouth seemed to be alive, laughing and playing around him. Then we swam forward together, going farther and farther. Chapter 65, Xia has low self-esteem. You too. Is it really that exaggerated to not have good manners when eating? Seeing his two children just eating a bite of food, he was startled, as if the sky was about to fall. Xia Hai couldn't help but shook his head. Young people are impatient and not stable at all. However, after he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised lion head and took a bite. The second son of the Xia family, who had just looked down on his own child, was immediately dumbfounded. Looking at the lion head in his hand, Xia Hai's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. This braised lion's head dish is extremely delicious. And the taste is soft and not greasy at all. It can be said to be perfect. Just a dish of lion head can be made so delicious. It's something I've never heard of or seen before. It smells so good. Xia Hai's eyes widened and he couldn't help but praise. It's amazing to see that the second son of the Xia family is like this. How can such a big family sit still? They all picked up their chopsticks and tasted the food. In just a moment, his expression changed again and again, just like Xia Hai's. The Xia family is one of the top families in Magic City. What kind of delicacies and delicious meals have these people not eaten? However, there has never been a time when a meal could be so amazing. This feeling is so wonderful that people can't help but linger. Even classmate Xia showed an expression of extreme surprise on his face after eating the food cooked by Su Wen. She looked at Su Wen with her bright eyes, as if she didn't recognize him. Oh my god! Isn't this dish so delicious? What happened to classmate Su? Not only is he rich, he also sings beautifully and breaks records in long-distance running. Now even his cooking skills are so good that they are beyond reproach. Xia is always beautiful, elegant and confident. At this moment, I actually felt a little bit inferior. Is it necessary to be so outstanding? It's too bullying. Seeing everyone's exaggerated expressions, Su Wen smiled and said, I haven't been in the kitchen many times, so please don't mind if the food is not delicious. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became uneasy. Depend on. What do you mean you've never cooked before? What do you mean it doesn't taste good? The taste and craftsmanship are simply amazing. If this isn't delicious, then what else is delicious in the world? Master Su, you are such a joker. Even a master chef may not be able to match your cooking skills. How can it not be delicious? That's right. If this isn't considered delicious, I'm afraid that no one will have anything to eat in the future. Everyone retorted. They were completely impressed by Su Wen's craftsmanship. Okay, don't be surprised anymore. It's a rare opportunity for Xiao Wen to take action today, so let's eat our food quickly. Come on, let's have a drink. Xia Qingdao raised his glass and said with a smile on his face. The head of the family had spoken, so naturally everyone was speechless, and so everyone raised their glasses. More than an hour later. The meal is finally over. Looking at the table again at this moment, the table that was originally full of dishes was eaten up cleanly. All that was left was a pile of bone debris. This made the Xia family feel a little embarrassed. Being in the upper class and used to being elegant, they behaved this time as if they had not had a meal in their entire lives. However, during the meal, Su Wen and the Xia family became familiar with each other. Master Su, I can't believe you are so young but have such good skills. How did you do it? Xia Hai finally asked the question that everyone was wondering about. I don't know either, maybe it's talent. Su Wen didn't know how to explain, so he just said it casually. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Su Xiao is right, this does require talent. But his talent is probably unique in the whole world, right? Ha ha. Okay, you are indeed gifted. Xiao Wen, you are really amazing. I, Xia Qingdao, have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first one. Xia Qingdao laughed and gave Su Wen a thumbs up. The more he looked at Su Wen, the more satisfied he was with her, and the more he liked her. Xiao Wen, you and Xiao Yao must get along well in school. Xiao Yao is very kind, but a little stupid sometimes. You should be more tolerant of her. Life is all about supporting and caring for each other, just like me and Xiao Yao's mom. Xia Qingdao continued speaking. He looked at Su Wen, his tone full of earnestness, just like a parent. Ah? Oh. Su Wen was a little surprised at first. Why did he feel that Uncle Xia's words were a bit strange? But he nodded anyway. Dad, what are you talking about? Classmate Xia standing by was both angry and embarrassed, and felt a little ashamed. Uncle is right. When two people are together, they should take care of and support each other, right, handsome Su? Xia Qiuyan chuckled and said with anticipation and excitement. You're right, Mr. Su is a rare good man, cousin, you must seize the opportunity. Xia Keming also echoed. If my cousin and Su Xiao became a couple and got married, then we will be a family from now on. They, the brothers and sisters, can also benefit from this and often come to their cousin's house for meals and eat the food cooked by their brother-in-law, right? You. Student Xiao was so angry that his teeth were itching. What are the two of them doing together? I'm so pissed off. If there weren't so many people here today, she would have definitely given each of them a chestnut on the head. But then again, it wouldn't be bad if I could really be with classmate Xia, right? And Su's cooking is really delicious. Classmate Xia secretly covered her face. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Su Wen had already stayed in Xia's house for most of the day. During this period, everyone had a pleasant chat and gradually became familiar with each other. At Xia Qingdong's suggestion, Su Wen was also pulled into the Xia family group by classmate Xia. Master Su, if you need any help in the future, just tag me. I will do my best to help you as long as I can. Xia Keming said with a smile, not treating Su Wen as an outsider at all. Me too. Me too. We are a family from now on. There is no need to be polite with family members. Xia Qiuyan also expressed her enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Su Wen blushed slightly and said with a smile. Although it was his first time visiting the Xia family, he felt everyone's enthusiasm. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while. Only then did Su Wen prepare to leave the Su family with the farewell of everyone in the Xia family. I don't know if the Xia family did it on purpose. When Su Wen came out, it was only classmate Xia who sent him out of the courtyard gate. The others sent him to the door of the hall and never came out. It seems that they want to leave space for the two young people. Student Su, thank you so much for coming to my house today and cooking for us. Outside the courtyard, classmate Xia looked at Su Wen and said with gratitude. But why didn't you tell me before that you were so good at cooking? If I had known that you were so good at cooking, I would have asked you to cook for me a meal a long time ago. Then, student Xia pursed his lips. It looks like it's such a pity that I only realized it now. Chapter 66 Friendship Collapses. I didn't tell you before, and I didn't remember it. But if you like my cooking, you can come to my house and I'll cook for you. Su Wen said slowly. Oh, really? Will it be too much trouble? Student Xia was stunned for a moment, then little stars appeared in his eyes. Su Wen's cooking skills are so good, she really wants to eat it again. I'm afraid that classmate Su will find her troublesome. Seeing that the other party was happy and hesitant, Su Wen smiled and continued, you don't have to be so polite to me. As long as you like to eat, you can come to my house or even stay there. I have a lot of rooms anyway. And you've met my parents, they get along very well. Su-wen spoke without blushing or beating his heart. I have no idea what effect my words will have on a girl. Sure enough, after hearing this, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on Xia's dust-free face. Then, the blush began to appear. Oh my god. Su, what is classmate Su talking about? Can I go to his house and stay there? Is this something she can do? This seems to be something that only couples can do, right? The more Xia thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. The originally rosy face turned completely red like a big apple, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Seeing that Xia's face turned red, Su-wen was very confused. He was about to speak again. Suddenly, Xia's overly good-looking face was infinitely magnified in front of him. Then, a pair of extremely soft lips pressed against his cheek, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that rushes into your nostrils. Even Su-wen was almost distracted by Xia. By the time he reacted, Xia's lips had already left him. Without even saying a word of farewell, she ran into the yard with a red face. At this moment, even Su-wen couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. What did classmate Xia do just now? She actually kissed herself? Shit. Am I dreaming? Watching the other person's figure hurriedly leaving. All right. Su-wen had to admit it. The moment he was kissed just now, his heart was moved. The feeling of being obsessed with classmate Xia is really irresistible. Just when Su-wen wanted to enter Pia Piao, suddenly, the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task assigned by the system. Task 1. Accept the invitation of school beauty Xia and visit her home. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Task 2. Cook lunch at Xia's house and show off your cooking skills. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Tenghui Technology Company. All shares have been acquired. Please go to the two companies as soon as possible to sign the contract. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su-wen nodded, feeling happy again. I came to visit Xia's home and got two big companies at once. How can I not be surprised? And I also got a kiss from classmate Xia, which was such a great win. This kiss represents the collapse of his pure friendship with Xia. The next day, early in the morning, Su-wen drove his Lamborghini to Tenghui Technology Company. It took half an hour to complete the transfer. He felt that once the company was acquired, it would be better to sign the contract as soon as possible, otherwise it would be a problem to keep in mind. Immediately afterwards, he drove his Lamborghini to the headquarters of Sanqing Entertainment Company to prepare to take over the company. At this moment, in the high-level meeting office, Su Wenjin and Sanqing's chairman Zhang Yuxuan signed the contract for the handover ceremony. With the final signature, the contract officially came into effect. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You are now the new chairman of this company. After signing the contract, the former chairman stood up and said with a smile, "Then I'll borrow Director Seng's blessing." Su-wen also stood up and smiled. After a few more pleasantries, Mr. Zhang left. However, he didn't leave completely. At least he still has a 4% stake in the company. But after he stepped down from his position, he was just one of the shareholders and didn't need to be in charge. Mr. Su, I will rely on you more in the future. After Mr. Zhang left, other CEOs on the board began to curry favor with Su-wen, trying to get his attention. You're welcome. I'm a novice as well. I will have to rely more on the vice president and several CEOs in the future. Su-wen smiled and did not forget to win people's hearts. Of course. We are a family in Sanqing. Yes, since you, Mr. Su, are the chairman of the company, we, the CEOs and Vice President Pang, will definitely support you. Several CEOs responded immediately. Who among those who can become a CEO is not a smart person? How could he not have checked Su-wen's information? Don't you know his multiple backgrounds? The identity of the young man in front of them was something they dared not even imagine. Of course they were polite. At this time, the company's vice president Pang Lin saw that Su-wen had taken over the position, so he quickly said, "These are some of our company's recent activities. President Su, why don't you take a look?" As he spoke, he handed a document to Su-wen. Su-wen nodded and started to check. When he saw this, he was shocked. Oh shit. How many activities are going on simultaneously at this entertainment company? New talent selection, artist concerts, TV series, movies, variety shows, parties, tours, and so on. Fortunately, the chairman doesn't need to worry about these things, otherwise he would be exhausted. Mr. Su, don't be surprised. This is how entertainment companies are. The employees below are busy in different fields every day. As if noticing Su Wen's shock, Vice President Peng chuckled. By the way, Mr. Su, our company is holding a Star of Tomorrow rookie selection event today. Do you have time to go and take a look? Deputy Director Peng suddenly suggested. Okay, let's go check it out. After hearing what Vice President Peng said, Su Wen really became interested. After all, he had never seen this kind of activity since he was a child. Having said that, he left the meeting room with Vice President Peng. Originally, several other CEOs were also planning to go along. But Su Wen thought it was too ostentatious and refused. Sanqing Entertainment Company is located in the Second Ring Road area of Shanghai and is a building with dozens of floors. Some floors are used for talent shows. Some floors are used for auditions, song recordings, and character dubbing. There are also some used for scenery setting and framing. Su Wen and the deputy director took the elevator and went directly to the 23rd floor of the building, which was the floor for the audition. As soon as you get out of the elevator, you will see two wide corridors in front of you. At the same time, there was a burst of noise. Apparently there are a lot of people here. The deputy director took Su Wen and walked through one of the corridors. The corridor is very long, and there are luxurious halls inside. There were many energetic young people standing in the hall. Su Wen was walking in the corridor, looking at the young people who were participating in the talent show. Boss Su, even though there are so many people standing here, after every talent show, not many can stay. The company will conduct 2 rounds of elections. 90% of the candidates will be eliminated in the first round, and another 90% will be eliminated in the second round. So every time there are thousands of people coming to the talent show, only about 10 or so will stay. Deputy Director Pang Lin explained to Su Wen. That's right. Su Wen watched with interest and nodded. Look at these young people full of vitality. Su Wen felt that they were really nice. You can work hard to pursue your dreams. Unlike myself, I achieved financial freedom at a young age. He became a useless person who had no ambition and only wanted to lie down. Su Wenjung thought to himself. Suddenly, the voice of a girl singing came into his ears. Chapter 67, Ridiculous Election Assessment. Su Wen looked up and saw that the glass door of one of the halls was open and the sound came from inside. Then, a young girl, about 20 years old, was seen singing and dancing, showing great energy. Suddenly, Su Wen was surprised. Because the other person dances so well, to describe it in one word it would be silky. That's not all. The other person can sing so beautifully and control his breath so steadily while dancing. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Su Wen could sense that this girl must have gone through a long period of hard practice to find a way to maintain her breath while dancing in such a large range of movements. Otherwise it would be impossible to sing so steadily. Su Wen nodded, thinking that the little girl's performance was really good. Even Vice President Pang couldn't help but secretly admire the little girl's expressiveness. However, what is surprising is that as soon as the girl finished her performance, the 3 talent show mentors looked at each other and gave the assessment result, which turned out to be failed. Suddenly, everyone at the scene was shocked. The contestants who were queuing or watching were all dumbfounded. Everyone couldn't believe that the little girl performed so well but still failed. So is there still hope for others? Boss Pang, your talent show is really strict. How can I not pass this? Su Wen, who was standing at the door, couldn't help but be shocked. To be honest, I was a little surprised too. Deputy Director Pang was also confused. Compared with other contestants, this girl's performance in the talent show is much better. Even he, a senior leader who had worked in the company for many years, did not seem to have expected that this girl would be rejected. Certainly. The most shocking person in the audience was the little girl who just demonstrated her talent. She looked at the 3 mentors with disbelief in her eyes. Teachers, I want to know why I was not selected. The little girl spoke tremblingly, her tone trembling and lost. To sing good songs and dance good dances. She didn't know how much effort she had put in and how many times she had fallen. In order to perform better and avoid being eliminated in the primary election. She even slept only 5 or 6 hours a day. Most of the time is spent on training and finding the feeling of dancing. This allowed her to gain some insights through continuous training. I found the tricks and methods to maintain my breath while dancing. Only then will you have the confidence and courage to stand on the campaign trail called Rising Star. But I didn't expect it. Despite this, I still wasn't selected. But what is even more unexpected is, at this moment, facing the question from the participating girl. Not only did the three examiners not give answers immediately, but they also showed impatient looks on their faces. If you say you don't want to, then don't want to. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you doubting the judgment of our mentors? One of the instructors finally spoke, his tone very disdainful. But if you don't pass, can't you ask for the reason? This time, the little girl was even more confused. Because even if you fail the assessment, there will still be an inquiry session afterwards. Contestants can ask the instructor why they failed. The instructor will then point out the reasons for failure. In a sense, it is a kind of guidance. But this time when it was her turn, the instructors immediately showed impatience. How could this not be shocking? Why can't we even ask questions during the inquiry phase? Does she have a grudge against the three mentors? But it's a pity. Before she could get the answer she wanted, the three instructors started to chase people away. There was no other way, so she had to retreat to the side in dismay. Next, another girl came on stage. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the buzz and admiration of the whole audience. Because this girl is so beautiful. Delicate oval face and fair skin. Her eyebrows are as white as smoke, so charming and lovely. Compared with classmate Xia, she is only slightly inferior, which shows how beautiful she is. Everyone who saw her appearance at the scene was dazzled and moved. Even the three instructors couldn't help but have their eyes sparkle with amazement. As everyone was amazed, the girl introduced herself and then started the talent show session. She brought a love song. However, the moment this beautiful girl started singing, everyone was stunned. Because it's just too ordinary. No timbre, no technique, no pitch. Not to mention anything else, the emotions expressed in the song are expressed. The only highlight is probably the contrast created by singing such a bland song with such a beautiful face. However, what is shocking is that, after the song is over, it is the turn of the three mentors to evaluate. The assessment result they gave this time was, passed. That's right, pass. And after she passed, the three mentors looked at the beautiful girl, picked up the microphone and spoke with a smile. Ha ha. You work hard and are very cute. Yes. Although your singing skills are a little lacking, you still chose to stand here. I see a kind of persistence in you that others don't have. I feel the same way. I hope you can keep it up. You are so persistent and simple, and so beautiful. There will definitely be many people who like you in the future. The instructors praised the pretty girls. Compared to the girl dancing just now, her attitude is completely different. Even the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. No one could believe it. I even wondered if there was something wrong with my ears. In the last round, the dancing girl performed so well but still couldn't pass. However, in this round, such a mediocre performance was selected and praised by the instructor. How can this not be shocking? How can it not make people feel absurd and ridiculous? Of course, the girl who was dancing before was also shocked. She looked at several instructors, then at the pretty girl who had just sung. She was stunned for a long time before she seemed to understand something. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Please stop the activity. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the campaign. Everyone was stunned and looked up. I saw two figures walking in from the entrance of the hall. If they were not Su Wen and Vice President Pang, who else could they be? However, everyone was a new contestant who had just arrived and did not know them. But just because they don't know doesn't mean the three mentors don't know. When they saw that the person coming was Vice President Pang, they were shocked and quickly stood up to greet him. Boss Pang, why are you here? Yeah. I didn't expect you would come down to see this campaign in person. Several tutors were respectful and polite and smiled. Well, I mainly came down to accompany Director Su to take a look. Deputy Director Pang explained. Then, he pointed at Su Wen and continued, let me introduce you to this. This is Mr. Su, who acquired Sanqing. He is also the future new chairman of our company. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a small commotion in the entire hall. Fuck, what did that person just say? Sanqing was acquired. It was actually acquired? Sanqing is one of the largest entertainment companies in the country, but it is also being acquired one day. Oh my god, what is the identity of this young man? He is so rich that he can acquire Sanqing, isn't he? Wow, haven't you noticed that Mr. Su is so handsome? He looks no worse than those big stars. Everyone looked at Su Wen, whispering and talking. The girls in particular had their eyes shining, and they wished they could eat Su Wen. There is no way, who can resist such a handsome and rich man? Chapter 68: The Price of Arrogance. Compared to the contestants, the three mentors were even more surprised. In fact, they knew about the acquisition of the company's shares yesterday. But I didn't expect that the person who bought the shares would be such a young man. So you are Mr. Su who acquired Sanqing shares. Nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Su Shan. You can just call me Xiao Shan. My name is Zhang Bin, I am in charge of. Several instructors looked at Su Wen and quickly introduced themselves. The tone was full of respect and flattery. Su Wen had a calm expression and frowned as he said, I came in mainly to ask what happened to that little girl just now. She performed very well, why didn't she get selected? Su Wen didn't waste any words. Pointing at the girl who was dancing just now, he asked directly. The three instructors were stunned. Apparently, I didn't expect that the new chairman would focus on this. For a moment, I was speechless. One of the mentors was quick to react and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Su, you may have just acquired the company and don't know much about this industry. Our company's talent show selection requires very distinctive contestants who can catch the audience's attention. The dancing girl performed okay, but some aspects were not up to par. The instructor smiled and spoke tactfully. When you say standard, do you mean beautiful? Su Wen asked with a hint of sarcasm. He was obviously not satisfied with the explanations given by several people. This. Su. Mr. Su is joking. Of course it's not because of this. The instructors were slightly embarrassed and answered with some guilt. Although what the other party said is basically the same. But there are some things that you can do, but you can't say them openly. No? If not, why didn't you let the dancing girl pass, but let this pretty lady pass instead? The song she sang just now was all incomplete, and it was all thanks to you guys who made such a creaking sound. Are you deaf? Su Wen sneered. There was absolutely no intention of giving face to them. Director Su, in fact, our company has always selected according to this standard. Yes, Mr. Su, although many candidates may not be good at the beginning, they have a great chance to become famous after being trained by the company. The three mentors didn't understand why Su Wen reacted so strongly, so they quickly explained. Since the selection is based on this standard, when you write the promotional slogans, why don't you just write whoever is prettier will come? Why do you have to write misleading slogans such as singing and dancing, fairness and justice, and waste everyone's time to participate in the competition? All they want is fairness. What you are doing is bullying the honest people, right? The more Su Wen spoke, the colder his expression became. What he can't stand the most is this kind of label that is a sham of selling dog meat, or to put it bluntly, it is defrauding the people. This. Several instructors were speechless. They looked at each other secretly, but didn't know how to refute. Because it is indeed true. In today's society, how can we attract so many people without some publicity or gimmicks? Seeing that the other party had nothing to say, Su Wen turned to look at Pang Lin and said, Vice President Pang, since I have acquired this company, I think from now on, some of the company's systems should be changed. From now on, all talent shows or other campaign activities must be based on real strength, and stop saying one thing and doing another behind the scenes. And this little dancing girl, she performed very well, she won this election. As for this. Su Wen looked at the beautiful girl who had sung out of tune just now, shook his head and said, forget about her. The three mentors looked at each other. I was completely dumbfounded. In their opinion, the dancing girl looked too ordinary and had no special features except her talent. They didn't understand why the new chairman had to choose her. That beautiful girl was so pretty, yet she was eliminated. Moreover, President Su also said that he wanted to change this situation. In this case, wouldn't their company no longer be able to use their appearance to create momentum? Mr. Su, you must think twice. If the election campaign mechanism is changed, it is likely to have an impact on our company's future market. Yes. Times have changed. Traffic is everything now. As long as you are good looking and have a good personality, you can attract a lot of traffic. The three mentors were a little unwilling, so they started to persuade him again, trying to save something. But unfortunately, before they could finish their words, Suwon waved his hand to stop them. You don't have to worry about this. If our company really encounters any market shock, your interests will definitely not be affected in any way. Because I have decided to fire you three now. Isn't this a foolproof method? Suwon responded calmly, and would not stop until his words shocked the world. He is not a good man and he doesn't talk about justice. I just saw those mentors distorting the facts and being extremely arrogant. They take it for granted whether the contestants pass or fail, and do not take the contestants seriously. When he is unhappy, he will make trouble for others. Really? As soon as these words were spoken, several instructors immediately panicked. What, Su? Mr. Su, you are not kidding, right? Yes, Mr. Su, we just said that for the sake of the company. Please don't take it to heart. Yes, it's us who are ignorant and don't know how to speak. We offended you. Please don't blame us. Several mentors prayed. I no longer dare to make any requests or express any opinions. There's nothing we can do. The new chairman is too tough. He fires people if they disagree with something. If they had known this, they would not have said so much. I regret it. I regret it so much. But it's a pity. Suwon decided to fire them in order to make an example of them and let other people in the company see the consequences of opposing him. How could he go back on his word? He glanced at them calmly and continued, You don't have to waste your breath anymore. What I, Suwon, have said cannot be changed. I will ask Vice President Peng to arrange for the finance department to settle all your wages in the company. You can take the money and leave. After saying that, Suwon gave Vice President Peng a few more words. Ask him to arrange other mentors to come and help with the selection. Then, he left amid everyone's shocked gazes. Suwon believed that after taking action against these three people, if others continue to make the selection as a matter of course, they have to consider whether they will be fired. After Suwon left, suddenly, the whole hall was in an uproar. Fuck, I didn't expect this new chairman to be such a particular person. Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. He fired three mentors directly. I would like to call him YYDS. He is a role model for us young people. Ha. The three mentors deserve this. They lied and made random judgments. It was not fair at all. They deserve it now. That's right. Just now they looked so proud that they didn't take the contestants seriously at all. Ugh. Everyone was talking at once, it was so exciting. The mentors were not only arrogant but also unfair to the contestants. These players can only be angry but not speak out. Now the chairman has personally stepped in and removed several mentors. How can this not make people excited and relieved? And faced with the ridicule of the contestants. At this moment, the three mentors were not angry. Because their minds have long been blank. They never expected that the three of them would be dismissed after the new chairman came for an inspection. It's like a dream. All of a sudden, they felt their hearts were hollowed out. That kind of disbelief, that huge sense of gap, almost suffocated them. They still can't believe that this is what really happened just now. Chapter 69, Xiao's Troubles. Compared to the three mentors, the dancing girl's mood is quite different. I saw that my efforts were recognized by the chairman and were actually approved. Her emotions were like riding a roller coaster, and she was extremely excited at the end. Who would have thought that she was eliminated? When you think all your efforts are going to be in vain, hope is rekindled. At this moment, she was full of gratitude towards the new director Su. She originally wanted to thank the other party. But when she came to her senses, the other person had disappeared. On the other side, after Suwon dealt with the three mentors, he returned to the top-floor conference room. After discussing the change in the election campaign mechanism with Vice President Peng and several CEOs, he left the company. In the blink of an eye, it's Monday again. Suwon drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to Tianwei College. These past 2 days, Suwon has been extremely popular in school. The forum in particular has become a battlefield. In just 2 days, the number of posts reached hundreds. Most of them were actually clamoring to challenge Suwon. So when Suwon returned to the dormitory, before he had time to rest, his roommates pulled him to the table one by one. Then turn on your computer and log into the forum. Prepare to let him see what happened on the forum. Originally, Suwon was not interested in this. After all, it has been a long time since he became a well-known figure in the school. However, when he cast his eyes on the homepage of the school forum, he couldn't help but be surprised. Home, what's happening? Challenge post, Jo Mufeng, challenge Suwon to do 100 push-ups. Whoever loses is a coward. Challenge post, challenge Suwon to a 100-meter sprint. Whoever loses is not a man. Challenge post, challenge Suwon to do 200 squats. Whoever loses has to call the other grandpa. Challenge post, challenge Suwon to a basketball game, whoever loses. Good job. At a glance, out of the dozen or so posts, 9 out of 10 are about challenging him. Ever since classmate Xia invited you to her home on the playground a few days ago, everyone has gone crazy. Yes. Especially after you broke the world record in long-distance running, those who admired the school beauty Xia wanted to defeat you one by one. They are very smart. They didn't choose long-distance running. They are ready to compete with you in the sports they are best at. Several roommates were speechless. Let them fight it out on their own. Suwon was ashamed. With so many people challenging him, he doesn't have the time to deal with them one by one. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really be exhausted to death. And just when Suwon was speechless. At the same time, in the foreign languages department, in the classroom, student Xia was lying on the table with his arms folded, looking very depressed. What's wrong? I saw you looked listless this morning. Wang Xiuxiu, who was sitting next to her, looked confused. Nothing, I just don't know how to face classmate Su. Classmate Xia's muffled voice came. Student Su? What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with classmate Su? Wang Xiuxiu became even more confused. No. Oh, don't ask. Student Xia was very embarrassed. Ever since Suwon went to her house the day before yesterday and she kissed Suwon, I have to say that she was extremely happy, shy, and excited at that time. But after calming down over time, Xia was a little confused. At present, she and Su are just classmates, right? Now that I kissed him, what would he think? And the most important thing is, after I kissed him that day, because I was too nervous and shy, I just ran away. She had no idea how classmate Su would react. Did he like her or hate her? If she meets classmate Su again, what will be their relationship? The more Xia thought about it, the more troubled he became. That's all. As I was thinking, it was already noon. Student Xia put her worries aside for the time being and went to the cafeteria to eat with her best friends. But what Xia didn't expect was, as soon as she arrived at the cafeteria entrance, she ran into classmate Su. In such an unexpected situation. Suddenly, Xia felt like crying but had no tears. Could it not be such a coincidence? She was just worrying about how to face classmate Su, so how did she meet him? Then, her little heart started beating wildly. Su, student Su. Xia Xinyao pursed her lips and greeted him a little embarrassedly. Xia, you are here too. Suwon smiled calmly. Compared to the other party, he seemed much calmer. Wow, handsome Su, you should have gone to Xiaoyao's house last weekend. How was it? Were Xiaoyao's parents nice to you? Yes. Did they ask you and Xiaoyao what progress you have made? Have you discussed when to get engaged or married? Wang Xiuxiu and Ji looked at Su Wen and immediately asked questions excitedly and curiously. Ahem. If you two don't talk, no one will think you are dumb. Xia Xinyao almost died of shame and anger. Originally, her relationship with classmate Su was rather delicate. She hasn't figured out how to get back together with the other person. These two best friends directly added fuel to the fire. Su Wen, who was standing opposite, seemed to see Xia's embarrassment, so he said, Xia's parents are very kind and enthusiastic to me. As for other things, we didn't talk about them, so don't think too much about it. With that, everyone entered the cafeteria together. Su Wen and Xia are now the celebrities in the school. You can imagine the sensation their two appearances in the cafeteria caused. Immediately, countless gazes were cast over, as if trying to see through the two of them. But fortunately, in this regard, both of them were already used to it, so they didn't think anything of it. They acted as if they didn't notice everyone's gazes and bought food as usual. After a while, Su Wen and his roommates prepared their meal and found a seat to sit down. Immediately afterwards, Xia Xinyo and her girlfriends came to them after preparing their meal. Then he sat opposite Su Wen and others. Student Xia? Su Wen was slightly stunned. He left on purpose because he saw that classmate Xia was embarrassed. Unexpectedly, they came over at this moment. They insisted on coming here to eat, and I couldn't help it. Sorry to bother you. Student Xia said a little embarrassedly. It's okay, just sit here. Su Wen smiled and said without any concern. It's not like we Haven Tea had meals together before. However, their actions naturally attracted the attention of other students. They looked at school beauty Xia, who actually took the initiative to sit face to face with Su Wen and eat together. Suddenly, my eyes almost popped out with envy. And in this envy, time passed by minute by minute. At this time, everyone had finished half of their meal. Suddenly Su Wen felt a little thirsty. He turned to look at Zhu Yuan and others, and seeing that they had finished the mineral water they had just bought, he prepared to get up and go buy some water. Drink mine. I have water. At this moment, Xia seemed to have discovered his intention and spoke. After saying that, he handed the cup of water he brought to Su Wen. Chapter 70, Students suffer 100,000 points of damage. Isn't this bad? Su Wen was slightly stunned. Drink classmate Xia's water? He doesn't mind. But classmate Xia will also want to drink it later. He is a grown man, he can't be unhygienic, right? It's okay, drink it. Actually, I took a sip earlier, if you don't mind. Student Xia said with a slightly blushing face. Okay. Thank you very much. Student Xia said this. Su Wen couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. After all, if he refused, Xia might think that he disliked her. Then, he reached out and took the cup of water handed to him by the other party. This is a pink water cup. Very beautiful and very cute. There is also a teddy bear pattern on the body of the water cup. Looking at this water cup, it seems that even drinking a sip of water is a sin. But Su Wen was really thirsty, so he didn't care about anything else. He opened the lid and gulped down 3 big gulps in a row. Yeah, cool. I don't know if it's because classmate Xia had drunk too much. Why does Su Wen feel that this water tastes particularly sweet? Is it a psychological effect? Then he quickly shook his head and threw the idea away. He doesn't want to become a weird uncle. Then he put the lid on and returned the cup to Xia. However, Su Wen didn't know. He simply took a sip of water. The entire first floor hall of the cafeteria had suddenly become quiet. Immediately following. Boom! There was an unprecedented burst of discussion. Fuck! What did I see? Su Wen drank classmate Xia's water. He actually drank the water of the school beauty Xia? Oh my god! That was campus beauty Xia's water cup. I saw campus beauty Xia take a sip of it before. How honorable it is to be able to drink a sip of the water drunk by the beautiful schoolgirl Xia. Did this Su Wen save the Milky Way in his previous life? How could he have done that? The students were talking about it and looking forward to it. Especially the boys. They simply couldn't believe that Su Wen and school beauty Xia could be so close that they could even drink a glass of water together. Suddenly, everyone felt like they had received 100,000 critical hits. Then everyone looked at Su Wen. Each and every one of them wanted to destroy him. Then she ate with school beauty Xia on his behalf and gave him water. At this moment, if Su Wen knew their inner thoughts, he would probably be in a dilemma. And in the midst of everyone's envy and jealousy, Su Wen, Xia Xinyo, and others also finished their lunch quickly. Then he left the cafeteria amid the envious gazes of his classmates. Student Su, I have something to tell you. However, it wasn't too long after I left the cafeteria. Classmate Xia spoke up to keep Su Wen. What's wrong? Su Wen wondered. Well, it's nothing actually. I just want to say that from now on, you should stop calling me classmate Xia. It sounds weird. Just call me Xiao Yao. Xiao, Xiao Yu, and the others all call me that. I won't call you classmate Su anymore. I'll just call you Xiao Wen. How about that? Student Xia blushed slightly and spoke in a low voice. After this was said, Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu also agreed, yes, we think so too. After all, we have been together for such a long time, and it is really strange to always call each other classmates. Suwon was stunned for a moment, then he thought so, and nodded, okay, xia. Xia Xinyao. Wang Xiu. Gu. Time passed quickly and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. Suwon didn't have many classes, so he went back to the dormitory after one class. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Not long after he returned to the dormitory, his cell phone rang. It's a call from Confronting Entertainment. Suwon answered the phone while wondering. What's wrong, Vice President Pon? Suwon asked. Director Su, there's something I forgot to tell you yesterday because of the election. In a few days, we at Confronting are planning to hold a large-scale celebrity concert in Shanghai. What do you think? On the other end of the phone, Vice President Peng's respectful voice immediately came over. Concert? Suwon was slightly stunned. Isn't it normal for an entertainment company to hold a concert? There's no need to report this to me, right? Suwon continued, obviously very surprised. That's how it normally is. But Director Su, haven't you just taken office? Plus, this celebrity concert is on a large scale, so I think it would be better to inform you, the chairman. Deputy Director Peng laughed and spoke cautiously. Although this matter is indeed as Mr. Su said, it seems unnecessary to notify him specifically. However, who knows what Mr. Su's temper is like? Once a star-studded concert like this is confirmed, they will immediately get started on it. Then there will be extensive publicity on all major media platforms. At that time, if Mr. Su saw the promotional information. When he found out that the chairman of the board had no idea about this, he felt uncomfortable, which was not good. So he thought it would be better to make a phone call. Naturally, Suwon didn't say much about this. He nodded and said, it's okay. In the future, if something similar happens, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. After chatting for a few more words, Suwon hung up the phone. I have to admit that Confronting Entertainment Company is really efficient. The day after they made the phone call, news about the star-studded concert being held in Shanghai quickly appeared in major media outlets, news channels, headlines, etc. And it spread rapidly in the Magic City at a speed faster than the speed of lightning. For a time, it was not only in the Magic City. Even in Tianwei College, it caused quite a stir. In the morning, Suwon is in class. The cell phone kept vibrating. He took out his cell phone to check, and found that it was a message from his VX friends group. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. This group is not the others. It was a small group of 7 people formed by Suwon, Xia, Zhuyuan, Wang Xiu, and others. There are not many people, but it is harmonious and quiet. But today, this group suddenly became so lively, which made Suwon a little surprised. And the information is still 99+. Is that a bit exaggerated? Thinking about this, Suwon opened the WeChat group. Only then did I realize that everyone was talking about the star concert. Wang Xiu, I've already made up my mind. The star concert is on, I must go. Jiu, needless to say, look at the celebrities who are attending the concert this time: Zhoumu, Xinyu, Zheng Hanin, Xie Jun, Gu Yunfeng. Damn, I can't even count them all, they are all big names. Xia Xinyao, Zheng Hanin is my favorite female singer. If she comes, I would like to go and see her. Xu Yuan, the most important thing is, isn't Tanny also going to attend the concert? He is the next singing god after Shuiyug, and currently the most popular singer in the country. Jiu, yes, I like Tanny the most too. I was thinking it would be nice if they could all come to Tianwei College and hold another concert. He Wenfang, fuck, are you crazy? He Wenfang, these singers are all top singers in China. It's hard to invite even one of them. How can you invite all of them to sing for you in school? Xu Yuan, that's right, crazy. Looking at everyone chatting away, it was quite lively. Suwon was also intrigued. So he asked, do you really want these stars to come to your school to hold concerts? Jiu, damn, that's for sure, who doesn't want to see celebrities? Wang Xiu, that's right, that's an idol. How can it be more exciting to see him on your phone than to see him in person? Suwon, Xiaoyao, what about you? Xia Xinyao, of course I want to. Who wouldn't want to see the concert without having to travel? Suwon nodded, and then said, well, let them come. Chapter 71. An accident happened. Jiu, handsome Su, what do you mean? Suwon, what I mean is that I will invite those celebrities you mentioned to sing at school, but only those that are open to the school. Gu. Wang Xiuxiu. Chen Ming, puff. Chen Ming, damn it, Lao Su, you really know how to joke, how is this possible? Chen Ming laughed. Wang Xiuxiu, that's right, handsome Su, although we know you are rich, there are some things that money can't buy. He Wenfeng, this is not a question of money. The key is their status. How could they be willing to condescend to sing here? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Everyone thought Su Wen was exaggerating. Xia Xinyao didn't say anything. However, she also thought that Su Wen had gone a bit too far. After all, those people are all top domestic celebrities. How can we just invite them whenever we want? Facing everyone's doubts, Su Wen smiled calmly and did not rush to refute. In his opinion, it is nonsense that you can't invite those stars even if you pay money. I can only say that you didn't give enough. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by a small goal. If so, too. Besides, he is now the boss of Sanqing Entertainment. Why would it cost so much money and go through so much trouble to invite artists from your company to hold a concert at school? And at this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System release task, invite 3 or more celebrities to hold a concert at Tianwei College. Mission reward, Amylata Plaza. Miramar Plaza? Su Wen was slightly stunned. This is a very famous square in Magic City. It has even been featured on the cover of an international weekly magazine for its unique architectural design concept. Although it is not as exaggerated as hundreds of billions or trillions. But Su Wen knew that the property rights of Mylata Plaza were worth at least tens of billions. He was still very satisfied. Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately said happily. After that, the get out of class was over not long after. Su Wen directly found Vice President Peng's number and called him. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 2 days later. And it was on this day that something was announced by the principal. The whole school was in an uproar. This kind of sensation was much more terrifying than what happened between Su Wen and school beauty Xia. That is, after the star concert, many stars will continue to stay in Shanghai and then hold another small concert at Tianwei School. And it's free to watch. When this news came out, one can imagine the shock it brought to the entire Tianwei College student body. You know, all the singers attending this star-studded concert are top domestic singers. There are also top singers like Tan Yi. There are more than one singers of this level coming to Tianwei College to sing. How can they not be excited? Some people even suspected that they had heard it wrong or that it was a deliberate prank. However, the person who announced this was the principal of Tianwei School. Is the authenticity still in question? However, they were not the most shocked. It was Su Wen's roommate, and Xia, and others. Because Su Wen had said before that he wanted to invite these stars to hold concerts at the school. Now it actually happened. This made them suspect that this matter was related to Su Wen. Suddenly, Su Wen's VX friend group exploded again. Su Wen and his roommates took classes together, and he explained the reason. But Xia, Wang Xiuxiu, Jiyu, and the others don't know. At this moment, they directly tagged Su Wen in the group. Wang Xiuxiu, fuck, handsome Su, the school's concert, does it have anything to do with you? Jiyu, yeah, Xiaowen, I was stunned when the principal announced this today. The first thing I thought of was what you said before. Xia Xinyao, how did you manage to invite them all? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Su Wen smiled calmly. After a pause, he said truthfully, because a few days ago, I just acquired Sanqing Entertainment Company. So those artists you mentioned actually all came from my company. Gu. Xia Xinyao. Wang Xiuxiu. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group seemed to fall silent. Su Wen smiled and shook his head. He could already imagine everyone's shocked expressions after hearing his explanation. The days of waiting are tormenting. Ever since the students learned that many big stars were coming to Shanghai to hold concerts, they would also come to their Tianwei College. Many people who were planning to buy tickets to the concert have given up on this idea. After all, the tickets for a large-scale star-studded concert are very expensive. The position a little further back is easier. If you go a little further ahead, the ticket will cost at least several thousand yuan each. Anyone who is not a fool will definitely choose to watch it at school. But in this case, everyone will need to wait patiently. After all, a concert can't be held just because you want to. It requires publicity and schedule adjustment. Sanqing released the promotion this time and then the concert started. The time set was 10 days. After the concert in Shanghai, it will take 2 days to adjust to Tianwei College. So all in all, it would take at least 12 days of waiting. However, what Su Wen did not expect was, just on the 7th day of the promotion of the Star concert, Vice President Peng called Su Wen again. This time, something went wrong in the company. Vice President Peng, what did you just say? Tanny wants to change jobs? In the host, Su Wen frowned. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Just now, when he had just gotten up, washed up, and was about to have breakfast, Vice President Peng called him. They said that Tanny, an artist under their company, was going to switch to another music company. Yes, Mr. Su, this news is absolutely true. Tanny is in Pengcheng now. The news came from his assistant. They said they were going to return to Shanghai in the next 2 days to terminate their contract with Sanqing. Deputy Director Peng said immediately, his tone full of anxiety. Listening to the other party's explanation, Su Wen frowned. It seemed that he also realized the seriousness of the matter. However, he still wondered, given his current popularity, I'm not surprised that Tanny wants to terminate his contract and go solo. What I wonder is why he didn't wait until the contract expired to terminate the contract with the company, but had to terminate it now? If we terminate the contract now, he will have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages to our company. This is not cost-effective. Su Wen expressed his confusion. This is not surprising, Mr. Su. Because once Tanny terminates his contract this time, he will immediately switch to Golden Emperor Music Company. And the huge amount of liquidated damages he needs to pay will be borne solely by Golden Emperor Music Company. Deputy Director Peng said immediately. Golden Emperor Music Company? Su Wen was stunned. He had heard of this company. It is also a very famous entertainment company in China. Yes, that is the company. We at Sanqing have worked with this company before, and then some conflicts arose, and things have been unpleasant ever since. This time Tanny switched jobs to their company. It must be them who were behind it. Deputy Director Peng said angrily, his tone full of gloom. Chapter 72. The most popular singer, Tanny. Director Su, Tanny is currently the most popular singer in the country. We have promoted him as the first star in this concert. If he's not at this concert, it will have a huge impact on our Sanqing. Deputy Director Peng continued. So, Golden Emperor Music Company saw this and picked the right time to recruit Tanny, right? The purpose is to damage the reputation of our company. After hearing what Vice President Peng said, Su Wen immediately understood. Think about it, the Star concert has been promoted in full swing for the 7th day. The concert tickets have almost been sold out. And many of them were going for Tanny. Jinhuang doesn't poach people early or late. Why choose this time to poach people? If it's not to harm their company, then what is it for? But he still had doubts. What benefits did the Golden Emperor give to Tanny? Make him leave Sanqing and go to Jinhuang? After a pause, Su Wen said to Vice President Peng on the other end of the phone, call Tanny and tell him that it's okay to terminate the contract, but the sooner the better, preferably tomorrow. Just say that I, Su Wen, terminated the contract with him personally. After saying that, Su Wen hung up the phone. The concert was approaching, and he had to meet with Tanny as soon as possible to find out what was going on. The next day. Since yesterday, Su Wen gave an order to Vice President Peng to contact Tanny as soon as possible. Vice President Peng did not dare to neglect it. He immediately called Tanny and conveyed what Su Wen said to him. As soon as I heard that I could terminate the contract. It was the chairman who terminated the contract personally. Naturally, there was no problem with Tanny and he agreed on the spot. As a result, I didn't even go to the event I was supposed to attend the next day. Tanny rushed to the airport with his assistant and others and flew to the Magic City. It seems that the other party is really eager to terminate the contract. Qingdao Road, headquarters of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Top floor, living room. In a spacious and bright hall, Su Wen was sitting opposite a man in his 30s. This man is very handsome and has a good temperament. Coupled with that expensive suit, the man looks like a nobleman. And he is Tanny, the most popular singer in China in the past 2 years. At this moment, I'm afraid no one knows. This great singer who is admired and crazy by countless people. I arrived in the Magic City without realizing it. I never expected that the last time I came to the headquarters, I was still chatting and laughing with Chairman Zhang. After 2 months of touring, the company's chairman has been replaced, and it's still a young guy like you. Suddenly, Tanny spoke. He looked at Su-Wen, who was sitting opposite him, his tone filled with shock and admiration. I just acquired this company not long ago. Su-Wen smiled calmly and said nonchalantly. Looking at the great singer, he also sighed. After joining Sanqing a few years ago, Tanny quickly showed his talent. Along the way, I have released several albums. The lyrics and melodies he created, coupled with his unique voice and singing skills, made almost every song on his album a hit. It also allowed him to leap from an unknown nobody to a top singer in just 2 or 3 years. To be honest, Su-Wen has always thought that this singer is pretty good. I've listened to quite a few of his songs. But they didn't expect that their first meeting would be in this way. Have you really thought about terminating your contract with our company? Finally, Su-Wen brought the conversation back to the point. Since you are here today, you naturally want to terminate the contract. And if possible, I would like to sign the release agreement now. Tan-Yi nodded and replied immediately. But the expression seems a little complicated. Su-Wen did not comment on this. Then, his expression darkened slightly. I can sign the termination contract, but before I sign, I still want to ask you a question. Why do you have to leave Sanqing so early? Moreover, it happens at this special time when the concert is about to start. Su-Wen asked, somewhat displeased. Who cares whether he is a star or not? What the other party did was not fair, so of course he wanted an explanation. Mr. Su is right. Xiao Tan, you have been in our company for several years. The company has trained you and provided you with resources so that you can show your talents. But now that you're famous, you're turning your back on me? And you insisted on leaving just when the concert was about to start, just to join Golden Emperor. What do you mean? At this time, Vice President Pang also spoke. The tone sounded even gloomier than Su-Wen's. Tan-Yi would rather terminate his contract with Sanqing and go to Jinuan. But in terms of strength, resources and fame, Jinuan Music Company can at most be on par with Sanqing. What is he trying to achieve? Besides, the Golden Emperor has always been the mortal enemy of their Sanqing. Tan-Yi, an artist of Sanqing, switched to Jinuan. Isn't that a pure slap in the face of the company? Facing everyone's accusations, Tan-Yi knew. If you don't give an explanation, I'm afraid this matter will not end well today. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, President Su, Vice President Pang, I actually had no intention of leaving Sanqing before. You should know that my contract with Sanqing has not expired. Even if I want to leave, I will definitely consider staying after the contract expires. But I can't help it. If I don't go, my future may be in jeopardy. Having said that, Tan-Yi's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. It looks like something is going on. Su-Wen and Deputy Director Pang were secretly surprised. The future is uncertain? What does it mean? What's going on? Su-Wen frowned. Tan-Yi didn't keep the audience in suspense and continued talking. It turned out that half a month ago when he was touring in Pengcheng, he met an old acquaintance in Jinhuang. After finishing work that evening, the other party called him directly to invite him to dinner. He didn't think much about it and followed the other party to a 7-star hotel. There were quite a lot of people at that meal, and he was drunk without realizing it. Moreover, the other party used some unknown method to transfer his assistant away. Then I arranged a few services for him. In the end, Tan-Yi himself was very regretful. Then he pulled a dozen photos from his pocket and placed them on the table. At the same time, he also took out his mobile phone and took a screenshot of the video. Su-Wen and Vice President Peng each took a few photos and started looking at them. Upon seeing this, their faces suddenly turned dark. Not only was Tan-Yi naked in the photo, but there were also 2 naked women lying next to him. At this moment, even a fool would know what was going on. This is a trap set by someone. And the so-called acquaintance of Tan-Yi must have handed these photos directly to the boss behind Jin Huang. Otherwise, Tan-Yi would not have been caught like this. Now, he won't leave Sanqing. It is conceivable how much of a response these photos will cause once they are posted online. These are just photos, the other party also has videos. That will have a greater impact on everyone. If any fan saw their idol playing like this, they probably wouldn't be able to accept it. It can be said that once these videos and photos are released, The popularity that Tang had accumulated over the past few years was enough to be destroyed overnight. Suddenly, there was a bang. Deputy Director Peng actually stood up from the sofa. His face was as red as fire, and he glared at Tang and cursed, "Xiao Tan, you have been in the entertainment industry for several years, and you have reached such a high position. You can be considered the top star of Sanqing. You should understand how many people are watching you, but why can't you be a little more cautious? Do you know what it means that these things are in the hands of the Golden Emperor? It's like the other party has put a time bomb on you. They can blow you up at any time if they want." Deputy Director Peng said this with a look of disappointment. His anger was so great that even Su Wen, who was sitting next to him, was surprised. Chapter 73. The system is too powerful. Then, Su Wen felt relieved again. After all, what Vice President Peng said is true. With these photos and videos, Jin Huang can really do whatever he wants. They could have clearly made a request at the first opportunity to ask Tang to leave Sanqing and join Jin Huang. However, they had to wait until a week after Sanqing announced the star-studded concert before asking Tang to leave. This shows how confident they are. At this moment, Tang's expression was not much better. What's the point of saying this now? Do I have any other choice except agreeing to his request? Tang shook his head, looking helpless. If we talk about the dinner that night, it was because he wanted to do something. Then I found a service and someone took photos and videos of me. We can only say that he was unlucky and he deserved it. But he didn't do anything, but he was photographed and videotaped. If this isn't injustice, what is? At this moment, Su Wen couldn't help but look cold. Given the current situation, this is the only way. He used his power to directly suppress the Golden Emperor. Otherwise the other person won't feel the pain. However, at this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Byte. Super Godly Rich System activated. The system has detected that someone is targeting the host's company. The system has a way to effectively help the host. Does the host need help? Su Wen was slightly stunned. Then a flash of inspiration came. Yes, he still has the system as his trump card. If the system works, perhaps there will be other benefits. Need help? Su Wen said immediately. Byte. It is detected that the host needs help, and the system enters the auxiliary state. The system is collecting data and processing data. The data has been processed and has been put into the computer in Sanqing Chairman's office. System reminder: this system has just collected 34 sets of data. These data are all records of artists in the Golden Emperor Company who have had bad records. The data comes from hotel surveillance, hotel registration data records, chat records, the other party's mobile phone memory data, and so on. The system spoke word by word. However, Su Wen was already shocked in his heart. Oh shit. 34 pieces of data, are they true or false? This system has always been very powerful, Su Wen knows. But this time, it's so fucking awesome, right? What would it mean if he could get this data? This is no longer a question of whether to negotiate with the Golden Emperor or whether to suppress him. With this huge amount of data, it can be said that as long as he wants, he can completely bring down the Golden Emperor. They even turned the company upside down. However, the other party still has Tang's videos and photos in their hands, so he can't be impatient. So Su Wen asked in his mind, you can collect data, but can you clear it? Can we delete all the photos and videos of Tang in the hotel? As soon as Su Wen finished asking, the system immediately said, the video data can be cleared. Photos are not data and cannot be erased. Listening to the system's explanation, Su Wen nodded. This answer seemed to be within his expectations. But even so, it is a very satisfactory result. Then please help me delete the video of Tang recorded in the hotel, including other related backups. Su Wen said immediately. Su Wen guessed that Jin Huang had more than one copy of this crucial video. There must be a backup in case it is destroyed. Byte. As requested by the host, the system is looking for data. The system has detected all data. There are 7 copies of the data in total, 1 is in Tang's phone, and the other 6 are in the possession of Golden Emperor Company. The system starts clearing data. Data cleared. System reminder: the video of Tang being filmed in the hotel has been deleted from all databases. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wen was shocked. Wipe. He had originally anticipated that Emperor Jin would definitely back up the video. But I didn't expect that the other party actually backed up 6 copies of the data at once. How afraid are you of losing data? But now it's okay. No matter how many backups he had, they were all cleared. Once the video is deleted, the threat level of the evidence held by the other party can be said to be reduced by more than half. As for photos and stuff, we'll have to find another way. Then, Suwon picked up the mobile phone that Tang had placed on the table and checked the video that the other party had just captured. Sure enough, it was completely blank, there was nothing there. Seeing that Suwon was holding his phone and the video was gone, Tang thought that Suwon had deleted it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "It's useless. You only deleted the video on my phone. I don't know how many backups Jin Huang has made of this video." In response, Suwon smiled calmly. He didn't say that the system had deleted all the videos. After all, this sounds too unbelievable to outsiders. He thought for a moment, looked at Tang and said slowly, "There is no rush to sign this termination contract. I have a way to help you." Then, he turned to look at Peng Lin and said, "Vice President Peng, I have something for you. I hope you can contact the major online platforms and distribute it immediately." Time flies. It was the afternoon of the same day when Suwon met Tang and others. A major event happened in the entire domestic entertainment industry. 10 celebrities in a row were suddenly exposed for having bad deeds without any warning. These include inappropriate remarks, drunk driving, indecent photos, unspoken rules, cheating, and so on. It is accompanied by chat records, surveillance videos, hotel registration records, and other relevant evidence. All of a sudden, news networks, video networks, headlines, Weibo, and other major media outlets broke the news. Just one day later, let alone the Magic City. Most people in the country know about this. And these celebrities who were exposed seem to have one thing in common. That is, they all belong to Golden Emperor Music Company. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this true? There are so many celebrities who have committed crimes. What's going on? Zhang Sai, my god, he is my idol, how is it possible, how could he cheat? He Xiaowei, the pure goddess in my mind, hasn't she always been single? How come there are indecent photos of her? My prince son Yuanzhou, I always thought he was a decent person, but I never thought he had hit someone while driving under the influence? This is irresponsible for other people's lives. Oh my god, Director Jiang is also using unspoken rules. What's wrong with this world? Is there anyone I can trust? On the internet, messages flew everywhere and public opinions were expressed. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, and some were in disbelief. Of course, there are also many people who don't chase stars. Faced with this situation, everyone watched. But most of the comments came from fans. The image of a star that everyone has been following for a year or two, or even many years, suddenly collapses. You can imagine how big of a blow this is to the fans. This situation also directly affected the Golden Emperor Music Company. Countless partners and investors called, questioning what is going on with Jin Huang Company. It can be foreseen that in the near future, Jin Huang Company will be seriously damaged. This is the price Suwon made the Golden Emperor pay. The price I paid for trying to frame Chan Sung. Lingye Avenue, Golden Emperor Entertainment Company. Boardroom Hall. At this moment, there were no less than 20 people sitting in the hall. Everyone had an extremely heavy expression on their face. The atmosphere seemed very depressing. Among them, the middle-aged man sitting in the first seat had an extremely gloomy expression. And he is Zhao Tianqing, the chairman of Golden Emperor Music Company. That is to say, he was the person who threatened Tang before. Chapter 74 Meeting. Bang! There was a loud bang on the table that shook the entire hall. Finally, Director Zhao, with an extremely gloomy face, spoke. I just want to ask you, what's going on? 10 artists in the company, a full 10 artists have been involved in scandals, don't you have anything to say? Shouldn't you express your stance? Who is behind these scandals? Where did the evidence come from? Who sent the video, chat records, and indecent photos? I usually don't greet the artists I'm responsible for. Artists need to pay attention to their personal image. Director Zhao's eyes flashed with anger and he shouted loudly. At the end, he slammed the table several times to vent his dissatisfaction. It can be seen how angry he is at this moment. But this is normal. As an entertainment company, what they fear most is not the lack of investment or cooperation, but the sudden scandal or misconduct of the artists under the company. Because once the scandal breaks out, the series of consequences caused are too serious. Not to mention the artist's image has been greatly damaged. The many products endorsed and the dramas filmed will also be affected accordingly. Partners and investors are withdrawing their investments and there is a possibility of lawsuits. At this moment, it was revealed that 10 artists of Jinhuang had bad records. The consequences can be imagined? Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, we don't know what's going on here. That's right. We were so unprepared that we didn't even have time to investigate who did it. Let alone the people behind the scenes. I don't even know when the artists in the company did these bad things. Faced with the chairman's questioning, the company's shareholders and senior executives looked helpless and annoyed. This incident happened too suddenly, and there are too many artists involved. They were very busy for a while. How can we have the spare time to investigate the person behind the scenes? I don't care what method you use, just find out who did it immediately. It is definitely not a coincidence that so many artists were exposed at the same time. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes. If we don't find him, we will all be in trouble. Mr. Zhao continued. The expression on his face became even more depressed. In just one day, the company's reputation was severely damaged. What will happen if things continue to develop? And it was at this moment. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door of the boardroom. Immediately afterwards, a female assistant rushed in. It's bad, Chairman. Here's your phone, answer it quickly. The assistant looked anxious. Then he handed a mobile phone to Mr. Zhao. However, looking at the phone handed over by the assistant, Zhao Tianqing not only did not answer it, but scolded, "Is this your first day at work? Do you understand the company's rules? How many times have I told you not to disturb me during meetings? Don't disturb me, are you turning a deaf ear to me?" Zhao Tianqing was already angry and felt very unhappy. The female assistant's act of directly barging into the board of directors was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. But this call is from the chairman of Sanqing Entertainment Company. He said that the 10 artists exposed by Golden Emperor were arranged by him, and it was a small surprise for Golden Emperor. He also said that if you don't answer the call within 3 minutes, he doesn't recommend giving King Jin another big surprise. The female assistant said quickly. I don't even care about being scolded. Her words shocked everyone present. What, Shaoli, what did you just say? Our company's artist was exposed, and it was Sanqing's doing? It's them, it's actually them? How is this possible? How did Sanqing get so much information about our company's artists? For a moment, everyone present showed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Tianqing almost dropped his jaw in shock. He looked at the female assistant in disbelief and asked, what did you just say? Time passed quickly and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Today is the last day before the star concert. At the same time, it was also the day when Su Wen met with the chairman of Jinhuang Company. After all, after that phone call yesterday, the other party had to come even if he didn't want to. Guangyuan Street, 5th floor of Xianhe Tea House. In a luxurious box, Su Wen, Vice President Pang, and Tan were sitting around a large coffee table, drinking tea, chatting, and waiting for the arrival of people from the Golden Emperor Company. Even Tan, who had a sad face yesterday, seemed a lot more relaxed today. Boss Su, I can't believe you are so amazing. With one move, you beat the Golden Emperor so hard that he had no chance to fight back. This is an event for me. I, Tan, would like to thank you here. Suddenly, Tan, who was sitting next to Su Wen, laughed. He picked up the teacup and toasted Su Wen. These days, because of the photo and video thing, he couldn't eat or sleep well. He was just short of cursing all of Emperor Jin's ancestors. How could he not be happy when Mr. Su helped him vent his anger? Yes, Mr. Su, you are worthy of being the chairman of Art Sanqing, and you are also a lucky star. I didn't expect that you had secretly investigated the Golden Emperor and knew so many unknown secrets. It's incredible. Vice President Pang, who was sitting on the other side, also spoke with a smile. He was now both shocked and impressed by Su Wen. Pang Lin had been the vice president of Sanqing for so many years, but he had no idea that there were so many revelations about Jinhuang Music Company. How long has Su Shao taken over the company? How could he not be shocked after digging up so much news? It's just a small thing. Jinhuang dared to threaten Art Sanqing people. As the chairman, I naturally have to teach them a lesson. Just wait and see, there will be more fun to come. Facing the praise and flattery from the two, Suwon smiled calmly and didn't care at all. No way. With a system in place, some things become so easy to do. As they were talking, a bell suddenly rang in the box. Then, the waitress came in with several men in suits. Most of these men looked to be in their 40s. He has the aura of a superior. It seems that they are undoubtedly the top leaders of Jinhuang. Who else could the person standing in the front be but Zhao Tianqing, the chairman of Golden Emperor Company? Ha ha. Vice President Pang, it's been a long time. Brother Tan, you are here too. As soon as he came in, President Zhao of Jinhuang looked at Vice President Pang and Tan Yi, and then spoke with a forced smile. Ha ha. Long time no see. Seeing that the person they were waiting for had finally arrived, Vice President Pang stood up and said with the same smile. Tan Yi also stood up and said, yes. Of course I have to be there too. The concert will start tomorrow, but today is the day to terminate my contract with Sanqing and join Golden Emperor. If I don't meet you again, what if you post my photos and videos online in anger? Then I will be as unlucky as the artists of your Golden Emperor Company. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhao? Tan Yi said with a smile. There is a strong hint of sarcasm in these words. It seems that he is not afraid of the other party's threats at all. They are all old foxes in the business world. How could Mr. Zhao and others not hear the sarcasm in Tan Yi's words? Suddenly, the faces of the other people changed, and their inner anger rose. Chapter 75 Anger of Golden Emperor Shareholders. Director Zhao, let me introduce him to you. This is our company's new chairman, Suwon. Just when Zhao Tianqing and others were getting angry, Vice President Pang spoke again. He pointed at Su Wen and introduced him. Following his introduction, Zhao Tianqing and others immediately looked at Su Wen. Seeing that it was a young man, they were all surprised. Then, Zhao Tianqing smiled. I heard before that your company changed its chairman. I didn't expect him to be so young. It's really surprising. Su Wen also laughed. There's no law that says young people can't take over as chairman, right? After saying that, he pointed to a few seats in front of him and motioned for everyone to take a seat. Zhao Tianqing was not polite either. He and several shareholders immediately sat down opposite. There is no rule. I am just sighing. By the way, you are the one who called me yesterday, right? Were the 10 artists of our Golden Emperor Company exposed by you? Zhao Tianqing didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. His expression also turned gloomy. Su Wen nodded, I did it. I can't help it. If you, Golden Emperor, don't follow the rules and try to poach people, then you can't blame us. You should know that Brother Tan is very popular nowadays and is the top star of Art Sanqing. You even want to poach him. It's amazing that you can think of that. Having said that, Su Wen shook his head again. As he spoke, he did not forget to pour a cup of tea for everyone. It's really you? It's you who caused the 10 artists in our company to be falsely accused and their reputations to be severely damaged? What on earth do you want to do? Do you know how much our company has lost because of you? When the shareholders heard Su Wen admit it, they immediately exploded. They looked at Su Wen and wished they could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Because of this young man, their company suffered a heavy blow. How can everyone not be angry? How can everyone not be furious? What exactly do you mean by calling us here today? Zhao Tianqing did not show his anger immediately, but asked gloomily. However, from his expression, it can be seen that he is also trying hard to suppress his anger. Otherwise, it might have erupted long ago. Director Zhao is still rational. I don't have any other ideas. The reason I invited you all here today is just to tell you that Brother Tan came from Sanqing, and it is impossible for him to join Jinhuang. So, I hope that in the future, it would be better for everyone to not interfere with other people's business. Su Wen said indifferently. It's as simple as saying what to eat in the evening. However, when these words were spoken, everyone on the opposite side was stunned at first. It took a full 10 seconds to react. Then they burst into laughter. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Hey, Mr. Su, are you kidding us? After you framed us, you're now saying that you don't have to offend others? That's right, Mr. Su, you caused 10 artists in our company to suffer stigma, and more than a dozen companies withdrew their investment in one day, causing countless losses. Now you want to let it go with a simple mind-your-own-business statement. Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? You are so fanciful. You have offended our Golden Emperor and you want to let it go. How can such a good thing happen in this world? Before Zhao Tianqing could speak, the shareholders spoke first. They were almost pissed off by Su Wen. The young man in front of them exposed and framed the artists in their company. Now you have the nerve to say that flooding does not interfere with other people's business? What the shareholders said is correct. Your and my companies are now at loggerheads with each other. Do you want us to stop here? Besides, Brother Tan is very popular now. As compensation, shouldn't you let him join us, Golden Emperor? Zhao Tianqing also became famous. His eyes were full of anger and gloom. Before, he thought Tan Yi joined Golden Emperor. It was they, the Golden Emperor, who made the profit. But now, the other party has caused the reputation of 10 artists in their company to be severely damaged, causing huge losses. Not only did the other party not show any intention of apologizing, but he also told them not to go after Tan Yi. Isn't that ridiculous? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Zhao Tianqing spoke again. Humph. Mr. Su, don't blame me for not reminding you. I also have Tan Yi's secret information in my hand. If you make me angry, don't blame me for exposing his scandal. Think about it. He is the most popular singer in the entire entertainment industry. If I release his scandal, how big the response will be? I don't need to tell you. You know this, Mr. Su, right? As he said this, Zhao Tianqing smiled. The smile is sinister and cruel. In his opinion, the worst that could happen is that both sides will be destroyed. Since it is impossible to get Tan Yi to join Jin Huang, then just go all out and expose the video and photos. Let Chanqing also experience the pain of losing an artist. Facing the anger of the crowd, Su Wen didn't care. He smiled calmly and said, "Ha, is that so? First of all, I don't agree with what you mean by frame up. Frame up means that someone has done nothing wrong and yet is falsely accused, like Brother Tan. As for the 10 artists I exposed, they had indeed made mistakes themselves. The most I did was to expose them. But I know that you won't listen to me now, so I have something good to show you. Then you can consider whether to expose Brother Tan or not." As he spoke, Su Wen took out his cell phone from his pocket. He opened a document and placed it in front of the other person. "What's this? Look at this phone and then look at the document on the screen." Zhao Tianqing frowned, confused. Then he picked up his phone, opened the document and started reading. Half a minute later, when Zhao Tianqing finished reading the files on his mobile phone, he stood up involuntarily. He looked at Su Wen with wide eyes, a look of shock and fear in his eyes. This, how is this possible? Where on earth did you get this data? Zhao Tianqing spoke in disbelief, his voice trembling. His overly exaggerated expression immediately aroused the suspicion of the shareholders. So they couldn't help but pick up Su Wen's phone and start looking at it. Then, he also showed a shocked expression. How is this possible? How is this possible? How come you have so much secret information about our company's artists? You, who are you? The other party was completely dumbfounded. When they looked at the data on their mobile phones, their hearts began to tremble. Oh my God, what did they see? In addition to the 10 artists previously exposed by Jin Huang, this mobile phone file also contains scandals and bad records of more than 20 other artists. Then, everyone on the other side raised their heads and looked at Su Wen. There was shock and fear in his eyes. The artists in the company have done so many ugly things in secret and they don't even know it. How did this young man in front of me collect evidence piece by piece? Surveillance, chat records, hotel records, photos. At this moment, the shareholders have no doubts. As long as the other party is willing, all the data will be posted online. The consequences for the Golden Emperor would be absolutely disastrous. Chapter 76 Admit Mistake. So, now you can accept what I just said. Of course, if you really want to expose Brother Tan, then there is nothing I can do. I don't mind taking out all the evidence and posting it online so that everyone can see what kind of artists you Golden Emperors are like. This time, it was finally Su Wen's turn to sneer. His words were undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hearts of the other party. This frightened Zhao Tianqing and others. They looked at Su Wen for a long time, but did not dare to say a word of rebuttal. Because they knew that the young man in front of them was too scary, too scary. The other party doesn't know what technology he has mastered. He was able to obtain so much confidential information of their company quietly. If the other party makes any move, their company will probably be in irretrievable trouble. Hee, Su. Mr. Su, we were reckless just now. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Zhao Tianqing is worthy of being the chairman of Jinhuang. His reaction is quick. He immediately thought about the pros and cons of this matter. So he sat down again and quickly put on a smile. Yes, Mr. Su, what you just said makes sense. As the saying goes, revenge is the last straw. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. We are all in the same business, so why do we have to fight among ourselves? Yes, we were also confused just now. Now that we have calmed down and think about it, I think what you said makes more sense. Several shareholders have completely lost their previous momentum. They all changed their expressions and tried to please and agree. There is no trace of the fierce and ferocious look just now. There was no way, compared to the secret information they had about Tang. It is obvious that the other party has more information about their company, which is more deadly. If they ever expose Tang's scandal, they had no doubt that Tianqing would also reveal all the secret scandal information of the artists of Golden Emperor Company. One person replaces more than 20 people. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows how unprofitable this fight is. Not to mention they had already lost 10 artists before. I really can't afford to be hurt anymore. Since everyone feels that this matter is over, please drink this cup of tea in front of you, otherwise it would be disrespectful of you. Seeing that the other party had given in, Suwen smiled indifferently and spoke in a harmless manner. After all, the other party was so arrogant just now. Now it's time to let them have a taste of what it feels like to be humble, right? Yes, drink it, I will definitely drink it. Boss Su, I was wrong just now. I actually wanted to poach people from your company. I got so excited that I lost my mind. Please forgive me. And Brother Tan, our Golden Emperor took a photo to threaten you before. I was wrong. I will punish myself with a cup of tea. Zhao Tianqing said with a flattering look, how could I dare to say no? He first looked at Su Wen, then at Tang, and kept apologizing. The other shareholders followed suit and apologized unequivocally. He doesn't care about his own face at all. But this is not surprising. After all, compared to preserving the company's reputation, what does face mean? Su Wen, Deputy Director Pang and others who were sitting opposite looked at each other. They all saw a smile in each other's eyes. This negotiation was undoubtedly a great victory for them. Since the other party has compromised, then the next thing will be much simpler. Don't mind the warnings and threats. Afterwards, Su Wen drove them away. There was no intention of saving face for the other party at all. In this regard, Zhao Tianqing and others did not dare to say a word. Who let the other party catch them? A few minutes later, after Zhao Tianqing and others left. In the box, Su Wen started laughing. Tang's face was full of smiles, and he seemed even happier than before. For him, today was such a great day. It was so great. Yesterday, President Su dealt a heavy blow to Golden Emperor Company. Today, the other party was asked to bow and apologize again. What a joyful thing this is. Thinking of this, Tang couldn't help but look at Su Wen and said, Boss Su, today it's really thanks to you that you gave them a bloody beating. If it weren't for you, I would have been led by them by the nose. Tang looked at Su Wen with gratitude and expressed his sincere thanks. As he said this, he gave a thumbs up. In the face of Tang's exaggeration, Su Wen smiled indifferently and didn't care much. Nothing. You are the top star of Sanqing. As the chairman, it is my duty to contribute. By the way, go back to the company and get a USB drive to back up the data on my phone. When your contract expires and you leave Sanqing, you can be used as a self-protection tool against the Golden Emperor, right? He continued, looking unfazed. What, Mr. Su, you? When these words came out, Tang was shocked. He looked at Su Wen, his eyes full of disbelief. What did Director Su say just now, asking him to prepare a copy of Jinhuang Company's data? Did he hear it right? You know, Mr. Su didn't have to give him the data. Because Jinhuang has scandalous information about Tang. Even if Tang wanted to leave Sanqing, he couldn't. As soon as he leaves Sanqing, that means it has lost its value to Sanqing. If Jinhuang threatens him again at this time, Sanqing will have no reason to help him. So everyone knows that only by staying in Sanqing will he, Tang, be the safest. But now, Mr. Su was actually willing to give him a copy of this data. With this data, he no longer needs to be afraid of the Golden Emperor. Instead, it is the Golden Emperor who should be afraid of him. Doesn't this mean that he can completely leave Sanqing and develop on his own? You don't have to be shocked. As long as you leave reasonably and legally after your contract expires, it's fine. Seeing the other person's surprised look, Su Wen shook his head and said calmly, "It's not that he is so great, it's just that forcing people is not his style. If the other party completes the obligations stipulated in the contract, the interests of the company will not be harmed." He felt there was no need to force anyone to stay. Besides, no matter how awesome Tang is, no matter how much benefit he can bring to the company, how useful is it to Su Wen now? He has so many companies, would he care about that little bit of profit? Boss Su, Tang, have never admired anyone since I was a child. You are the first one. But I'm not an ungrateful person. To express my gratitude, I hope to sign another 5-year contract with Sanqing. This contract will be my gratitude to you, Mr. Su. Tang raised his teacup and toasted to Su Wen. This data was too important to him, but Mr. Su was not stingy and was willing to share it with him. So Tang expressed his gratitude to Su Wen with an extremely sincere heart. This time, it was Su Wen who was surprised. He didn't seem to have expected that the other party would actually know how to repay gratitude. She nodded and agreed with his opinion. After all, the benefits are offered to him by others, so wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't accept them? Chapter 77 Xia Xinya's Little Thoughts. Yeah, okay. Since Brother Tan said so, then we have a deal. Su Wen also raised his teacup and responded. Afterwards, they chatted for a while longer. After everyone finished their tea, they went back to their homes and their mothers. The next day. Today, for some people in Shanghai, is a day worth looking forward to and celebrating. Because it's 7 o'clock tonight. A grand star-studded concert will be held at the Fanio Sports Center in Shanghai. Moreover, all the celebrities who came this time are well-known names in the country, so you can imagine how popular they are. Many media reporters will probably come here after hearing the news. The 70,000 concert tickets had already been sold out. It also seems to foreshadow that tonight will be extraordinary. Sure enough, until the evening. The huge Aspen Stadium was almost packed with people. The luxurious superstage is colorful and full of brilliant rays of light. Coupled with the singer's popular songs, tens of thousands of audiences can scream almost every moment. The scene was unprecedentedly hot. At the same time, major media platforms are also competing to report this grand event. Students from Tianwei College did not go to the scene. So many people watch it directly on their mobile phones. However, they are not the only ones watching on their mobile phones. Countless audiences throughout the Magic City, and even outside of the Magic City, were watching this concert. Time flies. The concert lasted for 3 hours before it ended perfectly. During this period of time, everyone has felt what the ultimate audio-visual enjoyment is. Many people felt the shocking atmosphere even when watching it on their mobile phones. The end of the concert also left a deep impression on everyone. Until the next morning, it seemed that many people were still immersed in the atmosphere of last night. Zhu Yuan, hey, did you guys watch the concert last night? Wow, it was so awesome. Yu, yes. The singers in this concert all sang so well. I almost cried when I heard them. Wang Xiuxiu, of course, they are all big names, how can their voices be the same? Moreover, many singers have released new songs. He Wenfeng, yes. Zhang Henan sang an old song and released a new song. Gu Yunfeng also released a new song. Chen Ming, the most amazing one was Tan Yi. He sang one old song and 2 new songs. Wow, those 2 new songs were so good. Yu, yeah, I heard it too. Tan Yi's new song is so damn good. I'm so excited. If I hadn't watched it on my phone, I would have wanted to yell marry him right there. Early in the morning, as soon as Su Wen got up, he heard his cell phone ringing non-stop. He opened his phone and saw that his friends were chatting again in the friend group. And what everyone was discussing was last night's concert. They all looked very excited. In response, Su Wen smiled calmly. To be honest, he also watched the concert last night, which was really good and successful. If the school concert in a few days can reach 70% to 80% of this level, that would be great. Just as Su Wen was thinking to himself. Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was a private VX message from Xia Xinyao. Want breakfast? Suwon smiled and said, "Where are you, the cafeteria?" "Yes, in the cafeteria." "What do you want to eat?" "I'll bring it to you and send it to the classroom later." Xia Xinyao sent another message. "Bring a bowl of chicken rice noodles and 2 steamed buns, thank you." Suwon thought for a moment and said, "I also told the other person the classroom where I would be attending class." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then I quickly got up, washed my face and brushed my teeth, ready to go to class. After all, classmate Xia bought breakfast for him, and he couldn't keep people waiting. 2 minutes later. After he washed his face and brushed his teeth and finished everything, he quickly left the dormitory. Sure enough, not long after he arrived in the classroom, Xia Xinyao came to the door of his classroom carrying breakfast. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left before class started. Most of the students who came to class have arrived. When everyone saw the school beauty Xia coming, the originally lively classroom suddenly became quiet. Then, in everyone's shocked gaze, Xia Xinyao walked directly into the classroom, came to classmate Xia, and handed him the breakfast in her hand. "Thanks." Suwon smiled and reached out to take the breakfast. "Well, you're welcome. I'm leaving now." Classmate Xia smiled slightly, like a blooming sunflower. Then, like a gust of gentle breeze, it left in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, she had long disappeared. Fuck, why does our beautiful Xia University campus belle feel like she's licking you too? Yeah. I really don't know what's so good about Suwon that school beauty Xia treats him like this. Hey, stop talking. Student Xia must have been Pua by Suwon. Otherwise, why would the school beauty Xia be so nice to him, sending him milk tea and breakfast? As expected, everyone sighed again. At the same time, everyone cast unfriendly glances at Suwon. There's nothing I can do, since classmate Xia is so pretty. Envy and jealousy always follow people. Fortunately, Suwon had long been accustomed to the murderous looks people gave him from time to time. He smiled calmly, not caring at all. He then opened the bag and started eating the breakfast that classmate Xia had brought him. But he hadn't even taken 2 bites. My cell phone suddenly rang. It was a VX message from classmate Xia who had left. "Xia Xinyao, after you eat the breakfast I gave you, you have to do me a favor." Then, Xia Xinyao sent an emoticon package. Cute and has no brain. Suwon smiled helplessly and shook his head. Why is classmate Xia so active today? It turns out he has a purpose. What's the matter? Tell me, I will definitely help you. Before the other party even said anything, Suwon agreed directly. There's nothing I can do, since the other party is classmate Xia. Even if he has to climb mountains of swords and plunge into seas of fire, he has to go. Xia Xinyao, well, my dad has a business partner in Hangzhou who will come to Huaxing Group in a few days to discuss new cooperation. For this purpose, the company is planning to hold a banquet to welcome them. However, my dad's friend has a son who has been trying to bring us together. I'm not interested in him, so I thought that at the party, you can act as my boyfriend. What do you think? In VX, Xia Xinyao said directly. There seems to be expectation between the lines. Suwon was slightly stunned, then he laughed. Classmate Xia asked me to be her boyfriend? That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Okay, I promise. But can you tell me what company your Huaxin Group is cooperating with? Suwon asked. You know, Huaxin Communications Corporation is currently the largest operator company in China. The company that can cooperate with him must be a large enterprise. So Suwon was a little curious. It's Xiaxing Group, one of the most famous mobile phone manufacturers in the country. Xia Xinyao said immediately. Chapter 78 School Concert. Xiaxing Group? Suwon was slightly stunned, then nodded. This partner is indeed not simple. Xiaxing Group is one of the most famous mobile phone brands in China, and it is said to have more than 750 million users worldwide. It is one of the top 100 companies in the world. As the top domestic ICT smart terminal provider, it is not surprising that it has a strategic partnership with Huaxin Group. Okay, got it. Call me when you get to the party and I'll go with you. By the way, when will the banquet you mentioned be held? Suwon asked. It's estimated to be 6 or 7 days. Seeing that Suwon agreed, Xia Xinyao answered happily. Then, the two ended the call. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today is a memorable day for the whole school. because today is the day when a small concert is held on campus. Many students were so excited that they didn't even sleep the whole night. There is no way. Who are the big stars coming today? Zhoumu, Zhang Henin, Gu Fengyun, Tani, and other top domestic stars. It is difficult for these people to even meet in person under normal circumstances. Today everyone has to come to school to sing for everyone. How can we not be excited? And to welcome the arrival of these big stars. From the day the school announced the concert, the principal hired people to build a temporary stage in the college's largest West playground. Now more than 10 days have passed. The stage is almost ready. Although it is far inferior to the luxurious big stage in the stadium. But compared to other schools, such a stage is extremely rare and can be considered a big deal. The school spent a lot of money on this. Oh my god, I'm so excited. What should I do? I'll be able to see Dahanin soon. Yeah. And there's Tani. This guy is simply a genius. He writes several new songs a year, and now we can finally hear the live version. When the concert starts tonight, we must grab a good seat, otherwise it would be a shame for today's lineup. In the boys' dormitory, Su Wen and his friends had just returned from lunch. Chen Ming, Zhu Yuan, and He Wenfeng immediately started chatting. Listening to everyone talking, Su Wen couldn't help but laugh. He took off his shoes and sat on his bed. He took out his phone and said with a smile, "Why are you so excited?" "Don't worry, there will be a surprise tonight." Surprise? When the brothers heard Su Wen say this, they were stunned. But then, they remembered that Su Wen had said in the group that he was the chairman of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Suddenly, everyone became excited. "Fuck, Lao Su, do you know something? Come on, tell me what surprise you have." "That's right, isn't it for an autograph?" Su Wen nodded. "Yeah, almost. When I went back to Sanqing, I discussed it with the company's top executives. Since these big stars are coming to school, why not give them some benefits? After the concert, each singer may prepare 100 exclusive signed albums to give away randomly. By the way, Tani and Zhang Henin will each release a new song tonight," he said slowly, not feeling anything. However, these words sounded different to Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, and others. These two pieces of news shocked them immediately. "Shit, are you serious about giving me an exclusive signed album? Zhang Henin and Tani have new songs?" Tani released 2 new songs at the gym that day. He actually has a new song. Isn't he too awesome? Everyone looked at Su Wen with disbelief in their eyes. You know, it's already amazing to see the stars singing live. Now Su Wen told them that after the concert everyone would have a chance to get signed albums of their idols and listen to new songs. This is just too cool. Seeing everyone excited, Su Wen continued, "That's nothing. There's another big surprise tonight. But I'm telling you guys, don't say anything. It would be bad if someone knew about it in advance." As he spoke, Su Wen showed a crooked smile on his face. Then he expressed his thoughts. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, and others widened their eyes again and looked at Su Wen in shock. It seemed that this matter was even more shocking than the 2 pieces of news they had just heard. Everyone was stunned for a long while. Then everyone gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, several roommates couldn't help but lament in their hearts. If school beauty Xia knew his suggestion, should she thank Lao Su or hate him? The sun gradually moves westward and it is getting closer to evening. It seems that it is because there is a concert tonight. The whole school was dismissed one class early in the afternoon. Many students come here to get a good seat at night. I went to the playground directly after class, ready to grab a front row seat. It seems that he doesn't even plan to have dinner. But it's not surprising. After all, Tianwei College has tens of thousands of students. If everyone really came, I'm afraid the entire playground and the surrounding areas would be filled with people. It will be too late by then. Forget about watching stars sing, just being able to hear their voices is a blessing. Of course, students as crazy as this are a minority. Most people decided to wait until after dinner. For example, Su Wen and his roommates went straight back to the dormitory after class. After Su Wen returned to the dormitory, I took a shower first, and then lay down on the bed to rest. It's time for dinner. Su Wen took out his cell phone again and made an appointment with school beauty Xia to go to the cafeteria for dinner. The whole process was relaxed and not rushed at all. And the reason why he is so calm. Of course, it was because he had a way to occupy the front row seat on the playground even if he arrived last. So, until 6:30 in the evening. The concert was about to start in half an hour. Suwon then took his roommates and classmates Xia to the playground. Although he was mentally prepared, when Suwon and others arrived at the playground, everyone was still shocked by the scene before them. The playground in front of me was already crowded with people. It was so dark that if anyone wanted to squeeze to the front row from the outside, it would be simply wishful thinking. And because of concerns about the students' safety, Tianwei School dispatched hundreds of security guards to the playground. This way there will be more people. But Suwon was not afraid, because there was a fence in front of the stage to prevent students from rushing onto the stage. If you walk from there, you can reach the front. This is what Suwon had thought of before. But the fence was full of security guards who didn't let any students in. But how could this possibly stump Suwon? He called the principal directly and asked him to notify the security captain to take them in. Recently, he first broke the school's long-distance running record. Later, Vice President Peng of Sanqing met with the principal of Tianwei College and discussed the idea of allowing celebrities to come to the college for free to sing for the students. The principal naturally wanted this very much. At the same time, he also found out that Suwon was the chairman of Sanqing. For this reason, the principal met with Suwon twice. The two sides have known each other for a long time. Now, as the chairman of Sanqing, he has invited so many celebrities to sing for everyone. Now he just wants to use this special passage and occupy a front row seat. This request is not too much, right? And after he got through the call, sure enough, the principal readily agreed to his request. Then the principal quickly called the security captain to give him a reminder. So after a short while, tens of thousands of students who were waiting for the concert on the playground discovered a scene that shocked and angered them. I saw Suwon, Xia Xiaohua and a group of people walking into the fenced passage. They actually walked into the fenced passage? Chapter 79. What is a surprise? Fuck, what's going on? Why can they go there? That's right. We waited for an hour or so to get a spot that was neither too high nor too low, and they were actually walking inside the fence. I'm going to go. Is it because of the relationship with the school beauty Xia that the security guard let them in? For a moment, many people complained. After all, anyone who encounters this kind of unfair treatment would probably feel unhappy, right? But Suwon didn't care. He used his power and spent money to hold this concert. Isn't it only natural for me to take a special channel? Amid the discussions, Suwon and others, led by the security guard, came to the center position. Then he opened the fence and entered the front row. On the other side, luxury cars drove into Tianwei College. Then more than a dozen big stars got out of the car and walked into the backstage of the concert under the guidance of their private bodyguards. I have to say, celebrities are celebrities. The temperament is just different. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It also caused fans to scream wildly. A few minutes later, with a loud bang, countless cold fireworks appeared beside the stage, and the first star Jomu came on stage. The concert finally started. At the same time, deafening cheers broke out from the entire audience. It's so shocking that it makes your scalp numb. Many students also took out the glow sticks they had prepared long ago, ready to cheer for their idols. And after the audience screamed, Joemo also sang his first song. The melodious singing spread from the stage and echoed throughout the playground. They are indeed professional singers. Even with ordinary audio equipment, their voices still sound so beautiful and wonderful, as if they are even more real. As the song ended, everyone seemed to still be immersed in the singing. After he finished singing, one singer after another took the stage. Good times are always so short. In a blink of an eye, the concert was already halfway through. After another deafening scream, Xia Xinyao's favorite star Zhang Hanin finally came on stage. Suddenly, Xia Xinyiao became excited. Countless little stars appeared in his eyes. The first song performed by Zhang Hanin was a new song that no one had ever heard before. This caused the entire playground to boil. A few minutes later, after Zhang Hanin finished singing the new song, the famous singer did not leave the stage immediately. Instead, he looked at the tens of thousands of students below and said, "Next, I would like to sing an old song, which is also well known to everyone, Lost Beauty. But I hope to find an audience member to sing with me. I heard that there is a very beautiful girl in your school. Her name is Xia Xinyiao. I wonder if this classmate Xia is here. Can he come up on stage and sing a song with me?" Zhang Hanin stood on the stage elegantly and spoke with a smile. Almost in an instant, everything below became quiet. Then, everyone looked shocked. They looked at the great singer Zhang, and they all couldn't believe that these were the words Zhang Hanin had just said. What the hell, what's going on? How did Zhang Hanin know about the existence of School Beauty Xia? Yeah. She actually asked School Beauty Xia to come on stage and sing. How is that possible? Do they know each other? Xiao Huaxia is the daughter of Huaxing Group and has a distinguished status. Maybe it's not surprising that she knows a big star like Zhang Hanin? For a moment, everyone looked at each other and talked about it. Obviously, this was not expected. The one who was even more confused, of course, was Xia Xinyo herself. She saw her favorite idol and he actually called out her name on the stage. Even though Xia, the school beauty who had seen big scenes, had a brief blank in her mind at this moment. Xiaoyao, go up, the big singer is calling you. At this moment, Su Wen turned to look at Xia Xinyo and said with a smile. What is a surprise? That's called a surprise. Is it you? Hearing Su Wen's voice, Xia Xinyo reacted immediately. This must be the work of classmate Su. Su Wen is the chairman of Sanqing Entertainment Company. He must have said something that made Zhang Hanin aware of her existence. Otherwise, how would this famous singer know her name? Immediately afterwards, Xia became confused. Zhang Hanin invited her to go up and sing, so of course she was very excited. But, she doesn't sing well. If he comes to power, won't that be social death? Will it leave a bad impression on her idol? But her idol has invited her, won't it be disrespectful of him if she doesn't go? It's all your fault. Xia Xinyo looked at Su Wen, she was angry. It's all because of him that I'm so conflicted. It's okay, go ahead. No matter how you sing, you are always the best in my heart. However, facing Xia's accusation, Su Wen, however, showed a sincere look on his face and encouraged classmate Xia. He also touched her hair to show encouragement. She seemed to be moved by Su Wen's gentle words. Xia Xinyo actually felt a trace of courage in her heart. Afterwards, after the security guard nearby opened the fence, she was tricked into going on stage. But she didn't notice the smile on Su Wen's face after she left. Then, Su Wen took out his cell phone. Click on the video recording and pull in the picture at the same time. Prepare to record a video of classmate Xia singing with the big singer. He thought that such a video would be very exciting. Not only him, but also Zhu Yuan, Wang Xiuxiu and others, and even many other students found this scene magical. So they took out their mobile phones and prepared to take pictures of this rare scene. Student Xia naturally had no idea what was happening next. She went straight onto the stage with excitement. At the same time, Zhang Hanin, who was standing on the stage, saw a pretty figure walking up. She knew that this must be the friend that Mr. Su had mentioned before, so she went to greet her with a smile. But when she got close and saw Xia Xinyao's appearance, she couldn't help but be stunned and was amazed by her. Being in the entertainment industry, Zhang Hanin believes that he has seen quite a few beauties. But this is the first time I have seen someone as beautiful as this one. Hello. Just as she was stunned, classmate Xia greeted her a little embarrassedly. She really likes the star Zhang Hanin, and she is very excited to be able to have close contact with her idol. Well, hello, don't be nervous. Actually, when we start singing, we'll feel relaxed. After Zhang Hanin reacted, she seemed to notice the other party's nervousness. He smiled slightly and calmed the other person's emotions. Then she generously took Xia Xinyao's hand, and under the envious gaze of the audience, they sang together this song, which was once popular all over the country. Chapter 80 Xia's Social Death. The longing for the sea is endless. Finally we meet at the horizon. Zhang Hanin's clear voice. Every song sung seems to inspire people. But, what is strange is, although it was such a touching song, many students secretly covered their mouths while listening to it, almost unable to hold back their laughter. It's nothing, just because of the school beauty Xia. Her singing is really, a little bit bad. Xia Xinyo was not good at singing. Plus, she was too nervous after she went on stage. This also led to a series of problems for our campus beauty Xia, such as singing out of tune, failing to grasp the rhythm, and singing too much. What should I do? She is the school beauty Xia, I really don't want to laugh at her. Yeah. How could she be like this? The perfect goddess in my heart, no, the perfect fairy, why does she sing like this? Wow, campus beauty Xia is so beautiful, but it's a pity that she has a big mouth. Seeking a pair of ears that have never heard. The students were whispering and talking in low voices below. I wish I didn't have ears. This way, there is no need to destroy the beautiful image of Xia the school beauty in their minds. Let's not talk about them. Even Zhang Hanin, who was singing on the stage, almost couldn't hold it back. She is a professional singer. No matter what happens, I won't smile. But this time, Zhang Hanin could never have imagined that the little girl standing next to her, who had an angelic face, sang so unexpectedly well. This is not the most important thing. The key is that the little girl has no musical talent at all. The rhythm is completely messed up. Several times just now, she was distracted by the other party's tune. However, the one who was most in tears was naturally Xia Xingyao herself. At this moment, she was about to cry. I feel like a duck on a rack, being roasted over a fire. Because Xia Xingyao herself felt that her singing seemed really bad. Especially when set off by Zhang Hanin. But the song hasn't finished yet, so she can't leave the stage immediately. And it was during this time that Xia Xingyao finally finished singing the song after several minutes of agony. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's like a prisoner who has been released after serving his sentence and is now free. What made her feel relieved was that her idol Zhang Hanin did not dislike her because of her bad singing. Instead, she gave her a big hug. Xia Xingyao was immediately moved. In comparison, she hated Su Wen so much in her heart. Look how good your idol is to you. Look at him, the culprit. He knew that her singing was not good, but he still used the warm man strategy to trick her onto the stage. What's more, after she went on stage, that guy actually took out his cell phone to record the event. Not only him, many people in the school were recording the event with their cell phones. Woo woo woo. This time I'm doomed. Not only does my singing suck, but I also have to be recorded as a souvenir. This is simply a naked social death. Looking back now, I really was fooled by classmate Su. Xia Xingyao made the decision. After the concert tonight, she will have to think of a way to punish Su Wen. As I was thinking about it, Xia Xingyao had already walked off the stage. When she returned to the front row and stood in front of classmate Su, she couldn't help but pursed her lips and became angry. Well, here you go. As if knowing that classmate Xia was angry, Su Wen smiled. Suddenly he took out a small box the size of a palm from his pocket and handed it to her. This was a gift he prepared when he returned home yesterday. I was just afraid that classmate Xia would be angry today, so I wanted to make amends and apologize. What's this? Classmate Xia was angry, and when he saw Su Wen handing over an exquisite box, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chocolate truffles. Su Wen chuckled. Truffles? Xia Xingyao was startled, then asked in surprise, How do you know that I like truffle chocolate? Xia Xingyao was surprised. She remembered that she had not told classmate Su. Ahem. We told him. Yeah, a few days ago, handsome Su sent us a VX message and asked us what we like to eat the most, so we told him your favorite food. At this moment, Jiyu and Wang Xiuxiu laughed and said, So it's you guys. Okay, you two guys, are you on his side or mine? Xia Xingyao put her hands on her hips and became even angrier. It would have been fine if these two best friends had told Su about their hobbies, but they didn't even tell her afterwards. That's really despicable. She felt that sooner or later she would be betrayed by these two best friends. And classmate Su, he used to look quite honest, why is he so cunning now? Everyone knows what to do to him. Did he know about this and prepare the gifts in advance? Snort. Don't think I'll forgive you if you buy me this. Student Xia said angrily. Although she really wanted the box of chocolates. After all, this was given to me by classmate Su. I didn't buy it. I made it myself. It took me a day. And I promise, this will be the best chocolate you've ever tasted. Su Wen was not joking this time and spoke seriously. After all, he is a chef with top-notch skills. He is not only good at cooking, but also at making pastries and desserts. Ah? Student Xia was confused. Made by yourself? Is this true or false? But looking at classmate Xia's serious eyes, Xia Xingyao knew that he was definitely not lying. Suddenly, her heart was moved. A man is willing to make chocolate for you with his own hands. I'm afraid no woman can refuse it? This time, it's not just Xia Xingyao. Even Wang Xiuxiu and Ji Yu were envious. They originally thought that Su Wen knew Xiaoyao likes chocolate, so he bought the chocolate directly. Who would have thought that the chocolate was made by hand? This thoughtful thought is even more precious than buying a bag worth tens of thousands for a woman. Even the students who were standing closer to them were shocked. They looked at Su Wen and suddenly realized something. No wonder Su Wen, a poor loser, can be with the school beauty Xia. No wonder school beauty Xia loves Su Wen so much. Look at their routine. Make chocolates by yourself and give them to each other. Very good at teasing. Ahem, never mind. I'll forgive you this time. If it happens again, I will never talk to you again. Xia Shenyo immediately took the gift box handed over by Su Wen. Although he was still unforgiving in his words. However, the sparkle in her eyes had already revealed how much she liked this gift. Damn it, she was obviously angry with the other person just now. I really didn't expect that he would surrender after such a short while. What a spineless person. And just when Xia Shenyo was still immersed in happiness. Suddenly, an unprecedented cheer resounded throughout the playground. Accompanied by countless people's screams, a familiar figure to Su Wen finally appeared on the stage. If not Tan, who else could it be? Tonight, Tan was wearing a golden outfit, looking very gorgeous. As soon as he appeared, he greeted tens of thousands of students in a friendly manner. He looks very energetic. After experiencing the Golden Emperor Company incident, he seemed to be rejuvenated. And when he said the first song he brought was another new song. Naturally, it also made the audience completely crazy. A few minutes, until a song is finished. The entire playground was in silence, and everyone seemed to have not yet come to their senses. Because this song is so beautiful. It sounds unbelievably good. At this moment, when everyone was still immersed in the wonderful music just now, Tan spoke again. Next, I'm going to sing a song. But for this song, I hope I can sing a duet with someone. It just so happens that I have a friend at Tianwei College, his name is Su Wen. I wonder if Brother Su is interested in coming up on stage and singing a song? Chapter 81, Beyond the Top Voice and Singing Skills. Fuck this, what's going on? My idol Tan actually invited Su Wen to sing? Yeah, am I deaf? What did Tan just say? Su Wen is his good friend. This is impossible. School beauty Xia is of noble status. It's understandable that she knows Zhang Hanin since she lives in the upper class. But how did Su Wen, a poor loser, get involved with Tan? Originally, everyone was still immersed in the beautiful song that had just been heard. However, when Tan said this, it was like a blockbuster bomb, which woke everyone up instantly. Then, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe it. Su Wen, who has no money or power and only relies on the school beauty Xia to get ahead, actually knows their super idol Tan. How can this be accepted? But what they didn't know was that Tan deliberately called Su Wen his brother in order not to reveal Su Wen's identity. Otherwise, if he called Su Wen Mr. Su, I'm afraid no one would be able to accept it. At this time, Su Wen, who was standing in the front row, also showed a surprised expression. It seemed that he didn't expect that Tan would actually invite him to sing. This was not something he had planned in advance. But the other party has already spoken, so he can't help but give him face. After a helpless smile, Su Wen touched Xia's hair and said with a smile, "It's fair now, right? We can go up once each." Having said that, he asked the security guard to open the fence and went on stage. Xia Xinyao's expression was stunned. Looking at Su Wen's back as he walked onto the stage, and the fairness he just mentioned, she always felt something was wrong. The other side. After Su Wen came on stage, Tan immediately came up and patted Su Wen on the shoulder to show his friendliness. At the same time, a backstage staff member handed the microphone that Xia had just used to Su Wen. "I didn't expect you to call me to the stage. I haven't even prepared yet." Su Wen smiled and said, "Ha ha. Brother Su, you must be joking. It's just a song. What preparation do you need?" Tan also laughed and said nonchalantly, "By the way, it seems that none of my songs are suitable for a duet. Why don't you choose a song that two people can sing together?" Tan suggested. "Well, let's sing You Are My Life by Shuemu Brothers." Su Wen nodded and responded, "This is also a familiar song, and I believe everyone can sing it." Then, he looked at Xia Xinyo in the front row below and continued, "Well, this song is dedicated to classmate Xia." Su Wen said with a smile, "I also apologize again for what happened just now. However, it would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as this was said, tens of thousands of students below couldn't help but explode again. Damn it, we are here to listen to Tang sing, not to listen to you Suwon sing. That's right. A famous singer invited Suwon to sing, but he actually said that the song was for classmate Xia. Is it necessary to show off their affection like this? This Suwon is really omnipresent. He takes advantage of every opportunity and expresses his love to the school beauty. No wonder the school beauty loves him to death. Ha, why are you so anxious? Tang is such a great man. His voice and singing skills are amazing. If Suwon goes up to sing with him, wouldn't that be courting death? Yes, yes, yes. He will probably sing worse than campus beauty Xia later. Then we can just laugh at him. For a moment, the students talked at once and expressed their dissatisfaction. His words were full of jealousy and disdain. In their opinion, Suwon was simply courting death by going up to sing with the great singer Tang. How could a poor loser like him have such a good voice and singing skills? Moreover, they didn't forget to show their love even when they went on stage. How could they not be angry? Of course, there were also many people who looked at Suwon, who was full of vigor and vitality on the stage, and wished they could replace him. In this way, they are the only ones who can sing with Tang. They are the only ones who can sing for school belle Xia. The happiest and most excited person at the scene would of course be the campus beauty Xia University. What did Suwon say just now? This song was sung for her. What is this, a confession, a declaration of love? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to do this in public? As she thought about it, Xia Xingyao's face turned red. And just as she blushed, the cold fireworks on the stage shot up into the sky again. At the same time, the accompaniment sounded. The whole playground was filled with beautiful melody again. Because I foresaw your departure, I woke up crying. Look at the night wind blowing through the windowsill, can you feel my love? The beautiful melody echoed throughout the playground. The clear and loud voice continued to surround everyone's ears. Right now. Everyone was standing there, stunned. Everyone looked up at Suwon on the stage, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Because under Suwon's voice, they seemed to hear the most beautiful and best song in the world. That clear and beautiful voice, that touching emotional expression. It seems to bring people into the meaning of the song in an instant. Wait until the song is finished. Everyone couldn't believe it, it was Suwon who sang it. After a long time. It's over? The song is over? Yeah. I don't even know when it ended? Oh my god, what kind of voice and singing skills is this? Is this sung by Suwon? How is this possible? How is this possible? Suwon can actually sing such a beautiful song? And did you notice that Suwon's singing voice seems to be better than Tang's? The entire playground, regardless of boys or girls, teachers or students. Whether it is the backstage staff or other singers resting backstage. They were all shocked by Suwon's unparalleled voice and singing skills. A student, a young man in his 20s. If he had a natural voice, that would be understandable. But what about singing skills? Singing skills are something that need to be honed. Isn't it shocking that Suwon, a student, has such singing skills? Fortunately, the singer who sang with him was top singer Tang. His voice and singing skills are very strong, not much worse than Suwon. If an ordinary singer were to sing along, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold his own. Brother Su, today I am completely convinced by you. Suddenly, the great singer Tang, who was standing next to Suwon, smiled helplessly and gave Suwon a thumbs up. At this moment, his heart was also extremely shocked. Tang has been in the entertainment industry for several years, and he feels that he has few rivals in singing. However, this time, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. Suwon's voice and singing skills are indeed better than his. Being defeated in the field he is best at, he is now completely convinced by Suwon. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another hour had passed before the concert finally came to a successful conclusion. However, the concert was over. But many people still feel unsatisfied. Especially after Suwon and Tang sang a song together, everyone seemed to have not yet recovered from their shock. However, the activity of giving away signed albums after the concert brought the atmosphere of the entire playground to a climax again. However, Suwon did not participate in this event. Because at this moment, the system has appeared in his mind. Chapter 82 Melita Plaza. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The concert mission has come to a successful conclusion. Mission reward, property rights of Magic City Mylida Plaza. Host, please complete the transfer of ownership as soon as possible. After saying that, the system disappeared. Suddenly, Suwon was delighted. Another asset is in hand, don't be too happy. 3 days later. In the blink of an eye, the day of the concert passed. Less than 2 days after the concert, Suwon went directly to Mylida Plaza and took over the ownership of the plaza. The students in the school instantly returned to normal from their anticipation for the concert. But life is back. Some public opinions and disturbances began to unfold. The most talked about topic these days is naturally Su Wen and classmate Xia. I really didn't expect that the most beautiful and most distinguished schoolgirl in Tianwei College, Xia, would sing like this. Who said it wasn't true? Someone said before that God is fair, opening a window for you and closing a window for you. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. The voice of school beauty Xia is the window that was closed. The one who shocked me the most was Su Wen. It's okay that he's good at sports, but he can sing better than Tan Yi. I was totally shocked. Yeah. People always said he was a loser, but now it seems he is really a talent. It seems that school beauty Xia is not as perfect as imagined, and Su Wen is not as bad as imagined. In the school forum, everyone was talking about Su Wen and Xia Xinyao. After experiencing this incident, everyone's perception of Su Wen was refreshed again and continued to develop in a positive direction. On the contrary, it was the school beauty Xia who made everyone feel her unknown side. Xiaowan, tell me, was this concert a trap you set up on purpose? You knew I couldn't sing well, so you deliberately let me go on stage to belittle my image, and then you took the opportunity to go on stage to show off your singing skills. This way, your image will go up, and mine will go down, and you won't have to be criticized by others, right? In the school grove, on the lawn. Xia Xinyao and Su Wen, like other young couples, sat here to rest. Classmate Xia was browsing the school forum on her phone. When she saw her classmates' comments on herself and Su Wen in the past few days, she turned to look at Su Wen and asked coquettishly. How is that possible? Su Wen smiled helplessly. The reason why he let Xia go on stage was mainly because he saw that she liked Zhang Hanin so much, so he wanted her to be closer to her idol so that she would have no regrets. Of course, he also wanted to see how embarrassed and shy Xia would be when he sang badly. It's a bit of a spoof. However, he did not expect the public opinion effect afterwards. If he did this in order to destroy the image of Xia the school beauty in everyone's mind and elevate himself, he had never thought about it at all. To show my apology, I'll take you out for a nice dinner tonight, just the two of us. Thinking about it, Su Wen suddenly suggested. That's what you said, Lagugu. As soon as Xia Xinyao heard that there was going to be a big meal, she was no longer angry. She stretched out her little finger and said quickly. Su Wen also smiled indifferently, and immediately stretched out his hand to make contact with her. It seems that he really can't make fun of classmate Xia anymore. He has apologized 3 times for just one concert prank. Oh. Time passed quickly and night fell in the blink of an eye. Because I promised Xia Xinyao that I would treat her to a big dinner. So after washing and getting ready, Su Wen sent a message to the other party, and then drove his Lamborghini Veneno out of the school with Xia. Where are we going to eat? Student Xia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously. Why don't we go to Mylida Plaza? I just recently acquired the property rights of Mylida Plaza. Let's go over there and take a look. Su Wen said with a smile while driving. To others, this might be shocking enough. However, when he said it, it sounded so light. Sure enough, Xia Xinyao heard him say that. He looked at him in shock. In the end, I just opened my mouth but couldn't say anything. All right. She's used to it. Second Ring Road, Boulevard. Plaza Miramar. Plaza Miramar stands at a crossroads, so it is very busy. Not long after, a luxury supercar came here and stopped in the parking lot. Then Su Wen and Xia got out of the car and walked towards the center of the square where people were coming and going. I have to say that Plaza Miramar is really big. Not only is the building magnificent, but its shape is also very eye-catching. No wonder it has been featured in international weekly magazines. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao walked side by side inside for about 10 minutes. Finally we stopped in front of a very luxurious restaurant. Hi Shen-Tian, would you like to have a seafood feast? Xia Xinyao looked at the restaurant's facade with shining eyes. Well, I wonder if you like seafood? Su Wen asked. If Xia doesn't like it, he can choose something else. Of course, seafood is my favorite. Student Xia lifted the bag on her shoulder and said excitedly. Before Su Wen could say anything else, she took the other person's hand and walked into the restaurant together. With a welcome, the two came into the hall. Then their eyes lit up and they were attracted by the hall in front of them. I have to say, this restaurant is really big and luxurious. The area is several hundred square meters, but there are less than 50 dining tables. It gives people a feeling of spaciousness and non-oppression. Looking more closely, the hall has elegant classical decorations. There are murals around, a transparent bathtub, and even lanterns hanging high, which makes it very quiet and pleasant. Immediately afterwards, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao chose one of the seats and sat down. At the same time, a staff member came over and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, I wonder what you two would like to eat. There is a menu on the table." As he spoke, the staff pointed to the two menus on the table. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao nodded, and without any hesitation, they picked up the menu and started looking at it. The two looked at it and ordered steamed eggs, mantis shrimp, scallop vermicelli, white shrimp, swimming crab, golden garlic oysters, steamed sea crucian carp, and 2 Boston lobsters. Although I ordered a lot. But for Su Wen, this is nothing. He was a little hungry, how could he not eat? Not to mention classmate Xia. Don't be fooled by her slender figure, but if she really lets go of eating, she has never lost, not to mention her favorite seafood. After the two of them ordered their food, the waiter left. In just 10 minutes, the seafood feast was served on the table. I can only say that fortunately the dining table is big enough. Otherwise, it would be a bit overwhelming to put all the dishes we ordered in. Afterwards, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao started working wearing transparent gloves. However, at that moment, they were attracted by the delicious food in front of them and did not notice the food on another table not far from theirs. A group of young men in fancy clothes looked over at them from time to time. Especially, he scanned Xia Xinyao again and again, revealing an extremely greedy and determined look. Chapter 83: The One Who Destroys the Atmosphere. Fuck, brother Xiang, look at that girl over there, she's so beautiful. Yes, I noticed it as soon as I came in. This woman is simply top-notch. Brother Xiang, you are an expert at picking up girls. You never fail. How about going up to say hello? In the luxurious restaurant, at another table about 7 or 8 meters away from Su Wen's table, a group of young people kept looking at Su Wen while discussing something. And the man called Brother Xiang swept his aggressive gaze over Xia Xinyao again and again. It was like a ferocious beast seeing the prey it most needed. An unprecedented light burst out from his eyes. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see they just arrived? Besides, we've ordered so much food here, we have to eat most of it before leaving, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss? Suddenly, the man named Brother Xiang said with a sinister smile. He is a perfectionist, how can he waste food? This table of seafood costs several thousand yuan. Yes, I almost forgot. Brother Xiang, you are a good citizen who saves food. You usually eat every grain of rice in your bowl. I just don't know if my brothers can enjoy the good life with me this time? Several of his brothers immediately started to flatter him and spoke in a flattering manner. His eyes were full of anticipation. Ha ha! You guys are good at talking. In that case, let's get in line. The man called Brother Xian laughed, full of pride. His name is Ma Xian, and he is a well-known gangster leader in this area. 3 generations of my ancestors were all ruthless people in this area. I wouldn't say I'm very rich, but at least I have a lot of connections and few people will mess with me in this area. It was this kind of family that led to this young man's lawless and arrogant character. As long as he wants it, there is rarely anything he cannot get. Just like the prey he saw tonight, he seemed to have already regarded it as his own. At the same time, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao, who were sitting at another table, naturally had no idea about the topic they were talking about. They are enjoying their feast. However, it cannot be said that we are completely unaware. At least Su Wen felt the gazes of some people. But with his current strength, he is not afraid of any threats at all, so he doesn't care too much. Of course, if someone is ungrateful and wants to disturb them, he also doesn't mind giving the other party a head-on blow. The time of enjoyment is always short. Before I knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Look at the table again. The table was originally full of seafood, but after the two of them feasted on it, less than 1/5 of it was left. Su Wen originally thought that he was already a big eater. But he found that classmate Xia sitting opposite him seemed to eat more than him. He hasn't stopped talking yet. Looking at classmate Xia eating seriously, Suwen couldn't help but laugh. I have to say, Xia Xinyo is really beautiful. Even when eating, she looks cute and pretty. Seeing that there seemed to be a slight stain on the corner of the other person's mouth, Suwen smiled and took out a napkin to wipe it for her. Thank you. Xia Xinyo was not polite either, seeing that Suwen wanted to wipe her mouth. She even raised her head slightly so that he could wipe it. They looked like a young couple. But, in good times, there are always people who are out of place. The group of people with bad intentions just now finally revealed their true colors. TSK. What a happy couple. I just don't know if can also join in the fun? Just when Su Wen and Xia Xinyo were still immersed in sweetness. Suddenly a rough man's voice sounded, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. Su Wen frowned. Sure enough, what is supposed to come will come. He raised his head and glanced at the other party, and said coldly, "We are having a meal, can you please not disturb us?" He doesn't want to cause trouble. After all, it was not easy to get out with Xia Xinyo. There is really no point in wasting time dealing with these people. But that's how people are. Sometimes the more scared you appear, the weaker you are. The other party will think you are easier to bully. So Suwon's words just now not only did not make them retreat, but instead made them burst out laughing. Hey young man, you should thank my elder brother. If it weren't for him, you might not even be able to eat this meal. That's right. Actually, we saw you when you just came in. We wanted to come over and get to know you right away. My brother is a good person, so we waited until you were done eating before coming over. But you didn't appreciate it. Yes, you are so ungrateful and have angered my eldest brother. That will bring you bad luck. Several people laughed loudly and looked like crazy people in the restaurant. At this time, Xia Xinyo also frowned slightly and had stopped eating. She took off her gloves and pulled out her cell phone. Be prepared to call the police if anything seems wrong. However, this scene was naturally seen by Ma Xian and others. Suddenly, a younger brother came up and tried to snatch her cell phone. However, just when his hand was about to touch Xia, he could no longer move forward. Because Su Wen had already taken action at some point. His hand tightly grasped the man's wrist like a pair of pliers, and no matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't move. You. The man was about to curse. As soon as Su Wen exerted force, he heard a click sound. The opponent's wrist bone was crushed in this way. A heart-wrenching scream instantly resounded throughout the restaurant. Before everyone could come to their senses, one of Ma Xian's men had already been dismissed. At this moment, the restaurant manager seemed to have heard the screams. Suddenly he came from another direction. He saw a group of people surrounding Su Wen. Another person was lying on the ground. He immediately ran over and asked, "What's going on? What's going on? What happened just now?" Wait until the manager comes closer. When he saw that one of the parties was actually Ma Xian's gang, he was even more surprised. "Brother Xiang, is that you? Look at this, what happened? Who provoked you again?" The manager looked at Ma Xiang in surprise. Obviously, the two parties know each other. But it's not surprising. Ma Xiang has a bad reputation in this area and no one knows how many people he has harmed. Who among those who live in this area doesn't know him? "Manager Chen, you have nothing to do here, get out of here. Someone hurt my brother, and I'm going to kill him today." At this time, Ma Xian also came to his senses. Looking at his brother lying on the ground, his face changed. Then he showed an extremely angry look. It seemed as if it was about to explode at the next moment. The manager was stunned. "This. Brother Xian, look at what you said. You are Brother Xian, who dares to fight with you. Calm down, calm down. Besides, you are also a regular customer of our restaurant. Can you please give me a favor? You are a manager, how can you have any respect in front of me? I'm in a good mood today and wanted to pick up a girl, but this brat is so ignorant that he dared to hit my people. If I don't beat him to death today, I'm not even surnamed Ma." The manager also wanted to prevent the conflict. But unfortunately, Ma Xian was very angry, so how could he pay any attention to him? He reached out and pushed the manager, almost knocking him over. Then he looked at Su Wen and shouted, "Brothers, destroy him for me." As he said this, he was about to raise his hand and call on his younger brothers to beat someone up. However, just as he was about to reach out, suddenly, there was a loud bang. I don't know who it was, but someone kicked Ma Xian in the waist. Suddenly, the unprepared Ma Xiang was like a deflated ball and was kicked several meters away. It caught everyone present off guard. Except, a face that Su Wen felt familiar with appeared in front of him. Chapter 84, Meeting Qingdao again. Ah! Another scream was heard, scaring many customers at the scene. Everyone looked towards Su Wen. For a moment, I didn't even have time to eat the delicious food on the table. It's you! Compared to everyone. Su Wen looked at the man who suddenly appeared and was slightly surprised. Isn't this the Qingdao who almost demolished his tea house? That was the helper Zhang Haotian called over to the Xianhe tea house. What's his name? Uncle Jiao. However, it seems that it is not only Su Wen who is familiar with him. Even the group of subordinates who had just seen their brother Xiang being kicked and were about to shout in anger after seeing Qingdao. They all widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. It seems that they also know Qingdao. However, Qingdao ignored the group of younger brothers at all. He looked directly at Su Wen and immediately put on a smile and said, "Brother Su, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's me, Qingdao. I didn't expect that you still remembered me, Brother Su. I feel so honored. Are you okay just now?" Facing Su Wen's surprise, Qingdao, on the contrary, spoke respectfully and in a flattering manner. Compared to the first meeting at the Xianhe tea house, this time, his attitude towards Su Wen was completely different. "Of course I'm fine. I just didn't expect that you would actually help me. Come to think of it, we were enemies in the tea house before, right?" Su Wen said with a calm expression. "I don't seem to have much good feelings towards this person." Forehead. "Boss Su, you are joking. There is no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, huh?" Qingdao responded with embarrassment but still a smile. He knew that Director Su must still be unhappy about the last tea house incident, so he quickly said, "Brother Su, I was wrong about the last tea house incident. It was me, Qingdao, who was blind and did not recognize the great man and offended you. I hope that Brother Su will be magnanimous and not take this matter to heart. I, Qingdao, would like to apologize to you." After saying this, he didn't care at all about the looks of the people around him and bowed to Su Wen to express his apology. The reason why Qingdao suddenly became so humble and respectful in front of Su Wen was naturally because he already knew Su Wen's identity. Before that, he knew that Xianhe Tea House had a new owner. Moreover, this new boss has some relationship with Xia Chengdong of Huaxing Group. He specially sent someone to investigate Su Wen's identity. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Su Wen actually owns several large companies. Among them, there is even a giant enterprise like Worcester. He was dumbfounded at that time. Thinking that he had been dealing with such a mysterious and powerful person before, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Now we see each other again. Of course, Qingdao didn't dare to do it again, and even bowed to express his apology. And he bowed. The younger brothers following behind him naturally bowed in unison. This action shocked everyone watching. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about Su Wen's identity. As for Su Wen, after seeing how Qingdao's attitude changed so much, he couldn't help but admire his thick skin. It's true that in the blink of an eye, an old hen turns into a duck. When we first met, you were quite arrogant, but now you've learned to be polite. Su Wen spoke slowly. I don't know whether it was a mockery or an exclamation. Hearing that Su Wen had something else in mind, Qingdao didn't dare to say anything more. He chuckled and said again, "Don't worry, Director Su, I have no ulterior motives in helping you this time. I just saw that some people were ungrateful, so I wanted to teach them a lesson. Besides, these people are somewhat related to me, and I don't want to offend you again because of them." Qingdao continued, his tone full of sincerity. After hearing what Qingdao said, Su Wen was naturally confused. He frowned and asked, "Do you know these people?" "Yes, Mr. Su, we know each other. This group of people can be considered my subordinates. After all, Ma Xian followed me before. Especially the Ma family and I have some connection. Brother Su, don't worry. No matter what happened today, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Seeing that Su Wen was asking questions, how could Qingdao dare to be negligent? So he quickly answered truthfully. After he finished speaking, Qingdao turned to look at Ma Xian, who was still lying on the ground, and his group of younger brothers. His expression immediately changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Why did you have a conflict with Brother Su?" Uncle Gio, I. At this moment, Ma Xian's men were completely dumbfounded. In fact, from the moment Qingdao bowed to Su Wen, they were already stunned and couldn't even believe their eyes. There was no way. Who was standing in front of them? That's Uncle Nine. Who is Uncle Gio? As for Brother Xian's family, they are only famous in the upper city area. Uncle Gio is a well-known figure in the entire Magic City. They are not on the same level at all. Anyone with a little social background knows Uncle Gio. However, even such an Uncle Gio was actually servile and fawning in front of the young man in front of him. How could they not be shocked? Tell me, what's going on? Also, bring Ma Xian over to me. I have something to ask him. Seeing those little brothers cowering in fear, they couldn't even fart. Qingdao immediately got angry. He shouted loudly, scaring several of his younger brothers. How dare they say anything more? He quickly ran to his boss, helped him up, and then walked over here. It seemed that Qingdao's kick just now was not light. At this moment, Ma Xiang, who was being supported over, was walking towards the side, crying out in pain. Uncle Gio. Ma Xian spoke tremblingly, not daring to mention the kick he had just received. Tell me, what happened just now? There was no trace of sympathy in Qingdao's eyes. He looked at his former subordinate Ma Xiang and questioned him harshly. Uncle Nine, just now I saw the girl sitting opposite this young man and she was pretty, so I wanted to make friends with her, but she didn't want to, so? Uncle Gio asked. Even if Ma Xian had 100 courages, he would not dare not reply. But in the end, he still couldn't finish his words. So you guys want to force your friendship with her, right? Qingdao said what Ma Xiang didn't dare to say. Then Qingdao sneered and continued, besides, I don't know what kind of person you are, kid. What you call making friends is not the kind where you take a fancy to a girl's looks and then bring her to the hotel. Qingdao didn't give him any face and directly exposed his lies. Then his expression became colder and colder. Uncle Gio, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I am the one who caused the trouble. I was just imagining things and brought shame to you, Uncle Gio. Please don't get angry. And this brother, this lady, Ma Xiang, was blind just now. I was crazy and I deserved to die. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time. As soon as I saw Qingdao's expression, Ma Xian knew that Uncle Gio was really angry. Once Uncle Gio gets angry, the consequences will be serious. This time, he was really scared. I was so scared that my heart was trembling with fear and my liver and gallbladder were breaking. Chapter 85 The Profound Price. Ma Xiang knew Uncle Gio too well. Uncle Gio is famous for being cruel. If he loses his temper, will there be any good outcome for him? Not to mention, he had offended a young man whose status was even more powerful than Uncle Gio. So at this moment, what face, what dignity? He couldn't take care of anything. However, Ma Xiang was not the only one who was afraid at this moment. The group of men under his command saw that Uncle Gio was about to get angry. They were so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy. However, some things happened and they happened. How can you learn your lesson without paying a price? Su Wen sneered and looked at Qingdao and said, Qingdao, right? After all, they are all your people. It's up to you to decide how to deal with them. But they disturbed me and my friends. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Su Wen said this with a calm expression, as if there was something else behind his words. And Qingdao is such a great man, how could he not understand the meaning behind the other party's words? Brother Su, rest assured. My subordinates provoked you. They are blind and don't know how to appreciate your kindness. I will make them pay the price, and I will definitely give you, Brother Su, a satisfactory answer. His face became serious and he assured Su Wen. The last tea house incident was because he didn't know Su Wen's identity, which almost caused him to offend this untouchable person. Now his men have provoked Su Wen again. If we don't handle it well, won't we create new grudges? Thinking about it, he looked at his former subordinate Ma Xiang, his eyes narrowed, Xiangzi, and your group of little brothers. You have offended Brother Su by not recognizing his talent. You can't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he looked at the younger brothers behind him. You guys, cripple one arm and one leg of each of them, so they will learn their lesson. Qingdao said slowly, his tone full of coldness. As a well-known social figure in Demon City. Although he brought only a few men this time, each of them was a seasoned fighter. Isn't it easy to deal with Ma Xian and others? What's more, Qingdao is here. The other party dares to fight back? Yes. As soon as he spoke, several younger brothers in suits standing behind him immediately stood up and responded. No, Uncle Jiao, Mr. Su. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you, Master Su. Please. As soon as they heard that Uncle Jiao wanted to destroy them, Ma Xian and the others turned pale immediately. He showed an expression of extreme horror. What a joke. Break one of their arms and one of their legs. Wouldn't they all become useless people in the future? Even if his hands and feet are restored in the future, he will inevitably be left with permanent disability. How could they not be afraid? How could they not beg for mercy? But unfortunately, they haven't finished speaking yet. Qingdao's men attacked with lightning speed. Suddenly, there was a series of bang 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 noises. Ma Xian and others were beaten to the ground one by one. Countless punches and kicks fell on them. Several people were in so much pain that they were almost dead. Most of the punches and kicks landed on the arms and legs of several people. From time to time, you can hear a slight clicking sound. It was obviously the sound of the arm and leg bones breaking due to external attack. After a minute or two, several people stopped. Ma Xiang and others were already dying. There is no longer any sign of vitality. Their arms and legs were particularly badly injured. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Now, unless they stay in bed for a few months, they may never be able to regain their freedom. He. Brother Su, are you satisfied with this result? It seems that this group of people have finally been taught a lesson. Qingdao then chuckled and looked at Su Wen flatteringly. Su Wen nodded. It's okay, I've learned my lesson. But I have to say that what you did today was quite wise. Just now your subordinate Ma Xian tried to be rude to my friend, but she is Xia Qingdong's daughter. If something happened to her today, think about it, as Ma Xian's boss, can you escape responsibility? Su Wen sneered and said deliberately. The purpose, of course, is to scare those people in society who are usually fearless. And the result was just as he expected, as soon as he said this. Whether it was customers, managers, or Qingdao, Ma Xiang and others at the scene, they all felt a jolt in their hearts and showed expressions of shock. What, she is Director Xia's daughter? Qingdao looked at the overly pretty girl standing at the dining table with an expression of disbelief on his face. Of course he knew who Xia Qingdong was. Last time at the Xianhe tea house. It was because of his concern for Director Xia that he didn't dare to smash the tea house. Now, the person standing in front of him was actually his daughter. How could he not be shocked? And thought of what Su Wen said just now. Qingdao became more and more scared the more he thought about it. Yes. If it is true as Su Wen said, this girl is Mr. Xia's daughter. If Ma Xiang really did something to her, the consequences would be disastrous, and he would probably be in trouble too. As he thought about it, Qingdao's anger grew deeper. He looked at the man lying on the ground and couldn't help but stretched out his foot again and kicked him hard. Ma Xiang cried out in pain again. After Qingdao kicked Ma Xiang, he immediately looked at Xia Xinyo and said quickly, Miss Xia, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's my men who were too reckless and ignorant. Look, I've taught them a lesson. Please don't take it to heart. Otherwise, if Director Xia finds out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Qingdao clasped his hands together, looked at Xia Xinyo and prayed. There was no way, the other party's background was too powerful, he really didn't dare to offend him. From beginning to end, Xia Xinyo didn't say anything. Seeing someone apologizing to him, he nodded and frowned, saying, try to restrain your subordinates and stop doing things that hurt others and benefit yourself. Then she looked at Su Wen again, smiled and said, I'm almost done eating, why don't we go? After that, she picked up her bag. It seems that he doesn't want to stay here any longer. This is normal. After all, who would still have the mind to continue eating after encountering such a thing? Besides, she didn't lie. She had indeed finished most of the seafood on the table. Even if Ma Xian and others didn't come, they would probably leave after eating for a short time. Well, let's go. Seeing that classmate Xia was leaving, Su Wen naturally had no objection. He smiled calmly, seeing that there were many people here. He was ready to take Xia Xinyo's hand and leave. But what he didn't expect was that when Suwon was about to leave, Qingdao suddenly called out to him and wanted to add him on VX with a flattering look on his face. He said that if I need help in the future, I can come to him. He will certainly do his best to help. Originally, Suwon didn't want to add him, after all, they were enemies before. But he couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm and took the initiative to pay for Suwon's seafood dinner. Suwon told him his VX number and asked him to add him as a friend. Afterwards, Suwon-kai took Xia Xinyo away from the restaurant. Ahem. Sorry, there were too many people there just now. So I just held your hand and came out. After walking out of the restaurant, I walked about 10 meters further. Suwon found that his hands were soft and smooth. It seems like there is something that feels particularly comfortable to touch. Then he reacted. When he came out, he seemed to take classmate Xia's hand and came out naturally. Wipe. He was so scared that he let go of her hand and apologized. Chapter 86 Shared Dividends. No. It's okay. Xia Xinyo blushed and felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she was surprised when Suwon held her hand at first. But after leaving the restaurant, she realized that holding hands felt good. Intimate and reassuring. No wonder many couples like to hold hands while shopping. Unfortunately, before she could fully experience the feeling, Suwon let go. She wanted to continue, but she didn't dare to say it. If she says it out loud, will classmate Su think she is too frivolous? But if she didn't say it, she would feel itchy again. Ah. So conflicted. Seeing Xia's blushing face and shy expression, Suwon thought she was embarrassed, so he laughed and changed the subject. It's still early, why don't we go for a walk on the street? As he spoke, he and classmate Xia walked slowly in the square, shoulder to shoulder. They looked around and took a closer look. Went to clothing store, supermarket, game city, snack city, etc. I visited many places and bought a lot of snacks. So that when the time came to the next day, Suwon and Xia Xinyao's roommates just got up from the dormitory and saw bags of snacks on the ground with no place to put them. Damn, Lao Su, did you and classmate Xia rob the supermarket last night? You bought so many snacks. Yeah. This is too exaggerated. Wow, many of them are luxury brands, black truffles, gold foil macarons, Erk's potato chips. In the boys' dormitory, Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, and He Wenfeng had just gotten out of bed when they saw a lot of snacks that they usually wanted to eat but couldn't. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There are so many delicious foods, it's hard to stop. Ha ha. What's the big deal? I bought so many snacks originally just to share with everyone, so of course I bought more. During this period, everyone should not buy snacks at school. Just eat what I buy first and we'll talk about it after you're done. Suwon smiled and said nonchalantly. Fuck, is this true? Lao Su, you are so loyal. As soon as they heard that these snacks would also be theirs, the brothers were immediately delighted and started to flatter him. When have I ever been disloyal? Suwon shook his head and smiled helplessly. While we were talking, my roommates washed their faces and brushed their teeth, and soon they all went to class. Suwon got up a little later and went to class later. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? And it was just when Suwon had just finished washing his face. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and checked, and it turned out to be a call from Hills Hotel. Without thinking much, he picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su? A woman's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, I am. What's wrong? Suwon was puzzled. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhao Ting, the financial manager of Hills Hotel. I'm calling you today to tell you that it's the end of October and our Hills Hotel will soon be conducting its annual profit settlement. As the chairman, you will also distribute profits according to the percentage of shares. After the tax settlement, the dividend income will be deposited into your personal account at the Hills Hotel, so please pay attention to the changes in the funds in your personal account in the next 2 days. If you need to use the money, you can directly withdraw cash from your personal account at the hotel to your private bank card. On the other end of the phone, the woman spoke word by word. The tone was respectful. Upon hearing this, Suwon was stunned at first. Then I felt ecstatic. Depend on. This is such a surprise. I never thought that he would be able to get dividends from the company so soon. Before, he thought that if he wanted to get dividends from the company, he would have to do so at least at the end of the year. Unexpectedly, the dividend settlement time of Hills Hotel is different. By the way, how much profit will I get from this share dividend? After the surprise, Suwon couldn't help but express his curiosity and excitement. If a big company like this distributes dividends, you can get a lot of money at one time, right? Boss Su, this is it. From October last year to October this year, after paying corporate tax, Sears had an operating net profit of $4.671 billion. You own 51% of the shares in Hills Hotel, but you have only been in charge of our company for 2 months. After settling personal income tax, your income is currently around $320 million. The finance manager answered carefully. I was afraid that Director Su would be dissatisfied. $320 million? Suwon was slightly stunned. It seemed to be a lot less than he imagined. But when I think about the short time I have been in office. Plus, we have to pay taxes, which is understandable. $320 million is $320 million. Although it's not much money, it's money after all. Okay, thank you, Miss Zhao. Having said that, Suwon hung up the phone. At the same time, he started to think in his mind. By the way, he still has more than $28 million in cash in his card. In 2 days, with another $300 million, that will be close to $350 million in cash. Damn, this is too cool, right? As he thought about it, Suwon couldn't help but smile happily. Happiness, sometimes it's so simple. And during days like these, Suwon slowly waited for the day when his shares would be distributed as dividends. I have to say that the days of waiting are always the most torturous. When you have expectations, during the time you expect, you will feel that the days are moving slower than usual. Just like Suwon now. It feels like these 2 days have passed longer than a week. However, Suwon's wait is still very meaningful. Just when the time came to the last day of the month. Finally, it was almost noon that day. Suwon received financial information from his personal account at Hills Hotel. A huge sum of money was wired into his hotel account. Immediately following, the account balance shows 325 million yuan. Looking at the rows of zeros in his personal hotel account, Suwon was so excited. The money has been transferred to the account, which is 325 million. Now, whenever he wants to use the money, he can withdraw it to his personal bank card at any time. However, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, the money will not disappear. Just extract it when he needs it. Just as he was excited, his cell phone rang. It's a VX message sent by classmate Xia. Remember to attend our company's banquet tomorrow. Dress up a little more handsomely and try to be a qualified, spirited young man. Looking at the reminder message sent by Xia Xinyao, Suwon finally remembered. Yes. I had promised classmate Xia that I would be his boyfriend. He almost forgot about the share dividend these days. Then he sent a big okay. And time soon came to the day when Huaxing Group would hold a banquet. On Dao Street, Huading 7-star hotel. Different from other companies. Although Huaxing Group is a telecommunications company, it has its own hotels. This Huating Hotel is owned by the Huaxing Group. And it is a top 7-star hotel. This hotel is not far from the Huaxing headquarters, only 400 or 500 meters away. Therefore, it is usually the exclusive venue for Huaxing Group to receive customers or hold large-scale banquets. Just like today. Today's Huating Hotel is very different. There are lanterns hanging high at the entrance of the luxurious hotel, which is dozens of meters high. Dozens of meters of red carpet were laid on the ground. On both sides of the carpet, there are neatly arranged roses. It seemed as if it was waiting for the arrival of some distinguished guests. Judging from the situation, the guests arriving today are really not simple for Huaxing Group. Chapter 87: The Sun Family Wants to Marry. Soon, we saw the hotel entrance. Suddenly, several black luxury Maybach cars drove up. Then, 7 or 8 people came out of the car. These people are both men and women. The man is majestic and the woman is elegant. You can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary people. And the man walking in front exuded an air of majesty. And he is the leader of this group of people. He is also the chairman of Xiaxing Group, Sun Whiting. Director Xia, Vice Director Yang, you are too polite. I am really flattered that such a grand ceremony was arranged to welcome us. When this group of people walked to the entrance of the hotel lobby, I saw Xia Qingdao and other shareholders waiting outside. Sun Whiting quickly stepped forward, greeted each other and shook hands. Ha, isn't this how it should be? Xia Xin Group has been cooperating with our company for so many years, and they don't even have this little bit of pomp and circumstance. Isn't that a lack of respect? Xia Changdong responded with a smile. As soon as they met, the two sides started chatting enthusiastically. Hello, Uncle Xia. At this moment, another man spoke. The man was probably in his 20s and had a good appearance. The words were quite elegant. Ah, it's son Johnny. My goodness, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown so much taller and so handsome. Not bad, not bad. Xia Chengdong looked at the person who was speaking and saw that it was Sun Whiting's son Sun Johnny, so he looked him up and down. Then he nodded repeatedly and praised. But compared to Su Wen, it still feels a little bit worse. Xia Chengdong commented in his heart. Ha, thank you for the compliment, uncle. The young man naturally had no idea what Xia Chengdong was thinking. When he heard the other party's praise, he immediately responded with a smile. At the same time, I seem to feel a little proud. Xia Chengdong, on the other hand, was chatting with the guests while taking them into the hotel lobby. Afterwards, the group rushed to the 30th floor of the hotel, which was where large banquets were held. I have to say, a 7-star hotel is luxurious. When Xia Chengdong brought Sun Whiting and a group of people to the 30th floor by elevator, what comes into view is a huge and luxurious hall. It is estimated to be over 1,000 square meters. There were dozens of round tables inside, and the middle of each round table was filled with flowers. It's pleasing to the eye at first glance. Many guests have already arrived in the hall. If we count them carefully, there are probably hundreds of people. These guests were all wearing suits and ties, looking quite extraordinary. Among them are senior executives of Huaxin Group. Of course, there were also other business leaders invited by the company. Even the Xia family members were among them. For example, Xia Chengdong's wife Su Yun, second brother, and third sister. At the same time, of course, there are also the younger generation such as Xia Qiuyan and Xia Keming. As for Xia Xinyao, she and Su Wen are on the way. At this moment, in the hall, everyone saw Xia Chengdong personally leading a group of guests here. I knew that this must be someone from Huaxin Group as partner, Xiaoxin Group. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes over. Many people have even begun to get excited and want to go up and say hello. You know, Xiaoxin Group is the same as Huaxin. It is also one of the world's top 100 companies. Dealing with the leaders of such companies is definitely beneficial and harmless. And it turned out to be true. Shortly after Xia Chengdong brought Sun Whiting and others to the hall, the guests gathered around and couldn't help but start chatting. Ah, you must be Mr. Sun, you are really majestic. I have always heard of your name but never had the chance to meet you. Today I finally get to see you in person. Yes. I am so lucky to see you in person, and to see you and Mr. Xia together. Mr. Sun, I heard that your Xiaoxin Group invested more than 10 billion in a company. I couldn't believe it at the time. This is really a big deal. The guests chatted and laughed. They couldn't help but flatter Sun Whiting. This caused Sun Whiting to laugh out loud from time to time. At this moment, someone noticed that there was a young man with good temperament standing next to Mr. Sun, so they asked curiously, Mr. Sun, I think this young man looks 70% similar to you, is he your son? Ha ha. Yes, he is my son Johnny. I graduated from graduate school last year and have just joined my company, where I am learning management. When he comes up, I will retire and hand over the company to him. Seeing someone notice their child, Sun Whiting did not shy away from the question and spoke directly. He seemed even happier when talking about his son. His face was full of pride. When everyone heard that this young man was Mr. Sun's son, everyone's eyes lit up. So he is your son. No wonder he is so handsome. Yes. Your son is not only handsome and has a good temperament, but he is also an excellent student. This is really precious. Ha, in my opinion, Director Sun has such a handsome and talented son, and Director Xia happens to have a daughter. If their two families get married, wouldn't it be a perfect match made in heaven? Yes, what you said is true. Director Xia's daughter is as beautiful as a fairy, and Director Sun's son is also a handsome man. If they were together, they would be a perfect match. Everybody was laughing. He flattered both Mr. Sun and Mr. Xia. However, this is also their true inner thoughts. After all, the Xia family and the Sun family are both among the top 100 companies. It's rare to find such a perfect match. There is such a good opportunity for the two to join forces. Even if it were them, they would definitely not miss this opportunity. At this time, Sun Whiting was also very happy. He listened to everyone praising his son's excellence in holding the red string, and couldn't help laughing and said, "You guys, don't say that. After all, we don't know what Director Xia's attitude is, so how can we make such a joke?" However, although he said so, the smile on his face could not be concealed no matter what. After all, what these people said just now hit the mark right on his mind. The reason why he brought his son this time. In fact, it more or less means a marriage alliance. Of course, he was not the only one who was happy at this moment. Seeing that everyone was trying to match him up with Director Xia's daughter, Sun Zhani was also very happy. Xia Qingdong's daughter was a woman he had met before. She was indeed the most beautiful and elegant woman he had ever seen. It also haunted him many times. This time, the goal he set for himself was, I hope that through this opportunity to come to Shanghai, I can have a closer relationship with Mr. Xia's daughter, Xia Xinyao. Chapter 88 Identity Exposed. However, some are happy while others are sad. Compared to everyone's enthusiastic matchmaking, Xia Qingdong seemed a little ashamed. Although Sun Whiting's son is really good, but his daughter already has someone she likes. And he was extremely satisfied with that person. In this case, the Sun family's enthusiasm seemed a little embarrassing. But he couldn't say that. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a slap in Mr. Sun's face? Let the young people decide for themselves. Hey, girl, did you hear that? Those guests are trying to arrange a marriage between the Sun family and our Xia family. Not far away, brother and sister Xia Keming and Xia Qiuyan also heard the conversation of the group of people. Xia Keming couldn't help but laugh. Tisk, you're just being sentimental. When handsome Su and my cousin come later, they won't think so anymore. Xia Qiuyan, however, was slowly chewing the apple, not caring at all. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Just when the two were talking about Su Wen and Xia Xinya, the two protagonists they were talking about had already arrived at the Hua Ting Hotel in a Lamborghini. Then, under the leadership of Xia Xinyao, the two went to the 30th floor of the hotel, where the banquet was held. Su Wen has a good temperament and is handsome. Not to mention Xia Xinyao's beauty, her temperament is equally perfect. Plus, she is Xia Qingdong's daughter. As soon as the two of them appeared in the hall, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of eyes were instantly looking at them, with inquiry and curiosity in their eyes. Xia Keming and Xia Qiuyan were delighted to see Su Wen coming. I went to meet him immediately. Su Yun, Xia Hai, Xia Xueqing and others also walked towards Su Wen with smiles on their faces. It seems that Su Wen is quite popular in the Xia family. Ha ha. Director Xia, we just talked about your daughter and she's here. Oh my god, I haven't seen your daughter for several years. She is getting more and more beautiful. If you don't know her, you would think she is a fairy. Ha! There's a man next to your daughter. Who is he? The group of people surrounding Xia Qingdong naturally noticed the appearance of Su Wen and Xia Xinyao. Suddenly, everyone started praising Director Xia's daughter. But soon after, they were attracted by the man next to Xia Xinyao. This man's appearance alone is enough to make people's eyes light up. At this moment, he appeared at the banquet with Mr. Xia's daughter. This is quite intriguing. Ha, my daughter is here. And the guy next to my daughter is her college classmate. They have a very good relationship, so my children brought him here. When Xia Qingdong saw his daughter and Su Wen coming, he explained with a smile. Then, he led everyone to Su Wen. Prepared to introduce everyone to each other. And when I heard Xia Qingdong say this, everyone laughed at first, then nodded. But I was skeptical in my heart. They are all experienced people in the business world and are very cunning. Although Mr. Xia said so, it doesn't feel right that his daughter appears here with a man, right? No matter how good the relationship is it good enough to bring him to the party? Why do they feel that the probability of these two people being boyfriend and girlfriend is greater than that of them being classmates? After all, Mr. Xia's daughter is currently attending college. It's normal to be in love and have a boyfriend. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Wen again. They all shook their heads secretly, feeling regretful. I have to say, this guy does have a good appearance. It's just a pity that if he is really the boyfriend of Director Xia's daughter, then their relationship is doomed to fail. Not for any other reason, just because his opponent is too strong. Who are the Sun family? What kind of company is Xiaoxing Group? Sun Johnny, the young master of the Sun family, really has an all-powerful background. You get what you want. Moreover, he is a graduate student, well-educated and talented. They don't have any background or wealth to overwhelm you, but they are better than you just by their academic qualifications. How can you compare? At this moment, Sun Johnny showed displeasure when he saw the woman he liked walking with another man. What kind of person is worthy of being with Xia Xinyao? In his opinion, Mr. Xia's daughter was destined to be with him in the future. Anyone who wants to get close to her is like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. If Su Wen knew his inner thoughts at this moment, I'm afraid I won't know whether to laugh or cry. While everyone was daydreaming, they had already walked past. Xia Qingdao first smiled at Su Wen and greeted him warmly. Then he pointed at Xia Xinyao and Su Wen, looked at everyone and introduced them. This is my daughter. I'm sure everyone knows her, so I won't say much. I would like to introduce this person to you all. His name is Su Wen, and he is my daughter's college classmate. But you may not believe it, but he is the chairman of our Magic City Hills Hotel and the owner of the Crane Tea House. Xia Qingdao spoke slowly. There seemed to be pride in his tone. And I have to say it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They looked at Xia Qingdao, wondering if he was joking. Director Xia, you are not kidding us, are you? This guy is so young, how could he be the chairman of Hills Hotel? Some people don't believe in the Tao. Yes, Hills is a national chain of hotels. How can a young man like him manage it? Everyone couldn't believe it. But then they were stunned. You know, who said this just now? That's Mr. Xia, chairman of Huaxing Group. How could people of their level speak so much nonsense? How could you possibly make such a joke? Even Sun Johnny, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. But then he sneered in his heart. This young man has a pretty good background to be able to become the chairman of Hills Hotel. Considered a wealthy man. But compared with their Xiaoxing Group, there is a world of difference after all. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly walked over. The man first glanced at Su Wen, and when he saw that he had recognized the right person, his face immediately became excited, and then he said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Su, it's you, it's really you. I was standing quite far away just now and couldn't see you clearly, but I thought you looked familiar. I came over and saw that it was really you, Mr. Su." The man came up and looked at Su Wen excitedly. Director Wang, do you know each other? Xia Qingdao was stunned. Seeing that the man and Su Wen seemed very familiar with each other, he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Ha, Mr. Xia, you must be joking. How could we not be familiar with each other?" Just last month, at the suggestion of President Su, the Forster Group invested several billion in our company, which gave Jiahong Trading enough funds to implement its long-term development plan. I can't even thank him enough, how could I possibly forget? The middle-aged man said happily. Chapter 89 Sun Johnny's Dissatisfaction. Fuck, Mr. Wang, what did you just say? This young man asked Forster to invest billions in your company? Are you crazy? That's right, could he be the chairman of the company? As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone was shocked. I don't understand what the other person means. Let's not talk about them. Even Xia Qingdao's family looked confused. Oh. What are you talking about? Of course, Mr. Su was the chairman of Worcester. It was because he saw the future of our company that he asked Worcester to invest in our company. That's why Jiahong Trading has the opportunity to cooperate with Worcester. Seeing everyone looked confused, the middle-aged man laughed and quickly explained. You can tell that his tone is full of pride. And he was Wang Chanan, the business friend Su Wen met last time at Tangjiahuing Technology. In other words, it was Su Wen who asked him not to cooperate with Li Xiao's high-tech holding group. Quiet, extremely quiet. After listening to the other party's explanation. Not to mention the guests in other parts of the hall. At least around Su Wen, there was no sound at all. Because at this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide. He showed a stunned expression. Fuck, this. How is this possible? Did I hear correctly, this young man is the chairman of Worcester? That's right, isn't the chairman of Worcester a middle-aged man? When did he become this young man? Boss Wang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? After the silence, there is an explosion. Everyone immediately started talking and chatting. There was a look of disbelief on everyone's face. Just now, Xiao Qingdao introduced Su Wen's identity. Although it is shocking, it is still acceptable. But this time, how can people believe what Mr. Wang said? What company is Worcester? That's one of the top 100 in the world. Not to mention in the country, even looking at the world, it is one of the top e-commerce companies with a market value of trillions of dollars. He is ranked among the top 100 in the world. It is even a little bit ahead of Huaxin and Xiaxin Group. It is said that this young man is the chairman of the Worcester Group. It's like someone saying a 2.5-year-old can win a marathon. It's really too absurd and ridiculous. Xiaowan, is what Director Wang said true? After the shock, Xiao Qingdao was the first to speak. He looked at Su Wen with disbelief in his eyes. But this is not surprising. Ever since Xiao Qingdao first investigated Su Wen and found out that he was the chairman of Hills Hotel, he never investigated his background again. Hearing what Director Wang said at this moment, he was naturally shocked. Well, Mr. Wang is right. I am indeed the chairman of Worcester. I acquired 51% of Worcester's shares, and just last month, the former chairman of Worcester stepped down. Facing Xiao Qingdong's questions and everyone's curious and inquiring gazes, Su Wen smiled calmly, without trying to hide anything, and told the truth directly. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They looked at Su Wen, their eyes full of shock. The young man admitted it, he really admitted it. You know, there are so many business leaders here today. Anyone who sends someone to investigate his identity will know the truth of the matter and his lies will be exposed. However, even so, the other party still dared to say so. And he performed it so easily. If he is not the chairman of Worcester, where does such confidence come from? For a moment, no one knew what to say. My God, handsome Su is so low-key. He has such a powerful status, but he has never shown off to us. Suddenly, Xiao Qiuyan, who was standing aside, said with shining eyes. She admired Su Wen more and more. This is called being low-key. It's not like some people who want everyone in the world to know about their background. Xia Keming also smiled and was full of admiration for Su Wen. Even elders like Xiao Qingdong and Su Yun couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that Su Wen was indeed very low-key. Su Wen has joined the Xia family group for some time. During this period, we talked a lot in the group. But I never heard him say that he had any relationship with Worcester. Xia Xinyao, on the other hand, seemed to be the calmest person in the whole audience. Probably because she has been with Su Wen for a long time, she is now somewhat accustomed to Su Wen revealing his identity. So you are the new chairman of Worcester. Great, great. However, at this moment, suddenly a laugh was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked and saw that it was Sun Whiting, the chairman of Xiaxin Group, who spoke. He took 2 steps forward and shook hands with Su Wen first. Then he patted the other person's shoulder, looking very happy. This made Su Wen confused. Seeing that Su Wen seemed puzzled, Sun Whiting laughed again and explained, Boss Su, you may have just taken office in the company not long ago, so I don't know. Our Xiaxin Group and your company have been cooperating for more than 10 years. We are old friends. Sun Whiting explained slowly, looking very affectionate. After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. Xiaxin Group is one of the most famous mobile phone brands in China. And Worcester is the leading online shopping platform in China. Worcester can be said to be one of the most powerful sales channels of Xiaxin Group. It is indeed natural for the two companies to cooperate. Su Wen laughed and understood. He really didn't expect that Worcester and Xiaxin Group had a cooperation. But it's not too late to know now. Since we are partners, we have to give you face. They started chatting with each other while joking. At this moment, the Sun family should be the protagonists of this banquet. But now, everyone seems to be more interested in Su Wen. One by one they came up and greeted everyone enthusiastically, eager to make friends. In response, Su Wen just smiled helplessly. For him, this might be a normal scene. However, for some people, it is difficult to accept. This person is naturally Sun Whiting as Sun Johnny. He was first shocked by Su Wen's identity. Now I see he is being sought after by so many people again. Even his own father came forward and greeted the other party enthusiastically, stealing the limelight. How could he be calm? In school, no matter in terms of status, study, or appearance, he can be said to be very outstanding and a celebrity. This time, he didn't expect that he would be overshadowed by another man. Or in front of the woman you like. It felt like a stone was blocking his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Time passed quickly and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With the warm hospitality of the senior management of Huaxin Group, the welcome banquet was finally coming to an end. During this period, people who wanted to make friends with Su Wen came one after another. After all, Su Wen is from Shanghai, so he is naturally more popular than the Sun family in Pengcheng. Moreover, the Wooster Group is a well-known investment company. If you don't make friends with a big shot like this, who else can you make friends with? However, what was surprising was that just when the banquet was about to end. However, Sun Zhani made a request to the Xia family. That is, during these 2 days, he wanted to have some fun and go shopping in Shanghai. I hope Xia Xinyao can be his tour guide and take him to appreciate the scenery of the Magic City. Chapter 90 Game Company. Ha, if it's shopping, what's so difficult about that? It happens that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, and Xiaoyao doesn't have classes either, so I'll ask her to accompany you to have a good look around the Magic City. Facing Sun Zhani's request. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingdao agreed readily. After all, the Sun family came all the way from Pengcheng to Shanghai to discuss cooperation. If the Xia family couldn't even meet this request, it would be too disrespectful. However, how could a big shot like him not know some of the little thoughts of this young man? So he chuckled and continued, but my daughter can't drive. How about this, Xiaowen happens to have a car and can drive, let him and Xiaoyao take you there together. Xia Qingdao responded with a smile. What he said seemed reasonable. Okay. Faced with Xia Qingdao's suggestion, Sun Zhani's face froze slightly. Although I am somewhat unwilling and reluctant. But in the end he nodded and agreed. There was no way, he couldn't refuse by force. Once you refuse, it makes people feel like you did it on purpose. Seeing that he agreed, Xia Qingdao looked at Su Wen again, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaowen, stay with my daughter these 2 days and accompany young Master Sun to go shopping, is that okay? Invisibly, Xia Qingdao treated Su Wen as a family member. Su Wen was about to speak. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued a task, agree to Xia Qingdao's request and go shopping with Sun Zhani together with Xia Xinyao. Mission reward, 67% of the shares of Blizzard Games. Well, there are rewards. Oh shit, Blizzard Games? Listening to the system's broadcast, Su Wen was delighted at first. But then he reacted. Then I was shocked. This time the reward is actually a game company. And it is one of the most famous and largest online game companies in the country. Isn't that awesome? Blizzard, the online games he pioneered and developed are almost always popular and fun. It has influenced generations of people. With this gaming company, can I get it for 999 at a time? Not bad, really good. Originally, he was going to agree to Uncle Xia's request. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. This mission is so worth it. Thinking of this, Su Wen looked up at Xia Qingdao and said, no problem, it's just a small matter. He agreed without thinking. I want to go too. I want to go too. Take me with you. Yeah, my sister is right. Since we are here for fun, why don't we just go together? It just so happens that we have the weekend off. Suddenly, Xia Qiuyan and Xia Keming also started talking. When they heard that they were going to play, they became excited. Of course there's no problem with going out for fun, but my car can't accommodate so many people. Su Wen smiled helplessly. It's okay. I can drive. My sister and I can drive there by ourselves. Xia Keming responded immediately. Okay, then let's go together tomorrow. Anyway, no matter what you play, I'll cover all the expenses. Since the other party has a car, it will be easy. Su Wen smiled and said proudly. After all, the dividends from Hills Hotel came in yesterday. At this moment, he had so much money that he didn't know how to spend it. It's time to bleed. The next day. Because I agreed to take young Master Sun to visit the Magic City. So Su Wen got up very early. After washing up, he drove the Koenigsegg Gemera to the Manchunting Garden Villa area. Because he was going to bring someone with him, he specially chose a 4-seater car today. When he arrived at the villa area, he found that several people were already standing at the entrance of the villa area. It was Xia Xinyao, and the siblings Xia Keming and Xia Qiuyan. At the same time, there is a Ferrari SF90 parked next to it. Su Wen guessed that it should be Xia Keming's car. Let's go. Wait until Su Wen comes to them. He opened the car window, opened the door, and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law Su, can I take your car?" As soon as Su Wen opened the car door, Xia Qiuyan immediately ran up to him, grinning, begging and flattering him. "What? My car is infested with bugs? Can't I sit in it?" Xia Keming on the side was speechless. "What's the point of riding in the same car with you?" Xia Qiuyan was disdainful. "Sit if you want, I won't wait on you." Xia Keming didn't tolerate her and got into his equally cool Ferrari. Facing the two of them, they looked like they were competing against each other. Xia Xinyao shook her head, as if she was no longer surprised. And Su Wen naturally did not refuse Xia Qiuyan's request. Let her get in the car with Xia Xinyao. Then, the two cars drove away from the villa area. At Xia Xinyao's signal, the car drove directly to Huading Hotel. Because the people from Xiaxing Group have been living there these 2 days. On a busy street. A Koenigsegg and a Ferrari. It's like a beautiful landscape rushing along the road. After a while, we arrived at the gate of Huading Hotel. At the same time, Sun Jiani also appeared here on time. Although he didn't like Su Wen, he didn't bother to deliberately delay time or act like a big shot to target the other party. This practice is too low level. Young Master Sun, get in the car. After the car drove in front of Sun Jiani, Su Wen smiled and greeted him directly. Until now, he had only treated the other party as a guest. He didn't realize that he had become the biggest rival and opponent in the eyes of others. Sun Jiani's face looked a little ugly. However, he didn't say anything, just nodded and prepared to get in the car. At this moment, he noticed that there was another car behind him. Besides, the driver was Xia Xinyao's cousin, so he changed his mind and said with a smile, "I'd better take the car behind, as there is no one in that car." As he spoke, he came to the car behind and looked at Xia Keming and said, "Brother Xia, there are too many people in the car ahead. Do you mind if I take your car?" "Well, get in the car." Xia Keming nodded and naturally did not refuse. "Thank you." Having said that, Sun Jiani got into the car. It's not that he doesn't want to ride in the same car with Xia Xinyao. It's just that he didn't want to ride in Su Wen's car. In response, Su Wen shook his head and didn't say much, then drove away from the hotel first. Ferrari followed closely behind. I have to say, having a car is convenient. Go wherever you want. In this big and luxurious city, you can roam freely. However, the Magic City is too big. It is still too unrealistic to want to explore the whole place in just 1 or 2 days. Therefore, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao finally chose to take him to visit one famous tourist attraction after another. Of course, a lot of money was spent on food and drink during this period. However, every time when it came time to pay, Sun Jiani would pay for his own portion, or pay the entire bill to show his generosity. Su Wen smiled helplessly and let him go. Finally, while playing, at the suggestion of Sun Jiani, Su Wen brought everyone to one of the most famous museums in Shanghai. Chapter 91 Su Wen's comments on paintings. Young Master Sun, do you like museums very much? After Su Wen parked the car, he brought everyone to the museum lobby. He looked at Sun Jiani and asked curiously. Well, of course. I like the artistic atmosphere and cultural ethos of the museum. I feel peaceful as soon as I get here. In response to Su Wen's questions, Sun Jiani spoke slowly. Looking at these antiques and calligraphy and paintings here makes people feel peaceful? Is this true? Why didn't I feel it before? Xia Keming looked stunned. He scratched his head, looking very confused. Ha, that's normal. The topic is too high level and people's hearts are too impetuous. Nowadays, many people don't understand this. Sun Jiani smiled indifferently, and there seemed to be a hint of superiority in his tone. He is very fond of antiques, cultural relics, calligraphy and paintings, and has done a lot of research on them. Wait till he shows it here. It will also let everyone see what knowledge is. Let Miss Xia see that sometimes when you look at a man, you can't just look at his identity, background, and appearance. We should pay more attention to content and knowledge. With that in mind, everyone walked inside and officially began their sightseeing trip. I have to say that this museum is really big, covering an area of more than 12,000 square meters. And it is divided into floors and zones. There are bronze halls, sculpture halls, ceramic halls, calligraphy and painting halls, and so on. The museum is full of cultural relics. There are exquisitely carved jade and porcelain. It is very beautiful at first glance. There are also ancient bronze tripods and sculptures full of mystery. It seems to be telling the rings of history. Everyone watched and chatted. Sun Johnny also gave introductions to everyone from time to time to show off his knowledge. I have to say, this guy really has something in his stomach. With his introduction, everyone gained a certain understanding of various cultural relics. It seems like my horizons have been broadened. Finally, everyone came to the exhibition area of calligraphy and painting. Looking at various ancient paintings by literati, there is a different artistic conception. Here are precious ancient paintings by famous people, such as Shang Yu Tai, Seven Sages in the Bamboo Grove, and Four House playing chess. There are also some extraordinary modern masterpieces such as The Rising Sun, 1,000 Miles of Jiangling, and Clouds Clearing over Feilai Peak. Each painting has its own characteristics and beauty. Even Su Wen had to admit it. What Sun Jiani said before does make some sense. Come in occasionally to see these cultural relics, calligraphy, and paintings. It really gives people a sense of tranquility. How about it? These calligraphy and paintings are very beautiful, right? Sun Jiani said proudly. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he led everyone to an ink painting of falling leaves and said, "Look at this painting of autumn leaves. It was painted by Zhang Tianling, the most famous painter in our country today. This painting has rich line variations, clear light and dark relationships, and a tranquil and far-reaching quality. It is truly extraordinary." Sun Jiani couldn't help but nodded as he looked at the painting, seeming to like it very much. Then, he continued, "It was because of this painting that I heard that a collector wanted to buy Zhang Tianling's painting for 3 million, but he refused and gave it to the museum for free. He wants everyone to be able to appreciate his work. How many people can have this vision?" As Sun Jiani spoke, his tone was full of pride. Everyone looked at the painting, accompanied by Sun Jiani's detailed explanation. Suddenly, I seemed to feel the extraordinary nature of this painting. Even Su Wen couldn't help but nod his head and praised, "This ink painting is really good." It can be seen that the painter has a deep foundation. However, there is still a small regret in this painting, that is, the boundaries of some parts of the scene are too clear, lacking the sense of beauty. If it can be blurred a little bit at the end, then this painting will be perfect. Su Wen had been endowed with top-level calligraphy and painting skills by the system. With this ability, he could naturally see the subtle flaws in the painting. However, it would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as it was said, everyone was stunned. Not only Xia Xinyao, Xia Keming and his sister, and Sun Jiani. Even the other visitors nearby couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Then they looked at Su Wen, all with strange looks. "Ha, young people nowadays really don't know anything, yet they dare to speak so braggingly here. I don't know what their families taught them." Suddenly, an old voice with dignity and anger sounded behind everyone. Everyone looked back and saw an old man with his hands behind his back and a hunched back walking over. He looked at Su Wen and spoke with an unhappy expression. He was obviously unhappy with Su Wen's previous comments. At the same time, there was a beautiful woman in her 30s following him. "I don't know who they are." After the old man finished scolding Su Wen, he turned to look at Sun Jiani and said with a smile, "What do you do for this young man? You can actually point out the advantages of this painting and know the origin of this painting. It's not simple." As he said this, he also laughed. The words were full of praise. The change in attitude was so great that it was unexpected. "Thank you so much, sir. My name is Sun Jiani, and I am from Pengcheng. I came to the exhibition hall today just to see the cultural relics, calligraphy, and paintings." Seeing someone praising him, Sun Jiani was naturally delighted and responded politely. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, I wonder who you are?" "I am the Zhang Tianling you mentioned, and the author of this painting." The old man did not keep anyone in suspense and directly revealed his identity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. The layman didn't think much of it, but the audience who knew a little bit more were shocked. "What, you are Master Zhang Tianling?" Sun Jiani spoke in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe this was true. Su Wen, Xia Xinyao and others also showed surprised expressions. Although they don't know much about calligraphy and painting. However, through Sun Jiani's introduction just now, we also know how powerful Zhang Tianling is. At this moment, the master of painting suddenly appeared in front of everyone, which naturally caused everyone's surprise. Well, what I say, Zhang Tianling, is it true? The old man stroked his beard and said confidently. That's right, my teacher has no need to lie to you. He is the most famous painting master in the country today, Master Zhang Tianling. At this moment, the woman in the red cheongsam next to the old man also spoke, her tone full of pride. Then she looked at Su Wen and said with displeasure, Young master, may I ask if you have ever learned painting? If you don't understand anything, please don't comment on other people's paintings casually, otherwise you will only make people laugh. The woman said in a deep voice, her words were very impolite. Faced with the woman's questioning, Su Wen was also ashamed. He nodded and said, Master Zhang, I am really sorry for my brazen comments on your paintings just now. But I still say that your painting does have some minor flaws. If it can be further processed, its value will definitely be raised to a higher level. Chapter 92, Challenge to Draw Autumn Leaves. What do you mean? Are you questioning my teacher's painting? Seeing that the young man dared to question her teacher, the woman in red immediately became angry and shouted at him. Ha, young Master Su, Master Zhang is one of the best painters in the country and has created many classic works that are praised by everyone. Anyway, it seems a bit inappropriate to evaluate him like this, right? At this time, Sun Zhani, who was standing aside, smiled and started talking. Seeing Su Wen boasting and giving instructions on the painting of a master painter, he laughed secretly in his heart. This is called pretending to know when you don't. He has no special skills, but likes to give random advice on other people's professions. He didn't believe that Miss Xiao would like such a person. It must be said that today Su Wen really made Xia Xinyo and Xia Keming feel strange. They didn't understand why Su Wen was so obsessed with evaluating other people's paintings, especially those of a master. This is not like his usual style. Facing the questions from Zhang Tianling and others, as well as the doubts from Xia Xinyo and others, Su Wen smiled indifferently. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but I actually know a little bit about painting. If Master Zhang returns and uses this theme as the main theme and paints another picture of autumn leaves according to my method, I believe you will definitely have a different feeling. Of course, you are a master painter, and my comments on your paintings are just presumptuous. If you think I am wrong and not worth mentioning, you don't have to take my words to heart. Su Wen said slowly. He seemed to have said something, but also seemed not to have said anything. You. These words sounded extremely arrogant to the woman in red, and she was about to speak. At this moment, the old man waved his hand to stop her, and then looked at Su Wen. Young man, since you said you know how to paint, can I, Zhang, take a look at your painting skills? You can also paint a picture of autumn leaves based on this theme, so that I, an old man, can see whether you have real talent and knowledge. The old man put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. He is a stubborn person who cannot tolerate any flaws. Since this young man said his painting had flaws, then he would see what confidence the other party had to say such things. If the other party doesn't dare to draw, it means that this young man is just to show off and only knows how to talk on paper. And it was at this moment. The system actually appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System task, agree to Zhang Tianling's request and draw a picture of autumn leaves, and the value of the picture must exceed that of the other party. Mission reward, a set of Wing Chun. What the hell? Wing Chun? Su Wen was shocked when he heard the system's reward. There is actually Wing Chun? Damn, this system has everything. Ever since the system upgraded his physique, he had relied on strength, speed, and reaction ability when fighting with others. There is even martial arts this time. This is equivalent to adding skills. If you learn this, wouldn't it be awesome? Accept the mission. Su Wen said in surprise. When he gets the reward, next time he fights with someone, he will definitely try this set of boxing skills. It will definitely feel great. Wing Chun, Su Wen. Well, that sounds good. Then, he looked up at the old man and said, well, since Master Zhang invited me to paint a picture, I don't mind showing off my skills in front of an expert. It's just that there doesn't seem to be any paper, ink, brush, or place to paint here. Master Zhang, do you have a place to paint? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. He looked at Su Wen in disbelief. I thought the young man was just talking, but I didn't expect him to actually agree. Does this guy really have real talent or does he just not know his own worth? Are you serious? The old man opposite was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect the other party to dare to accept the challenge. For a moment, I couldn't do anything about him. Brother-in-law Su, you really want to compete with him in painting? Yes. Brother Su, the other party is a famous painting master. Xia Qiuyan and Xia Keming spoke with a worried look on their faces. They said this because they were afraid of Su Wen's reputation. If Su Wen can't draw later, it will be really embarrassing. Even Xia Xinyo said with a worried look on her face, "Forget it, Xia Wen, we have to go somewhere else later." In fact, Xia Xinyo said this just to give Su Wen a way out. However, Sun Jiani sneered secretly, pleased to hear and see. He saw that Su Wen not only criticized other people's paintings, but now he was actually going to paint his own. Isn't this just showing off your sword in front of Guangong and seeking death? Su Wen naturally didn't know what Sun Xiao was thinking. He saw Xia Xinyo and others persuading him. I know they are doing this for my own good. Then he smiled and said, it's okay. I have learned painting, so it's not difficult for me to draw a picture of autumn leaves. Okay. I, an old man, never thought that a young man like you would have such courage. I want to see if you are as capable as you say. I have a painting studio in the Magic City, which is only a few miles away from this museum. Come with me. Having said that, the old man stopped talking nonsense and turned around and walked out. The woman in red turned her head, glanced at Su Wen, and then showed a look of disdain. As if laughing at the other person's ignorance. Seeing them leading the way in front, Su Wen greeted everyone and followed. When the friends saw Su Wen following them, they naturally followed him one by one. After a while, everyone left the museum. When Su Wen and Xia Keming drove out of the parking lot, the woman in red drove a Porsche 911 and had been waiting at the exit. Apparently, he is also a rich man. Afterwards, under the guidance of the other party, Su Wen and Xia Keming drove behind them and passed through several busy streets. About 10 minutes later, it finally stopped in front of a building. Compared to the hustle and bustle just now, this street seems much quieter. And this building is not very tall. There are probably only 3 or 4 floors. But it looks majestic and quite ancient. The large characters World of Calligraphy and Painting on the plaque in front of the hall look quite extraordinary. This was the scene that Su Wen and others saw after getting off the car. This is one of my studios in the Magic City. Let's go, everyone. Looking at the plaque in front of him, the old man chuckled. Then he and the woman in red led everyone inside. Wow, this is so beautiful in here? Yeah. This is so ancient, and it's so bright and spacious. Hey, look at all the paintings hanging on the wall. They are really beautiful. Everyone followed the old man and looked at him as he entered the first floor lobby. Everyone was attracted by the pastoral style decoration of the interior. Then, I was amazed by the landscape paintings hanging on the wall. Because these paintings are so beautiful. Chapter 93 Extraordinary Painting Skills. That's nothing. Many of these paintings were painted by my friends in the same field or my apprentices. For example, this painting of dwelling in the mountain and flying geese in spring and autumn were painted by Xiao Chun, the one next to me. As he spoke, the old man pointed at the woman in red beside him. Although he said it was nothing, you could see pride on the old man's face. He seemed very satisfied with his apprentice. The woman in red also showed a proud expression when she heard the teacher introduce herself. After hearing the old man's introduction, everyone looked at the 2 paintings he pointed to. Everyone's eyes lit up. I have to say that these 2 paintings are indeed very well drawn and each has its own characteristics. The first painting has the flavor of the misty Jiangnan region. The second painting expresses the loneliness of the flying geese and the ruthlessness of time, which makes people feel deeply moved. Su Wen couldn't help but nodded. I admired in my heart that this woman had a great talent for painting. The other person looks to be in his 30s, and it is truly rare that he can create such excellent works. I estimate that in a few years, everyone will be able to reach the master level. And everyone just watched and walked upstairs. During this period, we also discovered a lot of people. Most of these people were sitting at their desks drawing something. I opened this painting and calligraphy world 10 years ago. I just wanted to find a place for myself to paint, but I didn't expect that it would attract so many friends who love painting. There was no other way. The place was too small, so we just built a big painting studio, which is what you see now. So most of these painters are my friends in the painting world. They often come here to paint and exchange ideas with each other. A few painters are my apprentices, and they are preparing to become professionals. I saw that everyone looked very curious. So the old man gave everyone an introduction. As they were talking, they finally arrived at the third floor, where the old man was painting. As soon as I arrived at the third floor, suddenly, everyone looked shocked. Because this floor is almost full of paintings. Big paintings, small paintings, long paintings, short paintings. Every painting is extremely beautiful. When people look at these paintings, it is like entering a world of paintings. Now look at the paintings in the lobby on the first floor. I have to say, they are really not on the same level. With such strength, he is worthy of being a master among masters. How about my teacher's painting? Are you satisfied? At this moment, the woman in red spoke. Seeing everyone's faces full of shock and shining eyes, the woman had a look of pride on her face. Sun Jiani praised Zheng Tianling's paintings generously and seemed very excited. Even Su Wen was filled with admiration in his heart, and he took a good look at the various beautiful paintings in this huge painting hall. After waiting for a few minutes, everyone had enjoyed it. The old man then looked at Su Wen and said, "How about it, young man? Don't you want to paint a picture of autumn leaves? Are you still painting now?" After saying this, the old man's face was full of pride. He just didn't believe that after seeing his paintings, the other party would still have the audacity to talk about painting. However, he was disappointed. The moment he finished speaking, Su Wen spoke. "Okay. In that case, I'll show you how ugly I am. Master Zhang, please prepare some paper, ink, brush, and inkstone for me. I will paint a picture of autumn leaves right away." When Zhang Tianling saw that he still insisted on painting after looking at his paintings, he could not help but sneer, thinking that the other party would not cry until he saw the coffin. So he took the other person to a drawing board. He also asked the woman in red to prepare writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for the other party. They wanted to see what this young man was capable of. At the same time, Xia Xinyao, Xia Keming, and others looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Faced with this situation, Su Wen was not panicked at all. Thinking of the autumn leaves he had just seen in the museum, he had an idea in his mind almost instantly. So he suggested dipping his finger in ink and starting to paint. Not long after Su Wen picked up the pen, the old man and the woman in red were shocked and looked incredulous. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Although Su Wen has just started painting, his technique is not deceptive. His painting technique is smooth and extremely professional. You can tell at first glance that he is no ordinary person. And the facts are just as they expected. The more Su Wen painted, the more frightened and incredible they felt. Let's not talk about them. Even Su Wen himself felt it was incredible. Smooth, too smooth. Skilled. Too skilled. No matter what you draw, how you draw it, or how you draw it. He felt that he had drawn it almost effortlessly, with very little effort. This feeling of doing whatever you want is simply wonderful. Just 20 minutes later, a vivid and lifelike painting appeared on the paper, shocking everyone. How is this possible? This painting is too good, isn't it? Fuck, I can't believe my eyes, brother Su, you are so talented. Xia Keming and his sister looked at each other in disbelief. They looked at Su Wen as if he were a monster. Sun Jiani, who had always wanted to see Su Wen make fun of him, was completely stunned when he looked at this painting. As a graduate student who has extensive research on ancient calligraphy and paintings. Although he has no talent in painting and is not very good at it. But he can see. Compared with Master Zhang's painting of autumn leaves, he felt that Su Wen's painting of autumn leaves was more beautiful and lifelike. The feeling that everything is fine and the tranquility is far-reaching seems to be one with the painting, making people feel as if they are actually there. How could he not be shocked by such painting skills? Genius, peerless genius. At this moment, even the old man finally spoke. The voice was still trembling. He looked at the picture of autumn leaves painted by Su Wen in disbelief. There was great shock and astonishment in his eyes. Beautiful, so beautiful. This painting is so beautiful. The autumn scenery and the fallen leaves in the painting are so perfect and just right, as if they were alive. And this kind of beauty is not just superficial beauty. And that resonance with emotions. Yes, painting, like singing, can actually express emotions and even achieve resonance. Only when your painting skills reach the peak. The paintings you draw can perfectly express this resonance. There is no doubt that the autumn leaves painting in front of you has done that perfectly. And this painting technique demonstrated by Su Wen. People who are not in this field and are not professionals will not understand. What does it mean for a young man to paint such a picture? Chapter 94 Convinced. How could it be? You are so young, how can you possibly draw something like this? The one who spoke this time was the woman in red. When she saw the painting completed by Su Wen, she was stunned where she was. Chen Xianxian has loved painting since she was a child. He showed excellent talent for painting since he was a child. At the age of 10, I participated in a youth painting competition and won the championship. Now she is only 32 years old, but she has already reached a level close to that of a master. Even her teacher praised her for her talent. So in her heart, she has always been conceited and proud of her talent for painting. But today, Su Wen showed a talent far beyond hers. At only 20 years old, he created top-notch master-level paintings. How shocking and incredible is this? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Okay. It is true that every generation has talented people, and each generation is better than the last. Little brother, I lost. You are right. You did draw this picture better than I did. And you also blurred the scene, which has a more outstanding effect. Suddenly, after his initial shock, the old man laughed a few times and spoke. What is there to argue about when such a young guy created a masterpiece that even he might not be able to create? He admitted that he had lost, and he lost with a sincere heart. He lost both in terms of age and skill. Thank you for the compliment. I only know a little bit about it. I am showing off my skills in front of the master. Facing the old man's praise, Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. He didn't show much excitement or pride. After all, he knew that the reason why he was so powerful was because he had discovered a bug. It's still different compared to other people's own talents. However, it would be better not to say this. As soon as they said this, the old man and the woman in red were so angry that they almost vomited blood. What does it mean to have a basic understanding? What if you only have a basic understanding of this extraordinary level of painting? Then what are they? Rubbish? Little brother, you don't have to be so modest. I lost, and you don't have to give me a way out. I just want to ask you, how many years have you been painting? Are you also a professional painter? The old man looked at Su Wen curiously. No, I'm just a college student, currently studying at Tianwei College. I just had a small interest in painting since I was a kid, so I did some research and painted a picture from time to time. Listening to the old man's questioning, Su Wen said calmly. The reason why he said this was, of course, that he didn't want to appear too exaggerated. He couldn't say this was his first time painting, could he? How can others believe this? What Su Wen didn't know was that even if he said so, to others, it sounds like a fairy tale. The old man and the woman in red looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Oh my God, what kind of talent is this? How can one reach such a level just by doing some research and drawing a picture without any formal painting training? This is simply a miracle among miracles. He is such a rare talent in the painting world. Incredible. After a while, the old man came back to his senses from his shock. He looked at Su Wen and continued, Young man, I have been talking to you for such a long time, but I still don't know your name. Can you tell me? And you have such a strong talent for painting. Have you ever thought about becoming a professional painter? Are you interested in joining my painting studio? The old man asked hopefully. After all, the person standing in front of him was such a peerless genius. With such talent and skills, it would be a waste if one does not become a professional painter. It will also be a huge loss to the painting world. But unfortunately, Su Wen is not interested in painting. If he has nothing to do, it's okay to let him paint occasionally. He didn't have the patience to take this as a career, so he refused directly. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Master Zhang. I'm only occasionally interested in painting. I can paint a picture when I have nothing to do, but if I were asked to turn it into a professional career, I would never think about it. Su Wen said calmly. He doesn't want to tie his colorful future to this. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's face darkened and was full of disappointment. However, he understands that everyone has their own aspirations. Then he asked Su Wen for a VX account, wanting to make friends. He also told Su Wen that if he was interested one day, he could come here to play and he would be waiting for him at any time. There is no way, he is such a unique genius. If only I could come to his studio and paint another one. For his friends and apprentices in the painting studio, it is also worth learning. Su Wen did not object to this. So I told the other party my VX number and we both added each other as friends. And at this moment, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and creating a painting that surpasses Zheng Tianling. Mission reward, a set of Wing Chun. System reminder, Wing Chun is one of the top close combat skills and is not afraid of group battles. Especially when facing a 1-on-10 situation, its close combat skills will receive a 120% victory bonus. Please use it reasonably, host. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Wen felt his head shake. Suddenly a set of boxing techniques was transmitted to his brain and integrated. Oh shit, is this Wing Chun? Su Wen felt as if he had suddenly become enlightened, and instantly mastered many exquisite attack methods and techniques. Su Wen knew that he had become stronger again. Ha ha. No, really no. Now that the mission has been completed, the reward has been obtained. Su Wen felt that it was time to leave. Then, he looked at the old man and the others and said, Master Zhang, I have made a fool of myself in front of you today. Now that the painting is finished, I think it is time for me to leave. Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. He has already wasted a lot of time painting this picture, and he doesn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing Su Wen say this, the old man nodded and said with a smile, okay, then I'll take you down. Oh, yes, and this painting. I'll ask Xiaochen to frame it for you right away, and you can pack it up and take it back. The old man seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke quickly. However, Su Wen waved his hand and refused, forget it, I'll just give this painting to you, I won't take it away. When these words were spoken, the old man and others were shocked again. What, you're not going to take this painting away? The old man couldn't believe it. Even the woman in red had the same expression. What's wrong? Su Wen wondered. Brother Su, you should know that your painting is not simple. It is more valuable than the one I exhibited in the museum. If someone takes a fancy to your painting, it's possible to sell it for millions. Do you understand the value of it? So how can we accept such a valuable thing? You should take it back. The old man said quickly. Although the old man is rather arrogant, his character is still fine. Especially as a master painter, he deeply understands how important the copyright of his work is to a painter. After all, some people make a living from this. Stealing other people's works and claiming them as your own or selling them illegally is the most despicable behavior. However, Su Wen didn't care about it. He smiled calmly and said, it's okay. This work is my respect to you, Master Zhang. I'll give it to you. Please accept it. Chapter 95, Taking Over the Gaming Company. This. Okay. Since Brother Su is so kind, I will accept this painting. I will hang this painting in the lobby on the first floor, so that people in our painting studio and those who come here can appreciate your work. The old man saw that Su Wen was determined to keep the painting. There was no other choice but to accept the painting. At the same time, he also expressed his own thoughts. Afterwards, he and the woman in red personally sent Su Wen and others downstairs, and then the two sides separated. Watching Su Wen and others driving away one after another, the old man and the woman in red seemed still confused and could not believe this fact. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed there were such people in the world. The old man sighed. Yes. There is always someone better than you. The woman in red also sighed. Seeing that Su Wen was so young and talented, she put away her pride. I decided to start my painting journey again. Meanwhile, on the other side. In Su Wen's car, Xia Xinyao secretly glanced at Su Wen from time to time, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. There had never been a moment when she wanted to understand Su Wen so much. Because the other party is too mysterious. Ever since she met Su Wen, she discovered that he had such a powerful background. It's enough if you have background in money. I can cook, sing, and now I can paint. Even in fighting, he is better than others. And everything is top-notch. Is this a human? Xiaowan, are you an alien? Suddenly, Xia Xinyao asked this question out of the blue while thinking about it. Listening to Xia's question, Su Wen smiled helplessly and said, what are you talking about? How did I become an alien? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qiuyan couldn't help but retort, yes, I think my cousin is right, brother-in-law, you really might be an alien. Look at you, you can cook, you can draw, and I heard from my cousin that you can sing, and your singing is very beautiful. Tell me, if you are not an alien, then what are you? Xia Qiuyan leaned against her cousin and nodded repeatedly. I totally agree with my cousin's opinion. It seems that she, like Xia Qiuyan, also has great doubts and shock about Su Wen. Ha, you don't have to be surprised by my abilities. Because it's obvious that I'm that one in a million genius. Facing the doubts of the two, Su Wen smiled calmly. I think I gave the most impressive answer. Xia Qiuyan. Xia Qiuyan. For some reason, the mystery of Su Wen in their hearts suddenly disappeared. However, compared to them, Sun Johnny, who was at the back, had much more complicated emotions. After all, Su Wen's performance today had given him too much of a shock. He originally thought that this young man merely had a powerful background, but he did not expect that he had such talent. It has to be said that even he himself secretly admired Su Wen's real talent and knowledge. It was also because of this that he felt that his love rival Su Wen was even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had no mood to visit other places in Magic City. After saying something to everyone, he asked Xia Keming to take him back to the hotel. Su Wen naturally had no objection to this. And his mission of taking Sun Johnny to visit the Magic City was successfully completed. Sunday. Yulin Road, Blizzard Games Company. Soon, a Lamborghini stopped at the door of the company, and then Su Wen got out of the car. Because I took Sun Johnny to visit Shanghai for a whole day yesterday. Su Wen completed the task assigned by the system and obtained 67% of the shares of Blizzard. So today, he came to hand over the company. It has to be said that game companies are in the business of making money. Just look at the headquarters of Blizzard Games. Magnificent and long-lasting. Although it is far behind the Forster headquarters. But I have to say that just looking at this building is still very luxurious and grand. After looking for a while, Su Wen walked into the company's gate. At the same time, the company's top management had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Wen coming in, he immediately came forward to greet him. These are all old rules, and Su Wen already understood them. Read the information and sign the contract in one go. At the same time, after some understanding, Su Wen was also shocked. Because he found that many of the popular online games nowadays actually came from this company. For example, Crossing the Jungle, Surviving in the Battlefield, Fighting Heroes, and so on. Especially Hero Wars, which is extremely popular, with hundreds of millions of users. Even some of Su Wen's roommates are playing this game. This shows how popular it is. Su Wen, who has never played games before, now wants to play one. Thinking about it, Su Wen did what he said. He directly downloaded the most popular game at the time and registered an account. He is the boss of the company, so he can do whatever he wants. The company's shareholders were also very smart. Before Su Wen could even speak, they went straight to the company's internal staff and took the initiative to set Su Wen's account as a special player. In this way, as long as Su Wen wants to buy equipment, skills, skins, etc., he can buy them directly without recharging. And because they are all virtual items, there is no limit to the weapons and equipment Su Wen can purchase. Even if you buy equipment worth millions at one time, it's just a matter of moving your fingers. Su Wen was naturally very satisfied with this. So, when he left the company and returned home, the first thing he did was to play games. It took me most of the day to get a little familiar with this game. At the same time, he also bought a lot of equipment. However, since he had just started playing, he didn't buy much equipment. I just bought some equipment worth tens of thousands of dollars to try it out. He decided that once he got familiar with the game and improved his skills, he would just buy the best equipment. When that happens, there will be a real massacre. Time quickly came to Monday. At noon, the first thing Su Wen did when he returned to the host was to play games with his roommates. At the same time, he also showed everyone the equipment in the account. Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, and others saw that there were several new equipment, skills, and various skins in Su Wen's ship. A burst of envy immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. After that, they started to play against each other. Fuck, Lao Su, your operation is really awesome, you can win with this? This is really your first time playing Hero Wars. Damn, don't lie to me. This operation and equipment are absolutely amazing, so damn strong. 50 minutes later, when Su Wen and his roommates won 2 games in a row, his friends were stunned. If the first game was won thanks to Su Wen's equipment, then the second game was undoubtedly won by Su Wen's sudden and amazing move. Even experts may not be able to perform this operation often. They couldn't help but give Su Wen a thumbs up. Ha, it's okay, simple. Facing the compliments from his companions, Suwon smiled calmly and said indifferently, "His body has been transformed by the system." What was transformed was not only his physical fitness, but also his sensitivity. To put it simply, it is reaction ability. This also means that he can react several times faster than others when doing anything. Isn't it easy to play games? But the only regret is that they are not in the same team, so there is no team experience bonus. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to Suwon's mind. Chapter 96, Building a Team. How about we form a team? Suwon looked at his roommates and suddenly suggested. At this moment, the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. The system has issued the task. Task 1, build your own team in the Heroes War and have it rank among the top 10 in the server. Mission reward, after completing the mission, you will obtain all the shares of Century Restaurant. Task 2, get the highest personal charm in the server and keep it for a week. Mission reward, a luxury villa on a high floor in Binjiang Huafu. Suwon was shocked. He just wanted to form a team for fun, but he could actually trigger a mission? Or two. And he knew this Century Restaurant. It is a very famous restaurant in Shanghai. I heard that with several thousand customers a day, the daily net profit can be as high as 100,000 or more. You can earn tens of millions in a year. The second task is even more straightforward. The so-called charm value is nothing more than the charm points obtained after spending in the game mall. The charm value ranking list, to put it simply, is the rich people ranking list. Get first place on the rich list and keep it there for a week. You can get a set of Thompson Villa. Accept the mission. Suwon immediately responded happily. At this time, the roommates didn't know what had happened to Suwon. When they saw Suwon say he wanted to form a team, their eyes suddenly lit up. Forming a team? Of course, no problem, that's a good idea. Everyone nodded and said excitedly. Of course, playing games is more fun when you play in a team. But then, everyone suddenly thought of a question. Hey, Lao Su, do you play this game often? Don't just play for a few days out of interest and then stop playing. Zhu Yuan scratched his head and asked. Yeah, that's a problem. The benefits of the team we're in are pretty good. If you stop playing after a few days, it would be a big loss for us to quit the team. Why don't we invite you to join our team directly? Chen Ming and He Wenfang also reacted and tried to persuade him. Ha, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who is impatient. Now that I'm playing, I will definitely play often. Besides, after I form a team this time, I may need to buy various equipment, which will definitely generate a lot of contribution points. Instead of giving these contribution points to other teams, I might as well give them to the team I created. Facing the concerns of his roommates, Suwon smiled calmly and spoke directly. Since the system has released the game mission. So this time, we're going to have to play something bigger. Okay then, I'll listen to you and we'll quit the team now. Seeing that Suwon said so, his roommates naturally did not refuse. Without hesitation, they withdrew from the team one by one. And Suwon also did what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he bought a 100-man team card in the mall and started creating a team. Suwon thought about it. The name of his game account is. Let us call the team One Sword, One Star High. After the team is created, he immediately pulled in several roommates. My roommates have been playing this game for a long time, so they must have many gaming friends. Suwon also asked them to contact those friends who had not joined the team but were relatively strong to join them. Next is the charm value ranking list. It's nothing more than a matter of buying equipment. Just buy top-level equipment, skills, and skins. As I was thinking, time passed by unknowingly. Suwon had no more classes after his first class in the afternoon. So he took advantage of his free time to buy all kinds of top-notch equipment. For example, the armor-piercing sword, the blood-recovering blade, the invincible armor, the angel's wings, and so on. Suwon guessed that if he bought these alone with cash, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Then, Suwon discovered that his VIP level had been upgraded directly from VIP 5 to VIP 10. The highest VIP level for the entire Hero War is only level 15. Obviously, Suwon has reached a very high level. Then, he looked at the charm ranking list. The ratio of charm points to cash is 1:1. Suwon saw that his charm value was 450,000 points, ranking 76th on the list. Suwon was slightly stunned. 76th place. I am only 76th place? Damn, I have to admit, there are still a lot of rich people in this world. I spend hundreds of thousands on equipment, but I'm not even in the top 50 of the charm rankings. He looked at the number 1 on the leaderboard again. You don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. The first one is called 24 million, the charm value is actually 24 million points. Suwon looked down again. The second place is 17 million points. Third place 10.5 million points. It's just bullshit. However, Suwon was not panicked. If you can't get in, just buy another one. He smiled indifferently, opened them all and started buying other items. And this time, it's not just top-tier equipment. He also wants to buy top-level skills, skins, and even out-of-print equipment, out-of-print skills, and out-of-print skins. Out-of-print items are much more expensive. Just one out-of-print equipment may cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. An hour later. Thus, an invincible number was born. Including the previous equipment, Suwon bought almost 100 items. It can be regarded as a truly divine outfit. Suwon looked at the charm ranking list again. Wow, my charm value has reached 25 million. Exactly 1 million higher than first place. Chapter 97, Fighting for the Charm List. Not bad, really good. Seeing that his ranking had jumped from 76th to first place, Suwon smiled. As long as you stay at the top of the charm list for a week, you will have completed the mission. Then, he opened the team rankings. At this moment, there were clearly only 3 people in his team. However, the team's combat power value has already reached 25 million points. Ranked 128th in the team rankings, still far from the top 10. Suwon was not surprised by this. Because the source of the team's combat power is not just increased by purchasing consumer items to gain contribution points. Individual team formation, online time, and so on can all increase the team's combat power. So at this time, the advantage of having a large team is reflected. Next, it depends on the performance of the roommates. But what Suwon didn't know was what a shock his actions will bring to the Heroes War player circle. Just one day. Many people were discussing the Heroes War game forum, QQ group, and VX group. Fuck, have you seen the charisma rankings of Heroes War? The number 1 has changed. His name is Shuri Jian. How could he not know? Handsome Wang Fengxiao, he was actually surpassed. I can only say it's amazing. Who said he wasn't? Who is Fengxiao? He is a well-known rich second generation throughout the country. His reputation is not inferior to that of Tsonggu. I never thought that he would be surpassed one day. I really don't know who this Jian is and how could he be so rich? Envious, confused, shocked. There are all kinds of discussions. Everyone was shocked by this tycoon who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Everyone is guessing who this person is. At this time, Suwon didn't care about what everyone said. His goal is to complete the mission. Even if everyone is fighting to the point of heaven and earth collapsing, it has nothing to do with him. However, just when Suwon brought his personal charm value to the top of the list and thought that everything would go smoothly. On the third day, the ranking changed again. Suwon was pushed down. Yes, he was pushed out. And the handsome Wang Fengxiao, who should have been ranked second. With a charm value of 27 million points, he once again topped the list. It has the meaning of looking down on the crowd. It seems that this player, who has always been ranked first in charm, will not allow others to step on his head. At the same time, his actions also attracted the admiration of countless game players. As expected of Fengxiao, when he saw someone occupying his first place on the charm list, he immediately rushed forward. However, how could Suwon allow such a thing to happen? He wanted to ensure that he stayed at the top of the charm list for a full week. So he opened them all again and started buying various heroes. The heroes are sold out. Just buy items that can unlock equipment and skills. Moreover, he bought the most expensive items that had a chance of revealing rare equipment or skills. This kind of rare equipment and skills cannot be bought even in the out-of-print area, and can only be obtained with money. Once you are lucky enough to get it, its value is even higher than that of an out-of-print piece. It is truly invincible. Time flies. In just half a day, Suwon spent more than 10 million. Suwon opened a rare item, Supreme Blade of Destruction. Suddenly, he was very excited. Moreover, he once again took the top spot on the list with an absolute advantage of more than 38 million. And this move. Naturally, this caused countless players to be shocked and discuss it heatedly again. However, what Su Wen did not expect was that very night, the owner of the account named Shui Wang Fengxiao actually started to take action again. In just one night, 15 million was spent. The charm value reached an astonishing 42 million points. Moreover, this person who ranked first in the charm ranking also made some harsh remarks on his Weibo account. No matter how much you spend, Fengxiao will stick with you to the end. No one expected that it was such a provocative statement, coupled with Fengxiao's popularity in the country. Almost in an instant, it became popular at lightning speed and shocked countless players. It is no longer just a social platform such as forums, Q groups, VX groups, etc. Many people are discussing this matter on live streaming platforms, video platforms, and even news headlines platforms. Someone contributed and published a related video. There are also many anchors who, in order to get some traffic, simply become spectators and joke about this situation in the live broadcast room. For a time, the video competing for the charm list became popular. Damn, things are getting more and more interesting. These two people are actually competing for the first place in the charm list. It's really awesome. Oh my goodness, Master Feng already has over 40 million charm points, he's damn invincible. Yes. This Fengxiao is indeed a famous rich young man in the country. He probably doesn't care about tens of millions at all. Do you think Shuri Jian will attack again? What the hell is he doing? Every time he makes a move, Master Feng will beat him. How dare he pretend to be so powerful? That's right. Don't you see who Master Feng is? Comparing wealth with him is like courting death. Master Feng has said he will fight to the end. How dare he compete again? At this moment, countless netizens were impressed by Fengxiao's heroism. Chapter 98. I give you a thumbs up. But it's a pity. Just when everyone thought that this player named Xiaojianxian would not make any more moves, Su Wen started a new round of attacks. Just like last time, he bought a lot of the most expensive prop cards in the mall. This time, he didn't plan to waste time with the other party. He directly bought more than 30 million expensive prop cards at one time. Finally, several rare equipment skills were revealed. There are 5 offensive ones, 2 armor ones, and 1 rare skin. At the same time, he also bought a lot of top-level equipment, skills, and skins, and gave them away to several roommates. Naturally, his actions made his 3 roommates extremely excited. Damn, Su Wen, you bought so much equipment for us, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Top-level equipment, skills, skins, the total amount of items on my account is probably worth hundreds of thousands. Lao Su, you are so kind, thank you. Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, and He Wenfeng were extremely excited when looking at the various equipment in their own accounts. They never dared to imagine that one day they would have such good equipment. It was like a dream. If they were to team up again, wouldn't they be able to easily win? So naturally, I was filled with gratitude towards Su Wen in my heart. In response, Su Wen just smiled indifferently and didn't care. He bought so many things without spending any money at all. It's all virtual. As long as I can distance myself from handsome Wang Fengxiao. He doesn't care about anything else. That handsome Wang Fengxiao likes to play, so Su Wen plays with him. Time flies and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wen and handsome Wang Fengxiao have been chasing each other, constantly raising the upper limit of the charm list. In the end, Su Wen won the battle that lasted almost 10 days with an absolute advantage of 130 million charm points. Once again won the first place in the charm list. And that rich second-generation guy called Shui Wang Fengxiao. His charm point has always remained at 110 million, and it has never been increased. Moreover, this guy later updated a message on Weibo, saying, I admit defeat, you are awesome, I give you a thumbs up. For a time, countless netizens were shocked. Fuck, Master Feng admitted defeat. He actually admitted defeat? Oh my god, I can't believe that the always high-spirited Master Feng would actually admit defeat one day. Yes, Master Feng is so rich, but he is also scared. How can I not be afraid? He has already topped up 110 million yuan. When will it stop? Who on earth is this Yishijian? He's so awesome and rich. He might be another top second-generation rich man. People are talking about it on the internet. Everyone is constantly guessing Su Wen's identity. No one dared to laugh at him for being inferior to Fengxiao anymore. I'm afraid that Fengxiao and countless netizens would never have thought of this even if they were beaten to death. Suwon doesn't need to spend any money to buy various props and equipment in the mall. That's not all. Even more than half of the money that Feng Xiao recharged went into Suwon's pocket. How can Feng Xiao compare with Suwon? Meanwhile, Blizzard Games Inc. Naturally, many senior executives and staff had known about this matter for a long time. Not only did they not think that Director Su was messing around, but they were all praising Suwon. It is because of him that he has reached the top of the charm list. This also made the handsome Wang Fengxiao unable to hold back, and he kept following suit. As a result, in just 10 days, the other party made nearly 90 million in profit. What he did not only did not cause any loss to the company, but it actually brought in revenue for the company. Isn't that too awesome? Xiaowen, how is your game going? I heard from your roommate that you spent a lot of money on it. School, in the cafeteria. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao were eating and chatting together. And the person who spoke just now was naturally Xia Xinyao. She looked at Su Wen, full of curiosity. Well, this game is fun, so I bought a lot of equipment. But I didn't spend any money. I bought the game company, so my account was set as a special account. I don't need to spend money to buy any items. Su Wen smiled and told the truth. Even his roommates didn't know this secret, and he only told Xia Xinyao. After listening to Su Wen's explanation, student Xia was naturally shocked. Fortunately, she is used to this kind of thing. It only took a few seconds to recover. Why, do you want to play? There are a lot of girls playing this now. If you want to play, I can get you all the magic equipment and we can team up together. Su Wen smiled and continued. He thought it would be fun to play with classmates Xia. After all, when men and women work together, the work isn't tiring. But what surprised Su Wen was, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xinyao quickly waved her hand to reject him. I won't play it anymore. I still prefer watching dramas. I'm naturally slow at games. I'm terrible at anything, just like singing. Student Xia pursed his lips and said very embarrassedly. Forgive her, she is really stupid, alas. As bad as singing? After listening to Xia's answer, Su Wen was also ashamed. Well, it seems that God has converted all of Xia's advantages into good looks. By the way, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoyu and I have discussed that we will go to Disneyland this weekend. Do you want to go? Xia Xinyao suddenly remembered something and continued. Disneyland? Su Wen was stunned for a moment, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with going. However, just as he was about to speak, the system appeared in his mind again. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System releases task, invites Xia Xinyao to go on a trip. The travel destination can be any famous scenic spot in the country. Mission reward: after arriving at the destination, you will be rewarded with a super luxury yacht worth 260 million. Oh shit, a yacht? After Su Wen heard about this reward, I couldn't help but feel moved and was immediately filled with surprise. This reward is great and very creative. There happens to be a river on the Bund in Shanghai. It would be so cool to sail a yacht across the river. Su Wen accepted the task without hesitation. Then, he looked at Xia Xinyao and said, forget about Disneyland, how about we go on a trip? Su Wen suggested. Call your friends along. Su Wen was afraid that she would feel embarrassed for the two of them, so he added a sentence. Going on a trip? Xia Xinyao was stunned. I don't understand why Su Wen came up with this idea. But I have to say, this idea sounds really good. She smiled and said happily, of course. In fact, she also likes traveling. It's just that she has been too lazy to go in the past year. Now that Su Wen made this suggestion, she of course agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Xia Xinyao agreed, Su Wen was naturally very happy. So the two of them discussed for another 10 minutes about where to go and how many days to stay. In the end, the two decided to go to Qingdao for fun. The departure time was set for 2 days later. It just so happens that Su Wen can take over the Century restaurant during these 2 days. After all, the task of staying at the top of the charm list for a week in a row should be completed tomorrow. Chapter 99, Investors Taking Advantage of the Situation. Su Wen also does what he says. We agreed to take over the restaurant the next day. The next morning, he drove his Lamborghini to Century Restaurant. 2nd Ring Road, Nanhua Road. On the bustling street of Nanhua Road, there is a restaurant that particularly attracts attention. The length of the store alone is several times longer than that of other stores. The huge billboard, which is more than 20 meters long, is extremely eye-catching. And here is the Century Restaurant. Soon, a cool Lamborghini drove to the door of the restaurant. Then Suwon walked out of the car and walked into the restaurant. I have to say that the Century Restaurant is really big, the interior is extremely luxurious, and the decoration is also very stylish. No wonder it is famous in Shanghai. At this time, the restaurant owner had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Suwon coming, he immediately stood up to greet him. Then the two of them went to the office to sign the contract. Restaurants are different from companies and do not have such complicated contract documents. Just 10 minutes. Suwon signed the contract and officially took over the restaurant. And through understanding, he found out that since all the shares of this restaurant belonged to him, there were no other shareholders. Therefore, he can withdraw the money from the restaurant account whenever he wants, without any restrictions. You can take it once a day. Suwon naturally felt happy about this. Signed the contract. The former boss also called all the employees together and introduced Suwon, the new boss, to everyone. Suddenly, dozens of employees in the restaurant showed surprised expressions. It seems that no one expected that the person taking over the restaurant would be such a young guy. Suwon looked at his employees and had nothing to say. After thinking for a long time, he only said one sentence. Starting tomorrow, everyone's salary will increase by 1,000 yuan per month. And this one sentence is undoubtedly worth more than 1,000 words. After the initial surprise, all the employees showed expressions of disbelief and surprise. Fuck, the salary has increased, boss, are you telling the truth? Some people said in disbelief. After all, how many bosses today are willing to raise the salaries of their employees? Not squeezing you is good enough. As soon as the new boss came, he raised everyone's salary by 1,000 yuan. It's inevitable that people wonder if this is just another empty promise. Ha, my words are of course my word. If you work hard, there will be opportunities for further increases in the future. Suwon smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Ask him why he got a salary increase. There is no reason, I'm just in a good mood. Seeing that Suwon didn't seem to be joking. Suddenly, all the staff were excited. They looked at Suwon, their eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. Boss Su, you are so generous that you even gave us a raise. Don't worry, I will work hard. Yes, boss. From today on, I will definitely treat this restaurant as my own home and do everything diligently and do not slack off. Boss, you are so generous, so handsome, and so kind. I want to marry you, woo-woo. Yes, Xiaoya is right. Boss, you are so perfect. I also want to marry you. Although I am a man, if you don't mind. Stop. However, before he could finish his words, the former boss immediately reached out and stopped his employees from continuing speaking. He frowned and immediately said, I don't mind you flattering me, but can you please not be too outrageous? The original boss was completely speechless. If you don't know, you might think he is bringing some kind of employees with him. Not to mention Suwon, he was filled with shame. I sighed in my heart that these employees are really trying hard to curry favor with me. Afterwards, everyone chatted with each other for a few more sentences before Suwon walked out of the restaurant. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Not long after Suwon walked out of the hall, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and checked. It was a call from Confronting Entertainment Company. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su? A familiar voice came from the phone. It was Pang Lin, the vice president of Confronting. Yes, it's me, Vice President Pang, what's up? Suwon asked. Well, I'm Pang Lin. Boss Su, something bad has happened in the election. Do you still remember the first time you came to our company, watched the talent show, and then saved the dancer named Zhang Yu? Then, Vice President Pang on the other end of the phone anxiously recounted the whole story. It turns out that after this campaign started, the post-production stages of the talent show have been in full swing and have been successfully shown on television. The dancing girl that Suwon had saved was originally very talented. Under the step-by-step guidance of my instructor, I have made rapid progress. He made it all the way to the finals after overcoming all the difficulties. Now there is only one last game left. If she wins, she will be the ultimate champion of this campaign. However, what was unexpected was, just when the game reached the final crucial moment, Many behind-the-scenes sponsors actually came out and stated that the final result of the competition must be that Zhang Yu loses and another contestant wins. Otherwise, they will withdraw their investments and never cooperate again. Is there such a thing? After listening to Vice President Peng's explanation, Su Wen frowned. Yes, Mr. Su, this is absolutely true. In fact, this matter is just like the auditors you saw before. The investors all think Zhang Yu is too ordinary and doesn't look like a star. And Zhang Yu's opponent is just the opposite, she's very beautiful. So sponsors all think she has a better future and want to invest in her. Deputy Director Peng said helplessly. In fact, if we only talk about strength, there is still a big gap between the two contestants. Zhang Yu is truly gifted and is one step ahead. Not only is she a great singer, but she is also a talented dancer. But the other party is not only good looking, but also capable. In this way, the opponent becomes more advantageous. So that's how it is. Su Wen nodded. It was nothing more than the same behind-the-scenes operation. These investors will not be happy unless they make something of themselves. However, Su Wen doesn't indulge them. If it is a normal and fair game, then if you lose, and there is nothing to say. But doing so would be tantamount to hoping for Zhang Yu's death penalty. How can that be fair? If they want to withdraw their investment, let them do so. And you tell them that after the withdrawal of investment, it is not that they will no longer cooperate with us, but that we think they have no credibility and there is no need to cooperate with them anymore. From now on, we will draw a clear line. Su Wen said calmly, but his tone was firm. This statement also shocked Vice President Peng. He didn't seem to expect that Director Su would be so tough and had no intention of negotiating at all. Director Su, there are 6 or 7 investors participating in this talent show. If they all withdraw their investment, although it will not have a big impact on us for the time being, we can still mobilize funds from the company. But over time, without other investors, the investment cost of our company will be too high, and the investment risk will also increase. Deputy Director Peng quickly explained. These investors have seen through this point and believe that Sanqing will not dare to refuse to compromise, so they are so fearless. Chapter 100 Travel to Qin Island. It's okay, don't worry about the investment, I'll take care of it. What you need to do now is to confront those investors directly. There is no need to be polite to them. Su Wen said calmly. I didn't take it as a big problem at all. And Vice President Peng on the other end of the phone heard Su Wen's words. Not only did he not try to persuade me anymore, but he even laughed and said as if he had been waiting for this sentence, okay, Mr. Su, if you say so, then I will just follow your instructions. As the company's vice president, how could Vice President Peng not know Su Wen's identity? Let us not talk about anything else about Mr. Su. Just the Worcester Electric Power Company is a super investment company that is enough to make others look up to him. Isn't it easy to solve Sanqing's investment problem? After that, the two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Then he returned to school. And so the days go on. Because Su Wen made an appointment with Xia Xinyao to go traveling. And because he was afraid that she would feel awkward being alone with her, he told his roommates about it and asked them if they wanted to go. When the roommates heard Su Wen say that all their food and accommodation would be covered and that he would take them on a free trip, they were so excited. How could they not go? So everyone agreed on a time. At the same time, they all asked for leave from school and waited for the day of departure. And time quickly came to 2 days later. Today is the day Su Wen had an appointment to go out traveling with Xia Xinyao and his friends. In the morning, Su Wen and his roommates got up, washed up, and did not go to class. Instead, he simply packed some clothes, left the dormitory with his school bag, and went to meet Xia Xinyao and the others at the school gate. Because everyone had asked for 10 days leave in advance, no one was in a hurry at the moment. After Su Wen and his friends left school, they found a breakfast shop and had a delicious meal. Then they hailed a taxi and went to the airport with everyone. The place they were going to this time was Qingdao, which Su Wen had discussed with classmate Xia a few days ago. Qingdao is a beautiful city and also a tourist city. Every year, there is an endless stream of people coming here for sightseeing. The air here is good, the scenery is beautiful, and there are so many fun places. It is an indispensable place for tourism. Moreover, the Magic City is not very far from Qin Island. So more than 2 hours later, everyone took a plane from Shanghai to Qingdao. When they came out of the airport, they seemed unable to believe that they were no longer in Shanghai. Wow, is this Qingdao? I've always heard that Qingdao is very beautiful, but today I came here and found that it seems to be really different. Yes. It's so beautiful here. Although it's not as prosperous as the Magic City, I feel much more relaxed when I come here. Ha, I heard there are a lot of fun places in Qingdao, we must have enough fun this time. Not long after coming out of the airport, Su Wen's friends looked like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking around as if everything was new to them. Especially Wang Xiuxiu and Jiyu, they seemed to like this place very much. Su Wen was not idle either, and looked around. I have to say, the blue sky and white clouds here are really nice. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but even the air seems to feel fresher. Xiaowan, how about we find a hotel to stay in first? Xia Xingyao, who was standing next to Su Wen, smiled and suggested. He also seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Well, I'll find it right away. Su Wen nodded, thinking that what Xia said was right. No matter what, you should find a place to stay first. So Su Wen opened the map on his phone and directly searched for the location of the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Qingdao. When he checked the map, he found that there were quite a few 7-star hotels in Qingdao, and there were 2 nearby. Su Wen did not choose these 2 hotels. Instead, we chose a 7-star hotel closer to the beach. After all, since we're here, how can we not go to the beach? It is a wise choice to choose a hotel close to the beach. Thinking of this, he spent 100 yuan, hailed 2 taxis, and went to the designated hotel with his friends. When they arrived at the hotel, they couldn't help but be stunned by the beautiful scenery. The closer you get to the beach, the more spacious and refreshing it is. The 7-star hotel is even more eye-catching. Different from the majestic and magnificent Hills Hotel, this 7-star hotel gives people a more romantic feeling. After watching for a while, Su Wen led everyone to the hotel lobby. After entering the hall, everyone found that it was very empty. But there are quite a lot of people, and there are all kinds of cartoon characters wearing leather suits, which is very interesting. At the same time, there are many strange and weird things on display in the hall. There are wooden sculptures of childhood favorites such as Mickey, Goofy, and Donald Duck. There are also quirky Renaissance-style paintings hanging on the walls, which add a unique flavor. I have to say, compared to Hills Hotel, the style difference is huge. It makes people feel novel and fun. Everyone admired the scenery along the way and came to the hotel front desk. Hello, sir, do you need a room or a meal? The front desk clerk saw a group of young people coming up and asked with a polite smile. Well, housing. Are there presidential suites? Give me a few. Su Wen said with a calm smile. It's as simple as saying what to eat. However, when others heard these words, they were shocked. Immediately, everyone around, whether they were his companions or other guests staying in the hotel, all cast surprised glances at Su Wen. There is a presidential suite. However, presidential suites are very expensive, costing 300,000 per night. Are you sure you want several? At this moment, even several staff members at the front desk were a little confused. He seemed to be a little shocked by Su Wen's words. It's not because they Haven Tea received guests staying in the presidential suite before. It's not like we Haven Tea seen young rich second generations book presidential suites. However, I have never seen a guy like the one in front of me who wants several presidential suites at once. So they kindly reminded me. Not to mention them, even their friends were shocked. I say, Lao Su, this is too much. You could just find a few rooms to stay in, but why did you stay in the presidential suite? Yeah, a room of this level costs hundreds of thousands per night. That's ridiculous. It's just that it's too expensive. Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming, Ji Yu, and others quickly refused. This presidential suite costs 300,000 per night, which is too expensive. They are afraid that staying one night longer will shorten their lifespan. Xiaowan, why don't we change to something cheaper? This presidential suite is really too expensive. Even Xia Xingyao felt that it was not worth it and started to persuade them. Although she is very rich, the best hotel she has stayed in when traveling in the past was a deluxe room. In her opinion, the deluxe room was really sufficient, it had everything and was spacious. As for the presidential suite, it feels a bit like an IQ tax. It's okay. It doesn't cost much. Just give me 3 presidential suites, for 5 days first, and we'll talk about it later. However, even if everyone persuaded him, Su Wen still smiled calmly and insisted on booking the presidential suite. If for no other reason, he simply wanted to see what it felt like to live with the president. If he doesn't experience this feeling once, he will remember it forever. It would be better to just live there from the beginning and see how it feels. Besides, his money will only increase in the future, so why would he keep all of it? Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Seeing that the other party really wanted to book a few presidential suites, the front desk clerk smiled slightly and naturally didn't say much. So they calculated the money according to the price, and then continued, Sir, 3 presidential suites will cost 903,000 yuan per day, and 4.515 million yuan for 5 days. After the receptionist settled the bill, she looked up at Su Win and responded politely. And this price really shocked everyone around. Chapter 101, Considering how to spend money. Well, swipe the card. As he spoke, Su Win took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the front desk staff. After the staff member took the card, he swiped it through the card machine and immediately 4.515 million yuan in cash was swiped from Su Win's bank card. Then, Su Win received a balance reminder from his CCB card, and there was still a balance on the card, more than 23.6 million yuan. Looking at the balance, Su Win shook his head. He still had cash in his personal account at Worcester. The earnings from Century Restaurant can also be withdrawn at any time. So for him, it was still too much money. You have to keep spending, the more exaggerated the better. But how to spend it? He needs to think about it. At this moment, Su Win was daydreaming. But what he didn't know was his big move just now. Just now, everyone was stunned when they saw that he actually paid the money. Fuck, who is this guy? He's so rich? Yeah, look, he spent over 4 million without blinking an eye. That's amazing. It must be another rich second generation. Oh, how enviable. For a moment, many customers were whispering and showing envious expressions. After the staff swiped the card, they knew that the young man must be someone extraordinary, so they respectfully returned the card to him and said politely, Sir, please keep your card. I'll have someone take you upstairs. As he spoke, the staff member quickly took out the intercom and called a waiter over. Then, under the guidance of the waiter, Su Wen and his friends took the elevator to the upper floors of the hotel. After a while, we arrived at the presidential suite. I have to say, the presidential suite is different. Wait for everyone to open the door and go in. An extremely luxurious accommodation suite appeared in front of everyone. The high-ceilinged reception room has a splendid and colorful relief dome. Fendi furniture is eye-catching. It has everything you need, including a reception room, tea room, cloakroom and bathroom. As soon as you enter it, you will feel shocked. Wow, isn't this too luxurious? Yes. I've never lived in such a nice room since I was a child. Wow, I'm so touched. Xia Xiniao's 2 best friends looked at the luxurious presidential suite in front of them with stars in their eyes. It's definitely different. Even Su Wen couldn't help but nod in praise. After watching for a while and waiting for the waiter to leave, Ji Yu suddenly asked, Handsome Su, how do you allocate these 3 suites? After all, there are not 7 of them. Before Su Wen could speak, Chen Ming took the lead and said, Of course, Lao Zhu, Fengsi and I will share a suite, you and Wang Xiuxiu will share a suite, and finally Lao Su and Xiao will share a suite. He chuckled and immediately expressed his thoughts. Oh, yes, why didn't I think of that? This is a good idea. Ji Yu's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. I thought so too. It would be perfect for Lao Su and Xia to share a room. Yes, I totally agree. I fully support it. Zhu Yuan, He Wenfeng, and Wang Xiuxiu also echoed tacitly. Then, one by one, they all looked at Su Wen and Xia Xiniao with a smirk on their faces. I'm in the same room with Xiao Wen? This is not good, right? Listening to the suggestions from her classmates, Xia Xiniao's heart skipped a beat and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Are you kidding me? She hasn't prepared anything yet, and they want her to live in the same room with Su Wen? Is this too fast? Well, that's fine too, let's divide it this way. At this moment, Su Wen actually nodded and did not reject the suggestion. When Xia Xiniao heard this, she looked at Su Wen in shock. It seemed as if she couldn't believe that he actually agreed. Suddenly, my face turned redder and my heart beat faster. As if he could see Xia Xiniao's embarrassment, Su Wen smiled calmly and said, It's okay. There is more than one room in this presidential suite. You can just stay in another room. Xia Xiniao was slightly stunned. It seemed to be true when she heard it this way. I was too nervous just now and didn't think of this. Suddenly, her tension eased. I just feel a little lost in my heart. What is going on? Not to mention her, even the friends rolled their eyes and couldn't help sighing when they heard Su Wen say that. Especially Xia Xinyo as two best friends, they were speechless. What's wrong with this handsome guy Su? He doesn't even use the opportunities he has. They both helped each other to create the conditions, but he actually said there were other rooms. Shouldn't he just squeeze in with Xiaoyao? If Su-wen knew what they were thinking. I guess I don't know what to say. As they were talking, everyone checked into their own rooms and put their luggage away. After putting down his luggage, Su-wen sent a message in his friend group. Jun said he would take everyone downstairs for a big meal. Everyone was naturally excited about the big meal. So they couldn't wait to leave the room immediately and followed Su-wen downstairs. Su-wen directly booked a private room and everyone had a great meal. I have to say that every place has its own taste. Although they are all 7-star hotels, the food in Qingdao is truly unique and everyone was very satisfied with the meal. I'm going to buy a big RV this afternoon that can seat 6 or 7 people. Is there anyone who can go with me? Those of you who want to go can come with me. Those who don't want to go can rest in the hotel or go shopping. We will go to the beach tomorrow. After dinner, everyone was sitting in chairs to rest, but Su-wen suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the companions were shocked. Ah? Lao Su, you want to buy an RV? Did I hear you right? Yeah, if you buy an RV here, what will you do when you go back? Everyone was shocked. I don't understand why Su-wen would have such an idea. Should I drive the RV back when I go back? That would take more than 10 hours, which is too much trouble. Faced with his companion's doubts, Su-wen smiled calmly. Well, we must buy an RV. We are going to play here for more than a week, how can we do it without a car? When I go back, I will find someone to help me transport the car back. He has so many relationships on his phone now. When the day comes for you to leave, you can just make a phone call or send a VX message and there are plenty of ways to get your car back. In response, the companions looked at each other. Since Su-wen said so, he must have his own ideas. Naturally, no one would object to anything. So, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-wen, Zhu Yuan and Chen Ming went to the 4S store. As for Yi Wenfeng, Xia Xinyao and a few other girls said they wanted to go shopping. Su-wen felt that the 3 girls were unfamiliar with Qin Island and it was unsafe for them to go out like this, so she asked Yi Wenfeng to accompany them. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Su-wen and his friends came to a 4S store in Qingdao. At the same time, it is also the most famous Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the city. This 4 store is very large and has almost all kinds of Mercedes-Benz series. When Su-wen and his friends went in, they couldn't help but be shocked by the grandeur of the place. At this time, another group of rich young men also walked in at the same time. Chapter 102 Arrogant Young Master Han. Welcome. What kind of cars would you like to see? Su-wen and others just entered the hall. A lady in formal attire came over and greeted politely with a smile. Take us to see the RVs. Is there any best RV? Su-wen asked. Yes, this way please. As she spoke, the woman took Su-wen and the others to the RV area. We have many models here, including the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter series, which has 4-wheel drive and 4 seats and is suitable for both business and travel. The starting price is more than 600,000 yuan. There is Lingyang FXB 5073 XLJBC5, which can reach a maximum speed of 175 km per hour and is priced at 2.6 million yuan. There is also this Mercedes-Benz Centurion 1200, which is the top luxury car in the Mercedes-Benz series. The white body is also very beautiful, and the price is as high as 8.54 million yuan. The woman introduced enthusiastically. At the same time, he opened the Centurion's rear door so that Su-wen could take a look inside. There is a sofa area, a bar counter, a dining table, and an ultra-thin TV with night views. It can be said to be luxurious. Fuck, Lao Su, this Centurion is pretty good. It's big and white, and looks easy to drive. Yes. The decoration here is really luxurious, and the space is so large. It's so luxurious. Zhu Yuan and Chen Ming's eyes lit up when they saw the large and exquisite interior of the RV and suggested. It's beautiful. Even Su-wen couldn't help but nod his head, his eyes full of love. However, at this moment, the system appeared in Su-wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, purchase 5 luxury cars in a row. Mission reward, Fortune 500 company, ranked 312th, 51% of Qingdao Beer Group's shares. Su-wen's eyes widened. Oh shit, Qingdao Beer Group, one of the Fortune 500? Another big reward. Moreover, this task is too simple. It is just about buying 5 cars. Isn't this an easy question? How could I not accept it? Accept the mission, Suwon said immediately. Then, Suwon looked at the salesperson and said, I want this RV. Okay sir, please come over here, I will handle the formalities for you. Seeing that the other party had decided on the car, the female salesperson was immediately delighted. He thought Suwon was only going to buy this one car, so he was about to take Suwon to the front desk to sign the contract. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their conversation. This RV is great, I want it. As he spoke, a group of young people in bright and beautiful clothes came over from a distance with high spirits. The person who spoke just now was a young man about the same age as Suwon. Mr. Han? When the saleswoman saw the group of people coming over, especially the leader, she was stunned and looked surprised. Han Xiao, Han Yangdong. The young master of Mingfeng Group is also a distinguished guest of their 4S store. The female salesperson didn't expect him to come too, so she quickly greeted him. Well, this car is great. Pick it up for me right away. Facing the greeting from the female salesperson, the man called Han Xiao seemed a little nonchalant. He kept his eyes fixed on the Mercedes Centurion, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. After hearing this, the female salesperson was stunned. This. Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. This RV has already been requested by a customer, so. The female salesperson hesitated to speak and immediately explained the situation. There was no way. The other party was of extraordinary status and she dared not offend him. Han Xiao frowned and glanced at Su Wen and others beside the salesperson, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Has he already bought the car? Has the contract been signed? Well, not really. The saleswoman answered truthfully. That's all, give me the car. Young Master Han sneered and didn't take Su Wen and the others seriously at all. Can. The saleswoman was stunned. She has just negotiated with the other party and can pay right away. If I sell the car to Mr. Han again, won't that be dishonest? What's this and that? Young Master Han is buying a car. Why are you, a salesman, complaining? That's right. This guy in front of us is Mr. Han from Mingfeng Group. Even your manager has to be respectful when he sees him. Who do you think you are? Seeing the saleswoman hesitating, Han Xiao's friends instantly got angry and immediately blamed her. They all seem to be a group of people who are used to being powerful. Hey, are you being unreasonable? We were the first to like the car, so why should you, who came later, buy it first? That's right, everything is based on first come first served, right? Suwon's good roommate Zhu Yuan, Chen Ming couldn't stand it anymore and finally stood up and spoke. This group of people tried to cut in line and grab the car as soon as they came in. How could this make sense? Who the hell is this? What the hell does it have to do with you? I think you are looking for death. As soon as Suwon spoke, a group of people on Han Xiao's side immediately became dissatisfied and started to curse back in a very arrogant manner. Listening to everyone talking, the female salesperson was afraid that things would get out of hand, so she quickly went to find the manager. In less than half a minute, she hurried over with a man in a suit and tie. Hey, Mr. Han, why are you here? I am sorry for not welcoming you so far. I am sorry for not welcoming you so far. Just when the atmosphere was becoming tense, the manager quickly tried to smooth things over and divert attention. Manager Zhou, you're here. I want this car, pick it up for me right away, otherwise this matter won't end today. Seeing the manager coming, Han Xiao became even more proud. It was as if he had seen himself driving away with the car. Okay, Mr. Han, please wait a moment. I will take care of this matter. Manager Zhou quickly tried to please him. When I came here just now, the female salesperson had already told the manager about the situation. The manager knew that someone had already taken a fancy to this car. But he knew better what kind of person Han Xiao was and what his temper was like. Han Xiaobi is the young master of Mingfeng Group and a former customer of their 4S store. It is better not to offend him. So after he made a promise to young Master Han, he looked at Su Wen and the others and said, Young Master, I'm so sorry. Mr. Han actually had already reserved the Centurion 1200, but the saleswoman didn't know about it, so he came to pick up the car today. If you really want to buy an RV, we have other RVs here. Why don't you take a look at the others? Manager Joe looked at Suwon with a smile on his face and told some lies in an attempt to fool him. Suwon nodded. He didn't say anything from beginning to end. Although he talked with the saleswoman for a long time, the contract had not been signed and the money had not been paid. He can't force others to sell him a car, right? Thinking about it, Suwon smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. Originally, I came here today to buy a few more cars, but since you don't want to sell them, forget it. I'll just find another one." As he spoke, Suwon showed no intention of staying. He turned around and was about to leave with his friends. However, just as Suwon turned around and took a step, Manager Zhou's face changed. He quickly stopped Suwon and others and said in shock, wait, young master, what did you say? You want to buy more cars?" Chapter 103 The Smart Manager. Yes, I plan to buy a few more cars. But the service in your store is really not that good. Those who come first are not as good as those who come later, so forget it. After saying that, Suwon pretended to leave again. No, wait a moment, young master, please wait a moment. Manager Zhou became anxious and quickly stopped Suwon and others. Young master, please don't leave in such a hurry. I'll find a way right away. I guarantee you'll get the car. Manager Zhou said quickly, fearing that Suwon would leave. There is no way, after all, the other party wants to buy 5 cars. This is a big business for their 4S store. How could he let this person go? However, in response to the manager's attempt to retain him, Suwon smiled inwardly and did not show any surprise. In fact, he just said that on purpose. The purpose is to let the other party know that if he leaves, their store will suffer a huge loss. After all, who in this world can resist money? Sure enough, the effect is very significant. At this time, the manager turned to look at Mr. Han and said flatteringly, "Mr. Han, you can see that it's not that we don't want to sell this RV to you, it's just that they bought more. We sales managers are nothing compared to you, young master. We rely on that little commission to make a living. We are lucky today. This young master wants to buy a few more cars. This opportunity is really rare for us salesmen. I hope you can understand and forgive me, Mr. Zhou." Manager Zhou clasped his hands together, and his attitude was not bad. The tone of voice was almost like he was treating the other person like an ancestor. Even Suwon couldn't help but admire it. It's not easy for these office workers to bow and nod and be humble to clients and superiors for the sake of performance. However, not everyone can understand this situation. Just like the young Master Han in front of us. At this moment, facing the manager's plea, his face looked very ugly. Han Yangdong had never failed to get what he had set his sights on since he was a child, let alone now. Then he sneered and said, "Manager Zhou, what do you mean? Do you want me to give this RV to them?" The manager quickly waved his hands and said, "How dare we, Mr. Han? They are just trying to make a living. I can't do anything about it. Of course, if you, Mr. Han, can buy 4 or 5 more luxury cars like that young master, then our 4S store will still give you priority and sell this RV to you. What do you think?" As Manager Zhou was talking, he suddenly changed the subject and laughed. "You?" Han Yangdong's face suddenly changed and he was choked and speechless. I never expected that Manager Zhou was so eloquent. Now that the other party has said this, what else can he do? If I bought this RV, I wouldn't buy any other cars. Doesn't that mean he's not as bold as the young man on the other side? But if he bought a few more luxury cars? It was like walking into a trap set by the manager, and being tricked into buying a car like a fool. What would his friends think of him? In this case, it's better not to buy it. Ha, I never knew you had this trick, Manager Zhou. Okay, for your sake today, I'll give him the car. Finally, Han Yangdong sneered and spoke with a very ugly expression. Even if he wanted to buy the car at this moment, he had to let it go. There's no way around it for someone like him. Sometimes face is more important than a car. What's more, there are so many friends around him today, he can't let people feel that he is being taken advantage of. Okay, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Han. Don't worry, Mr. Han. We will order another Centurion and ship it from the manufacturer as quickly as possible. If you want it, you can come anytime. Our store will definitely give you the best discount. How about that?" Seeing that young Master Han finally gave in, Manager Zhou was immediately delighted and hurriedly tried to please him. Snort! I hope you'll keep your promise. And you, kid, you'd better not let me see you again, otherwise I will make you pay next time. Han Yangdong first glanced at the manager, then looked at Su Wen and said something angrily. Then he called his friends and left together. Since he couldn't buy a motorhome, he had no mood to buy a car. He didn't want to stay here any longer and be laughed at. Looking at the backs of Han Xiao and others leaving, Su Wen's expression did not change much. He has seen too many scenes like this. From beginning to end, he never regarded the other party as a competitor, and didn't even say a word to the other party. He really doesn't bother to argue with others unless it's absolutely necessary. I just hope that this person won't show up again next time, otherwise it might really affect his mood. If any consequences really occur at that time, don't blame him. After seeing off young Master Han, the next things would naturally be easy. Su Wen directly took the Mercedes-Benz Centurion worth more than 8 million yuan. At the same time, Su Wen and his friends toured the entire car shop under the guidance of the manager. He bought any luxurious and good-looking sports car he saw. For example, the Mercedes-Benz Maybach S800, the Mercedes-Benz SLS Class AMG, etc. are all the most luxurious sports cars in the Mercedes-Benz series, worth millions. Although it can't be compared with Su Wen's previous car, it is definitely a luxury car. Naturally, his actions alarmed all the staff in the 4S store. Everyone looked at Su Wen, whispering about which rich man had arrived. Before he knew it, Su Wen had already bought 5 cars. After calculating the price, the total cost is more than 26 million. Su Wen was slightly stunned. It was quite a lot and the money in his CCB card was not enough to pay for it. But it's fun to spend money this way. Su Wen directly transferred 100 million yuan from the 320 million yuan in his personal account at Hills Hotel into his CCB card. He then handed the card to the front desk for swiping. As the card transaction was completed, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind in a timely manner. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of purchasing 5 luxury cars in a row. Mission reward, 51% of Qingdao Beer Group as shares. Host, please complete the handover task as soon as possible. Su Wen was immediately delighted as he had acquired another Fortune 500 company. In the meantime, see the deal done. Manager Zhou's attitude towards Su Wen became even more respectful and polite. Mr. Su, congratulations on buying 5 luxury cars from our store. You are now our largest customer. It is a great honor for our 4S store to have you here today. Manager Zhou said in a flattering tone. He even personally helped Su Wen handle the various procedures for the 5 cars. You know, these jobs were previously done by salespeople. In response, Su Wen nodded, as he was already used to it. Then he took out his cell phone and called Vice President Yang at the Forster headquarters, asking him to find a way to tow his 4 luxury cars back. The chairman has spoken, and the vice chairman is so happy that he can't wait to refuse. So the other party immediately agreed. After Su Wen and other managers completed the formalities for the RV, they drove the Mercedes-Benz Centurion away from the 4S store with their partners. As for the other cars, he had already informed the manager and asked them to leave them in their store for 2 days and someone would come to pick them up later. I have to say that this 12-meter-long Mercedes-Benz Centurion is indeed big and luxurious enough. Not only is the interior exquisite, but the exterior is also magnificent and extremely spectacular. While driving on the road, I don't know how many people turned around to look at me. When he drove the car back to the hotel, he was seen by his friends. There was an expression of surprise and shock on everyone's face. Chapter 104 Zhang Yu wins the championship. Fuck, this RV is too luxurious, right? Yeah, the decoration here is so exquisite, it feels like a large mobile bedroom. That's awesome, Lao Su. You bought such a big RV. You are so rich. In front of the hotel gate, Xia Xiniao's 2 best friends and He Wenfeng looked at the RV that Su Wen had just bought and praised it continuously. It seems that everyone has the same aesthetic taste for luxury cars. With this RV, it will be much more convenient to go wherever you go next time. Time came to the next day. Everyone had a good sleep in the presidential suite last night. Today I feel more energetic. Finished washing up. Su Wen and his friends went downstairs to have breakfast and then got on the RV to go out and play. Because Su Wen also wanted to experience the feeling of sitting in the back. So yesterday, he found a 5-day designated driver in advance. Now he sat in the back like his companions. The first place they are going to today is the Polar Ocean Park. They decided to go to the beach again at noon when the weather was at its hottest. After the plan was made, the car started to set off. I have to say that Qingdao is really a beautiful city. The scenery along the way is endless. With the sunshine, the mood is even better. Su Wen and his friends sat in the moving RV, lying on the sofa, reading books, or watching TV. They were so comfortable. Yesterday, he, Zhu Yuan and Shen Ming went to a big supermarket and bought various drinks and snacks and placed them at the bar counter. At this moment, he and his friends were eating and drinking together. They enjoyed themselves like this for about 10 minutes. The car arrived at its destination, Ocean Park. After everyone got off the bus, Su Wen spent more than 1,000 yuan to buy several tickets and took everyone into the Ocean Park world. There are several areas in the Ocean Park: Dolphinarium, Science and Technology Museum, Polar Museum, Happy Theater, etc. Su Wen and his friends visited one area after another, looking at all kinds of beautiful aquatic creatures and taking pictures, having a lot of fun. After playing for 2 or 3 hours, everyone reluctantly left the Ocean Park. When we came out, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. So everyone changed their destination, got in the RV and started heading towards the beach. By the time we got there, there were already a lot of people at the beach. I wouldn't say there were huge crowds of people, but there was a constant flow of people coming and going. There are almost all kinds of people, male and female, old and young. Most of them were shirtless. You know, it's already past autumn. Although it was noon, the temperature was only around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius. It shows how much everyone likes to come here. Xia Xinyao, Ji Yu, and the others seem to like this place very much as well. As soon as they got off the bus, they immediately went to the supermarket retail store nearby, bought swimsuits and swimming trunks, and prepared to go swimming in the sea. At this moment, Su Wen received a call from Shanghai, from Confronting Entertainment Company. Vice President Peng, what's going on? Su Wen was puzzled and picked up the phone and asked. Boss Su, I have good news for you. Zhang Yu made it through the finals of the talent show and successfully won the championship. Vice President Peng's extremely happy voice came from the other end of the phone. Did you win? Because of traveling these days, Su Wen didn't pay much attention to the talent show. At this moment, listening to Vice President Peng's report, he smiled calmly and was happy about the result. It turns out that his vision is still good. Of course I won. Boss Su, you don't know that Zhang Yu's performance this time was really outstanding. It was simply beyond his level. Because of this, she attracted a crazy wave of fans in the last game. Now her popularity is not low, on the contrary, it is ridiculously high. But this is all thanks to you, Director Su. You have a keen eye and can recognize a good horse. Otherwise, such a talented girl would have been buried. Deputy Director Peng said with a smile. Zhang Yu performed so well this time. The company can invest resources in her to start her talent career, which can be regarded as her official entry into the entertainment industry. However, after praising the little girl, Vice President Peng did not forget to flatter Su Wen. This is also what he really thinks. Mr. Su, such a young man, was able to discover Zhang Yu's extraordinariness and always give him support. This is really not something that ordinary people can do. But then, Vice President Peng thought of another important matter, and quickly said, by the way, President Su, there is one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. Didn't I call you before to tell you that those investment companies withdrew their capital because of Zhang Yu? They didn't seem to expect Zhang Yu to have such a good performance and such high popularity in the end, so now they regret it and want to seek cooperation from our company again. What do you think, Mr. Su? Talk about cooperation? Su Wen was slightly stunned, then sneered. Before the finals, everyone looked down on Zhang Yu. They acted like they were worth 2.5 million and wanted to threaten us by withdrawing their investment. Now that they see the bright prospects, they regret it and want to cooperate. How can such a cheap thing happen in the world? Tell them that you have already found another company to work with, so there is no point in cooperating with them. You will not cooperate with them again in the future. Su Wen said slowly, with a disdainful tone. Okay, Mr. Su, I think so too. Seeing Su Wen say this, Peng Lin was also delighted and spoke quickly. Since several investment companies withdrew their capital last time. Before long, Sanqing received attention from Worcester, one of the world's top 100 companies, and they were willing to invest in them. Moreover, the investment given by the other party was actually more than what several previous investment companies had given combined, amounting to several hundred million at a time. Deputy Director Peng understood that it must be Director Su who was behind this. With such a huge backer, how could they even look down on those other investment companies? So naturally, he agreed with Director Su's opinion. The two then chatted for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. When Suwon put away his phone and looked again, Xia Xinyo and her two best friends had already changed into their swimsuits and went swimming in the sea. Several of Suwon's roommates also went downstairs. Since he was already here, Suwon naturally didn't fall behind. He went to the changing room nearby and changed his pants, then followed them into the sea. I played this game with my friends for 2 hours. It can be said to be very pleasant. However, the only regret is probably that Xia Xinyao's presence attracted so much attention. She is extremely beautiful, which is enough to attract everyone's attention under normal circumstances. Wearing a swimsuit to swim at the beach at this moment, not only does she show off her beauty, but her good figure is also visible at a glance. Isn't everyone's eyes shining when seeing her? There were even quite a few brave ones who wanted to go up and get to know Xia Xinyo directly. Fortunately, Su Wen and Xia Xinyo as best friends were there, so they didn't let other people get close, otherwise Xia would have been busy. Fuck, that feels good. 2 hours later, Su Wen was the first to come out of the water. At this moment, he felt refreshed both physically and mentally. There is a feeling of chilling and exhilarating heart. Since Su Wen left his hometown to go to college, he has never had the chance to bathe in the river. You can imagine how he felt as he was able to swim in such a large beach this time. What Su Wen didn't expect was that not long after he got ashore, a very beautiful girl actually walked towards him. The girl looked Su Wen up and down, and seemed even satisfied, so she took out her cell phone, looked at Su Wen and said with a smile, "Handsome guy, how about adding me on VX?" Chapter 105, Driving Away the Rival. Su Wen was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would come up to him and ask for VX. It seems that he is quite charming. He nodded secretly, affirming his own appearance. However, he was not interested in the strange woman in front of him, so he refused directly, "Sorry, I don't play VX." The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that someone would reject her. A hint of shock appeared on his face that was originally full of confidence, and then he sneered and said, "Handsome guy, it's not that serious, it's just adding VX, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" The girl spoke slowly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She, Xin Yulin, is the eldest daughter of Qingdao Haiyun Group. She has good looks and good family background. The men chasing after her could line up from Qin Island to the ends of the earth, but she would not even bother to look at them. Today she finally saw someone she liked, but he rejected her, which naturally made her very unhappy. However, her unhappiness was her own business, and Su Wen didn't care about her feelings, so he prepared to refuse again. But just when he was about to speak, Xia Xinyo had unexpectedly arrived in front of him. Then, under Su Wen's surprised gaze, she took his arm, looked at the woman opposite and said, "He already has a girlfriend, why do you want him to chat on VX? Do you want to be his mistress? If you have such an idea, I advise you to give up." Xia Xinyo looked directly at the other person and spoke in a strong tone. This operation directly shocked Su Wen. He should be the one being ridiculed, right? Why did he feel that classmate Xia's reaction was greater than his? However, I have to admit that if someone didn't know her, they would be scared by Xia Xinyo's serious look. Just like the girl in front of you, Xin Yulin. At this moment, she looked at Xia Xinyo, her eyes scanning her face again and again, her eyes full of disbelief. Beautiful, so beautiful. Xin Yulin had never seen such a beautiful woman since he was a child. For a moment, she, who had always been confident and beautiful, actually felt a little inferior. And because the two of them were so well matched, she actually thought they were a couple, and this was followed by a strong sense of jealousy. Snort! Faced with such an outstanding woman, Xin Yulin didn't want to get entangled with her any further. She snorted coldly and left in a hurry. But it's not surprising. Xia Xinyo is already extremely beautiful, tall, and has an outstanding temperament. Any woman would pale in comparison to her. Of course, it is also ideal for Xin Yulin not to stay here and play supporting role any longer. Wow, Xiaoyao, you are so amazing. You made that woman retreat without a fight in just 2 sentences. Yes, Xiaoyao, you looked so cool when you declared your sovereignty just now. If I were handsome Mr. Su, I would want to marry you right away. The ones who spoke were Ji Yu and Wang Xiuxiu. Not long after Xia Xinyo came ashore, her friends had already followed. At this moment, I saw that the woman was dismissed by Xiaoyao in just a few words, and Xiaoyao was so strong. Both of them showed shocked and excited looks and praised their best friend. Ahem, what are you talking about? I just saw Xiaowen being harassed, so I helped him. After all, Xiaowen also helped me block a lot of people when I was swimming just now, so it's only right for me to help him. Seeing her two best friends praising her, Xia Xinyao suddenly became shy. She quickly let go of Su Wen's arm and explained awkwardly. No need to explain, we understand, we understand. Ji Yu chuckled and looked at Wang Xiuxiu. They all saw a hint of cunning in each other's eyes. Explanation is cover-up, and cover-up is the fact. Xia Xinyao was both angry and ashamed about this. Why do these two best friends always tease her? Ha, everyone, stop laughing. You know what, Xiaobiao really helped me a lot just now. She persuaded the other party to leave with just a few words. Thank you. Seeing Xia Xinyao blushing again, Suwen quickly came to the rescue. But Suwen didn't know, it would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once it was said, Xia Xinyao felt even more embarrassed. Seeing that Xia Xinyao was still embarrassed, Suwen had to change the subject and said, "It's past noon, let's go eat." After hearing what Suwen said, everyone realized that they were hungry. So he followed Suwen back to the RV and found a restaurant to eat. Because I've been to the beach. So after lunch, they didn't go to the beach in the afternoon, but instead went to other tourist attractions. The day passed like this. And time just passes like this day by day. Su Wen and his friends searched for other scenic spots on Qingdao on maps or Baidu, and visited one famous scenic spot after another. We visited many places, including Mayforth Square, the pier, the Olympic Sailing Center, etc. I have to say that traveling can sometimes really broaden your horizons. After a few days, everyone felt much more relaxed physically and mentally and had a great time. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since they came to Qin Island. Xiaowen, how about we go have a barbecue? That night, Suwen was lying in the living room of the presidential suite, watching an exciting action movie. At this moment, Xia Xinyao suddenly walked out of her room, looked at Su Wen and said expectantly, "You want to eat barbecue?" Su Wen asked in surprise. But then his expression froze, and his eyes were deeply attracted by the other person. As if she had forgotten, Xia Xinyao didn't notice that she walked out of the room directly in her pajamas without even buttoning her collar. She is extremely beautiful, and now she appears in front of Su Wen dressed like this, which shows how great the impact is. Yeah, I just sent a message to my VX friends group, everyone wants to go eat, so we're going together. You've always paid in the past, but tonight I'll treat you. Xia Xinyao hasn't noticed anything unusual about Su Wen yet. Seeing Su Wen asking, he patted his chest and spoke proudly like a local tycoon. Well, okay, let's go together. I'm going to put on my coat, and you should change your clothes too. Su Wen smiled slightly and naturally did not refuse. But at the same time, he did not forget to kindly remind classmate Xia. After hearing what Su Wen said, Xia Xinyao looked at her own clothes and realized what had happened. Ah! Suddenly, she said something coquettishly. She covered her face and ran into her room, feeling extremely shy. A few minutes later, when she came out of the room, she was still a little embarrassed. She now felt that she was so stupid that she actually appeared in front of Su Wen like that. I don't know what classmate Su would think of her. Will it leave a bad impression on the other party? However, her worries were completely unnecessary. She might not have thought of it herself. Her outfit just now would not leave a bad impression on Su Wen. On the contrary, it was deeply engraved in Su Wen's mind. It made him daydream and it was really hard to bear. When Su Wen came out after putting on his clothes, his face still looked a little strange. Chapter 106. It's you again. What's wrong with you? Why is your hair a little wet? Xia Xinyao's face was originally red, but when she saw Su Wen walking out of the room with a wet face, she immediately became curious. It's okay. It was a little hot. I just washed my face. Su Wen scratched his head and smiled bitterly. You can't say that it was because of her that I went to the bathroom to wash my face, right? Is it hot? Hearing Su Wen's answer, Xia Xinyao was naturally confused. How could this autumn night be so hot? However, she didn't have time to think about it. Su Wen pulled her out of the presidential suite and went downstairs with his friends. Huihuang Road, a street of delicious food. Speaking of this street, it can be regarded as a unique landmark location in the entire Qingdao. It is a famous barbecue spot that many people want to come to at night. The whole street is dominated by barbecue, and there is almost no business other than barbecue. When Su Wen and his group arrived in the RV, they were also shocked by the grand scene in front of them. Come on, let's go in. Su Wen said this and led everyone into the barbecue street. The barbecue street is very wide, with barbecue stalls on both sides. There were men and women, mostly young people. Su Wen and his friends walked for only half a minute before they found a seat in front of a barbecue stall and sat down. Then, under the leadership of Xia Xinyao, everyone started ordering barbecue. Just order whatever you want. Order as much as you want. Don't worry about my wallet, Xia Xinyao said with a chuckle. Since the eldest lady had spoken, everyone naturally became polite and started ordering various barbecues. Chives, potato chips, lamb kebabs, chicken wings, grilled fish, oysters, etc. Ordered some of almost everything. Some of the small skewers of meat were ordered by everyone, more than 100 of them. Xia Xinyao loves lobster the most, so she ordered a large plate of garlic lobster, weighing several kilograms. After a while, the baked food began to be served. Everyone started moving too. I have to say, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time, and when I suddenly ate barbecue, it seemed to taste especially delicious. Just like Su Wen at this moment. He hasn't had this stuff in over a year. It's spicy and strong, with a slightly burnt taste. It's simply unbeatable. How can such delicious food be served without beer? Su Wen greeted the boss again and asked him to bring a box of beer. He would not be polite if Xia Xinyao treated him to a meal. So everyone ate barbecue and drank beer. It took more than an hour before I felt full. Then Xia Xinyao went to pay the bill. There were 7 or 8 of us and the meal cost about 500 or 600 yuan. She took out her phone, scanned the VX QR code and paid the bill. I remember I said, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll make you pay." But I didn't expect that we would meet again after only 3 days. However, just as Xia Xinyao paid the bill and everyone was about to leave, suddenly, a familiar yet unexpected person appeared in front of Su Wen. This person was none other than Han Yangdong, the young master of Mingfeng Group, the one who snatched the RV from the 4S store. "It's you. You're the one harassing us again. Why do you keep haunting us?" "That's right. Last time we bought a car, he came to compete with us, so that was fine. But what are you going to do this time?" Before Su Wen could say anything, his 2 good roommates Zhu Yuan and Chen Ming started to lose their tempers. "Old Zhu, who is this? Yeah, why are you so aggressive?" The people who asked the questions were He Wenfeng and Ji Yu. They weren't there when I bought the car last time. Naturally, I didn't know what was going on, so I asked curiously. Seeing his friends asking, Chen Ming immediately explained, "It's about the last time I bought a motorhome." "You were not here last time." As he spoke, he briefly recounted what happened that day. "We are not fools, everyone will understand once the matter is explained." All of a sudden, the companions' faces changed and they became angry. Faced with everyone's anger, Han Xiao not only did not restrain himself, but became even more arrogant. Seeing that Su Wen hadn't spoken, he couldn't help but ask proudly, "Why, you don't dare to speak? Weren't you so awesome at the 4S store before? Now you're scared and panicking when you see me?" Young Master Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. I don't know what day it is today, but Mr. Han brought quite a few friends with him. At first glance, there were at least a dozen people. I'm afraid this is one of the reasons why he dares to be so arrogant. "Master Han, is this the guy who robbed your RV that you mentioned before? I thought he was someone else, but this is it?" One of Han Xiao's friends also spoke. "This man is tall and strong as an ox. Both arms are covered with tattoos. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who is not easy to mess with." At this moment, the rough man looked at Su Wen with a hint of disdain and said, "Are you the brat who provoked young Master Han? Why, do you have any ideas?" Su Wen had a blank expression and finally spoke. Compared to his companions, he does seem much more indifferent. "Idea? Of course I have an idea, which is to ask you to apologize to my brother." Then, he smiled evilly and said, "However, the apology I'm talking about is not just a few words. You have to kneel down and apologize, showing enough sincerity. There are a lot of people here today, so I can let everyone be a witness. If your sincerity is not enough to satisfy me, don't blame me for being ruthless." The man sneered. After saying this, he deliberately clenched his fist and threatened Su Wen. Looking at this group of arrogant and conceited young people, not to mention Zhu Yuan, even Chen Ming and others were a little scared. Even the customers who were eating barbecue nearby and the boss who was busy with his business started to get scared. I was afraid that if they started fighting, it would affect me. Only Su Wen showed no sign of panic. He remembered what he said to himself last time. If this young Master Han comes to cause trouble for me again, don't blame him for being rude. It is obvious that this young Master Han does not know how to restrain himself. So don't blame him for being rude. So he looked up at Han Xiao. At this time, Han Xiao thought he had the situation under control, and he raised his hand to slap Su Wen, preparing to give him a warning. But just when everyone thought Su Wen was going to be in trouble, Su Wen flashed and struck back, dodging the opponent's attack. Bang! With just one punch, he hit Han Xiao in the face. In an instant, blood was flowing. The powerful force was like a bullet fired from a shell, directly breaking Han Xiao's nose and knocking him away. If he didn't have many people behind him to support him. At this time, Han Xiao had already flown several meters away. Then a scream was heard, echoing around. Before everyone understood what was happening, young Master Han, who was originally smug and arrogant. At this moment, he was already holding his bloody nose and was in excruciating pain. This is called the Sun Punch. Su Wen retracted his gesture and explained. Since the invention of Wing Chun, he has never fought. This time I finally got the chance to take action, it feels really good. Chapter 107 The Anger of the Han Family. Fuck, you dare to hit my brother, I'll beat you up. Seeing that Mr. Han was beaten, the burly man standing next to him instantly burst out with a swear word. He couldn't believe that the young man opposite dared to fight back. He immediately swung his fist at Su Wen. However, don't be fooled by the sturdy and strong man. But Su Wen's strength was far superior to his, and he also had superb martial arts skills like Wing Chun. How could a burly man compare to him? With just one move, Su Wen was able to block the opponent's attack. Then he threw a side punch, hitting the opponent's lower back. The burly man felt his body go numb and he lost his fighting ability in an instant. However, just as Su Wen had subdued the rude man, the other side's arrogant accomplices couldn't bear it anymore. They rushed to the intersection and launched a group attack on Su Wen. Don't come up, I'll do it myself. In this situation, Su Wen was not panicked. He turned around and said something to his companions who were about to come up to help, and then took action. With so many people here, Su Wen can take this opportunity to show off his skills and try out how powerful Wing Chun is. Why not? So, the two sides immediately fought together. Boom! Bang bang bang! For a moment, people were thrown to the ground and tables, chairs and benches fell to the ground. Although the other side had more people and more power, they could not get close to Su Wen at all. Su Wen could easily deflect every punch and kick. Then one move for each child. Every time he made a move, he almost always launched a beautiful counterattack in the shortest and most energy-saving way. Although it is not fatal, it can always inflict heavy damage to the opponent. This kind of scene can probably only be seen in movies. Because there were too many people involved in the fight, the scene was too noisy. People who were eating barbecue and selling barbecue had already gathered around to watch. Everyone was shocked and frightened by what they saw. Fuck, who is this person? Is he filming a movie? This is too much. Yeah, this guy is really good at fighting. He beat more than a dozen people by himself? Is this Superman reincarnated? This is so awesome. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Could he be a special forces soldier? The crowd was talking and whispering. They all opened their eyes wide, watching the scenes happening before their eyes in disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there was such an awesome person in the world. Even boxing champion Arson would probably retreat if he saw him. Some people even took out their mobile phones to record this incredible scene and prepared to post it online to let everyone see how strong this young man is. While everyone was shocked, Su Wen acted very quickly. Just 2 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Han Xiao and his gang, who had been so arrogant and domineering, were now like eggplants hit by frost, lying on the ground howling and dying. The more arrogant you were just now, the more miserable you are now. Looking at the scene again, the tables, chairs and benches were broken or fallen over. Especially the family who were having barbecue just now, it was a mess. You will inevitably have to pay compensation later. But before paying the compensation, Su Wen came to Han Xiao, who was still lying on the ground, and asked condescendingly, "Don't you want me to apologize? What do you want to say now?" He really wanted to hear what other bluffing words this guy could say. However, what is unexpected is, at this moment, Han Xiao, who was lying on the ground, covering his nose, no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked at Su Wen as if he was looking at a devil, with great fear in his eyes. Who are you? Who are you? Young Master Han spoke. He looked at Su Wen and asked. Yes, he was scared, very scared. In Han Xiao's opinion, the strength of the young man in front of him was simply unbelievably strong. So when faced with Su Wen's ridicule, he no longer dared to talk back and only dared to ask about the other party's identity. But Su Wen just sneered and had no intention of answering the other party's question. Su Wen remained silent, but his friends couldn't stand it. Especially Zhu Yuan and Chen Ming. As soon as the two of them came up, they scolded Han Xiao to the point of utter bloodshed, which finally vented their anger. Seeing that the matter was almost over and too lazy to do anything more, Su Wen turned around and found the stall owner who had just sold barbecue and transferred 5,000 yuan to him. It was considered as compensation for breaking the tables and chairs and ruining his business today. Then he led his companions away. Only Han Xiao and his group were left lying on the ground, unable to get up. But what Su Wen didn't know was, it was because of this fight at the barbecue stall that he even became a hot topic in Qingdao. In just a day or two, he became a minor celebrity on the internet. Especially in the city of Qingdao, many netizens knew about this. This also caused Su Wen a lot of trouble. The first reason, of course, was that this incident alarmed the local police station, and Su Wen even went to the police station because of it. However, Su Wen was surrounded and beaten by many people, so it was self-defense, so there was no big problem, and there was no need to even disturb the lawyer. It only took an hour or two, and after some notes were taken, he came out. He just had to wait to be called at any time. The second thing, of course, was the trouble from the Han family. At this moment, Qingdao First Affiliated Hospital. In a VIP luxury ward, a young man was lying on the hospital bed with his entire head wrapped, uttering painful cries from time to time. If this person is not Mr. Han, then who could he be? At the same time, a group of people from the Han family gathered around his bed. They all looked at Han Yangdong on the hospital bed with heavy expressions, and anger seemed to burst out of their eyes. Especially Han Xiao's parents, their faces turned pale. Han Shun, I don't care what method you use, you must find the person who beat Xiaodong for me. What a bastard! He beat my son like this. If you catch him, just cripple his hands and feet, and then give me revenge tenfold or 100-fold. Otherwise, how can I get rid of my son's anger? And I must make the person who beat my son kneel down in front of him and apologize, and take a video as evidence and post it online so that everyone will know what happened to him. The person who spoke was Han Xiao's mother, Fongsi. She looked at her son lying on the hospital bed, and her anger reached its peak. She has never been willing to hit or scold her son Han Yangdong since he was a child. But now someone was so cruel that he broke his son's nose. How could she bear not to take revenge? What my sister-in-law said is that no matter what, if you touch anyone from our Han family, you are seeking death. If we don't take revenge, we in the Han family will not be human beings. Suddenly, another member of the Han family spoke. This man is in his 30s, has a fierce look on his face, and doesn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. His meaning was the same as Fongsi's, which was to make the person who beat Han Yangdong pay a heavy price. Chapter 108 Decision. Don't worry, leave this to me. I will find this person, deal with him, and bring him here. The person who spoke was Han Yangdong's father, Han Shun. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. As the chairman of Mingfeng Group, he has been in a high position for a long time and has taught many people a lesson in the past because of some interests. Many of those who stood in his way have become his stepping stones and have been destroyed by him. The worst case scenario is that you lose everything you have. In serious cases, the family will be separated and the person may end up in suicide. And today, his son was beaten like this. In his eyes, this kind of hatred is much more serious than hindering his development and growth, and preventing him from gaining benefits. You can imagine how angry he was. However, just as he hated Su Wen, he hated Su Wen. I wish I could tear it into pieces. On the other hand, Su Wen is busy taking over Qingdao Beer Group and officially becoming the chairman of this Fortune 500 company. Qinglu Avenue, Qingdao Beer Group headquarters. Boss Su, congratulations on becoming the chairman of our group. From now on, everyone in our company will follow your lead. Yes, Mr. Su, if you have any requests in the future, please feel free to raise them. As long as we shareholders can do it, we will do our best to do it. In the conference room in the top floor lobby of the Group's headquarters building. As soon as Su Wen signed the handover contract and became the chairman of the beer group, the company's shareholders began to try to please Su Wen. Ha, then I'll trouble you all. Faced with this situation, Su Wen was no longer surprised and handled it with ease. Ever since he bought 5 luxury cars in a row at a forest store and completed the task assigned by the system, Su Wen received an invitation call from Qingdao Beer Group, asking him to take over the position. It's just that he had just arrived in Qingdao and was only thinking about how to have fun with his friends. He didn't care about these things at all, so he didn't come. Yesterday the company called and invited Su Wen again. Su Wen couldn't refuse the invitation, so he came to the company. After the handover ceremony, the company as shareholders asked Su Wen if he was interested in visiting the brewery. Su Wen had drunk so much beer but had never been to a brewery. He was really curious about how beer was made, so he agreed. Therefore, Su Wen, led by the deputy director and shareholders, drove to the suburbs of the city more than 10 miles away and came to the brewery for a visit. It has to be said that the manufacturing plants of the Fortune 500 companies are different. It is large in scale and magnificent in style. Su Wen observed inside for more than 2 hours, and the various technical processes made his eyes light up. No wonder Qingdao beer tastes so good, is well known in the country, and has such a hot sales volume. Of course, when Su Wen came, all the leaders in the factory naturally had to try to please him. Su Wen was also used to it. Seeing that most of the people had watched, everyone finally went back at Su Wen's suggestion. Since Su Wen did not drive an RV here, Vice President Lu personally drove him to a hotel in the city. Mr. Su, you are not from here. Are you going back to the Magic City in a few days? Su Wen just got off the car at the hotel entrance. Deputy Director Lu Runs also quickly got out of the car and suddenly asked. Well, what's wrong? Su Wen asked puzzledly. It's like this, Mr. Su. Qingdao may hold a tea party in a few days. To put it bluntly, it's an auction. Several shareholders of our company go there every year to have fun. I wonder if Director Su is interested. Deputy Director Lu said with a smile, his tone full of respect. The reason why he said this was simply because he wanted to take advantage of this tea party to get closer to Mr. Su. Before Su Wen answered the other party, the system appeared in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issue task, agree to Vice President Lu's request and attend the tea party. Mission reward, a set of Qingdao Hangdao Royal View high-rise villas. Su Wen was stunned. Another task came. But if you think about it carefully, this reward is still very good. He has a group here. It would not be a bad idea to have another villa. Although he knew he would definitely not live here permanently. But if you want to travel here occasionally, having a villa to live in would be perfect. Accept the mission. Su Wen said without hesitation. Okay, I'll go in a couple of days, and you can send me a VX message then. Then, Su Wen looked up at Vice President Lu and said. Okay, Mr. Su, then it's settled. Seeing that Director Su accepted his invitation, Vice Director Lu was delighted and quickly responded. After chatting for a few more words, Vice President Lu left. A day passed in the blink of an eye. I have to say that Mingfeng Group moves quickly. It was the day after the Han family was about to investigate Su Wen. They have already found out where Su Wen is now and even his identity. It is this identity that makes the entire Han family change color. Shanyuan Villa District, Han family. At this moment, everyone in the Han family was sitting in the living room, and the atmosphere was very depressing. What should we do, brother? This Mr. Su is not a simple person. Yeah, I didn't expect that the person who beat Xiaodong had such a big background. No wonder he was so arrogant. This puts us in a passive position. Is it revenge, or does it end here? In the living room, everyone was talking, still struggling with Han Yangdong's matter. This time Han Yangdong was beaten and the incident was reported online. Originally, everyone in the Han family was thinking about revenge, to vent Xiaodong's anger and the Han family's anger. So that everyone can see what the consequences of angering the Han family are. But now, they found out that the other party's background identity was so powerful and so mysterious. So everyone is inevitably timid. They could only turn their eyes to the head of the family, Han Xiao's father, Han Shun, and listen to his advice. Yet they didn't know it was. As the head of the family, Han Shun was even more afraid than they were at this moment. Yes, Han Shun is indeed very famous in the business world. He is a well-known ruthless and evil person. But that also depends on who you follow. Some people can be offended, and some people cannot be offended. For example, this Su Wen. Apart from anything else, the Forster group alone is not someone they can afford to offend. If they deal with Su Wen this time and provoke crazy revenge from the other party or the other party's family, the consequences will be unimaginable. So at this moment, Han Shun was also very decisive. He immediately made a decision and said, "Forget it, let's end this matter here. No one is allowed to mention anything about showdown," Han Shun said in a decisive tone. After these words were spoken, everyone in the family looked at each other and seemed to be relieved. However, just when everyone thought everything was fine, suddenly, a woman's voice sounded. "I don't agree to just let it go. My son was beaten like this, and we're just going to let it go? How can it be so easy?" The person who spoke was Han Xiao's mother Fongsi. Her face was filled with rage, and the hatred in her eyes did not seem to be intimidated by the other party's background, but instead became even more crazy. It seemed that she would not be able to relieve her hatred unless she took revenge on Su Wen. Chapter 109, Tea Party. Are you crazy? Don't you even look at who our opponent is? Can we defeat them? Han Shun frowned and spoke. He didn't expect his wife to be so bold. Even after knowing the other party's identity, he still dared to retaliate. "I don't care. Anyway, he beat my son, and I'm going to seek revenge on him," Fongsi said fearlessly. Then she looked at her husband, then at everyone in the family and said, "If you don't help Xiaodong get revenge, forget it. I will find a way to deal with him myself. After all, he is just a mortal. I don't believe that he can't be cured," Fongsi said viciously. After saying that, she snorted coldly, stood up and left the living room angrily. "Hey, sister-in-law. Stop shouting, let her go crazy. I don't believe she can do anything by herself." Seeing that the mother of the family was still trying to cause trouble, everyone was about to say something to persuade her, but Han Shun waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. In his opinion, his wife was just too angry these 2 days and couldn't accept this result. After a few days, maybe he will calm down. However, what he didn't know was that after Fongsi left the hall, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It was this phone call that nearly bankrupted the Han family. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. These past 2 days have not been easy for the Han family. But Su Wen and his friends were very happy. They went to many fun places, ate many delicious foods, and bought many strange and weird things. Of course, most of the money was paid by Su Wen. And today, Su Wen is going to take his friends to another place, which is a tea party. After all, there are no regulations on who can go to the tea party and who cannot go. At this time, on the spacious and clean city streets of Qingdao, a Centurion RV that is more than 10 meters long is driving on the road, forming a beautiful landscape. Whenever pedestrians on the road spotted this car, they would turn around and look at it, attracted by it. After a while, the RV arrived near the second ring road of the city. That is the place where tea parties are held, the tea house. "Wow, handsome Su, is this the place where you said you would hold the tea party? It's spectacular." "Yes. This tea house is too big." Su Wen and his friends had just gotten off the RV and were amazed at the manor-like building in front of them. Even Su Wen couldn't help but sigh that this manor was probably not smaller than the Xianhe tea house, it was just that the architectural style was different. As they were talking, everyone walked inside. Since no one here knew each other, Su Wen sent a message to Vice President Liu, asking him to come out to greet them. Mr. Su has arrived, and Vice President Liu is so happy that he dares not welcome him. After a while, several men in suits came out in a hurry. They were Vice President Liu and several shareholders. "Hey, Mr. Su, you're finally here. We were so worried that you wouldn't come." "Yes, Mr. Su, we have been waiting here since early morning, and finally you are here." "Hey, who are these people?" As soon as the group's vice president and several shareholders saw Su Wen, they immediately greeted him politely. Then, he became curious about the people around Su Wen. Su Wen smiled calmly and gave a brief introduction of his companions. Then, the two sides chatted while entering the inner hall of the tea house, where the auction was about to be held. After everyone entered, Su Wen finally got a glimpse of the entire interior hall. Su Wen, who was used to seeing all kinds of luxurious places, felt that this place was not luxurious at first glance. But the scene is grand and sophisticated. Very cultural. There are many coffee tables and benches in the hall. At a glance, almost every coffee table was filled with people. There were men and women, young and old. Most of these people are well dressed and have extraordinary temperament. It seems that they are not ordinary people. At the same time, there were many female waiters wearing cheongsams who came from time to time and served tea to everyone. The arrival of Su Wen and others naturally attracted the attention of many people. Suddenly everyone was shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. What did they see? Vice President Liu of Qingdao Beer Group and several shareholders were actually very respectful and fawning towards a young man. You have to know that they are all senior executives of Fortune 500 companies in Qingdao Beer Group. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but speculate about Su Wen's identity. In addition, the extremely beautiful girl Xia Xinyo was also there, which naturally attracted more attention from everyone. However, the person who was most shocked in the whole audience was probably not them, but another woman. This person was none other than Miss Shen Yulan, whom Su Wen and his friends had met when they were playing on the beach. At this moment, Miss Shen was sitting beside one of the coffee tables, looking at Su Wen and others with an expression of disbelief. It seemed that I didn't expect to meet them here again. Miss Shen, who was originally smiling, suddenly looked gloomy. What's wrong? Seeing Shen Yulan's sudden change of expression, the friends sitting next to her naturally noticed her change and asked in confusion. Nothing, just saw some unpleasant people. Then she told him what happened that day. Suddenly, Shen Yulan's friends couldn't help but frown, obviously considering Su Wen and others as enemies. However, about what happened on their side, Su Wen and others naturally didn't know. After they entered the conference hall, they were led by Vice President Liu and others to a better coffee table and sat down. After sitting down, Vice President Liu immediately called a waiter over and asked her to bring a few more cups of tea. It's no wonder that the tea at this Chawazwang is really not simple. It uses top quality and precious tea leaves. Su Wen took a sip and found it really sweet. Just as he finished his first sip of tea, the host walked onto the stage and started the auction after saying a bunch of opening words. In fact, that's what a tea party is all about. Drinking tea is secondary. It mainly involves some wealthy people or entrepreneurs who get to know some people through tea parties, or show off their strength and financial resources through bidding on items. With the opening of this auction, some people have been eager to try their luck. Dear friends and family members, the first lot we're going to auction is a large ding kiln white porcelain with fish and algae patterns. It's an heirloom from an old gentleman. It's undoubtedly authentic. The starting price is 2.45 million yuan. The host's high-pitched voice shouted. 2.5 million. 2.6 million. 2.7 million. Suddenly, many people picked up the signs on their tables and started bidding. But after a while, the first item was bought by a wealthy businessman for 5.5 million. You're welcome. When the host struck the hammer, the wealthy businessman stood up and couldn't help but say with a smile. You can see that he is in high spirits and very proud. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the second item and the third item were pushed out one after another. It can be said that each item is more expensive than the last one. Each one is more expensive than the other. More and more people came to bid, and many wealthy people made a bid. The auction was reaching its climax. However, just when the auction was going to the fourth round, the appearance of an item suddenly made Xia Xinyao's eyes light up, and then a very excited expression appeared on her face. Chapter 110 Beautiful Girl and Rich Woman. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Why are you so excited? Ji Yu, who was standing by, was surprised to see her best friend's excited face. Yeah. Don't tell me you're also interested in these auction items. Wang Xiuxiu also looked curious. In addition to the two of them, Xia Xinyao's abnormality naturally also attracted the attention of Su Wen, Vice President Liu and others. Everyone saw that she looked very excited and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Xia Xinyao knew that she was too happy, so she said a little embarrassedly, "You don't know, this item on the stage is my father's favorite." It turned out that the item to be auctioned on the stage was plum green glaze from the Longquan kiln of the Song dynasty, which had perfect craftsmanship and extremely high cost. This pair of green glazed bottles was originally a pair, but was later separated. One of the green glazed bottles is now in their Xia family. It was bought by her father Xia Chengdong from an old man at a high price 10 years ago. Xia Chengdong has always wanted to find another green glazed bottle and make it complete, so that its collection value would be even higher. It's a pity that it was never found. Unexpectedly, today, the other bottle and the pair of green glazed bottles would appear here. Xia Xinyo was naturally excited. Listening to her explanation, everyone nodded. So that's what is happening. Sure enough, not long after Xia Xingyao finished speaking, the host on the stage also spoke. The item I am going to introduce to you is really amazing. It is the plum green glaze from the Longquan kiln in the Song dynasty. At the same time, it is also one of the 3 most valuable ancient artifacts in our auction today, with a starting price of 10.25 million yuan. The bidding begins. As he spoke, the host raised his hand to signal everyone to start bidding. As soon as he finished speaking, many people started bidding. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. 14 million. This time, it seems that many people have taken a fancy to this plum green glaze. As soon as the bidding started, more than a dozen people immediately joined in, shouting out prices without hesitation. Soon the bidding price reached 20 million. 30 million. Suddenly, Xia Xingyao, who had been waiting for a long time holding the bidding card, also spoke. As soon as she saw the plum green glaze, she immediately planned to buy it, so it was natural for her to do so at this moment. She raised the bidding price from 20 million to 30 million in one breath, which attracted many people present. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who had just bid was a very beautiful girl who was no more than 20 years old. They were all shocked. It seemed hard to believe that such a young girl would be interested in these antiques. Xiaoyao, do you really want to take a picture of this item? Yeah, that's not a small amount of money. At this moment, let alone other people, even Xia Xinyao's 2 best friends were slightly shocked when they saw Xia Xingyao bid the price. They know their bestie is rich. But just for such an item, the asking price was 30 million. They still feel that it is unfair and not worth it for their best friend to spend this money. It's okay. My dad likes this item, so I must get it for him. Xia Xingyao shook her head and said firmly. If her father were here, he would probably have directly asked for a starting price of 100 million. She was being polite. Well, I think Xiaoyao is right. Since her father likes it, we must get this antique. For someone like her father, sometimes fulfilling a wish may be more valuable than money. Su Wen fully agreed with Xia Xinyao's opinion. Then he looked at Xia Xingyao and said, just take the photos. If you don't have enough money, I have some. Well, it's okay. I have the money. Xia Xingyao smiled slightly and said confidently. At the same time, the host on the stage also spoke. 30 million. This girl offered 30 million right away. That's amazing. Is there a higher price? At this moment, even the host became excited. It seems that he didn't expect someone to bid so high at once. But just as everyone was surprised, suddenly, another voice rang out. 35 million, the man shouted directly. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. Because the voice sounds very young, as if it was made by a young girl. Everyone turned around and saw a girl on the other side holding up a sign and shouting loudly. Yes, this girl is no other than. It was Miss Xin Yulin, the daughter of Haiyun Group. She and Xia Xingyao had not gotten along before. Now that Xia Xingyao has set her eyes on this antique and wants to bid for it, how could Xin Yulin remain indifferent? She is bound to take action and deliberately disrupt this competition. Shaolin, this is a great idea. That girl has a grudge against you. Now she wants to take a photo of this ancient artifact. Do you want to interfere? This is a good idea. You dared to be so arrogant in front of you before, this time you can let the other party see your strength. At this time, Xin Yulin was here. As soon as she finished shouting out the price, several of her friends couldn't help but laugh and gave her a thumbs up. Xin Yulin couldn't help but feel proud when hearing the praise from his friends. That woman dared to challenge me, Xin Yulin. I'm going to punish her. She wanted to bid for this item, but I won't let her succeed. Let's see what she will do. After saying that, she couldn't help but turn her head and look in Xia Xinyao's direction, her eyes full of disdain. However, Xia Xingyao was determined to obtain this cultural relic, so how could she give up? So, less than 5 seconds after Xin Yulin raised the sign, Xia Xingyao raised her sign. 50 million. Xia Xingyao bid again. Another 15 million was raised all at once. Xin Yulin was not to be outdone and she also raised the sign again. 55 million. 70 million. 75 million. 90 million. 95 million. 120 million. When Xia Xingyao called out the price of 120 million. Not to mention Xin Yulin, the entire audience was shocked. Everyone looked at the beautiful girl holding the sign in disbelief, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oh my god, who is this girl? She actually offered a price of 120 million. Yeah. She's too rich. She must be the daughter of some wealthy family. You see, she is sitting at the same table with Vice President Liu of Qingdao Beer Group. Could she be related to Vice President Liu? Suddenly, everyone was whispering and talking. Seeing how generous the girl was, everyone was very curious about her identity. Xia Xinyao's friends were even more shocked. Everyone looked at Xia with disbelief in their eyes. 120 million? What a joke. They may never see so much money in their entire lives. Classmate Xia didn't even blink when he made the bid. That's too cruel. Especially Ji Yu and Wang Xiuxiu, their hearts could hardly bear it. They have always known that Xiaoyao is rich, but they don't know how much money she has, and they would never take the initiative to ask about such matters. But I didn't expect that my best friend actually had so much money. It's like a huge treasury. Is this the daughter of a top 100 corporate group? She is simply a beautiful and wealthy woman with a full vault. However, compared to everyone's shock, Xin Yulin, the daughter of the Xin family, had a different feeling. At this moment, she looked towards Xia Xinyao, her face turned pale and her expression was very ugly. She didn't expect the woman to be so rich. He actually raised the bidding price to 120 million in one go. This was already far beyond the price she could afford, and she couldn't raise the price even if she wanted to. In fact, when the item was auctioned for 90 million, she could no longer afford the price. If it weren't for a few friends around, she would have felt a little embarrassed and had to bite the bullet and say 95 million. She would have wanted to give up long ago. Chapter 111, the final antique appears, participate in the auction. 120 million, 120 million, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 120 million for the first time. 120 million the second time. 120 million for the third time, deal. On the platform in front, the host couldn't hide his excitement and spoke. It seems that he did not expect that this plum green glaze antique could be auctioned at such a high price. This is indeed a shocking and surprising result. And with his final decision, this antique finally fell into Xia Xinyao's hands. Suddenly, Xia Xinyao became happy. Because she knew that when her father saw this item, he would be extremely happy and excited. However, faced with this result, many people shook their heads, thinking that the girl was too young and did not understand the value of antiques, and that she suffered a loss in this auction. After all, this plum green glaze piece is very antique and valuable. But it shouldn't be worth more than 100 million. But how could they know? If we consider it as a single item, the price of a green glazed bottle is indeed high. But this celadone vase was originally a pair. If this pair is complete, it will not be as simple as 1 plus 1, its value will inevitably increase exponentially. Therefore, Xia Xinyao not only did not suffer any loss in this auction, but made a huge profit instead. But then again, Xia Xinyao bought this green glazed bottle for her father's collection, not for resale, so there is no point in talking about profit or loss. As they were talking, the auction was over. Time flies since Xia Xinyao took pictures of her father's favorite collection. In the blink of an eye, another half hour passed. 2 more antiques were auctioned off in succession. However, in terms of price, few can reach hundreds of millions. And as time went on, this auction. Finally, it was time to auction this last antique. The last item has finally come out. I can tell you that this item will be the highlight of all the items on display today, and it is also the most valuable item. Following the host's excited speech, 2 staff members immediately lifted the long cloth covering the work, and the last item was finally presented to everyone. Suddenly, many knowledgeable audience members present widened their eyes with disbelief in their eyes. This is a painting. A landscape painting that is more than 1 meter high and 5 meters long. The painting features lakes and mountains, overlapping peaks, water and sky merging into one, and towering peaks reaching into the clouds. The vast mist in the scenery that connects the sky and the earth form a scene of thousands of rivers and mountains. Magnificent and magnificent. Fuck, is this Master Chi's 12 landscape screens? Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It seems to be true. Is this an authentic work? This is amazing, absolutely amazing. Which collector is so crazy that he would be willing to put this painting up for auction? This painting is so valuable, I never thought it would appear here. For a moment, everyone was shocked. From everyone's reactions, it can be seen that this painting is absolutely priceless and extremely precious. Listening to everyone's explanations, and considering that this is a landscape painting, I got to know Suwon's area of expertise. At this moment, Suwon couldn't help but become interested in this painting. So he began to appreciate the 12 landscape screens carefully. Just this one look made him startled. Although the place where he was sitting was some distance away from the auction table. But because his physique is about 5 times stronger than that of an ordinary person and his eyesight is exceptionally good, he can still see the content and details of the painting clearly even at a distance. Perfect, so perfect. This 12 landscape screens can be said to be a masterpiece that combines thousands of painting techniques in one. His paintings are fresh and elegant, and his brushwork is as fast as the wind. It is hearty and full, yet also free and bold. It really feels like a work of art beyond compare. No wonder so many people are shocked when they see this painting. Suwon asked himself, based on this 12 landscape screens alone, with such painting skills and techniques, he would believe that it was the technology given by the system. However, speaking of Cao Cao, here he appears. Just when Suwon thought of the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System releases task. Participate in the auction to win the 12 landscape screens and give it to Xia Xiniao's father to increase Xia Qingdong's favor towards you. Reward, 51% of the shares of the famous clothing brand Weiss and the 187th ranked domestic enterprise. System reminder, considering that the host has just taken over the companies and currently has limited financial resources, the auction system can help him bear 90% of the payment, and the remaining 10% must be borne by the host himself. Do you accept the mission? After the system finished speaking, Suwon was stunned for a long while, and then he was delighted. He knew the Weiss brand. This is a very famous high-end clothing brand in China, and its headquarters is in Qingdao. Although it is not one of the Fortune 500 companies in the world, it is one of the top 500 companies in China. How can we not want it? Besides, after the auction, you only need to pay 10% of the payment. If you don't accept such a task, you are a fool. What made Suwon unable to hold back was the system actually asked him to give this painting to Xia Xiniao's father. It's not that he is reluctant, or that he is stingy or anything. But why does he smell the scent of forced marriage with this approach? Is this to arrange the host's lifelong affairs? But fortunately, if the person was someone else, Suwon would have rejected him directly. But if it was classmate Xia, he would not refuse. But there was no point in thinking so much at this moment. He thought it would be better to accept the task first. And at this moment, the auction finally began. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the last auction of the auction, the 12 landscape screens. I declare that the auction is now officially open. The starting price is 150 million. After saying that, the host waved his hand to signal the start of filming. 160 million. 170 million. 180 million. 190 million. This time, I don't know what is going on. It seemed that everyone took a fancy to this landscape painting and they all started bidding for it, making it the talk of the town. And the momentum is getting faster and faster, and it seems that there is a lot of competition going on. However, while everyone was frantically attacking, Suwon was not panicked at all and had not made any move yet. Because in his opinion, bidding now would be in vain. When everyone has shouted enough, he will come to harvest. Anyway, he still has a balance of more than 90 million in his bank card, plus 220 million in his personal account at Hills Hotel. Altogether, there is about 310 million in cash. The system can help him bear 90% of the cost, so he can at least bear a bidding price of 3 billion. Who can compete with him? The facts were just as he expected. This auction just started, everyone was bidding fiercely. However, when the price reached 500 million, the number of bidders obviously decreased. At this moment, Suwon finally raised his bidding card and said, "I'll bid 800 million. Chapter 112 Shocking Auction Venue. Fuck, 800 million, the price is raised so quickly. Yeah. Who is this? Doesn't he know that steady wins the race? He actually increased the bid by 180 million in one go. Oh my god, how can we play this? This guy doesn't play by the rules. He must be a wealthy man." When Suwon shouted out the price in his mind, the entire auction hall suddenly became chaotic. Everyone was talking about it, and at the same time, they all turned their eyes to Suwon. The bidding price for this painting 12 landscape screens was 6.2 just before he called out the bid. He exported 800 million at a time. You can imagine the shock in everyone's heart. Su Wen's companions were so frightened that they almost died. They looked at Su Wen in disbelief as he suddenly raised the sign. They were so scared that they didn't know what to say. Before, they were still lamenting that Xia was really rich and generous. Wow, Su Wen's silent move turned out to be 800 million. What a joke. If this goes on, their hearts really can't take it. 800 million. This gentleman bid 800 million in one breath. Are there any more people raising their prices? Are there any more people adding to their prices? The host on the stage almost uttered foul language. He said with great excitement. However, this price has obviously not reached its limit. It's time for the real tycoons to take action. 850 million. 900 million. 950 million. 1 billion. 1.1 billion. At this moment, someone raised the price by 100 million. This is a middle-aged man wearing an expensive suit. He has a majestic aura and you can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. 1.2 billion. But less than 5 seconds after he started bidding, an old man also bid. The old man looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, but his eyes were bright and sharp, and he was obviously not an ordinary person. By this time, there were only a handful of people bidding. After all, the price has already reached 1.2 billion. If not really super rich. Who has the willingness or financial resources to spend such a huge amount of money for an antique? However, just when everyone thought everything was over, suddenly, Su Wen spoke again. 2 billion. Quiet, extremely quiet. The auction hall, which was bustling just now, was unexpectedly silent at this moment. It was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. This silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then there was a loud boom. The auction hall was suddenly filled with unprecedented bustle. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was bustling with people. Fuck, that young man is crazy. Is he crazy? Oh my god, 2 billion. He actually offered 2 billion. How the hell is this? I now seriously doubt whether I am dreaming. I just want to know who this guy is. Does anyone know? In the hall, people were talking and whispering. I can't wait to know the identity of this young man. I want to know why he is so generous and so rich. There's nothing you can do about it, don't blame them for being so shocked. 2 billion, a full 2 billion. What is the concept? Such a huge sum of money. It's not a business, it's not an investment, it's just to get the picture. Who can compete with such a tyrannical spirit? Who dares to compete? Even Su Wen's companions were shocked by his behavior. For a moment, there was nothing to say. 2 billion. They actually offered 2 billion. Anyone else want to bid? 2 billion for the first time, 2 billion for the second time, 2 billion for the third time, deal. I declare that this painting of 12 landscape screens belongs to this young man. At this time, the host on the stage was also shouting excitedly, as if he couldn't believe that all this was true. When he finally announced the result of the bidding, it also indicated that the auction had finally come to an end. Congratulations to Director Su for winning this landscape painting. Director Su is indeed extraordinary. Yes. Today, we old guys finally got to see your elegance and style, Mr. Su. Not long after the auction of the items was completed, Vice President Liu and several shareholders who were sitting next to Su Wen immediately began to compliment Su Wen with a smile, their tone full of flattery. Compared to others, they were obviously much less shocked. After all, Mr. Su is the chairman of their Qingdao beer group, and his status and position are self-evident. It is reasonable to spend 2 billion to buy this item. Well, you're welcome. Faced with everyone's flattery, Su Wen just smiled indifferently. Xia Xinyao, on the other hand, was probably the calmest person in the whole audience. Su Wen didn't know how many companies he had acquired. Not to mention 2 billion, even if he took out 20 billion, she wouldn't be shocked. However, Xia Xinyao probably doesn't know that Su Wen is going to give this painting to her father. If she knew, she would probably be no less shocked than everyone else. Time flies. Now that all the antiques have been photographed, the next thing will naturally be easy. It's nothing more than paying, signing, and taking the item. So after the auction ended, the staff took Su Wen and Xia Xinyao to the backstage to sign and pay. Xia Xinyao swiped the card directly. The same goes for Su Wen. However, according to the agreement, he only needs to pay 10% of the payment, and the rest will be paid by the system. So when he paid the bill in the end, he only swiped his card for 200 million. After paying, the two did not take the antiques away. Instead, he asked the auction staff to contact the logistics company and have them pack the items and send them back to his hometown. For safety reasons, Suwon paid an additional sum of money to the backstage staff and asked them to arrange a special delivery. The staff naturally had no objection to this. After arranging everything, Suwen and Xiaoxinya walked out of the tea house with everyone else. Originally, Vice President Liu and several other shareholders wanted to invite Suwen to dinner. However, Suwen had made an appointment with his friends to eat crabs at noon today, so he declined the other party's offer. Afterwards, Suwen and others got on the RV and headed to a seafood restaurant in Qingdao. Xiaowen, when you were talking to the auction staff just now, why did you fill in my home address when filling in the delivery address? In fact, if you fill in your home address, they will still deliver it to you. In the RV, Xiaoxinya remembered that Suwen had just said that for convenience, she should just fill in a delivery address. Now it seemed that it was actually more troublesome. She didn't care, but Suwen would have to go to her house to get the painting after he returned, and it was so big. Isn't this too much trouble for Suwen? It's okay. At worst, I can just go back and spend more time on it. Faced with Xiaoxinya's doubts, Suwen just smiled and didn't explain much. After all, what could he say? You can't say now that the painting is a gift to her family, right? Doesn't he understand Xiaoxinya's temper? She would never accept such a precious cultural relic even if she was beaten to death. So when the painting arrives at Xia's house, and Dad Xia appreciates the painting and likes it, then it will be easy to talk. Just when Suwen was secretly calculating, suddenly, something strange happened on the road. When Suwen's RV passed an intersection, a large truck was traveling at an incredibly high speed, seemingly out of control, and crashed straight into Suwen's RV. It seemed that a disaster with a car crash and loss of life would occur in the next second. Chapter 113, Unexpected Incident. Byte. System reminder: this system detects that the host's surrounding environment is very dangerous. Host, please order the driver to turn the front of the car 90 degrees to the left as soon as possible to avoid the truck coming straight from the right, so as to prevent everyone in the car from getting hurt. At this critical moment, the system appeared in Suwen's mind. If an average person encountered the system suddenly saying such a sentence in his mind, he would probably be stunned. However, Suwen had been working with the system for a long time and believed in it completely. Almost instantly he had a premonition that something was going to happen, so he quickly looked at the driver in front of him and shouted, "Old Chen, there's a car coming from the left, turn right 90 degrees, quickly." The reason why he spoke so loudly was to wake the driver up quickly, so that the other party knows that he is not joking. As expected, his roar scared the driver immediately. I really thought Suwen saw something. So he quickly changed direction and turned the car around. But he was a little slow after all. The car hadn't turned completely around yet, and it was too long. Boom! With a loud bang, the two sides finally collided. A huge crash suddenly resounded throughout the street. The terrifying impact force instantly knocked the RV all over the place, and even the tires were creaking. Almost instantly, everyone around was attracted by the noise. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at what was happening in front of them in shock. At the same time, everyone in the RV felt a strong force coming. Ah! In an instant, the powerful inertia shook them off their seats. Fortunately, Suwen gave an early warning. So even though the two vehicles collided, the truck only hit the rear of the RV. Although the force is great, it is not enough to threaten everyone's life and safety. After a few seconds, the car finally stopped. Then look inside the car. At this moment, everyone was falling down and leaning sideways. Although there were no serious injuries, some minor bruises and bumps were inevitable. Only Suwen and Xiaoxinya were not hurt. Suwen's physique has been transformed. He is agile, quick to react, and able to withstand blows. Naturally, there is no problem. As for Xiaoxinya, that was naturally Suwen's credit. From the moment the car was hit, Suwen quickly pulled Xiaoxinya over and held her in his arms. So, she is safe as well. Are you all right? After everyone calmed down, Suwen let go of Xiaoxinya and said to his friends, "No. It's okay, just a minor injury, no problem. Shit, the injury isn't serious, but he's almost scared to death." But after a while, everyone stood up and talked one after another, seeming to be frightened. Xiaoxinya, on the other hand, didn't feel anything, but her face turned red instead. When the accident happened just now, Suwon actually held her in his arms at the first moment, which Xia Xingyao did not expect. At that moment, her heart started pounding. At the same time, she was also moved by Suwon's performance just now. Just imagine, a man can protect you at the first moment when you are in danger. I'm sure anyone who sees this kind of man will fall in love with him, right? What's more, she already likes Suwon. However, Suwon naturally didn't know about Xia Xingyao's change of mood at this moment. Seeing that everyone was fine, he pulled Xia Xingyao and his friends out of the RV. When he first came out, Suwon was fine. The companions were frightened by the scene before them. The entire intersection was blocked off because of their car accident. Passers-by passing by outside also stopped to watch the excitement. At one time, there were hundreds of people surrounding the place. The area in the middle of the road was a mess. Suwon's RV was not only in ruins, but also shocking. The entire rear of the RV was dented. Looking at his originally flawless RV, it suddenly became like this. Even Suwon, who usually had no temper, couldn't help but frown and look gloomy. He didn't understand why the other truck hit him when his car clearly didn't run a red light. Besides, my RV is so big, how could the other party ignore it? Thinking of this, Suwon couldn't help but look at the truck that had just hit him. At this moment, the truck was not in much better condition. The entire front of the truck was half sunken. However, the driver was lucky enough to be sitting on the other side, so he was only seriously injured and did not lose his life. Suwon didn't think much about it. He just took out his cell phone and called the traffic police and the emergency number and asked them to handle it. After a while, the traffic police team and the emergency team came rushing over. The emergency team carried away the driver of the truck. The traffic police team stayed behind to conduct on-site investigation. After the on-site investigation, Suwon and others followed the traffic police to the traffic police station and took a statement. Since Suwon's car was driving normally and did not violate any regulations, the other party's truck was the mastermind behind running the red light. Therefore, Suwon's responsibility is actually not that big. But everything still has to wait until the traffic police team reviews the surveillance footage and determines the responsibility. So, after staying inside for an hour or two, Suwon and his friends left the traffic police team and returned to the hotel. As for the RV, Suwon asked the traffic police for help and contacted the best local repair shop to tow the car away for repairs. Of course, he had to pay for it himself. Time flies, and another day has passed in the blink of an eye. Just when Suwon and everyone thought that this was just an ordinary traffic accident, the traffic police called Suwon and told him shocking news. What are you saying? This is not a simple traffic accident, but a case of intentional injury? Inside the hotel, Suwon Gang received a call from the traffic police brigade, who told him this shocking incident. Well, it's very likely. Because when we were investigating the other party's truck yesterday, we found that there were some problems with the truck. Afterwards, we retrieved all the surveillance footage in that area and found that this car had been following behind your car. It turned a big corner at the last section of the road, went around to another road, and then crashed into you. So we have reason to believe that this is definitely not an ordinary traffic accident. On the other end of the phone, the traffic police staff told Suwon some details of what they discovered yesterday and today. It was obvious that they seemed to take this traffic accident very seriously. Excuse me, traffic police officers. I hope you can help me investigate this matter thoroughly and find out what is going on. After listening to the other party's explanation, Suwon couldn't help but frown and said. After chatting for a few more sentences, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Suwon's face couldn't help but darken. To be honest, when the traffic accident happened yesterday, he thought it was just an ordinary traffic accident and didn't think about it deeply at all. But no one expected that there seemed to be other secrets behind this traffic accident. Could it be? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Suwon's eyes, as if he thought of something. Chapter 114 Plans for the Han Family. Vice President Liu, please help me check this matter. Remember to tell me when you have any results. Especially focus the investigation on the Han family to see if they have made any moves before. In the hotel living room, just after Suwon Gang had just finished talking to the traffic police on the phone, he instantly figured out one thing. Yesterday's traffic accident was most likely related to Mr. Han. I had beaten Han Xiao before and sent him to the hospital. It is not impossible for the Han family to take revenge on him now. That's why he called Vice President Liu and told him what happened yesterday and the traffic police's inference. The purpose was to get Vice President Liu to help him investigate the matter. Vice President Liu was not a fool. After listening to Su Wen's explanation, he immediately understood what had happened. Suddenly, the deputy director's face darkened and his expression became a little ugly. The Han family is indeed one of the most important families in Qingdao. However, the other party actually set their sights on Director Su. This is intolerable. Who is Mr. Su? He is the chairman of their Qingdao beer group. Dare to set your sights on their chairman. Isn't this a provocation to their Qingdao beer group? So Vice President Liu immediately said, President Su, don't worry, I will do whatever you tell me to do right away. We will definitely find out who did this and tell you right away. After that, both parties hung up the phone. Su Wen thought about it, called his friends over, and prepared to tell them about this matter. After all, they were involved in yesterday's accident and they have the right to know. As expected, when the partners knew about this, everyone was shocked and then became angry. Even Xia Xiniao couldn't help but frown, obviously angry. At the barbecue stall, it was young Master Han who brought his men to harass them first. It was the other party who attacked first, and then Su Wen fought back. If it is the Han family who is behind this again, then they are really too arrogant and unreasonable. Just when everyone was angry, suddenly, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. The system detected that the landscape painting that the host auctioned yesterday has been delivered to the Xia family, and the task assigned by the system has been successfully completed. Mission reward, 51% of the shares of Weiss Brand Enterprise Group. Please take over the company as soon as possible. Su Wen was slightly stunned. So fast? But then he felt relieved. He arranged a special delivery yesterday, and the entire logistics vehicle was only used to deliver those two antiques, so naturally it was much faster. Now that the task has been completed, why wait and not accept it? So that afternoon, Su Wen went to the Weiss Group and took over the company. After all, given the current situation, having one more company here means more strength. If it is found out that the Han family is really the mastermind behind this accident, then he would let the Han family know what it meant to be attacked from all sides. At the same time, because he agreed to Vice President Liu's request and attended the tea party, he also received another reward from the system yesterday, which was a luxury villa. So after he took over the company, he took a ride to the villa area where the system distributed rewards. The villa community is named Tianshui Huafu. It is one of the famous luxury villa areas in Qingdao. Su Wen went in for a tour under the guidance of the salesperson. I have to say that the villa area selected by the system has a really good geographical location. It is right on the seaside and not far from the hotel where Su Wen lives. Because of this, the scenery here is really beautiful. Moreover, the house he lived in was more than 20 stories high, so he could enjoy the distant scenery to his heart's content. Su Wen was very satisfied. After admiring it, he signed a contract with the sales staff and took the house. Time passed quickly and it was one day later. In fact, logically speaking, including yesterday, Su Wen and his friends have been in Qin Island for 10 days and should have gone back long ago. But because of this traffic accident, Su Wen and his friends decided to stay for 2 more days and go back after the matter was clarified. And just today, Su Wen first received information from the traffic police team, and then quickly received information from Vice President Liu, and finally came to an important conclusion. The traffic accident that day was indeed premeditated, and the mastermind was someone from the Han family. The driver of the truck who caused the accident was the desperado hired by the Han family. Boss Su, what do you want to do? As long as you give the order, I will do it immediately. At this moment, Su Wen was talking on the phone with Vice President Liu. The voice on the phone was that of Vice President Liu, who had a somewhat cold and deep voice. It seemed that as long as Su Wen gave an order, he would do anything without hesitation. I want you to help me deal with Mingfeng Group. It would be best if they could be severely damaged or even go bankrupt. Is there any way? Su Wen frowned and asked in a deep voice. Director Su, the Han family's Mingfeng Group is not a small enterprise. It is unlikely that they will go bankrupt. However, if you want to seriously damage the Mingfeng Group, I have a way. And I can assure you that as long as our Qingdao Beer Group is here, Mingfeng Group will never have peace. On the other end of the phone, Vice President Liu said confidently. This is not bragging. Qingdao Beer Group is one of the world's top 500 companies and one of the largest enterprises in Qingdao. It is not difficult to deal with the Han family's Mingfeng Group. Plus the group's network of relationships throughout Qingdao. It is also easy to win over multiple companies to target Mingfeng Group. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Su-wen felt relieved when he heard Vice President Liu say this. This is exactly the effect he wants. Since the Han family is so fearless, Su-wen will make sure that the Han family has no regrets. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Keep an eye on the perpetrator. Tell me as soon as he recovers. Then you can help me find a few more lawyers, the best ones. My friends and I were all injured in the accident and were able to jointly sue him for intentional injury. Su-wen said with a sneer. Since this desperado is so fearless of death, let him stay in prison for a few more years. This is just the first step. When this person comes out one day, he will have to settle the score with him. After saying this, Su-wen ended the conversation with Vice President Liu. However, this is not enough. Then Su-wen opened his address book and called Sun Xan, the vice president of Weiss Group, intending to use this newly acquired company to target the Han family again. The Han family was surrounded by enemies and attacked from all sides. Faced with Su-wen's request, the vice president of the Weiss Group naturally agreed without hesitation, ensuring that Mingfeng Group would have to bear the consequences. At this point, Su-wen finally felt relieved. One is a Fortune 500 company in the world, and the other is a Fortune 500 company in China. These two large companies are dealing with Mingfeng Group at the same time. He wanted to see how long the Mingfeng Group could last. After arranging everything, Su-wen felt that it was time to leave Qin Island. For the next thing, he just needs to keep in touch with this side. As for his RV, he also called the repair shop to ask. Since the damage to the rear of the car was too severe, it would take at least 10 days to completely repair it, so Su-wen didn't wait any longer. When the car is repaired, he will ask Vice President Liu to help him arrange for it to be transported back to the Magic City. So, everyone started packing their luggage that night. I planned to sleep this last night and then go back to Shanghai. Chapter 115. Everyone returns to the Magic City. Magic City, compared to Qingdao. Although the air is not as fresh, it is more prosperous. Whether it is buildings, traffic flow, or the appearance of the city. So the next day, Su-wen and others returned to Magic City by plane from Qin Island. The first thing I felt was the change in the pace of life. I'm finally back. Although the air in Magic City is not as good as in Qin Island, it feels like coming home. Yeah. Especially when I think about going back to school soon, it seems like I have a sense of belonging. Next time, I don't know when I can go out and play. Su-wen and his friends just came out of the airport. Looking at the prosperous scene of the Magic City, I can't help but sigh. Su-wen smiled calmly. Why are you sighing? Next time when I have time, I will take you to other good places to play. With these words, the partners immediately became more motivated. Then they took a car and left the airport while talking. Jiyu, Wang Xiuxiu, Zhu Yuan and others went back to school first. Su-wen and Xia Xinyao each took a car back home. This time they came back with a lot of local specialties. Naturally, I took the things home first and went home to report that I was safe. After all, I hadn't seen my family for more than 10 days. Su-wen is fine. But Xia Xinyao is not like that. At home, she is treated like a baby by her parents and is pampered every day. In addition, she is so beautiful. Whenever Xia Xinyao goes out to travel, her parents will be extremely worried and often secretly arrange a few bodyguards to protect her. This time, they felt relieved because Su-wen was there. Xia Xinyao also knew about this. So every time she comes back from a trip, the first thing she does is go home. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, Xia Xinyao was riding in a car and had already arrived at the gate of her villa complex. Then she sent a message to Su-wen to let him know that she was safe. Not long after she sent the message, Su-wen had already arrived at the Haiyun Bay Villa area on the other side. After receiving Xia Xinyao's message, he smiled and went home carrying bags of local specialties. I just arrived at my doorstep. Su-wen was slightly shocked by the scene before him. I saw 8 luxury cars parked in front of the rows of parking spaces at my house. Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg, Mercedes-Maybach and more. If you don't know, you would think he was going to open a shop to sell cars. Su-wen shook his head, complained inwardly, and then went into the villa. Seeing their son coming back, Su-wen's parents were naturally very happy, so they took their son aside and started chatting. As they were chatting, my mother said a few words to Su-wen about the luxury car. You said so too, even if you have money you can't spend it like this. You already have several luxury cars, why do you buy so many cars when you go on a trip? This is such a waste of money. It turned out to be just last week. When the 4 luxury cars that Su Wen bought in Qingdao were transported to Shanghai and then driven to the Su family villa, Su Wen's parents were almost shocked. They didn't expect their son to be so capable. "It's okay, Mom. Money is a bastard. Just spend it and earn it again." Faced with his mother's complaints, Su Wen could only smile helplessly. "In fact, my mother had no idea that most of the luxury cars he owns now were not bought by himself, but ordered by the system. Even if some luxury cars are bought by oneself, it is for the purpose of completing missions. So he really can't listen to his mother on this point. If there is another task about buying a luxury car someday, he can't just leave the reward unfinished, right?" Knowing her son's temper, Wu Wan only said something symbolic. As for whether to listen or not, that is up to the son himself. But compared to his mother, his father Su Guangxing didn't think so much. He looked at Su Wen and said, "Son, can I drive your car? If I can drive, I want to get a driver's license. After I learn how to drive, I can drive, which will be convenient when the time comes." After saying this, Su Guangxing felt a little embarrassed. People like them who used to live in poverty would never have thought that they could live such a luxurious life and own so many luxury cars. "Now that I really have it, it would be a lie to say that I don't want to open it, so I asked my son." When he said this, my mother immediately followed suit. "Oh, and there's this matter about your dad. Your dad saw that you had so many cars, and he was itching to drive one. I told him he was too old to learn how to drive, but he insisted on trying." Su Wen nodded and understood what they meant. "To be honest, I heard what my dad just said." Su Wen's first reaction was similar to his mother's, which was to not let his father drive. It's not that he was reluctant to let his luxury car go to his dad. He just thought it was too dangerous for his dad to drive at his age. However, if you think about it carefully, my dad is only 50 years old now. The country allows people under the age of 70 to take a driver's license test and drive, so what do you have to worry about? If it comes to age, young people won't have accidents when driving? After figuring this out, Su Wen said, "I think Dad's idea is feasible. He is only 50 years old, so there is nothing wrong with him learning to drive. As long as you develop good driving habits and don't lose weight, you'll be fine." After hearing this, Su Guangxing was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect his son to actually agree, and he was immediately delighted. "If you say so, then I will go and learn it." "Well, go and learn it. After you learn this, you can try your hand at one of those Mercedes-Benz models. Those cars are cheap, costing only a few million each. This way, you won't feel bad even if they get bumped or dented. Once you become proficient, you can drive any of my Aston Martin, Lamborghini, etc." Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. But he didn't know. His words almost scared his parents again. My goodness, since when did a car worth millions become a cheap car in my son's eyes? Just as Su Wen's parents were shocked, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Xia Xinyao to travel. The system issues a reward, a luxury yacht called Sail worth 260 million yuan. The yacht is being customized and will arrive at the mouth of the Bund in Shanghai in 3 days. The yacht is 7.2 meters high and about 114 meters long. It is equipped with multiple guest rooms. You can enjoy sunbathing, barbecue, watching movies, fitness, swimming, etc. Please use it reasonably. After saying that, the system disappeared. Suddenly, Su Wen was delighted. Ha ha! It's so cool to get a luxury yacht without spending any money. And just as Su Wen was excited, suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was Xia Xinyao calling, asking him to come over for dinner in the evening. Just go ahead. The Xia family is calling you to eat, why don't you hurry up and go? What are you still standing there for? That's right, that Miss Xiaoyao is really nice. She called you that out of courtesy. You must not let her down. As soon as I heard that it was Xia Xinyao who asked Su Wen to go to Xia's house for dinner, Su Wen's parents couldn't help but look delighted and hurriedly urged Su Wen. Especially Su Wen's mother, she wanted to kick Su Wen out immediately. Mom, it's only 3 in the afternoon, why are you in such a hurry? Su Wen looked at his mother and couldn't help feeling ashamed. Why did he feel that when his mother heard the 3 words Xia Xinyao, she seemed more anxious than him? Chapter 116 Xia Qingdong's shock. Son, when they call you to eat, you won't really wait until they have prepared all the food in the evening before you go, right? It would be nice if you could go over and help out. You are a grown man, but you don't know how to be more proactive. Wu Wan looked at her son and shook her head. Sure enough, when it comes to making money, my son is very good. But when it comes to pleasing girls and getting along well with their families, I'm still a long way off. Seeing his mother nagging, Suwon was speechless for a moment. He asked in surprise, "Mom, do you really want me to date Xiaoyao? I remember you said before that I can't find a girlfriend who is too pretty in the future because I can't control her. So I just want to find someone who lives an honest life." "Bullshit, I told you to find someone with a good personality who likes you. Doesn't Xiaoyao have a bad personality? Doesn't she like you?" "I don't like you, but I stay with you every day and even invite you to eat?" Wuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at her son. "With my son's level of awareness, I don't know when he will be able to marry a girl. The older the better." Suwon felt that he could not win over his mother in arguing about this kind of thing, so he quickly stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go then." As he spoke, Suwon sent a message to Xia Xinyao saying that he would be there soon. He also took 2 bottles of good wine and some gifts from home and went out. "There is nothing I can do." He was afraid that if he didn't leave, his mother would scold him to death. So Suwon left the villa, picked up a Mercedes-Benz Maybach S800 that he had never driven before, and went to the Xia family. Haiyun Bay is only a dozen miles away from the Manchunting Villa area, and he arrived there in about 10 minutes. Because he knew all the security guards in the villa area, he drove his luxury car in smoothly. When he arrived at the door of Xia's villa, Xia Xinyao and her father Xia Chengdong were already waiting outside the yard. "Ah, Xiaowen, you're here, come in quickly." As soon as Suwon got off the car, Xia Chengdong patted Suwon on the shoulder enthusiastically and greeted him. Xia Xinyao stood by and urged the two to go in. So the 3 of them immediately entered the villa yard. To be honest, this was not the first time Suwon came to the Xia family's villa. But every time he comes, he still feels it is luxurious and grand. After entering the villa, Su-yun, who was busy in the kitchen, probably heard the noise and came out. He greeted Su-wen and then continued to lead the servants to cook. Today, Su-wen, a special guest, came, so Su-yun naturally cooked for him personally to express his importance to the guest. At the same time, Xia Chengdong talked to Su-wen about the 12 landscape screens. "Su-wen, Xiaoyao told me that you spent 2 billion yuan to bid for that landscape painting. Is that true?" After Xia Chengdong led Su-wen to the sofa area in the living room and sat him down, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Xia Xinyao went to make a cup of tea for Su-wen. "Yes, it is indeed 2 billion. The painting is beautiful, so even though the price was a little high, it's still worth it in my opinion, and its value will increase as it gets older," Suwon said truthfully. As a top painting master, he naturally saw the trick and discovered its value. Xia Chengdong nodded and said with a smile, Okay. You have a good eye, this painting is really well done. To be honest, when the driver delivered the landscape painting you auctioned to our Xia family that day, I was shocked the first time I saw the painting. It is indeed a very rare treasure. Its value is higher than the 2 green glazed bottles in my house." Speaking of the 2 ancient plum green glazed vases, Xia Chengdong couldn't help but laugh, and his mood became even happier. After all, he had been looking for another green glazed bottle for many years but had not found it. Now that he was found by his own daughter, he was naturally very happy. But even so, he had to admit it. The value of this painting is even higher than that of the 2 ancient vases, which shows how precious it is. Because of this, Xia Chengdong continued, "This thing is precious, but it must not be damaged in any way. If it is damaged, its value will be reduced. So when you brought the painting to my house, we only took a look at it and didn't dare to move it for fear of damaging it. I'll find you a professional driver tomorrow to deliver the painting to you," Xia Chengdong said slowly. After saying that, he pointed in another direction of the living room. The huge painting that Suwon auctioned was lying there quietly. However, at this moment, Suwon did not think much about it. He said directly, "Uncle Xia, you don't need to find someone to transport the painting. It was originally given to you. Now it has just been given to its rightful owner." After Suwon finished speaking, he did not forget to take a sip of the tea that Xia Xinyao had made for him. But when these words were spoken, the Xia father and daughter were shocked. Especially Xia Chengdong. What did you say, this painting is for me?" Xia Chengdong showed an expression of disbelief. "Xiaowen, is what you said true or false? This is the landscape painting you spent 2 billion to buy." Xia Xinyao also looked at Suwon in shock. "I even suspected that I had heard it wrongly. Why would I lie to you? I heard from Xiaoyao that Uncle Xia also likes to collect things, so when I saw this painting, I decided to take a picture of it and give it to you." Su Wen smiled calmly and spoke slowly. It's as casual as talking about what to eat tonight. However, facing Su Wen's gift of landscape painting, Xia Qingdao quickly waved his hand and said, "This. No, no. Xiao Wen, your painting is too valuable. I can't accept it." To be honest, Su Wen gave him such an expensive gift. Xia Qingdao was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, if this gift was just an ordinary thing, it would be fine, but Su Wen spent 2 billion to bid for this painting. How could he accept it? What is the concept of 2 billion? It is equivalent to the market value of a small or medium-sized listed company. How can this be possible? Yes, you should take this painting back. It's too valuable. Xia Xinyao also persuaded. It's okay. This painting is like the relationship between our Su and Xia families. Giving this painting to you, Uncle Xia, represents that the relationship between our two families is as long-lasting as this painting and will never fade. Uncle Xia, you can't refuse. Su Wen smiled and said. In order to get the other party to accept the painting, he even played the emotional card. This. Look at you, kid. You know what? Xia Qingdao was really convinced by Su Wen's words. Su Wen could have said something else, but he had to bring feelings into it. It always felt like a bad omen if he rejected the painting. Seeing that Xia Qingdao had finally relented, Su Wen continued, Uncle, don't worry about it. Just accept this painting. To be honest, I like to appreciate paintings, but I don't like to collect them. My dad is even less of a collector. Our Su family doesn't have the artistic talent. If you don't want this painting, then I can only auction it again if I take it back. Su Wen said whatever he thought, as long as the other party could accept the painting. Ha, you kid. Okay, I'll take this painting then. Now that things had come to this, Xia Qingdao had no choice but to smile and accept it. Besides, in his heart, he regarded Su Wen as his future son-in-law. Su Wen gave such a big gift today. He will find a way to compensate the other party later. Xia Qingdao was thinking. And at this moment, a bell suddenly rang in the Xia family villa. This bell is from the call switch installed outside the courtyard. Obviously, someone came to their Xia family again. Suddenly, Xia Qingdao and Xia Xinya were confused. There should be no other guests in their house today except Su Wen. Who is ringing the bell? Chapter 117, A New Round of Investment. I'll go and have a look. Xia Xinya went to the door to check the surveillance camera out of curiosity. Only then did I realize that the person standing outside the yard was a middle-aged man in a suit. He is not tall and is bald. Dad, it's Uncle Wei. Xia Xinyao said immediately. Let him in. Xia Qingdao smiled when he heard his daughter calling him Uncle Wei. This person was none other than one of his good friends. This friend's company has run into some problems recently and is in urgent need of funds. Later he found himself hoping for a little help. And I agreed to it. But because of some company matters in the past 2 days, he forgot about it. As she spoke, Xia Xinyao opened the gate. Then he led the bald man in and took him to the sofa area in the living room. It's Wei Feng, come on, sit down. Seeing someone coming, Xia Qingdao stood up and greeted them. Hey, Mr. Xia, hello, I'm glad to see you. As soon as he saw Xia Qingdao, the bald man hurried forward and shook hands with him, his tone extremely respectful. Then, the bald man was slightly stunned when he saw that there were other people at Xia Qingdao's house. Then he said awkwardly, Mr. Xia, am I here at the wrong time? He asked cautiously. I was afraid that my arrival would make the other party unhappy. Xia Qingdao laughed and said calmly, it's okay, everyone who comes is a guest. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Su Wen, and he is my daughter's college classmate. He looked at Su Wen and introduced, this is Wei Feng, the chairman of Xinli Technology Group and also my good friend. Director Wei. After listening to Xia Qingdao's introduction, Su Wen also stood up and nodded as a greeting. I dare not. The bald man waved his hand and spoke modestly. In his opinion, anyone who could become friends with the daughter of the Xia family and be brought home must be of high status. Maybe he is a rich second generation. He dare not take advantage of his age and act pretentiously. As he was speaking, at Xia Qingdong's call, everyone sat down again. Xia Qingdong then said, Mr. Wei, I'm afraid you came to my house this time for funding, right? When he heard the word funds, Wei Feng quickly said, Mr. Xia, you are right. I came here this time because of this matter. As you know, our Xinli Group's new project is facing severe challenges, but the company's funding has become a problem. I have no choice but to come to you." After saying that, he sighed. You can tell by his expression and tone. At this moment, his need for funds is urgent. Xia Chengdong nodded and said, "Mr. Wei, I promised to invest a sum of money in your company before, and I will not break my promise. However, you have to think carefully about how to use this money. Should you continue to invest in this new project, which is still unknown, or continue to develop the old project? You have to think carefully. After all, your company has been tricked, and the core personnel of the new project have been withdrawn one after another. Is there any hope for the success of this new project?" Xia Chengdong spoke slowly. Billions of dollars is not a small amount. He thought it would be better to give the other party a friendly reminder. After hearing this, Director Wei also hesitated. Because what Mr. Xia said was correct, and this was exactly what was bothering him the most right now. Listen to the two of them talking to each other. Su Wen seemed to have heard something fishy, and asked curiously, "Uncle Xia, what's going on? From your tone, it seems that Mr. Wei's group has been taken over by someone? It seems that I didn't expect that young people would be interested in this kind of thing." Before Xia Chengdong could speak, Wei Feng spoke with some shame. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed this young master. It's also my fault for not managing the situation properly." As he spoke, he recounted the company's experiences. It turns out that their Xinli Group developed a new technology project last year with very good prospects. But what is unexpected is, just this year, their company's new technology development was going smoothly. Their company's arch-rival, Zhaoyang Technology Group, actually secretly paid a high price to bribe a senior executive of their company. This senior executive also allowed Zhaoyang Group to come into contact with the core personnel of Xinli Group's new project. The result is predictable. Most of the talents in their Xinli Group's new project were poached by the other party with the lure of high prices. Their departure directly slowed down the progress of the project. If the project is not completed within the expected time, the funds will naturally be insufficient. However, there is a lack of technical personnel. This made banks lose hope in their project and dare not invest. So at this moment, he could only turn to Director Xia for help. Listening to Wei Feng's explanation, Su Wen nodded. So that's what was going on. There is a traitor in the company. This led to a financial crisis in the company. I have to say, Mr. Wei is really unlucky. However, just as Su Wen was sighing about this, suddenly, the system appeared in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System releases task, invest in Xinli Group. Reward, 67% of the shares of China Resources Group in Modu. Side mission, help Wei Feng complete the technical development of the new project. If the development is successful, you will get a one-fold increase in your physical fitness. China Resources Group, ISNT, the China Resources Supermarket? Su Wen knows this. There is such a luxurious supermarket in Shanghai. Su Wen himself had been in there. It is said that there are more than 100 such supermarkets across the country, with a market value of more than 10 billion. Just investing in the Xinli Group will give you such a huge reward, don't miss it. The most critical task is the second one. It can actually improve your physical fitness. Oh boy, if he becomes twice as strong. Not to mention boxing champion Arson, even Tiger might not be his match, right? Accept the mission. Su Wen immediately said happily. At the same time, Xia Chengdong also spoke. Well, let's put it this way. I'll give you 5 billion yuan. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you tomorrow morning. As for whether you want to continue developing new projects or choose old projects, you can consider it yourself. After saying that, Xia Chengdong smiled and poured a cup of tea for everyone. For him, 5 billion is not a lot of money. Not enough for him to take it too seriously. 5 billion? When Wei Feng heard Xia Chengdong say this, he was immediately delighted. Originally, he thought that being able to borrow 1 billion from Director Xia today was already a great achievement. I didn't expect that Mr. Xia would ask for 5 billion right away. As expected of the chairman of Huaxin Group, he is so generous. But how could he know, for Xia Chengdong? Rather than investing 1 billion and possibly losing it all, it would be better to invest 5 billion to revive the Suning Group, which would yield a greater return. When investing, sometimes you have to be bold. Only then will there be a chance of reward. And at this moment, Suwon finally spoke. I don't know what new projects Mr. Wei's company is developing now. If possible, I would also like to invest in it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Especially Wei Feng. He looked at Suwon in surprise and shock. For a moment, I didn't know if he was joking or serious. This little brother is really good at joking. This investment is not like buying a car. It's not something that can be made with just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Little brother, please stop making fun of me. Wei Feng smiled helplessly. He didn't know the other party's identity, so he didn't dare to say much. I'll also offer 5 billion. Is this amount enough? Suwon smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Chapter 118 Wei Feng's shock. What, Mr. Su, you? Wei Feng was stunned and too shocked to speak. He looked at Suwon in disbelief, with mixed emotions in his eyes. Even if the young man opposite is a rich second generation from some family, it is impossible for him to come up with 5 billion in one go, right? After being stunned for a while at first, Xiao Qingdao laughed and said, it seems that Xiaowen is also optimistic about this Xinli group. Not bad, not bad. That's what young people should be like. They have courage. He looked at Wei Feng, who was still confused, and said, Mr. Wei, you are lucky now. You have attracted 2 investors at once. Your company has hope. Don't look at this young man's young age, he is the chairman of the Worcester Group. One sentence was like a bolt from the blue. With a loud bang, it exploded in Wei Feng's brain. He looked at Xia Chengdong in disbelief. If the other person was not Mr. Xia, he would definitely think that the other person was teasing him. Are you kidding? What kind of company is the Worcester Group? Like the Huaxin Group, it is also one of the top 100 companies in the world. Could this young man be the chairman of such a big company? Isn't this too magical? Wei Feng swallowed his saliva, looked at Suwon in shock and asked, are you really the chairman of the Worcester Group? Suwon smiled calmly and nodded. We at the Worcester Group are also good at investing. Since your Xinli Group needs it, it's normal for us to invest in you. By the way, I have another company under my name, called Tinghui Technology, which also specializes in technology development. Aren't you short of technical personnel for your new project? I'll ask the vice president to see if there are any suitable professionals and transfer a few to your place for joint research and development. Suwon said lightly. In this way, the other party's new project research is more likely to be successful. He will have a greater chance of improving his physical fitness. But what Suwon didn't know was, Wei Feng was shocked again because of what he said just now. He looked at Suwon in disbelief, feeling as if his brain was not enough. Tinghui Technology Company, Limited. My God, this is a famous big company in the technology industry. He has developed many technical projects with remarkable achievements. I really didn't expect that this company actually belongs to this young man? Who is this young man? Wei Feng felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. Time passed slowly. As everyone discusses and understands more deeply, Wei Feng felt more and more that this young man was not simple. But precisely because of this, he was also ecstatic. Just a second ago, his company was in turmoil and faced the risk of bankruptcy at any time. However, the next second, he seemed to be resurrected and saw full of hope. Is this the world of the big guys? Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. Just a few words can save a company from bankruptcy. Half an hour later. Director Xia, Director Su, it's getting late. I'm leaving now. At this moment, Wei Feng looked at the time, suddenly stood up and said, The meal will be ready soon. Why don't you eat here before leaving? Yes. Uncle Wei, look, my dad and Xiaowen are helping you solve the company crisis, why are you so anxious? Xia Chengdong and his daughter were slightly stunned, and then they tried to persuade him. No, I still have a lot of things to deal with in the company, so I won't eat today. By the way, I would like to invite Director Xia and Director Su to dinner someday. I hope you two can come over. I, Wei Feng, would be very grateful. Wei Feng is not a fool. Originally, Mr. Xia had guests at his house today, so the timing for him to come was wrong. Mr. Xia put aside the past grudges and still invested in him, which was extremely magnanimous. At this moment, if I still shamelessly stay in someone else's house and eat dinner, wouldn't that just destroy the atmosphere of their home? Wei Feng has been in the business world for so many years, so he still has some good eyesight. Thinking about this, he looked at Xia Chengdong and Su Wen. They bowed to each other and expressed their sincere respect. Seeing that Wei Feng was determined to leave, Xia Chengdong smiled and did not try to keep him, and asked his daughter to see him out. After Wei Feng left, only Xia Chengdong, Xia Xinyao, and Su Wen were left in the living room. Su Wen kept in mind what his mother told him. It doesn't matter where you are, but when you come to the Xia family, remember to be diligent and help with the work. Therefore, Su Wen volunteered to cook a few dishes for Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia to taste. As soon as I heard that Su Wen wanted to cook, Xia Chengdong refused at first, thinking it was not nice to treat guests in this way. But Su Wen's craftsmanship is really great. What's more, he regarded Su Wen as his future son-in-law. In this way, we are all family, so we can't be considered guests, right? Therefore, the head of the Xia family finally couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. After comforting himself, he agreed to Su Wen's request with a smile. And Su Wen, naturally, had a wonderful dinner at the Xia family. This was Su Wen's first time at the Xia family, dining with only Xia Xinyao and her parents. There were only 4 of them, no one else. How should I describe this feeling? It's a little weird, but also a little wonderful. The next day, Su Wen did not go to class today, because he promised to invest in Wei Feng yesterday. So when he returned to school, he just reported back. So he drove the Mercedes-Benz Maybach S800, which he thought was pretty good, to Tinghui Technology Company for a small meeting. Let the company's top management arrange professional talents. At the same time, he also called Vice President Yang of the Worcester Group and talked about the investment. Vice President Yang immediately informed all shareholders of the matter. Naturally, the shareholders did not dare to have any opinions and immediately instructed the finance department to transfer the funds. In less than half a day, everything was arranged properly. I have to say, when the chairman steps in, he is really worth 2 people. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host game team for ranking in the top 10 and completing the task assigned by the system. System reward, a set of luxury villas in the high-rise building of Binjiang Huafu. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su Wen was stunned. If the system hadn't told him, he would have forgotten it. Has the team he formed, One Sword, Star, and C, already ranked in the top 10? Su Wen was surprised. Sure enough, the moment the system finished speaking, Su Wen's cell phone rang. It was Binjiang Huafu who called and asked him to sign the contract. Since the call came, there was no reason for Su Wen not to go. So, after leaving Tinghui Technology Company, he immediately drove his luxury car to Binjiang Huafu. It only took 10 minutes to get there. High Road, Riverside, Washington. It is an extremely famous and luxurious high-rise villa area in Shanghai. The sense of dignity brought here is not much less than that of Haiyun Bay. What Su Wen didn't expect was that he had just gotten out of the car and was about to enter the sales department when he met 2 familiar people. This familiar person was none other than Su Wen's old classmate Huang Ying, and the other one was naturally her pregnant husband Zhao Ling. Chapter 119: Huang Ying's Jealousy. Su Wen? Why are you here? Huang Ying saw Su Wen. He was stunned at first, then his face was full of surprise. What is a poor loser like him doing here? Ah, brother Su, we meet again. Compared to Huang Ying, Zhao Ling is not as hostile towards Su Wen. Especially after seeing the other person's drinking capacity, he began to admire him a little. Facing the greetings from the 2, Su Wen couldn't just ignore them, so he smiled calmly and said, "Yeah. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. What are you doing?" Su Wen asked doubtfully. "We're here to buy a house." As soon as she saw Su Wen, Huang Ying thought of the last time she let him eat for nothing at a dinner party, and she immediately became furious. But then she proudly answered Su Wen's question. "What about you? Don't tell me you're here to buy a house, too." Huang Ying asked Su Wen again, with a slightly disdainful tone. She didn't believe that Su Wen, a poor loser, would have the money to buy a house here. "Ah, of course not." Su Wen smiled indifferently. "That's more like it." Huang Ying finally felt relieved. Otherwise she really doubted whether she was dreaming. After all, his family was so poor. "I'm here to collect the house." However, before she could put her mind at ease, Su Wen spoke again, which frightened Huang Ying greatly. What did you say?" Huang Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. Not to mention her, even Zhao Ling who was standing beside her couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He also heard about Su Wen's situation from his wife Huang Ying, and that family was extremely poor. Because of this, his wife often laughed at Su Wen behind his back, calling him a loser. And today, this loser, as my wife called him, actually came to such a high-end villa community like Binjiang Huafu and said he wanted to buy a house. His shock can be imagined. Su Wen, stop joking. This is Binjiang Huafu, the most luxurious high-rise villa community in Magic City. Are you sure you can afford a house here? After the initial shock, Huang Ying calmed down. She looked at Su Wen and said in disbelief. In her opinion, Su Wen must be lying. It was just that they met here, and Su Wen couldn't let go of his pride, so he deliberately said that he came to collect the room. However, before Su Wen could explain, someone spoke up for him. Miss, you are joking. Mr. Su is a distinguished customer of our Binjiang Huafu. How could he not be able to afford a house here? At this moment, a man in a suit came over, looked at Huang Ying and spoke with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Su Wen and greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. I'm Kai Xiaofeng, the sales manager of Binjiang Huafu. You can just call me Xiaofeng. You're here to sign for the house, right? I'll take you there right away. Manager Kai looked at Su Wen with a smile on his face. Huang Ying and Zhao Ling were both stunned by his flattering look. Manager Kai, are you sure this young man bought your house? Huang Ying frowned and asked with an expression of disbelief. She even suspected that the salesperson had poor eyesight and recognized the wrong person. Ha, this lady doesn't know something. Master Su not only bought a house in our Binjiang Huafu, but also bought a Wang building, which is the most expensive building sold in Binjiang. How could I be wrong? Manager Kai said confidently. He didn't look like he was lying at all. Huang Ying and her husband, who were already in disbelief, were even more confused after hearing what the sales manager said. Especially Huang Ying. In her impression, Su Wen was almost useless in high school except for being handsome and good at studying. So poor that I can't even afford new clothes. However, such a poor loser with nothing to offer, someone told her today that he bought a house here and also bought Wanlu. How could she believe it? Even Zhao Ling felt that this was a bit far-fetched. The houses here cost at least hundreds of millions, which is not affordable for ordinary people. However, before they could figure out what was going on, Su Wen greeted the couple and followed manager Kai to the interior of the Binjiang Huafu community. Xiaoying, are you sure you didn't make a mistake before? Is Su Wen's family poor? After Su Wen left, Zhao Ling frowned and looked at his wife and asked. He must be a pauper, otherwise he wouldn't have applied for school subsidies so often. Besides, he really is a rich second generation. He couldn't have hidden it during his 3 years of high school. Huang Ying said in a decisive tone. But at this moment, something suddenly occurred to her mind. That was when I first met Su Wen in the Magic City. There was an extremely beautiful little girl next to him. And that little girl is very charming. You can tell at first glance that she is a girl from a wealthy family. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. If I'm not mistaken, this guy must be kept by someone or a live-in son-in-law, and this house was bought for him by his woman. Huang Ying inferred with an almost certain tone. No way? After hearing this, Zhao Ling looked like he couldn't believe it. What do you mean he can't? He looks so poor, does he look like someone who can afford to buy a house? When I first met him, there were 2 women beside him, and one of them even called Su Wen brother-in-law, which means he might be married and become a live-in son-in-law. After saying this, Huang Ying couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt on her face. But she had to admit that she felt unhappy when she saw that the classmates she once looked down upon were now living such a comfortable life, even not worse off than her. Especially when comparing your own partner with Su Wen's partner, that's 2 extremes. The more Huang Ying thought about it, the angrier and more jealous she became. So she took out her cell phone, clicked on VX, joined the class group and told them what had just happened, as well as her own inferences and guesses. Almost instantly, it attracted the attention of many old classmates. Sun Hui, fuck, are you serious? Su Wen is a live-in son-in-law? Shin Yuding, no way, I heard that Su Wen is studying in college, how come he is a live-in son-in-law? Fongsi, I can't believe it. Huang Ying, have you seen his wife? What does she look like? Zhou Xiang, needless to say, that woman must be extremely ugly, otherwise she wouldn't have accepted a son-in-law. Zhang Xiaobin, exactly. Haven't you heard the saying, beauty goes with the beast, and vice versa, huh? For a while, the VX group was filled with laughter and mocking sounds. Huang Ying felt relieved after reading this information. However, an idea suddenly came to her mind. That is to ask Suwon out again, let the classmates laugh at his identity as a son-in-law, and also to avenge Suwon for eating and drinking for free last time. Of course, this is a story for later. As for what Huang Ying and others were thinking, Suwon naturally had no idea. At this moment, he had followed the sales manager to the Wang building in Binjian Huafu. Seeing the building, Suwon couldn't help but look up. It's too high and too spectacular. It is worthy of being called the King's Building. It is the tallest and most imposing building in this area. Suwon watched as he followed the manager into the building. Different from ordinary high-rise buildings. The lobby on the first floor of this villa has a height of 7 or 8 meters, and is spacious and luxurious. To say it is magnificent is no exaggeration. At the same time, there is a greeter standing at the front desk of the first floor lobby every day. Let everyone who returns home feel at home. Following the manager's footsteps, Suwon got on the elevator again and arrived at the 27th floor. This is the floor that the system booked for Suwon. The entire building has 35 floors in total, and the 27th floor is undoubtedly the best. When Suwon entered his new villa, he was shocked by the luxury. Chapter 120 Vice President Pang's Invitation. How is it, Mr. Su, do you feel okay? After entering the villa, Manager Kai took Suwon to visit various places and couldn't help but smile. Yes, very much so. It would be nice if I lived here. Suwon was delighted and praised generously. After visiting the villa, he felt much more relaxed and happy. Don't be fooled by the fact that this villa is a high-rise residential building. Its area is not small at all, it is more than 300 square meters. The room structure is very cleverly designed, and the decoration is exquisite, beautiful, and generous. The most important thing is its view and scenery. Because the floor he lives on is relatively high and it is the front row, the view from Suwon's floor is really wide. In front of you is the river and the Pearl Tower, which are in full view. The Bund is diagonally in front of us, and on the side we can see another luxury villa area, the Tangchen community. Such a beautiful view is really wonderful. Suwon immediately signed the house taking over contract. From now on, the villa is his. After looking at the houses, I am almost done with work. He drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach back to school. It was already noon and there were many people coming and going. When Suwon drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach into the school parking lot, he was inevitably discovered. Suddenly, several students quickly took out their cell phones. I took several photos of Suwon. Some students even took photos of Suwon getting off the bus. They then posted the pictures on the forum. Suddenly, Suwon became popular again in the forum. Fuck. Suwon bought a new car again. How many times has he changed cars? Yeah, first it was Aston Martin, then Lamborghini, and now it's Mercedes Maybach. Isn't he too rich? Suwon used to drive a luxury car. I thought it was bought for him by School Beauty Xia. But no matter how rich School Beauty Xia is, it's impossible for her to buy so many luxury cars for Suwon in a row, right? Could it be that he is really a hidden rich second generation and he pretended to be poor in order to test Fongsi's sincerity? If that's the case, I think Fongsi is at a big loss. Ha, it's more than a big loss. Classmate Su was mysterious and powerful, first in long-distance running, a great singer, and handsome. He is simply the school idol. I really don't understand. Is Fongsi blind? She actually dumped him, huh? For a moment, the students started talking about it. However, as they chatted, they finally pointed the finger at Fongsi. The beauty who used to be quite popular in school seems to have become the object of everyone's ridicule. But it must be said that ever since Suwon beat up Li Xiao last time, Fongsi and Li Yufeng never dared to cause trouble for Suwon again. As glorious as they were in the past, they are as low-key now. Mr. Li was lucky. After being beaten by Suwon, he had to be hospitalized and at most lost face. Fongsi is different. After all, she is Suwon's ex-girlfriend. Ever since her last failed attempt to frame Suwon, she had been thrown into police custody and was not released until several days later. Afterwards, he also compensated Suwon for various losses of tens of thousands of dollars. Because of this, I was often scolded by my parents. Because she was a lavish spendthrift, her life became difficult. What Fongsi finds most difficult to accept is Suwon, whom she had always looked down upon, has now become more and more outstanding and is living a better and better life. driving a luxury car and being accompanied by a school beauty. You can imagine how much envy, jealousy, and hatred she had in her heart. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The current consequences can only be said to be her own fault. Suwon didn't know about this, and he was too lazy to know. He has nothing else to do now that he has come to school. We are just waiting for the Worcester Group to transfer the 5 billion to Xinli Technology Company. In this way, he can also take over China Resources Group. But what Suwon didn't expect was, before that, he received a call from Vice President Pang of Confronting Group. "What did you say? Let me attend a music awards ceremony." Suwon was slightly stunned and asked in surprise. Just now, he answered a call from Vice President Pang. "I heard this unexpected news." "Yes, Mr. Su. This music awards ceremony was jointly organized by the Music Association, Shanghai Radio, and other organizers. Not only Art Sanqing, but also artists from other entertainment companies will participate. It is a relatively grand award ceremony. As the chairman, of course you can also attend." On the other end of the phone came Vice President Peng's respectful and smiling voice. "Isn't this bad? The award ceremony was attended by artists and singers, so what would it mean for me, the boss behind the scenes, to go there?" Suwon frowned and asked in confusion. Although it sounded good, he also wanted to go and see it. Mr. Su, you are joking. This music awards ceremony is attended not only by artists, but also by many company bosses, and even investors are invited to attend. Deputy Director Peng quickly explained. Then he continued, "Many artists from our company were nominated for this awards ceremony, especially Tan Yi, who was nominated many times and may win several awards. As the chairman of the company, you can go and strengthen the reputation of our company." Deputy Director Peng said expectantly. The reason why he wanted Mr. Su to attend the award ceremony. Of course, it's not just because he is the chairman of Sanqing, but also because of the more powerful identity behind him. Just think about it, when the bosses or artists of other companies know that Mr. Su of Sanqing and Chairman Worcester have such powerful identities, what kind of expressions will they have? It's exciting just thinking about it. However, at the same time he invited Su Wen, the system appeared in Su Wen's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, accept Vice President Peng's invitation and attend the music award ceremony. Reward, 100% of the shares of Happy Bar, the 7th largest bar in Magic City. Happy Bar? Suwon stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited many places. But I don't really know this bar. At first glance, it is not a big company or enterprise. But it's not that bad. There are at least a few hundred bars in Shanghai, if not thousands. It's pretty good to be ranked in the top 10 bars. Accept the mission. Suwon said immediately. Then, he said to Vice President Peng on the other end of the phone, "Well, I will go to the award ceremony this time. Tell me the time and place." "Okay, Mr. Su. The award ceremony will be held at the Leia Arts Center on Friday night, 3 days from now. As long as you come before 7 o'clock, of course, with your status, no one would dare to say anything even if you were late." Seeing that Mr. Su really accepted his invitation, Deputy Director Peng was immediately delighted and quickly spoke. He believed that with the participation of Director Su at this award ceremony, their Sanqing Entertainment Company will definitely be very proud. On the other side, Suwon hung up the phone after making a promise with Vice President Peng. At the same time, an idea came to his mind. Should we invite Xia Xinyao to attend this award ceremony? Chapter 121, Attending a Music Awards Ceremony. According to Vice President Peng, this award ceremony will be grand and many artists will attend. Maybe Zhang Hanin, whom Xia Xinyao likes, is also there. Since there is this opportunity, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her out for some fun. He is also a man who does what he says. As soon as I thought of this question, I opened VX and sent a message to Xia Xinyao, asking her if she wanted to go. The result was not surprising. In less than half a minute, Xia Xinyao sent a message. Go, of course. I want to meet my idol. Carrot. As he said this, he followed it with a big smiling face. Looking at this smiling face, Suwon couldn't help but smile. And time soon came to a day later. Suwon had just finished a class in the morning. The system appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment task. System reward, 67% of China Resources Group shares. Please take over the company as soon as possible. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su Wen smiled calmly. It seems that Worcester has already transferred the 5 billion yuan investment to Xinli Technology. It will be easy from now on. It is nothing more than signing a contract with China Resources Group and taking over the position. So that afternoon, Su Wen left school and went to China Resources Group to take up the position of chairman. When he came out of the group, Mr. Wei from Xinli Group called him. He said he wanted to invite him and Mr. Xia to have a meal to express his gratitude. But this time, Su Wen didn't want to go. During this period, we enjoy delicious meals every day, including delicacies from land and sea. He is tired of eating and it is time to take a break. It's time to improve the food and try the clear soup and mussels in the cafeteria. Therefore, he rejected Mr. Wei's invitation and promised to come back next time. Mr. Wei did not force this. Anyway, we all live in Shanghai, there is plenty of time to eat, and there is no rush, so let us do it next time. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 3 days later. Today is the day when the award ceremony is held at the Leia Art Center in Shanghai. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao after school in the evening. First we went to the cafeteria to have a meal together. Then I went back to the dormitory, took a shower and changed into clean clothes. At about 6:30, Su Wen took Xia Xinyao with him, drove a Mercedes-Benz Maybach out of the school and went to the Luya Art Center. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the destination. Leia Art Center is an independent building. Its shape is similar to that of an opera house, with a very technological feel. Moreover, the building is located near the first ring road of the city, which is one of the most luxurious and prosperous areas in Shanghai. So there is usually a constant stream of people coming and going here, let alone today. Only the periphery of the art center can be seen. At this moment, it can be said that there are huge crowds of people and the tide is surging. They gathered here in a crowded place just to catch a glimpse of the star. Looking towards the main entrance of the art center, a long red carpet has now been laid. One after another, celebrity artists got out of the cars and walked towards the lobby of the art center. This caused the surrounding audience and fans to scream from time to time. Xiao Wen, do you think we shouldn't come here? At the red carpet entrance, inside a black luxury Mercedes Maybach sports car. Xia Xinyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw the scene in front of her. If you want to enter the art center, you have to enter from here. She originally wanted to meet her idol, but now it seems like she's here just to walk the red carpet. What are you afraid of? Is this carpet inlaid with gold? Only celebrities like them can walk on it? Besides, there are many behind-the-scenes bosses here today, and some of them must have brought female companions. We are not the only ones here. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. I found that Xia Xinyao seemed a little nervous and timid. Su Wen smiled calmly and comforted the other person. He didn't seem to be panicked at all. And his comfort seemed to really work. Seeing Su Wen's calm and composed look, Xia Xinyao couldn't help but be infected and gradually calmed down. So when the time was right, the two of them got out of the car together. Xia Xinyao took Su Wen's arm and walked towards the red carpet entrance. Meanwhile on the other side, Vice President Pang and other shareholders of Confronting Entertainment Company have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Wen coming, they immediately came forward to greet him. Ha, Mr. Su, we old guys have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Yes, just now we were discussing when Director Su would arrive, fearing that you wouldn't come. Hey, who is this girl next to Mr. Su? As soon as everyone came up, they started flattering Su Wen. But then, they were stunned by the woman next to Su Wen. As the vice president and shareholder of Confronting Entertainment Company. These old guys have been in the entertainment industry for a long time and have seen many beauties. However, there has never been a girl as beautiful and elegant as the one next to Mr. Su. This kind of beauty is the kind that touches the heart. Some people didn't even have any doubts. Whenever this girl steps into the entertainment industry, she does nothing. They will definitely become popular. This is my college classmate. She is also the daughter of Xia Chengdong, chairman of Huaxin Group. Faced with everyone's confusion and surprise, Su Wen did not hide his feelings and spoke directly. The reason why he revealed Xia Xinyao's identity as soon as they met. Of course, it was to let everyone know her background so that they wouldn't say unnecessary things. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Su. Mr. Su, the Huaxin Group you are talking about is the Huaxin Group of the telecommunications company? Yeah, that's one of the top 100 in the world. Deputy Director Pang and others said in disbelief. Well, what other Huaxing group is there? So when you go in later, please help look after my classmates. Su Wen smiled and told the truth. Of course, of course. Miss Xia is of noble status, so we dare not neglect her. One of the shareholders quickly responded. Are you kidding? The daughter of Huaxing Group is here, how dare they neglect her? However, several people felt ashamed. Just now, they were still thinking about it. This girl is so beautiful. Major General Su brought her here to let her get familiar with the entertainment industry and join it. Now I think it was just unnecessary worry. Miss Xia is of such a noble status, why would she care whether she joins the entertainment industry or not? As they were talking, everyone realized that it was getting late. So they all walked towards the red carpet. In order to avoid everyone being crowded together and looking ugly. Vice President Pang walked ahead with Su Wen and Xia Xinyao. Several shareholders walked a distance away, several meters behind. However, what Su Wen and Xia Xinyao did not expect was these two people should have been walking on the red carpet of this award ceremony for the first time. As it moved forward, it actually caused the audience to scream and exclaim. Chapter 122 Star Party. Oh my god, who is this beauty? She is so beautiful. Yes, this girl is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. And this guy is so handsome too, is he a new celebrity? These two people are so good looking, and I have never heard of or seen them before. Aren't they celebrities? When Su Wen and Xia Xinyao passed by the red carpet, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the two of them. Everyone was stunned at once. Su Wen was dressed formally today because he was attending a ceremony, so needless to say he looked handsome and elegant. Not to mention Xia Xinyao. Today she was wearing a pure white gauze dress and a pair of crystal high heels. The smooth long hair was also tied up at the back of the head, revealing the white neck, which was bright and charming. The two of them are so well matched and so good looking. It's no wonder that as soon as they appeared, everyone naturally regarded them as stars. And amid the amazement and screams of the audience all the way, Su Wen and Xia Xinyao also walked this distance calmly and finally entered the art center. Only at this point did Xia Xinyao feel relieved. Why, still nervous? Seeing Xia Xinyao's strange expression, Su Wen couldn't help but ask with a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Xia Xinyao shook her head and gave a big smile in return. In fact, she is the daughter of Huaxing Group. Xia Xinyao has attended parties dozens of times, if not hundreds of times, so there should be nothing to be afraid of. But this time, it is a celebrity carpet after all. She is not a star, but she receives so many praises and screams. It always feels a bit wrong, or maybe she feels guilty. Ha, Miss Xia, even though this is a music award ceremony, at least 1/5 of the people here are not artists. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, you are the daughter of Huaxing Group. It is an honor for this award ceremony to be here. You don't have to worry. Deputy Director Pang at the side seemed to notice Xia Xinyao's discomfort, and couldn't help but comfort her, while also not forgetting to flatter her. After they said this, Xia Xinyao nodded. I did feel a lot more relaxed. Then they walked to the back of the hall, where the actual ceremony was taking place. I have to say that the Luya Art Center is really beautiful. Magnificent and luxurious. At the same time, there were quite a few people in the hall. Receptionist and security guard to maintain order. Even more celebrities wearing expensive suits and silk satins passed by here. But after a while, Su Wen and others also arrived at the rear. What I saw before me was another extremely spacious hall. It is full of artistic atmosphere. Of course, there are more long rows of seats. Further ahead is the podium. What shocked Su Wen and Xia Xinyao was not the design and decoration of the hall, but the fact that there were too many people inside. And it is estimated that 80% of them are celebrities. You can imagine how shocking it was. Su Wen is okay, he is not much of a fan. The reason he was shocked was simply because it was novel. But Xia Xinyao is different. At this moment, her eyes were full of stars. Seeing so many famous stars at the scene, she must be very excited. While watching, the two followed Vice President Pang to the artist area of Sanqing Entertainment Company. Suddenly, many first-line superstars including Tan Yi, Zheng Hanin, Xin Yu, Gu Yunfeng, etc. appeared in front of Su Wen and Xia Xinyao. I guess I don't need to say more, do I? This Mr. Su is the chairman of our company. Even if you haven't seen him, you should have heard of him. Vice President Pang looked at the artists under Sanqing, smiled and immediately introduced them. After these words were spoken, everyone nodded one after another. But most people are not like Xia Xinyao. At this moment, they saw that this girl was so beautiful and charming, and they all showed expressions of amazement. Ha, Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be here too. We haven't seen each other for a while. When Tanny saw Su Wen, he was surprised and then his face turned happy. He quickly stood up and gave Su Wen a big hug. Yeah. Come to think of it, it's been a month or two since the last campus concert. Su Wen also responded with a smile. This must be Miss Xia, right? I saw you and Zhang Henin singing together on stage at a concert before. Then, Tanny looked at Xia Xinyao and said with a smile. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't sing well and made everyone laugh. Talking about the last time she sang, Xia Xinyao felt a little embarrassed. If you can't sing well, you can learn. If you want to learn, I'll teach you someday when I have time. At this moment, Zhang Henin also walked over with a smile. After all, she had sung with Xia Xinyao before, so she was naturally very familiar with it. Okay, then thank you Sister Henin. Seeing that it was her idol who came, Xia Xinyao instantly showed a look of joy. She let go of Su Wen's arm, instead grabbed Zhang Henin's arm and said with a smile. Just like a pair of sisters. It seems that Miss Xia really likes her idol. As they talked, everyone was talking to each other. After a while, they were all chatting together. Some other artists from the company also gathered around, chatting and laughing. Naturally, their movements immediately attracted the attention of other artists from other companies around them. Many people immediately showed expressions of shock and astonishment. Everyone was curious about who this young man and girl were. It's amazing that so many celebrities came over to chat with me. Hey, Mr. Wang. Did you see the girl next to Vice President Pang? Who is she? She's so pretty. Is she a newcomer? How would I know? What's the matter, Mr. Qi? Do you have any ideas? Somewhere near Chancing Artist. There were two old men sitting on chairs watching the situation on Su Wen's side, whispering from time to time. Ha, of course. That woman is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have some thoughts. Don't you have any thoughts? The man called Mr. Qi laughed and said casually. He looked at Xia Xinyao with greed in his eyes. I did have that idea, but it's a pity you didn't see her standing next to Vice President Pang? I think his identity is not simple. He might be an investor or shareholder. You and I should just forget about it. Mr. Wang shook his head inside. That's not necessarily true. Have you ever seen such a young and beautiful investor or shareholder? One of them is handsome and the other is so pretty. I think they are more like newcomers who have just been trained by the company. Maybe Vice President Peng brought them here just to help them get on good terms with those big stars. Wait, why don't we find an opportunity? Obviously, compared with Mr. Wang, Mr. Qi is more courageous and interested. The two of them are investors of a certain company. He usually relies on his connections and resources to cause trouble to many girls who have just entered the entertainment industry. Now, they have discovered a beautiful girl like Xia Xinyao, and they naturally have new ideas in their minds. Especially Mr. Qi. At this moment, he was thinking about how to get close to Xia Xinyao. Chapter 123 People with Bad Intentions. In fact, it's not just Mr. Qi. Many men around who saw Xia Xinyao were moved. Because Xia Xinyao is so beautiful. Many people have some thoughts in their minds, but they just don't say it out loud. In the entertainment industry, everyone has become accustomed to this model. You want to be famous and successful. Sometimes you just have to give something. But it's a pity. This time, all the little tricks in their hearts are destined to go down the drain. The other side. Su Wen and Xia Xinyao were happily chatting with familiar artists. As almost all the participants had arrived, the award ceremony finally began. In fact, this award ceremony has nothing to do with Su Wen. After all, he is not a star and does not need any awards. After he and Xia Xinyao found a place to sit down, they began to watch the ceremony. Although the two had never seen a live music awards ceremony, they had seen it on television, and it was not much different from now. Several hosts came on stage and presented awards. One singer after another came on stage to receive their awards. Some received one, some received two. But one person who must be mentioned is Tang. He is really amazing, winning 3 awards by himself. As the most popular singer today, he truly deserves the title. Afterwards, many singers went on stage to receive their awards, and time passed by minute by minute. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. When the last person came on stage to receive the award ceremony finally came to an end. After the awards were presented, the next thing to do was to hold a celebration banquet. The hall where the celebration banquet was held was right next to the award ceremony hall. So after the ceremony, everyone left here and went to the other side. Boss Su, how is it? Is our Confronting entertainment company okay this time? Yes. More than a dozen entertainment companies, thousands of singers, more than 70 awards, and our company alone accounts for more than a dozen, huh? On Su Wen's side, he was chatting with Vice President Tang, and several shareholders while walking towards another hall. Xia Xinyao, along with several female artists including Zhang Hanin, walked behind. But we reached the other side in a moment. Compared to the hall where the award ceremony was held just now, this hall looks much more luxurious. The purple gold flower floor, natural crystal ceiling, luxurious black ink stone table, etc. are truly high-end and classy. At the same time, the long stone table was filled with all kinds of delicious food and champagne, the abundance of which was unimaginable. Seeing the delicious food, Xia Xinyao suddenly became eager to try it. After all, several hours have passed since I had dinner after school, and I'm really a little hungry. She looked around. Seeing that the artists around him only drank red wine and didn't eat any food, he couldn't help but pursed his lips. All right. Since no one wants to pick up their chopsticks, we'll have to start with her. However, what Xia Xinyao didn't expect was, before she could even eat the dish, someone came to see her. Miss, are you interested in having a drink? Suddenly, a handsome young man with good temperament came over, looked at Xia Xinyao, raised the red wine in his hand and said with a smile, You are Lu Qingdao? Xia Xinyao turned around and was immediately stunned. Standing in front of her was Lu Qingdao, one of the most popular male singers in the country. Just tonight, he won 2 awards in a row. Do you know me? Lu Qingdao asked slowly. You're so hot, how could you not know? Especially your 2 new songs this year, A Moment of Romance and Lonely Snow, are extremely popular now. Xia Xinyao couldn't help but explain. Ha, you know it so clearly, it seems you are my fan. When I heard that the other party knew my situation so well. Lu Qingdao smiled confidently and said immediately. Xia Xinyao was speechless. She can say that anyone who is interested in music will understand, okay? Mr. Lu, you are one of the most popular singers in the country right now. Your popularity is not much less than Tang. It would be strange if you don't know about you, right? At this moment, Zhang Hanin, who was standing next to Xia Xinyao, couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but speak up for Xia Xinyao. Sister Zhang Han, that's serious. I just wanted to play a joke on this girl. Lu Qingdao chuckled and said nonchalantly. I think what Zhang Hanin said is right. Others may not know, but in our circle, who doesn't know your Lu Qingdao's style of doing things? Are you planning to harm the little girl again? Just then, 2 more men came over. These 2 men were wearing suits, but they were rather old. Who else could they be but Mr. Wang and Mr. Qi from before? Then, Mr. Qi turned to look at Xia Xinyao and said with a smile, Girl, you are so beautiful. I, Qi Gaohang, have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. I wonder if I, Qi, would have the honor to know your name? President Qi looked at Xia Xinyao and started praising her. I have to say, compared to Lu Qingdao, this guy's eyes were more aggressive, but he hit it very well. As expected, an old-fashioned person is just an old-fashioned person. But unfortunately, this trick is useless on Xia Xinyao. Faced with Mr. Qi's praise, Xia Xinyao did not show much excitement. Seeing the other party asking her name at this moment, she just nodded symbolically and said, Xia Xinyao. It turned out to be Miss Xia. Where is Miss Xia from? It seems like you came here with Vice President Tang of Confronting Entertainment just now. You must be an artist of Confronting, right? Mr. Qi took a sip of the red wine in his hand and asked tentatively. Xia Xinyao was about to speak when Zhang Hanin spoke first. Mr. Qi asked so many questions right from the start. Do you want to be friends with Miss Xia just like Mr. Lu? They are all in the same circle and know each other to some extent. Mr. Qi doesn't have a very good reputation. At this moment, he came up and tried to get close to Xia Xinyao. How could Zhang Hanin not know what he was thinking, so she asked back. And sure enough, listening to Zhang Hanin's question, Mr. Qi did not try to hide his feelings and said directly, what's wrong with making more friends in the entertainment industry? I see that Miss Xia is so beautiful. If she were an artist, she would definitely be very popular in the future. I am also willing to do my best to help her and invest in her. Isn't that good? Mr. Qi said with a smile. Once these words were spoken, it was equivalent to releasing the bait. Qi Gaohang just didn't believe that a newcomer could remain indifferent in the face of such temptation. But before he could feel proud for 2 seconds, Xia Xinyao smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. But I'm not interested in being a celebrity, so your kindness may go down the drain. As for being friends, there's too big an age gap between you and me. But you and my dad are about the same age. If you don't mind, I can recommend you to my dad." Chapter 124, Frightened President Qi and President Wang. Miss Xia, are you kidding me? After hearing what Xia Xinyao said, Qi Gohang's originally smug smile seemed a little ugly. Mr. Qi, you are an old boss, you won't compete with a little girl, right? Seeing that Mr. Qi's face looked a little strange, Zhang Hanin quickly tried to smooth things over. In her opinion, Xia Xinyao is not from the circle, although he has a close relationship with director Su. But Mr. Qi is no small figure either. He is the second largest shareholder of Foxwind Group. He has invested in many artists, variety shows, film and television projects, and has extensive connections, so it's better not to offend him. But it is obvious that as the boss of Foxwind Group, Qi Gaohang is used to being bossy. No one has ever dared to disrespect him like this. Now a young girl who has just come out of her career doesn't even take him seriously. How can he bear it? Even Mr. Wang beside him couldn't help but speak. Miss Xia, do you know who Mr. Qi is standing in front of you? He is the second largest shareholder of Foxwind Group. Many people in the entertainment industry have become famous stars in the country because they were spotted by him and invested in by him. Now he wants to be friends with you, but you reject him. Should I say you are ignorant or stupid? After saying this, Mr. Wang shook his head and sighed. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. I think what Miss Xia said is right. She is not from an insider circle and does not need Mr. Qi's investment at all. Besides, their ages are indeed not suitable for being friends. Mr. Qi should feel honored to be friends with Miss Xia's father. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Then everyone looked back and saw Su Wen, Deputy Director Peng and others walking towards this side not far away. The person who just spoke was Vice President Peng. Seeing that it was someone from Sanqing Entertainment Company, and hearing what Vice President Peng had just said, Qi Gohan's face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, Vice President Peng, what do you mean? Who is Miss Xia's father? How can he be compared with me? President Qi couldn't help but sneer. Anyway, he is not a star, so he doesn't need to pretend to be a good man. Now that someone was humiliating him, he was naturally filled with anger. But Qi Gaohang had no idea that Vice President Peng was waiting for him to say this. Seeing that he asked, she laughed and said loudly, this Miss Xia is the daughter of Huaxin Group and the daughter of Chairman Xia Qingdao. Mr. Qi, as the second largest shareholder of Foxwind Group, you wouldn't be unaware of who Mr. Xia is, right? After these words were spoken, let alone them. Everyone around was shocked. For a moment, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Even Zhang Hanin, who was standing next to Xia Xinyao, was stunned, as if she couldn't believe this was true. What did you say? Xia Chengdong's daughter? Qi Gaohang and Mr. Wang, who were so high-spirited and arrogant just now, were now dumbfounded. There is no way, because the name Xia Chengdong is too famous. In the business community of Shanghai, there is no one who doesn't know Xia Chengdong, and no one doesn't know Huaxin Group. And the girl in front of him turned out to be the daughter of Huaxin Group. One can imagine how noble his status is. Why, Mr. Qi, do you still think that Miss Xia's father is not worthy of being your friend? Seeing President Qi's frightened look, Vice President Peng felt relieved. Mr. Qi has always had a bad reputation in the entertainment industry. He often uses his connections and influence to do shameful things in the circle. Now that he had suffered a setback, Vice President Peng was of course very happy. After a long time, Mr. Qi seemed to realize who he had provoked. Immediately, he looked at Xia Xinyao and said quickly, Miss Xia. Just now, it was my fault, Qi Gaohang, for not recognizing the daughter of the Xia family. Please be magnanimous and don't take this matter to heart. Mr. Qi was scared, really scared. If Miss Xia told her father what happened today, Xia Qingdao would be angry. Qi Gaoheng can't afford this anger. Yes. I, Wang Xiong, was also a rude person just now and said some things that I shouldn't have said. I hope Miss Xia will forgive me for the past. Mr. Wang on the side also quickly apologized. Thinking back to when I just now was praising Mr. Qi in front of Miss Xia for being so awesome, it felt awkward and ridiculous. What's the point of talking about resources and connections in front of the Xia family's daughter? Isn't that ridiculous? Their actions also let everyone present see what it means to be rude at first and respectful later. However, watching Xia Xinyao being bullied, Su Wen had no intention of letting them go just like that. So he sneered and spoke. Speaking of which, Miss Xia is the female companion I brought with me. My female companion was bullied by you. It would be too easy to just end it like this now. Su Wen's voice was not loud, but his tone was chilling. I heard that Miss Xia was actually the young man's female companion. President Qi and President Wang were stunned and immediately guessed the identity of this person. Don't be surprised. Sanqing was acquired 2 months ago. The person in front of me is the new chairman of our Sanqing Entertainment Company, and my immediate superior. Seeing the two of them looking puzzled, Deputy Director Peng said proudly. After these words were spoken, Qi Gaoheng and Mr. Wang could not help but tremble. The shock in his eyes was no less than when he just found out Xia Xinyao's identity. Not only him, but everyone around him including many big stars were shocked. What? This young man acquired Sanqing. Is this true? Oh my god, Sanqing Entertainment is one of the most famous companies in the entertainment industry, with a market value of hundreds of billions. Yes, to be able to acquire Sanqing shares means that this person must have a greater status and financial resources behind him to be able to do so. Who is this young man? Everyone immediately started talking. I feel incredible about Su Wen's identity. Not to mention Qi Gaoheng and Mr. Wang. They were both dumbfounded. At first, when they saw the young man and Miss Xia, I thought these two people were newcomers trained by Sanqing Entertainment Company. But what about now? One is the daughter of the Xia family, and the other is the chairman of Sanqing. How freaking ridiculous is this? It took a long time for the two to come back to their senses. Then they looked at Su Wen and started to flatter him. It turns out to be Mr. Su from Sanqing. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yes. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Su, would acquire Sanqing and become the chairman at such a young age. It's really eye-opening. There is no way the other party has the ability to acquire Sanqing. This means that his original family background was even stronger. In addition, he could actually let the daughter of the Xia family be his female companion, so his identity must be extraordinary. We must never dare to offend Qi Gaoheng and Mr. Wang. However, no matter how much they tried to please him, Su Wen had no intention of letting them go. He suddenly had an idea, and looking at the many glasses of red wine on the table, he immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense. You provoked my female companion today, and this matter won't be so easy to get over." Then, he glanced at the red wine on the table and said, "See those untouched red wines on the table? Each of you drink 2 full bottles today, and after you finish this matter, it will be over. Of course, you can choose not to drink. However, when I send Miss Xia home after the banquet, I don't mind telling her father about your harassment of her today. If there are any consequences, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Su Wen sneered and spoke slowly. The tone was calm, but it left no room for doubt. Chapter 125 The Punishment You Deserve. What, drink 2 bottles of red wine? As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, Qi Gaoheng and Mr. Wang were stunned. They turned to look at the bottles of red wine on the table and swallowed. Are you kidding? Red wine is something that needs to be savored slowly. Asking them to drink 2 bottles of red wine in one breath would be like asking them to die. Wouldn't that be the end of them? Mr. Su, look at this. It's too difficult for one of us to finish 2 bottles of red wine. Yeah, it's okay for the 2 of us to drink some red wine occasionally, but these 2 bottles are really too much to finish. President Qi and President Wang looked at Su Wen with embarrassment, no longer caring about their face, and quickly pleaded with Su Wen. I hope the other party will be kind enough to let them go. I didn't force you to drink. I said, you don't have to drink if you don't want to, as long as you can bear the consequences. Facing the two people's pleas for mercy, Su Wen smiled indifferently, revealing a harmless expression. This. President Qi and President Wang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Isn't this called not forcing them? You're being forced into this. If they didn't drink, Xia Chengdong of the Xia family would be angry. Wouldn't it mean that you will have to take away what you can't finish? At this moment, even though they were unwilling in their hearts. However, facing the pressure from Mr. Su, it seems that he has no choice but to drink it. It was still Mr. Qi who gritted his teeth and said first, okay, since Mr. Su said so, I will drink this red wine as an apology to Miss Xia. After drinking these 2 bottles of wine, I hope Miss Xia and Mr. Su can be magnanimous and forgive me and Mr. Wang. At this point, Mr. Qi saw that there was no room for bargaining and knew that he had hit a wall today, so he made up his mind. We are all going to die anyway, so the sooner we die, the sooner we will be reborn. As he said this, he drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Then he came to the dining table, opened one of the bottles of red wine and poured it into the glass, ready to drink it. Mr. Qi compromised. Naturally, there was no point for Mr. Wang to beg for mercy anymore. So he also drank the red wine in the glass, went to the dining table, opened another bottle of red wine, and started drinking. For a moment, the whole hall fell silent. Everyone looked in Su Wen's direction. They looked at President Qi and President Wang gulping down glass after glass of red wine, and couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Who would have thought that he was once a high-ranking figure in the entertainment industry? Now he has become a little punk who has to look at other people's faces and do whatever they tell him to do. Really, everything is unpredictable. As everyone watched like this, time passed by minute by minute. 10 minutes later. Shi Gaohang and Wang Xiong then each finished 2 bottles of red wine. At this moment, their faces flushed. I feel like I can't stand it anymore. If they drink 1 more glass, they will probably vomit. As for the stomach, it was even more bloated. It was as if something was stirring up chaos inside. Since entering the entertainment industry, the two have never felt as uncomfortable as they do today. Su. Mr. Su, do you think this is okay? Yes, Mr. Su, we have finished drinking as agreed. I hope you can let us go this time. I, Qi Gaohang, will be grateful. After Mr. Qi and Mr. Wang finished their drinks, they looked at Su Wen, suppressed their discomfort, and flattered him earnestly. I, Su Wen, always keep my word. Since you have finished drinking, I will let you go. I just hope you will take care of yourself. See that the two of them received the punishment they deserved. Su Wen sneered and said nothing more. After all, drinking 2 bottles of red wine in one breath doesn't feel good. It is especially painful when the after effects come. Even if it's just a good sleep. The next day I still had a splitting headache. This time, just consider it as punishment for their rude words to Xiao Yao. Thank you, Mr. Su, and thank you, Miss Xia. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your generosity. I heard that Su Wen finally stopped pursuing the matter. The two were overjoyed, thanked him repeatedly, and then left in a hurry. They each drank 2 bottles of red wine just now and felt so uncomfortable. If I wasn't afraid that Director Su would be unhappy. They couldn't hold back any longer and had to go to the toilet to vent, then find a place to take a good sleep. Now that I have finally been pardoned, how can I not leave quickly? Ha, what a joy! What a joy! Boss Su, you are really amazing. Boss Qi and Boss Wan usually do a lot of wrongdoings relying on their own strength, but today they met you and were completely subdued. I saw those 2 old guys finally left. Suddenly, Deputy Director Peng, who was standing next to Su Wen, laughed and was extremely happy. Yeah. I've long disliked these 2 people, and now I've finally made them suffer a setback. Boss Su, you still have a way to deal with them. You are worthy of being me. Several shareholders standing by couldn't help but cheer. Su Wen smiled indifferently at everyone's praise. He was already accustomed to it and did not take it to heart. The banquet continues. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour passed. I don't know if it was because Su Wen and Xia Xinyao's identities were exposed. Ever since those 2 old guys left, many famous and active top stars have been leaning towards Su Wen and Xia Xinyao. For making friends, for toasting, for all kinds of purposes. It seems that everyone wants to establish a relationship with these 2 extraordinary people. Su Wenting was indifferent. Xia Xinyao was extremely happy. Think about it, there are so many big stars who are usually visible but intangible, but now they are surrounding you, chatting with you, and want to make friends with you and add you on VX. most people will inevitably be excited, right? As the conversation went on, the banquet finally came to an end at 11 o'clock in the evening. Then, everyone started to leave one after another. Su Wen and Xia Xinya were no exception, and they left first. The two of them have met enough big stars today. It also helps me gain some knowledge in some aspects. And just as they were leaving the Luya Art Center, the system naturally appeared in Su Wen's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task assigned by the system and attending the music awards ceremony invited by Vice President Pang. System release reward, 100% of the shares of Happy Bar. Please accept the bar as soon as possible. After saying that, the system disappeared. Su Wen was immediately delighted as he got the reward. Although the meat is not big, it is still an asset. He decided to take over the bar tomorrow. The next day. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when Su Wen finally got up. I attended the award ceremony with Xia Xinyao yesterday and didn't return to the dormitory until after 11 o'clock. It consumed a lot of my energy. After he woke up, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. I planned to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first. Just then, his cell phone rang. Su Wen fumbled for his cell phone and found that it was a call from Qingdao. The mobile phone number is exactly that of Lu, vice president of Qingdao Beer Group. So Su Wen answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Vice President Lu's happy voice came from the other end of the line. Director Su, we have already started the matter you told us to deal with the Han family Mingfeng Group, and we achieved some initial results yesterday. Chapter 126 Happy Bar. Well, tell me about it. When Su Wen heard Vice President Lu say there was progress, he couldn't help but ask curiously. That's right. We found out that Mingfeng Group has a very important partner company in the local area, and that company happens to have a good relationship with our company. So we used our connections to find them another partner, and asked them to sever their cooperation with Mingfeng Group on the grounds that their products were substandard. Once this cooperation is terminated, many orders waiting to be shipped by Mingfeng Group will not be completed and delivered on time. It is estimated that their company will have to pay a large sum of money just for breach of contract. Deputy Director Lu said excitedly. He seemed very happy about this. Hearing what he said, Su Wen also laughed. I have to say, this is indeed good news worth celebrating. And you can see it. Once this cooperation is terminated, it will cause great harm to Mingfeng Group. They have to find the next partner company as soon as possible. Otherwise, delivery will be delayed. Even the entire rear-end production and manufacturing may have to stop operating. The loss is huge. However, just when Su Wen felt that Qingdao Beer Group had done a good job this time, Vice President Lu spoke again. By the way, Mr. Su, I have another good news for you. Mingfeng Group's reputation has also been greatly affected in the past 2 days. I don't know what happened, but the president of their group, Han Wenyao, was suddenly exposed for having a chaotic private life, having several lovers outside, and a series of lifestyle issues. The media was all pushing it. Boss Su, you may not be able to feel it now since you are not in Qingdao, but Boss Han has made the headlines in our local news. Deputy Director Lu said slowly. There was both gloating and slight doubt. It is obvious that the president of Mingfeng Group is being targeted. After all, President Han is not a big star. Even if a scandal was accidentally exposed, it shouldn't have caused such a big response. Now he has been pushed to the hot search list again and again and has become one of the popular figures of this month. If this isn't being targeted, then what is? After Su Wen heard the news. Although I was happy, I was not surprised. He seemed to have heard Vice President Lu's doubts, so he smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. I think this should have been done by Weiss Group." Weiss Group? How do you know? Vice President Lu was slightly stunned. I don't understand why Mr. Su said that. That's my company, too. When I left Xin Island, I told them to help me deal with Mingfeng Group, and I told them to target the top executives of Mingfeng Group and disintegrate them one by one. Obviously, they have already taken action. Su Wen did not hide anything and told the truth. After these words were spoken, there was a pause of more than 10 seconds on the other end of the phone before Vice President Lu's shocked voice was heard. Mr. Su, you are indeed awesome. I, Lu Runs, am convinced. Afterwards, they chatted for a while. Both parties hung up the phone. Su Wen looked at the time. It was already 9:30 in the morning. At this time, it's hard to say whether there is food in the cafeteria. After thinking about it, he left the dormitory and went to the parking lot. Then we drove out of the school and went out to eat. This is the university. As soon as you leave the school, there are food stalls and snack bars everywhere. Su-wen chose a rice noodle shop and walked in. I ordered a bowl of Yunnan rice noodles, a sesame seed cake, a bowl of soy milk and a tea egg. Su-wen didn't tea order much as he had a poor appetite recently. When all the breakfast was served, he started to eat. It only took 10 minutes to finish it all. After paying the money, Su-wen sent a message to the owner of Happy Bar and drove to the Happy Bar. Happy Bar is located near the 3rd Ring Road in Chongqing District, which is a very prosperous area. As the 7th largest bar in Shanghai, it still has some status. Magnificent gate and unique architecture. It's really impressive. This was the scene Su-wen saw when he drove here. And while Su-wen was observing the bar, suddenly, a fat man carrying a briefcase came trotting up to Su-wen, looked at him and said in a very friendly manner, "Hello, are you Mr. Su? I'm Wang Tao, the former owner of this Happy Bar. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, the other party stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Su-wen. "Well, I'm here to take over the bar." Faced with the boss's enthusiastic attitude, Su-wen smiled calmly, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. "I know. Come on, I'll take you in and have a look." As he said that, he led Su-wen towards the door of the bar. Because it was morning, the bar was closed. So when Boss Wang pushed open the door and brought Su-wen in, there was no one inside. "Mr. Su, let's go to the office and sign the contract first. I have just called Manager Zhao, the manager of this bar. He will be here soon. I will introduce him to you then." As Boss Wang spoke, he took Su-wen to the office on the 3rd floor. Su-wen naturally had no objection to this, so he followed his boss to the 3rd floor to sign the contract. "Wait until they come down again." Manager Zhao, whom Boss Wang mentioned, also happened to arrive at the bar. When Boss Wang saw Manager Zhao, he introduced Su-wen, the new boss, to him. Manager Zhao received the news from his boss yesterday, so he was not surprised. He greeted Su-wen respectfully. The two sides then got to know each other. When Boss Wang saw that everyone had been arranged, he said hello to Su-wen and left happily. "Boss Su, how about I take you to visit the various bars?" After taking the former boss away, the manager looked at Su-wen and said respectfully, "Well, that's fine, take me to see it." To be honest, Su-wen has rarely been to the bar. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to take a look. So under the leadership of Manager Zhao, Su-wen took a good look at his own bar. At the same time, Manager Zhao was also making an introduction. "Boss Su, our Happy Bar is currently the 7th largest bar in Shanghai. Even though it's just a bar, it covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters. It includes the bar, leisure area, VIP area, dance area, and other areas. At the same time, there are at least hundreds of customers coming here every night, and sometimes even thousands." Manager Zhao spoke slowly and methodically. He told Su-wen everything about the bar. Su-wen nodded with great satisfaction at the current situation of the bar. After about 10 minutes, I had seen enough. Su-wen then came to the door of the bar with the manager and prepared to leave. However, just when Su-wen was about to leave, Manager Zhao, who had looked so confident just now, frowned at this moment, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It seems like he has something he wants to say but doesn't dare to say it. Su-wen, who was standing by, naturally noticed that Manager Zhao was acting strangely, and couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing that Boss Su had asked questions, Manager Zhao felt that there was nothing to hide, so he spoke directly. "Boss Su, since you are already the owner of this bar, there is something I do want to tell you. In fact, this bar has recently encountered a group of hooligans who are very difficult to deal with. They often come to our bar to cause trouble, and because of this, they have delayed our business a lot. Even Boss Wang before was helpless against them, so Boss Su, you have to be mentally prepared." Chapter 127. Xia Xinyu is sick. "Why, is this bar harassed every day?" Su-wen frowned. "I can't say it's every day, but I can say it's often." Manager Zhao sighed and said helplessly, "What is the purpose? Don't bars have security guards?" Su-wen asked again. What purpose could a group of hooligans have? He just didn't like our bar and wanted to cause trouble. He has never paid once in all the times he has been to the bar. As for the security guards, they always come with more than 10 or 20 people each time. How can we control them with just a few security guards? Besides, once a fight breaks out, the store will inevitably be smashed and it might scare away customers, so. Manager Zhao hesitated to speak, and his meaning was self-evident. Listening to Manager Zhao's answer, Su Wen nodded. It seems like this group of people have nothing to do every day, so they set their eyes on this bar and are planning to take advantage of it for free for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Wen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In the past, this was someone else's place and he had no control over it. But now, the bar is his. He won't allow anyone to come here and cause trouble. Thinking about this, he looked at Manager Zhao and said, I know about this. Please pay more attention to this. Next time that group of people comes over again, call me and I'll handle it. Su Wen said calmly. Okay, Mr. Su. Manager Zhao naturally did not dare to disobey the boss's request. All he could do was talk about it. How to do it depends on the boss's own wishes. As for Su Wen, after explaining things, he didn't stay here for long. He then got into the car and drove away from the bar in his Mercedes-Benz Maybach. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the school gate. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. The master is calling, come and answer the phone, why haven't you answered it yet? Hearing the ringtone, Su Wen immediately took out his cell phone. He found out that it was Xia Xinyao's best friend Ji Yu calling. He was slightly stunned and then immediately answered the call. What's wrong? He asked puzzledly. Handsome Su, it's bad. Xiaoyao seems to be sick and has a fever. Come over and take her to the infirmary. Ji Yu's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, where are you? I'll be right there. When Su Wen heard that Xia Xinyao was sick, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he caught a cold because he didn't wear enough clothes at the music awards ceremony last night? After all, it's already November, but Xia Xinyao was just wearing a floral dress last night. What matters is grace rather than warmth. It's over here in Building 13. Just when Su Wen was secretly complaining, Ji Yu immediately spoke again. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Wen didn't dare to delay. He quickly drove the car into the parking lot and immediately went to teaching Building 13. After a while, they arrived at Xia Xinyao's classroom. It's already time for get out of class to end and there are not many people in the classroom. Su Wen noticed Xia Xinyao's presence at a glance. At this moment, she had long lost her former spirit and charm, and was lying on the table with her head buried, motionless. Ji Yu and Wang Xiuxiu looked after her from both sides and patted her on the back from time to time. When he saw Su Wen coming, he waved to let him in. How's it going? After Su Wen walked in, he asked in a low voice about Xia Xinyao's situation. As if she heard Su Wen's voice, before her two best friends could speak, Xia Xinyao, who was originally lying down, turned her head, revealing half of her red face and looked at Su Wen. He didn't say anything and seemed to be in great pain. How is it? Is it uncomfortable? Let's take you to the infirmary. Maybe an 4-drip will help. Seeing Xia Xinyao looking listless, Su Wen said worriedly. Xia Xinyao felt dizzy and weak, and didn't want to think at all. After listening to Su Wen's suggestion, she nodded directly and was about to stand up. Seeing this, her two best friends quickly helped her up. Su Wen immediately walked up to her, squatted down, and then carried her on his back. In an instant, Su Wen had a feeling. That's because Xia Xinyao is too light. Yes, it's a very light feeling. At this moment, he was carrying Xia Xinyao on his back, as if there was a feather on his back. Although this may be a bit exaggerated, it is not much different. But then, Su Wen had a new feeling. That is fragrance. Su Wen didn't know that this was the scent of perfume. It was still Xia Xinyao's natural fragrance. Anyway, as soon as he carried Xia Xinyao on his back, the pleasant smell went straight into his nostrils, which made him feel moved. I almost got distracted and started having wild thoughts. However, when he thought that classmate Xia was still sick and feeling uncomfortable, he quickly shook off the bad thoughts in his mind and immediately walked out of the classroom with his back to her. Oh my god, Su Wen carried the school beauty Xia on his back. He actually carried her on his back. What good things did he do in his previous life to deserve such treatment? Yeah, this is so cool, it's like being in close contact with the school beauty. I really don't know what it feels like to carry school beauty Xia on my back, but it must be very fragrant. Oh. How nice it would be if I were Su Wen, so that I could kiss, hug and lift school beauty Xia up high. In the classroom, a group of boys watched their dream girls being carried away by Su Wen, and they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Everyone wanted to take care of the school beauty Xia instead of Su Wen immediately. And while they were fantasizing, on the other side, Su Wen had already carried Xia Xinyao out of the teaching building and headed to the infirmary. But they had just been out for a short time. He couldn't help but attract the attention of students passing by. Everyone saw Su Wen carrying the school beauty Xiao on his back while walking among the school beauties. You can imagine how big of a shock it was. Especially the boys, they were just looking forward to it and were crazy with envy. Their expressions were not much better than those of the group of students in the class just now. At this moment, Xia Xinyao, who was lying on Su Wen's back and hugging Su Wen's neck, also spoke. Xiao Wen, this place is far from the infirmary. Why don't you put me down and let me go by myself? Student Xia said softly. She wasn't embarrassed by being stared at. But this is a university, and it's very large. The distance from their building to the infirmary is at least 700 or 800 meters. How much effort does it take to carry a person over there? She didn't want Su Wen to get tired from carrying her. But it was obvious that she underestimated Su Wen's strength and overestimated her own weight. After hearing her words, Su Wen couldn't help but laugh. You're so sick, how can I let you go? Besides, you only weigh a little bit. You're probably not even as heavy as my backpack. Let alone carrying you to the infirmary, I wouldn't feel tired even if I carried you home. Su Wen said slowly. He both comforted Xia and praised her. Xia Xinyao, who was originally feeling very uncomfortable, felt much happier after hearing what Su Wen said. Really? Xia Xian put her head on Su Wen's shoulder, looked at Su Wen's profile, and asked knowingly. And Su Wen nodded in cooperation. Really, it's very light. You are still too thin. You should eat more and gain weight to be healthier. Su Wen continued. Since saying these words can make the upset classmate Xia so happy, he is naturally willing to say more. As expected, Su Wen said this. Xia Xinyao became even happier, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she still felt dizzy, she felt sweet in her heart. Then she buried her warm face in Su Wen's neck, smelled his pleasant scent, and closed her eyes contentedly. When Su Wen carried her to the infirmary, he couldn't help but realize with embarrassment that the beautiful Miss Xia had already fallen asleep. Chapter 128 Su Wen's Boyfriend Power. Doctor, what should we do now? She fell asleep and couldn't be woken up no matter how much we called her. In the infirmary, Su Wen looked at classmate Xia who was sitting on a chair with his head resting on his stomach, and felt a little amused. Just now when he carried Xia Xinyao to the infirmary, Xia Xinyao has fallen asleep. In desperation, he had to put the other person on the chair and tried to wake her up. But after he shouted several times, Xia Xinyao didn't respond at all. He thought Xia Xinyao had a very serious fever, so he fell asleep. However, facing Su Wen's helplessness, the female doctor in the infirmary covered her mouth and chuckled. Hey, classmate Su, do you treat classmate Xia as a porcelain doll? Are you afraid that she will get bumped? It's hard to believe that the way you shouted just now could wake anyone up. Your voice is not even as loud as a mosquito. The female doctor was speechless. But then she added, it's okay, just take her temperature. If she has a fever, give her in 4. You don't necessarily need to wake her up. Okay. Listen to what the female doctor said. Su Wen scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Because what the other party said was right, the voice he used to wake up classmate Xia was indeed not loud. After all, Xiaodiao was sick, and he couldn't bear to wake her up too loudly. But the doctor's instructions next made Su Wen feel troubled. Well, put this under her armpit and take her temperature. As she spoke, the female doctor took out a thermometer and shook it, then handed it to Su Wen and gave instructions. Oh, I'll come? Su Wen was stunned. Isn't this bad? Of course you come, aren't you her boyfriend? What's there to be embarrassed about? The doctor was speechless. Although she is not a student of the school, she is the school doctor after all, so she knows a lot of things that happen in the school. Especially the two in front of me. Which student in the school doesn't know the relationship between them? All right. Su Wen nodded. The doctor said so, and he had no choice but to take Xia Xinyao's temperature first. As he said that, he took the thermometer. Then he unzipped Xia Xinyao's coat, unbuttoned the inner collar, gently lifted her arm, stuffed the thermometer under her armpit, and pressed it. He was very cautious throughout the whole process, acting like a good boyfriend. Even the female doctor couldn't help but look on with envy. 5 minutes later, when Suwon took out the thermometer again, Xia Xinyo had indeed had a high fever. It's over 38 degrees, it's quite a fever. Seeing this, the female doctor immediately asked Suwon to carry Xia Xinyo to the bed in the inner room. Then she prepared medicine for Xia Xinyo and put her on an 4 drip. It took more than 2 hours for the fever to subside. Xia Xinyo's originally red face finally turned back to a normal slightly red color, and she slowly woke up at this time. How are you? Are you feeling better? Seeing that Xia Xinyo had woken up, Suwon, who had been sitting beside him and watching him, couldn't help but ask softly. Yeah, my headache is gone, but I just don't feel strong. Xia Xinyo smiled slightly and responded. How long have I been sleeping? Have you been here with me the whole time? Then Xia Xinyo covered herself with the quilt again, revealing half of her head. She looked at Suwon with her cute big eyes and asked in a low voice. Of course, you don't know how good your boyfriend is. When he carried you to this infirmary, he treated you like his sweetheart the entire time. I was so envious of him. At this moment, the female doctor came over to change Xia Xinyo's medicine bottle and happened to hear her question. So before Suwon could speak, he answered first. After hearing this, Xia Xinyo was slightly stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but pursed his lips, and his face was visibly happy. Wait until the female doctor changes the medicine bottle and goes out. Only then did she turn to look at Suwon, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. The word like is almost written on his face. It would be nice if I could be sick every day, so you can care about me every day. Xia Xinyo couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the other party's direct gaze and the confession that was not really a confession, Suwon couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense are you talking about? Being sick is so uncomfortable, and you have it every day. How can you bear it? If you want me to care about you every day, then I will care about you every day. Why do you have to get sick? After saying that, he reached out and touched Xia Xinyo's forehead and tidied her hair. Really? After hearing what Suwon said, Xia Xinyo couldn't help but open her eyes even wider and asked expectantly. Well, keep your word. Suwon assured. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Suwon asked again. After all, it was already noon and I was sick. Suwon felt that it was necessary to fill her stomach. I want to eat strawberries and oranges. Xia Xinyo thought for a moment and said. Sure enough, after she got a little better, her nature as a foodie was exposed. Not eating? Suwon was surprised. Xia Xinyo shook her head and said, I don't want to eat. Okay, I'll go buy it right away, you wait a moment. Having said that, Suwon got up and went outside. He first consulted the doctor, and when the doctor said that he could eat some fruit, he went to the fruit shop on campus to buy some fruit. However, although Xia Xinyo said she didn't want to eat, Suwon thought it would be better to eat something. After all, fruit is not filling. Moreover, eating on an empty stomach can easily cool the stomach. Xia Xinyo's fever has just subsided, she can't get sick again. So he ran to the cafeteria again and bought 2 boxes of lunch. One of the boxes ordered all of Xia Xinyo's favorite dishes, and then he returned to the infirmary. Why don't you eat something first? Even if you can only eat a few bites, I'll eat the rest. When Suwon returned to the infirmary and helped Xia Xinyo up, he did not hand the fruit to Xia Xinyo first, but put a box of lunch in front of her. Xia Xinyo nodded. Knowing that Suwon was worried about her, she opened the box and decided to eat something first. Braised spare ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried eggplant with soy sauce are all my favorites. Xia Xinyo was slightly surprised. Well, I know this is your favorite, so I ordered it specially. Suwon smiled and explained. Xia Xinyo was even more shocked by Suwon's explanation. Although she had been with Suwon for a long time. However, she never told Suwon what kind of food she liked. Obviously, this was because Suwon paid attention to himself. Suddenly, Xia Xinyo was very happy. Carrot, carrot. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Although she wasn't hungry, she still ate half a box because they were all her favorite dishes. In the end, he couldn't eat anymore, so he gave it to Suwon. Suwon didn't force her. He put the washed strawberries and peeled oranges on a small plate and handed it to her. And Suwon was a little hungry. After he finished his box lunch, he started to finish the half box of lunch left by classmate Xia. But before he finished eating, his cell phone rang. Suwon took out his cell phone and found that the number was from his old classmate Huang Ying. Chapter 129 Wedding Invitation. What's wrong? Seeing Suwon frowning while looking at the phone, Xia Xinyo was a little confused. It was a call from a high school classmate. You treated me to a meal last time, I don't know why you're doing it this time. Suwon did not hide it and spoke directly. Oh, I heard you say that last time. Go on, maybe there's something wrong. Xia Xinyo understood and suggested while eating strawberries. Suwon nodded and immediately answered the phone. Hello, is this Suwon? I'm Huang Ying. Sure enough, the phone was picked up. Huang Ying's voice came from the other side with laughter. If you don't know, you would think they have a very good relationship. Yeah, I am. What's up? Suwon was puzzled. Compared to the other party's enthusiasm, he seemed relatively calm. I have something to ask you, and it's a happy thing. Do you remember Zhang Baijun from our class? He is getting married the day after tomorrow and has invited many classmates to the wedding. I told him that I had received a call from you, and he asked me to call you over so that we could all join in the fun. Huang Ying smiled and told the purpose of this call. Zhang Baijun? After Huang Ying said this, Suwon frowned again. He was deeply impressed by the name. This guy was the rich second generation in his class in high school, and his family ran a company. It can even be said that he is the richest one in the class. At that time, Zhang Baijun was already wearing famous brands every day at school. The clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars each, and the shoes he wears are out of print. Even the backpacks are from top brands. It's not good to be too complacent. But Suwon is just the opposite, he is the poorest one in the class. Therefore, I was often ridiculed by this guy. I thought that after graduating from high school, we would no longer have any interactions. I didn't expect to hear this name again after several years. While Suwon was reminiscing about the past, Huang Ying on the other end of the phone didn't hear Suwon's voice and thought he didn't want to attend the wedding. She couldn't help but continue to persuade him, Student Su, I know you and Student Zhang didn't get along in the past. But it's been several years, so let's forget about the past and stop fussing about it. Huang Ying said slowly. It seems like he will not give up until he achieves his goal. And what she thought was indeed correct. When Suwon thought of Zhang Baijun, he didn't have a good impression of him and didn't want to attend his wedding at all. However, just when he was about to refuse the invitation, the system appeared in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the passive task. System issued task, agree to Huang Ying's request and attend Zhang Baijun's wedding ceremony. Reward, a piece of land to be developed with an area of approximately 10,000 square meters near the 3rd Ring Road of Dongqing District. Land? Suwon was stunned. This reward is really special, it's actually land. It is estimated that this piece of land was put up for bidding on the land network and then won by the system. An area of more than 10,000 square meters. Well, not big. But don't forget, this is the Magic City. The Magic City where every inch of land is valuable. More than 10,000 square meters is enough. With this piece of land, as long as it is permitted within the scope of urban planning, isn't it possible to build whatever you want? Thinking of this, Suwon immediately responded, accept the task. After all, it's a piece of land, don't miss it. Then he responded to Huang Ying, okay, since you invited me so enthusiastically, I will go to his wedding tomorrow. Ha, that's right. We are all classmates, there is no such thing as overnight hatred, right? Huang Ying was overjoyed when she saw that Suwon agreed to attend the wedding. In her opinion, Zhang Baijun had always looked down on Suwon when they were in high school. Won't Suwon be severely humiliated when he attends the wedding this time? Then she told Suwon the time and place of the wedding. The time is the day after tomorrow morning. The location is the 7-star hotel, Spring Breeze Garden Hotel. By the way, don't you have a wife? Remember to bring her along, everyone wants to see your partner. Huang Ying continued. After all, Suwon became a son-in-law, so of course he had to bring his partner with him. This is a big piece of evidence. At the wedding, everyone will say the same thing. We can also find out what Suwon's current situation is. It would also let everyone see how Suwon lives now. Suwon naturally didn't expect Huang Ying's little tricks. Seeing the other party say this, I agreed without thinking too much. Then he hung up the phone. So, why did your classmate call you? Xia Xinyo was curious. It was said that an old classmate was getting married tomorrow, and he insisted that I go to the wedding. Su Wen explained. Then he looked at Xia Xinyo and continued, actually, you have also met this old classmate who called me. They were the three people I met last time when I accompanied you and your cousin to go shopping and then to Fengmanlu for dinner. One of them was a woman. It was her. Her name was Huang Ying. Huang Ying? After Su Wen said this, Xia Xinyo frowned slightly. Then her eyes lit up and she immediately remembered that she had seen it once. Su Wen added, by the way, classmate Huang just said that he hopes you can also attend the wedding. Ah? You want me to go too? Xia Xinyo opened her eyes wide, wondering if she had heard it wrongly. She and Huang Ying had only met once, but she actually invited her. What was going on? Well, she treats you as her wife, so she lets you go too. This is all thanks to your cousin. She kept calling me brother-in-law in front of my classmates, and they all believed it. Having said that, Su Wen couldn't help but smile helplessly. Ah? Wife? Xia Xinyo was stunned. My God, this seems to be a very distant word to her. But listening to it now, it is so unexpectedly moving and beautiful. When Su Wen's wife. Instantly, she was so moved. This should be a wonderful thing, right? Thinking of this, Xia Xinyo felt her face getting hot. Seeing her blush again, Su Wen thought she had a fever again and couldn't help but ask worriedly, what's wrong, is your head still hurting? No. No, it's not a fever. Xia Xinyo quickly shook her head. Just a little nervous, that's all, she continued. Nervous? Is it because of the wedding? If you feel embarrassed, then don't go. After all, you don't know them well, so there's no need to go to such trouble. Su Wen saw her say this. I thought she didn't want to attend this wedding, so I comforted her. However, less than 3 seconds after he finished speaking, Xia Xinyo immediately said, go, why not? I was sick this time, thanks to you for taking care of me. Now that you need help, of course I have to step forward. Just, let me be your wife for a day. After saying that, she immediately put down the fruit plate and laid down in the quilt. What about being Su Wen's wife? It's so embarrassing. Listening to Xia Xinyo's promise. Looking at her series of reactions, Su Wen couldn't help but laugh. After spending more time together, he found that Miss Xia was becoming more and more lovely. 2 days. It's neither long nor short. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of my old classmate's wedding. I have to say, this classmate Zheng seems to really want Su Wen to attend the wedding. Just yesterday, even the invitation was delivered to the school. Since the other party has invited him so warmly, shouldn't he be more proactive? So at 8 o'clock that morning, Su Wen washed up, dressed appropriately, and took Xia Xinyo with him, driving a Mercedes-Benz Maybach to Chunfeng Garden Hotel. Chapter 130 Attending the Wedding. Yuan Road, Millen Street. Spring Breeze Garden Hotel. Chunfeng Garden Hotel is very famous in Shanghai. It is the only hotel with a garden in Shanghai, and it is very large. This is the hotel that many wealthy people in Shanghai like to book the most when holding weddings. And today, the front of the hotel is decorated with lights again. Apparently someone is getting married. Not long after, a luxurious black supercar drove towards this direction and then stopped in the parking lot. Immediately afterwards, Su Wen and Xia Xinyo got out of the car. Different from the previous 2 days. After Su Wen's care and 2 days of rest, Xia Xinyo has completely recovered from her illness. From a weak, sick little poor thing. She once again became the dignified, elegant, bright and charming school beauty Xia. Let's go. After getting off the car, Xia Xinyo immediately walked to Su Wen and said with a smile. Then, she habitually put her arm around Su Wen's. Hey. You should be close to the person you like. Su Wen also smiled and tidied her hair in front of her ears. Then he took her to the entrance of the hotel. Welcome. As soon as you enter the hotel lobby, the loud voices of the receptionists in the 2 rows on the left and right rang out. Su Wen and Xia Xinyo had also seen big scenes before, so they were no longer surprised and immediately walked to the front desk of the hall. Su Wen was about to ask the front desk where Zhang Baijun would hold his wedding. Su Wen, you're here, how are you doing recently? Yeah. Are you here for the wedding too? At this moment, 2 familiar voices sounded, attracting Su Wen's attention. Su Wen looked back and saw Ding Yu and Sun Zixin. He couldn't help but smiled and said, it's you too. Speaking of which, Suwon hasn't had any contact with these people since the last time he had dinner with them at the Haisha Hotel. Unexpectedly, they both came today. Of course, who else could it be if not us? That's right. Today is young Master Shang's wedding day. As old classmates, how can we not come? Sun Zixian and Ding Yu said with a smile. Compared with the last time, the two's attitude towards Suwon this time was not as sarcastic as before. There was no way. Last time they had a dinner at Haisha Hotel, they were scared by Suwon's drinking. Originally they were following Huang Ying's orders, planning to get Suwon drunk and frame him. Who would have thought that he would end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken? They had a drinking contest with Suwon, but failed to get him drunk. Instead, they drank so much that they were dizzy and vomited continuously. Because of this, my stomach felt uncomfortable for several days. I still feel scared when I think about it now. But soon, they looked at Xia Xinyao beside Suwon and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Although this is not the first time I have seen this girl. But the other person is so beautiful that it is hard not to be moved. Sun Zixian couldn't help but ask, Suwon, this lady is so beautiful. I wonder what her name is. Is she your wife? Her last name is Xia Xinyao, she is I'm her wife. Suwon was just about to say that Xia Xinyao was his classmate. However, Xia Xinyao answered it first. After saying this, Xia Xinyao's face turned slightly red. However, when she thought about the fact that she had promised Suwon to be his wife for a day, she had to keep her word, right? Anyway, she would not admit that she was adapting to this identity in advance. And Suwon obviously didn't expect her to say that. For a moment, I was really stunned. Sun Zixian and Ding Yu were even more stunned. I heard the other party admit it. Moreover, it was Miss Xia who admitted personally that she was Suwon's wife. It felt as if 10,000 grass horses were running and whistling through the two of them's hearts. That jealousy and frustration. Suwon naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing them coming, I guess they might know where the wedding would be held, so I asked, you should know where the back garden is, right? Well, I've been here once, let's go together. Seeing that the other party was talking again, Su Zixian and the other two temporarily put aside their jealousy. Then he took Suwon and the others to the back garden of the hotel. The hotel's back garden is just behind the hotel, just go straight ahead. After a while, everyone passed through the luxurious hall and came to the back garden. As soon as you walk into the back garden, even Suwon, who was used to all kinds of luxurious places, couldn't help but nod repeatedly, secretly admiring the beauty of this place. The flowers, plants and trees are lush, angular and neatly trimmed. It looks nice, clean and tidy. It seemed that there were staff tending and pruning the trees every day. Just based on this back garden, Suwon felt. This hotel is no worse than his Hills Hotel. But think about it. Which hotel can be rated as a 7-star hotel and be bad? During the observation period, Suwon and others had already reached the central area, where the wedding was held. Suwon and Xia Xinyao found that many people had already come here. There are men and women, old and young. And everyone is dressed appropriately and elegantly. You can tell at a glance that most of them are rich people. After Suwon and others handed in their invitations, they walked forward and joined in. Hey, isn't this Suwon? Classmate Su is here. Suwon, long time no see, long time no see. My goodness, you should look at each other with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I haven't seen you for a few years, and now classmate Su is full of energy and vigor. Hey, Suwon, who is this beautiful lady next to you? She is so pretty. Not long after Suwon and others arrived at the wedding scene, a group of young people came over laughing and talked to Suwon. These people are all dressed beautifully. It seems that they are doing well. But then, they were attracted by the beautiful girl next to Suwon and showed an extremely surprised expression. She was so beautiful, they had never seen such a beautiful girl. Everyone was shocked for a moment. While they were shocked, Suwon was also quite surprised. At first glance, they were all his high school classmates. Sun Hui, Fongsi, Shin Yuding, He Yang, Zhou Xiang, and so on. If we add Huang Ying, Sun Zixian, Ding Yu and others, I'm afraid there are more than 10 people waiting. You really don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Good fellow, you all came to the Magic City. Suwon couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed an international metropolis, but it is hard to recruit people. Ha ha. Of course. Modu is a great place, Who wouldn't want to come? Besides, everyone here is doing well. How are you, Su-won? Just as everyone was shocked. Suddenly, another man in a white suit and tie came over. The man has an aristocratic air. High spirits and high spirits. From time to time, there was a hint of confidence and boldness in his eyes. Who else could it be but Zhang Baijun?